Chapter 1. It has been 3 years since I arrived in the world of Dragon Ball. With 5 years remaining until the original storyline begins, I have grown significantly stronger, yet my innate talent pales in comparison to that of the Saiyans. Although this body possesses formidable potential, rivaling even that of Krillin, who is hailed as one of Earth's strongest, is still insufficient on its own. The speaker is a youth of approximately 14 or 15 years, clad in a martial arts uniform that exudes determination, with an aura of youthful heroism about him. In reality, he is merely 12 years old, his rigorous training lending him the appearance of an older adolescent. The boy's name is Jiang Yun, hailing from Blue Star. Upon discovering his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, he was filled with exhilarating excitement. After becoming the CEO of a publicly listed company, aside from amassing wealth, his greatest passion became martial arts. He is deeply enamored with the legendary martial arts and chivalric tales, yet his previous world was merely ordinary, devoid of any true martial skills. Nevertheless, years of diligent training have bestowed him with a physique that rivals that of a professional boxer. During an ascent in search of martial enlightenment, he met an untimely demise due to an earthquake. At present, my combat power is comparable to that of Goku. When he first embarked on his journey, it is time to establish a faction to aid my training. Training requires immense resources. In the original narrative, Vegeta lacked for nothing in terms of training facilities due to Bulma's influence, never needing to worry about finances. The notion of wealth, companionship, methods, and territory is evident had Goku possessed wealth. Shishi would not have opposed Gohan's training so vehemently. Bearing the entirety of the burden post-marriage, Shishi sacrificed much for this family, deeply loving Goku. Despite the hardships they faced, she ensured that Goku never went hungry. Even knowing of Bulma's wealth, she refrained from seeking assistance, with Bulma extending her help to Goku's family voluntarily. Since I have come to this world, I must rectify the regrets of the past, ensuring that Earth does not become a mere stage for the Saiyans, relegating humans to mere supporting roles. This moment, Jiang Yun's expression was grave, his demeanor vibrant against the backdrop of a rising sun, casting elongated shadows that imbued the atmosphere with a sense of optimism. Alas, it is regrettable that I have not encountered Master Roshi. Relying solely on my own training feels rather sluggish. Indeed, Jiang Yun had sought out Master Roshi, but the old master was adrift in the vast ocean, and finding him was far from easy. Unlike the various Dragon Ball novels of his previous life, where locating Master Roshi seemed effortless, with disciples easily defeating him after a brief period of training, the harsh reality of rigorous training proved those depictions to be quite unreasonable. Had such effortless gains in power been possible, Vegeta would not have languished under Frieza's command for over 2 decades without significant growth in strength. Even considering Frieza's deliberate assignment of trivial tasks, it is evident that the path to power is fraught with challenges. However, during the years of his sojourn in this world, Jiang Yun has not been without his achievements. He has drawn inspiration from the principles of martial arts from his previous life, which has yielded him certain results. For instance, the realms of Mingjin and Onjin, as well as the transformative states within martial arts, have led him to theorize that Mingjin represents the process of honing the body, while Onjin embodies a fundamentally distinct concept. Onjin allows one to project force through the body, enabling him to unleash combat prowess that surpasses his own capabilities by a factor of 2. What does this imply? In the original narrative, the only technique capable of amplifying combat strength is the Kaioken, a vital martial skill throughout Goku's life. Through the cultivation of Onjin, Jiang Yun has also reached the threshold of mastering Chi. One might presume that his attainment of such a level is due to his extraordinary innate talent. While there is some truth in this, he is also a disciple of a lineage. In terms of physical training, he lacks for nothing. Yet the passage of time has led to the erosion of many traditions, leaving little of the teachings on Chi to be passed down. Jiang Yun speculates that the events surrounding the Demon King Piccolo centuries ago may have contributed to the loss of many traditions, with only the legacies of Master Roshi and Master Shun remaining, which manifest in the forms of the turtle and crane schools today. Moreover, Jiang Yun's ability to grasp the nuances of Chi is greatly aided by his status as a transmigrant, endowed with a naturally robust mental acuity and a significantly heightened understanding compared to the average individual. While his innate talent may be comparable to Krillin's, his comprehension far exceeds that of his counterpart. Do not be misled by the perception of Krillin's weakness in the original text as Earth's mightiest warrior. He is far from feeble in the grand scheme of the universe. Particularly in later stages, he stands formidable against most adversaries. Reflecting on his training in Onjin, Jiang Yun has gleaned insights into the cultivation of Chi, leading him to formulate some hypotheses regarding it. His interpretation of Onjin involves expelling two streams of energy simultaneously while exerting force from his body. Yet, this endeavor places significant demands on his physique. He conjectures that it is these forces that multiply his combat strength, albeit with notable distinctions. This enhancement is ephemeral, failing to sustain a constant elevation in his combat prowess, leaving a considerable gap between his abilities and those afforded by the Kaioken. Nevertheless, he continues to refine his techniques. His initial mastery of Onjin was achieved by chance, and while he understands the phenomenon, he lacks comprehension of the underlying mechanics, suspecting that it may involve the activation of Qi within him. However, the feebleness of his Qi may hinder his perception, or perhaps he is unaware of the intricacies of Qi cultivation. Nonetheless, Jiang Yun is resolute in his belief that he possesses the potential to rival the protagonist, in his view, the Dragon Ball universe determines victories and defeats primarily through the potency of Qi, with intricate martial techniques being relatively scarce. There exists a relentless pursuit of enhancing combat strength, often at the expense of exploring the art of martial combat. Jiang Yun. Qi serves as the foundation, while martial techniques represent extensions of the human form, akin to weaponry. When two combatants possess comparable strength and experience, it is invariably the one wielding the weapon who prevails. The underlying reason for such a situation may stem from the considerable time required for the cultivation of martial arts, which consequently leads to a sluggish development of one's inner energy. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong, utilizing a single technique, the Kamehameha conquers the world. This might be attributed to the time expended on martial skills, rendering the cultivation of energy a fruitless endeavor. Thus he excels solely in the Kamehameha technique. However, in truth, there lies vast potential in the refinement of martial techniques. Take, for instance, Hit from Universe 6 in Dragon Ball. His mastery of the time skip technique is immensely powerful, showcased brilliantly in Dragon Ball Super. Were it not for Sun Wukong's extraordinary martial prowess, deciphering the time skip would indeed prove to be exceedingly challenging. For future developments, Jiang Yun has already contemplated his path. He has resolved to harness the power of technology in his training, akin to the gravity training chamber featured in Dragon Ball. This remarkable artifact of cultivation from the original series is bound to significantly enhance training speed. Yet, being still young, he deems it unwise to employ the gravity chamber prematurely, as early use could stun his growth in a few years. However, the situation will undoubtedly differ. At that time, my strength will surely have progressed considerably. I eagerly anticipate my encounter with Wukong. Jiang Yun expressed with hopeful anticipation. Regarding the establishment of his own faction, Jiang Yun has already formulated a plan. He intends to enlist the young martial artists from his village. Indeed, the martial spirit in his village is robust, likely a legacy of a lineage of once prominent martial artists. The village has long maintained a tradition of martial practice, and its inhabitants, young and old, are notably strong. Jiang Yun learned of this tradition from his late grandfather, who passed away 2 years ago, rendering him a bona fide orphan. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yun devised a strategy. He decided to open a Chinese restaurant. This would serve as a facade for his faction's economic sustenance, while providing the necessary nourishment for his martial training. Those who engage in martial arts typically have substantial appetites, as the saying goes. The affluent pursue knowledge, while the martialists amass strength. Many hidden injuries from training require medicinal herbs for recovery, and not everyone possesses the remarkable regenerative abilities akin to a Saiyan, particularly as Earthlings. In the contemporary world, technology has advanced far beyond that of his previous life. There are now healing potions available, albeit at a steep price, luxuries typically reserved for the affluent, while the common folk still frequent hospitals. Jiang Yun has been nurturing the younger generation for over a year, having already bested the village's youth during his initial days after arriving. Even rivaling the older generation, by today, the villagers can scarcely discern the extent of his prowess. After all, most people regard martial arts merely as a means to enhance physical health, devoid of the spirit of true martialists. Nonetheless, a minority persists in their dedication to the martial way. They are the descendants of those who survived the battle against the demon king Piccolo, possessing first-hand knowledge of the glory of martial arts. These are the individuals Jiang Yun seeks to recruit, for they are truly worthy of his mentorship. Jiang Yun traversed a grove, where towering trees flourished, a stark contrast to his previous life. In this world, majestic trees were ubiquitous, and industrialization was not as pronounced as before. Some regions thrived while others languished in the rudimentary agricultural era. Upon emerging from the forest, Jiang Yun arrived at a modest training ground, substantial in size, established a year prior with the assistance of some young villagers. Here, strength was revered, and after his victory over them, the village's young martial artists idolized him, eager to train under his guidance, resulting in the scene before him. Upon his arrival, the group, previously engrossed in strenuous training, immediately halted and turned their attention towards Jiang Yun. A boy, seemingly around 16, dashed forward, exclaiming, "Brother Yun, have you come to guide us in our training?" "Bu Chun, I have something important to discuss with all of you. Please gather everyone, as this concerns them as well." "Hey, everyone pause. Brother Yin has something to say." Upon hearing Bu Chun, the others quickly approached. Gazing at the youth before him, admiration flickered in their eyes as they eagerly inquired, "Brother Yun, what brings you to us? Are we ready to progress to the next stage of our training? We haven't felt much improvement lately." "Brother Yun, does this mean we can venture out, just as you mentioned before?" Some, anticipating his response, hastily chimed in, "Indeed, our elders often disallow us from exploring, insisting we must first gain your approval." Observing the animated discussions, Jiang Yun raised his hand and declared, "Silence, please." At his command, the chatter ceased instantly, a testament to his esteemed reputation. "The purpose of my visit today is to establish a faction, facilitating our training, but we have reached a relatively stagnant phase in our development and must seek new avenues for growth." At this juncture, Jiang Yun contemplated the adversaries who would recklessly explode with power. He would not entrust his fate to the Saiyans. He was determined to seize control of his own destiny, reinforcing his conviction to create a faction. "I intend to form a force akin to a martial arts alliance, to disseminate martial arts and rejuvenate its glory." This had long been Jiang Yun's aspiration to cultivate Earth's martial prowess in preparation for future upheavals. He envisioned expanding into the cosmos, making the establishment of his own faction indispensable. However, Brother Yun, is it truly feasible to create a faction with just us? Some voiced their skepticism. At this, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and retorted, "Silence. Do you still possess the spirit of a martial artist? Martial arts are in decline. If you doubt your capabilities, then hope for martial arts will perish. Remember, the legacy of martial arts rests upon our generation. We must not allow its heritage to wither in our hands. Martial arts shall flourish through us." However, does martial arts hold any significance now? Even if it can withstand bullets, can it defend against artillery, aircraft, and tanks? The individual posed this question, and even the others present were momentarily swayed, yet remained silent. Bu Chun, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, "Silence, Bu Fan. You truly disappoint me. How dare you question Brother Yin's words? Even if martial arts cannot rival artillery and tanks, that does not justify your reckless attitude." Indeed, this individual was Bu Chen's younger brother, Bu Fan. Upon hearing Bu Chen's remarks, Jiang Yun merely shook his head and smiled. The younger generation in the village did not share the beliefs of their elders, asserting that while martial arts were formidable, they could not contend with modern human technology. Even Bu Chun, who was the most supportive of Jiang Yun, did not believe that martial arts could match human advancements. "Since you all regard martial arts as so limited, allow me to demonstrate its true power today. Martial arts can shatter mountains and boil seas." With that, Jiang Yun approached a large boulder, towering at least 2 people high, without a backward glance. "Open your eyes and witness." Jiang Yun began to harness his internal energy, unleashing 2 waves of dark force. With his current strength, he could only generate these 2 waves, momentarily doubling his combat power. Half-step collapse fist. With 2 resounding cracks, the massive stone was instantaneously shattered into dozens of fragments, a breathtaking spectacle that left everyone present in awe. Even Bu Chun was taken aback. Although he knew Jiang Yun was powerful, he had not anticipated him to be so extraordinarily strong, truly beyond human comprehension. "Now, I hope no one will contradict my vision. The force we are establishing will be called the Martial Alliance, signifying a union of martial arts. I am aware of the challenges in creating a force. Therefore, I will provide my assistance. In 5 years, I hope you can elevate the Martial Alliance to become the foremost power in Shidu. Bu Chun, you shall serve as the vice leader of the Martial Alliance, overseeing all affairs for the time being. Do not fear the difficulties ahead. If you perform well, I will pass down my cultivation methods, which I am currently refining. I trust you will not betray my confidence." Yes. The crowd was captivated by Jiang Yun's might, their hearts swelling with newfound confidence. Time swiftly passed. 3 years later, Jiang Yun surveyed the scene before him, feeling a stir within his heart. This was his starting point and the future of the Earth. Before his eyes lay a vast training ground, a property of the Martial Alliance. After 3 years of development, Jiang Yun had quickly established a foothold in Shidu, drawing inspiration from the culinary traditions of his past life. To date, the Martial Alliance had grown into a colossal entity, capturing 50% of the dining market in Shidu.it. Is worth noting how advanced the culinary scene in Shidu was. For the Martial Alliance to dominate half was a remarkable feat, with the remainder occupied by various other companies, primarily due to the Martial Alliance's tempered approach. Indeed, the rapidly evolving Martial Alliance and the seemingly ordinary Hawaiian restaurant. It is true that Hawaiian Restaurant serves as the public enterprise of the Martial Alliance. Initially, it was intended to facilitate the overt development of the alliance through Buchan, yet he was informed by Jiang Yun that the present moment was not conducive for extensive growth. The primary focus should be on diligent cultivation. Jiang Yun has consistently alluded to the impending arrival of a grand era. At that time, the martial arts will flourish. Although Buchan is uncertain of the reasons behind this, he firmly believes in Jiang Yun, whose demonstrated capabilities over the past 3 years have garnered the unwavering trust of all within the Martial Alliance. During the Alliance's formative period, it was Jiang Yun's decisive actions that propelled its steady ascent to strength. A year ago, he relinquished control entirely, entrusting the culinary sector of the Alliance to Buchan and others. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun has spent the past year in seclusion, reportedly at a pivotal stage of his cultivation. Indeed, after 2 years of rigorous training, he has gained a deeper understanding of the application of Qi, even having developed the sky dance technique from the original text. However, Jiang Yun speculates that his mastery and comprehension of Qi may still fall short of that of the Turtle Sage, and he may even be inferior to the Crane Sage. However, regarding combat power, although Jiang Yun currently has just over 100 in combat power, which might be similar to that of Master Rashi and Master Shun, his explosive power with the second stage of his dark energy is enough to defeat both of them. Moreover, reaching the level of Master Rashi, flying skills like the Kinto-on should theoretically be easy to learn, yet Master Rashi does not know it. Jiang Yun speculates that this may be because it was developed by Master Shun, leading Master Rashi to disdain learning it. When the Saiyan invasion occurred, the Kinto-on became widespread, and Master Rashi likely abandoned his narrow-mindedness and learned to adapt. As the saying goes, survival is born from worry, while death comes from comfort. Master Rashi's martial arts have also been continuously improving, even becoming unfathomable by the time of Dragon Ball Super. The Martial Alliance has developed to its current state, naturally attracting the greed of others. However, the Martial Alliance has not been exposed yet. Those people are envious of the wealth of Hawaiian Restaurant. The restaurant has appeared peaceful and untroubled for the past 3 years, which is certainly not due to the kindness of those people, but rather because the disciples of the Martial Alliance secretly cut off the hands that reach towards the restaurant. Now, Hawaiian Restaurant has firmly occupied half of the culinary market in the Western capital, and even Buchun plans to expand the business into other areas. With money and power, resources are naturally abundant, making martial arts practice much easier than before. Of course, the core disciples of the Martial Alliance do not overly concern themselves with every aspect of Hawaiian Restaurant. Instead, they entrusted it to a down-and-out businessman. After witnessing Jiang Yun's strength, he directly revered him as a celestial being, and with Jiang Yun's protection, he has managed every detail of Hawaiian Restaurant. This, of course, cannot be separated from a martial support of the Martial Alliance. In the past 3 years, many disciples in the Martial Alliance have reached a combat power level of 70 to 80, thanks to the cultivation methods passed down by Jiang Yun. Don't think this combat power is low. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, apart from Goku and his companions and a few others on Earth, this level of power was already invincible. Although this refers to individual combat strength and cannot currently compete with national weapons. The Martial Alliance is not meant to confront the nation, but rather to promote martial arts. They could even collaborate with the government. But Jiang Yun believes the time is not yet right. Only through experiencing despair can one truly understand the strength of a martial artist. The Demon King Piccolo is a significant part of Jiang Yun's plan, as it provides an opportunity to fully launch the Martial Alliance and initiate a global cultivation era. This is essential to protect Earth from cosmic threats. Earth needs its own people to defend it, rather than always relying on the Saiyans. This reminded Jiang Yun of the Earth from his previous life, the country he loved deeply, where the established national confidence was something to be proud of. Thinking of this, a hint of bitterness appeared at the corners of Jiang Yun's mouth. He could never go back, never go back. However, this world was even more appealing to him, and cultivating martial arts allowed him to experience the joy of practicing, rather than just the soft, flashy tricks that looked cool but had no real combat power. Given Jiang Yun's current combat strength, there was nothing that could threaten him before the plot began. So, to relax, he decided to stroll around the Western capital. As the saying goes, combining work and rest leads to better results. He had been focused on his cultivation of Qi for the past 2 years, and his nerves were a bit too taut. Breathing in the fresh air, Jiang Yun felt a sense of peace in his heart, as if he had gained a bit of joy and his spirit was refreshed for a moment. Walking through the streets of the western capital, the bustling people and the sounds of shouting made him feel as if he had returned to his previous life, almost indistinguishable from the Earth he once knew. If one ignored the anthropomorphic animals in the streets, people in the Dragon Ball world lived harmoniously with beastmen, which made Jiang Yun marvel at the wonders of life. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out. "Help! Someone help me!" Following the sound, Jiang Yun looked over and saw 3 thuggish-looking people in a somewhat secluded alley, threatening a blonde woman to hand over her money. This couldn't help but make Jiang Yun exclaim, "No wonder it's the world of Dragon Ball. The crime rate is really high. You can encounter this kind of thing just by going out for a stroll." However, Jiang Yun did not intend to stand by and watch. He planned to step in and help. "Stop, let her go." Hearing the voice, the small-time thug turned around and saw a handsome young man walking towards them, dressed in expensive clothing, with his hands tucked into his belt. A warm expression on his face, smiling as he approached them. "Excuse me, could you please let this lady go?" Jiang Yun's words left the thug momentarily stunned, but he quickly reacted. "Damn, someone dares to come and be a hero to save the beauty, looking for death. Everyone get him. The thing I hate the most is people who are more handsome than me." The thug who looked like the leader said, "All right, boss. Kid, you're unlucky to run into us. If we don't teach you a lesson, you want to know that the King of Horses has 3 eyes. Oh, are you sure you want to take action against me? There will be a price to pay for that," Jiang Yun said playfully. The thugs charged at him. Slap, slap, bang, bang. With a few sounds, the thugs were sent flying. The thug leader was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "How are you so strong? Please spare my life. I won't dare do it again." He quickly bowed to Jiang Yun, fearing that if he was slow, he would lose his life. Seeing the scene, Jiang Yun lost interest and waved his hand. "Get lost." Jiang Yun didn't use too much force. After all, they were just ordinary people. The 2 thugs quickly picked up their weak leader and ran away. After driving away the thugs, Jiang Yun turned back to look at the lady who had been robbed. The lady, who had originally looked fearful, now wore a curious expression as she examined Jiang Yun. "Hello, my name is Saiyans. I'm a novelist. How did you just scare off those thugs? Are you a fighter?" The woman in front of him started to speak. This name gave Jiang Yun a sense of familiarity, but he didn't think much of it. "I'm a martial artist, not a flashy fighter," Jiang Yun explained, shrugging his shoulders. A martial artist. The word piqued Saiyans' interest, and she felt inspired. She wanted to incorporate it into her novel and couldn't help but press Jiang Yun for more information. Jiang Yun found her to be quite talkative and, without caring much, turned around to leave. "Hey, wait for me." Saiyans hurriedly chased after him. "Why are you walking so fast? Wait for me." Saiyans jogged to catch up. Seeing that Saiyans had caught up, Jiang Yun reluctantly slowed down and finally said, "What do you want? I was just acting on a whim. You don't need to follow me. You say you're a martial artist. Can you tell me about the stories of martial artists? I want to write this in my novel. I'm a famous novelist, you know." At that moment, Saiyans' eyes seemed to sparkle, which made Jiang Yun feel a headache. Why was this woman so troublesome? Although the woman before him was indeed a great beauty, with a slim waist and long legs, she would be considered a national goddess in his past life. However, he was focused solely on martial arts and had no thoughts about romantic relationships. In the years he had spent in the Dragon Ball world, he had long noticed that there were exceptionally many beautiful women in this world, possibly due to the abundant energy here, which resulted in better physical conditions compared to people from his previous world. With just a bit of exercise, one could achieve a strong physique. "I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?" Saiyans stood with her hands on her hips, frowning, seemingly dissatisfied with Jiang Yun's indifference. "What do you really want?" "I'm quite busy. You know." Jiang Yun indeed had a tight schedule, because he planned to give further instructions on the cultivation of the martial alliance after returning today. "I've already said it. I want to know the stories of martial artists. This can enrich my writing, and of course, I'd like to thank you for saving my life." Although she said this, Saiyans really think that way. She could handle those little punks without his help, as Bulma had given her several self-defense items. Seeing that the woman in front of him was determined to cling to him, Jiang Yun decided not to say anything more and just relax a bit. He then joked with Saiyans, "If you want me to talk, that's fine, but you have to treat me to a meal." Upon hearing this, Saiyans' eyes lit up. "No problem, that is a piece of cake. But after the meal, you have to tell me all about it." Saiyans readily agreed. It shouldn't be a big deal to have a meal with him. Seeing that he was quite handsome, she agreed, thinking it wouldn't be a loss. Tai-Si had her own little calculations in mind. If it were someone else, she definitely wouldn't be willing, as many people wanted to have a meal with her. If Jiang Yun hadn't saved her, she wouldn't have been interested, and at that moment, she was filled with curiosity about him. Jiang Yun didn't expect her to agree and could only follow her to the restaurant. When he arrived at the restaurant entrance with Tai-Si, he couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Isn't this my industry? That's right. Tai-Si came from Jiang Yun's Hawaiian restaurant. What a coincidence. Welcome. I wish you a pleasant dining experience, the waiter at the entrance said respectfully. This set of services was also brought over from his previous life, where he put a lot of effort into customer service, making customers feel very comfortable, which is one of the reasons why Hawaiian restaurant is so popular. Of course, the delicious dishes are also indispensable. Although it is called a restaurant, its scale is not small at all. It has been transformed into a high-end clubhouse, with a total of 10 floors. Dining takes place on the first floor, while the other floors are used for entertainment. As for the top floor, it is reserved for meeting wealthy individuals and influential figures. Upon entering the restaurant, the luxurious decor, a mix of retro and modern elements, imitates ancient Chinese architecture. This was designed personally by Jiang Yun, reflecting his love for his hometown. Surveying the surroundings, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Hello, we would like a private room, Tai-Si said skillfully, indicating she must have been here many times before. Okay, this way please. Under the guidance of the waiter, Jiang Yun and the others arrived at a private room. After the waiter left, Tai-Si couldn't wait to say, this is the hottest restaurant in the West City for the past 3 years. Their cuisine is renowned in the West City. Even people from other cities come here to eat. Seeing Tai-Si so highly praise his industry, Jiang Yun couldn't help but chuckle. This girl would be so surprised if she knew this was my business. Hey, what are you laughing at? Is what I said that funny? Tai-Si looked at Jiang Yun laughing to himself and thought he must be mocking her, her mind involuntarily conjuring up a scene from an anime. No, I just thought of something funny. Seeing that Jiang Yun seemed sincere, Tai-Si calmed down a bit. After a busy meal, Jiang Yun shared the stories told by the village elders with Tai-Si, who seemed satisfied with the stories and gave him a business card before leaving. Looking at the address on the card, Universal Capsule Company. Universal Capsule, Jiang Yun frowned upon seeing this. Tai-Si. Wait, isn't this Bulma's sister? Yes, that's her. Due to the original work's lack of character development for her and spending most of her time writing novels in the universe, Jiang Yun hadn't remembered her right away. Interesting. Jiang Yun glanced at the business card, noted the information, and casually tossed it into the trash can before turning to leave. It seemed to whisper softly, we will meet again at the Martial Alliance base. I believe you all have sensed that your martial arts have reached a stagnation phase, with some of you not making progress for months. Therefore, I have decided to organize a trial. Yes, a trial. Jiang Yun knew that martial arts are not just about honing the body. These individuals have trained for 3 years, and their physiques have reached a certain stage. It is now time to begin cultivating the heart. Jiang Yun believes that martial arts should align with nature, ultimately reaching the realm of unity between man and heaven. This is also why practitioners in the past distanced themselves from the mundane world and delved deep into the forest to refine their minds. True martial arts should grow through the trials of life and death. In the original work, Sun Wukong grows through continuous battles. Once encountering an enemy, his combat power increases rapidly, while during peacetime, growth becomes very slow due to a lack of external pressure. As a martial artist, one must possess a warrior's heart. As the saying goes, fighting against heaven is delightful, fighting against the earth is delightful, and fighting against people is delightful. A true martial artist should be brave enough to contend with tigers and fight against eagles, although they may not reach the serene state of Sun Wukong, who is as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning, which Jiang Yun himself has not yet attained. They can significantly enhance their cultivation of the heart and not become slaves to power. I require you to live in the primitive forest for 3 months without forming teams, and must survive alone, fighting tigers and leopards, battling eagles and dragons. When you emerge, you will find substantial progress, not physically but spiritually. I hope you forge a true heart for martial arts. Jiang Yun pounded his fist against his heart. For such a trial, ordinary people might find it very cruel. But Bu Chun, standing next to Jiang Yun, felt it was only natural, as he had undergone similar training. However, the hardships involved should not be mentioned. Only those who have experienced it know the taste. Not only must they guard against wolves, tigers, and leopards in the forest, but they also have to face mosquitoes, ants, snakes, and insects. Hearing about such training, everyone was dismissive, thinking it wouldn't be too difficult. Uchun looked at the crowd in front of him and secretly chuckled. Little brother, the path is narrowing. Soon you will experience that joy. Jiangyun naturally noticed this and reminded them, don't think it's easy. If you die later, don't blame me. Martial artists should always stay vigilant. Hearing Jiangyun's words, everyone put away their dismissive attitudes. Now let's set off. Yes. Everyone scattered. In a training room, Jiangyun had new ideas about martial techniques, specifically combat power enhancement techniques. The original work had already showcased this, such as the King of Worlds developing the King Fist, which could amplify combat power up to 20 times, allowing one to defeat enemies dozens of times stronger than themselves. How astonishing! Although the King of Worlds seems a bit unserious, he is undoubtedly a master of martial arts, a notable figure in Dragon Ball, just like Master Roshi, King of Worlds, Old Kaishin, and others, all of whom appear eccentric but have reached a certain level of mental state, attaining a calmness amidst honor and disgrace. Their martial arts cultivation has also reached a profound level. One must not be misled by their combat power. Sometimes, one's mental state is even more important than combat power, as demonstrated in the original work, such as the teachings of the gods being as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning. For instance, the old man that Wukong encountered in the original work could even merge with the universe, appearing to be present yet seemingly non-existent, having reached the realm of unity with nature. Furthermore, like the immortals teaching young Wukong, they are honing the techniques and mental states of the trial participants, using their pursuit of power under the guise of training with super holy water, leading to significant progress in their strength through subtle influence. Just like in the original work, Wukong grasped the ultimate skill, which was said to be particularly suited for him, while Vegeta was not. Why is that? The key lies in Wukong's childlike heart. He received training from various masters from a young age. This is why Wukong could rapidly grow from a combat power of tens of thousands to a Super Saiyan on Namek, as his foundation was solid, enabling him to perfectly control that power. In contrast, during the battle on Namek, Vegeta, after a few power boosts, became overly arrogant and lost sight of himself, underestimating Frieza's immense strength, even believing he had become a Super Saiyan, only to face a humiliating defeat. In the android battle, he emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, disregarding everyone's warnings and insisted on allowing Cell to evolve into his perfect form, resulting in a crushing defeat. This was because his mental state could not compare to Son Wukong's. His mental state even fell short of future Trunks. Trunks' mental state, forged in the future world, had long surpassed Vegeta's, as he bore the hope of an entire world. However, due to the fact that the Dragon Ball warriors died too early in the original work, Gohan and Trunks' martial arts levels are quite poor, which has left them stuck at the first stage of Super Saiyan. Vegeta's mindset can be said to have truly matured only during the Majin Buu saga, where he bravely sacrifices himself to fight Majin Buu. At this point, he is the Prince of Science that we all love. In Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta cares deeply for Bulma, which brings great comfort to Dragon Ball fans. Coming back to his senses, Jiangyun remembered his thoughts on battle power enhancement, like the Kaioken technique. Although powerful, its drawbacks are too significant, which may not be the reason he needs to cultivate it, so the Kai was not further developed. It wasn't until Goku that it was brought to prominence, and later, through Goku's modifications, it could even be used on the basis of Super Saiyan God. It is astonishing to see Son Wukong's incredible insight, surpassing the years of effort put in by the King of the Realm in such a short time. Although it is modified based on the King's techniques, it also proves Son Wukong's remarkable talent. Thinking of his own half-step collapse fist, he has already hit a bottleneck. Until now, he can only use a threefold amplification due to his research on Chi. Although he has modified this martial skill again and can now briefly amplify the overall power, it still cannot compare to the King of the Realm's fist. Moreover, Jiangyun has discovered that due to the limitations of his body strength, the amplification factor of the half-step collapse fist can no longer increase. Although the inferior amplification effect results in side effects that are far less than those of the King of the Realm's fist, the final consequence is merely exhaustion. Jiangyun realizes that this is merely a secret technique for short-term bursts. This inability to sustain the martial skill for long makes him deeply unsatisfied. Although this martial skill, when used, is already an extraordinary existence. In these years of cultivation, he has been contemplating how to improve martial skills and has achieved some results. He thought of various novels from his past life and the speculations of readers, recalling the martial skills in those novels that could instantly amplify one's strength by dozens of times, which made Jiang Yun yearn for it. After years of research, Jiang Yun has indeed made some progress. He discovered that most martial arts techniques in Dragon Ball involve compressing and then releasing ki. When Raditz invaded Earth, Piccolo developed a powerful move called the Special Beam Cannon, which is terrifying due to its incredible penetrating power. In the original work, it could even amplify combat power several times, piercing through both Raditz and Son Goku, demonstrating its immense strength. Later, Son Goku's Kamehameha was similar. After continuous improvements, it became one of his signature moves. He still vividly remembers the time he saw Goku's Kamehameha and couldn't help but mimic the same motion, a scene that still echoes in his mind. Now, he has the opportunity to compete against them, which fills Jiang Yun with a sense of grandeur and ambition. Without a doubt, the martial technique that impressed Jiang Yun the most from Dragon Ball is Tien's Tri-Beam, which can temporarily suppress an opponent with a combat power of over 1 billion with just a few million. The Turtle Hermit commented that using the Tri-Beam is like risking one's life. Although the side effects are significant, its strength cannot be denied. Among countless inspirations, Jiang Yun referenced the Kaioken's operational mode. The Kaioken is a technique that temporarily enhances ki strength by burning ki within the body, causing a red aura to appear. The Kaioshin once mentioned that this technique requires a strong physique, and only a Saiyan like Son Goku can withstand its high multipliers. Jiang Yun developed his version of the Kaioken, which he calls Jiang God Body. He has high hopes for the Jiang God Body and aspires to become a true god. Not like Son Goku, who achieved godhood through shortcuts, but to reach that level entirely through his own efforts. If he can achieve that level, Jiang Yun speculates he might rival Son Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue forms. Of course, he is still far from that realm, and he suspects that reaching godhood requires immense strength, unlike the Kaioshin, and others in the original story who can be inherited. Currently, the Jiang God Body he developed can achieve a 5-fold amplification, similar to the Super Saiyan form. Although it's called Jiang God Body, it is a martial technique related to the body. After developing the Jiang God Body, Jiang Yun began to speculate about Super Saiyans. In the ancient era, could the origin of Saiyans and the so-called Super Saiyan be a result of their cultivation, eventually engraved in their bloodlines? Jiang Yun is unsure, but he knows that those who can reach such levels are beyond his imagination. Regardless, now is not the time to ponder this. He is just a martial artist, not a scientist, Jiang Yun thought with a smile. His thoughts then drifted to the many Martial Alliance disciples still undergoing trials. They must be having quite a good time. Jiang Yun chuckled mischievously at the thought. Meanwhile, far away in the endless forest, the others are unaware of Jiang Yun's musings, and they're just beginning to understand the pain of this trial. In a lush green forest, Bu Fan is lying on a rock with a face full of despair. Yes, he is Bu Chen's younger brother, Bu Fan. Since the events 3 years ago, he has gradually transformed from admiration to fanaticism, believing that Jiang Yun is the hope of martial arts, and that following Jiang Yun will lead to the glory of martial arts. However, he now looks at the forest that causes him so much pain, reminiscing about their initial ease when they first arrived, thinking it was nothing much. Indeed, with Bu Fan's current combat power of 60 points, he is indeed a master among ordinary people. But what troubles Bu Fan is the pervasive mosquitoes in this forest. When they first arrived, he didn't know anything and carelessly found a place to rest, only to wake up the next day feeling itchy all over. He even encountered colorful bugs the size of a fist, which scared him into fleeing in panic. Bu Fan not only has to deal with swarms of various insects, but also keep an eye out for wolves and leopards in the forest, and even face attacks from eagles in the sky. Through this period of training, Bu Fan now feels he has become a wilderness expert and can barely cope with everything happening in the forest. Meanwhile, another group of disciples has quietly fallen into crisis. "These damn wolves, next time I'll roast you," said one Martial Alliance disciple, looking at a pack of over a dozen wild wolves not far away, their eyes fierce and glinting coldly, instilling fear in the heart. Several wild wolf corpses lie on the ground, clearly killed by this Martial Alliance disciple. Blood is scattered on the ground, and it is unclear whether it belongs to the disciple or the wolves, creating a tense atmosphere. Both sides stare fiercely at each other, with the wolves shifting within their encirclement. Neither side moves, having had enough of the other's attacks, instead searching for an opportunity. Whoever shows a weakness will face a storm of attacks. After a long wait, hunger ultimately overcame the wolves' fear, and one or two of them lunged at the Martial Alliance disciple. Facing the oncoming wolves, the disciple slightly turned his body. He then elbowed one wolf in the temple, killing it instantly with a clean strike. Another wolf attacked from behind, its claws glinting coldly. After dispatching one wolf, the disciple quickly pushed off the ground with one hand, kicking the wolf into the air. "Die, you damn beast!" He then appeared above the wolf, clenched his fists, and struck down. Boom! A small pit was created in the ground as the wolf lay there convulsing, spitting out blood. Ow, ow! The wolf howled twice before dying. The death of their companion did not instill fear in the others. Instead, it made them more ferocious. The wolves exchanged glances and then charged forward. Damn it! I have to use my ultimate move. Ow, ow! Everyone die, half-step burst fist. A disciple suddenly used Jiang Yun's half-step collapse fist, which, after Jiang Yun's improvements, could already be taught to others, though currently only to core disciples. With the enhancement of the half-step collapse fist, he seemed unstoppable, like a god killing gods, a Buddha killing Buddhas. In no time, he had already killed most of the wild wolves surrounding him. However, at that moment, he could no longer hold on and collapse to the ground. Yet he understood that he could not fall here. The surrounding blood scent would attract nearby beasts, and he would undoubtedly die then. So he dragged his heavy body slowly toward a temporary shelter, which was relatively safe. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on him, casting a long shadow until his figure disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bu Fan was experiencing a painful chase. He was bound by a rubber ring, with a gigantic humanoid creature following behind him. No! As his figure gradually became visible, it turned out to be a dinosaur. Yes, a dinosaur. Recalling earlier events, Bu Fan couldn't help but feel a headache. Here's what happened. Bu Fan was practicing as usual when a tiger suddenly appeared, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. Dinner was secured for tonight. He struck and killed the tiger, and just as he was about to handle the tiger's corpse, a voice rang out. "Damn little bug, you killed my prey." Bu Fan was startled. It was a dinosaur. However, recalling its strength, he quickly calmed down. Bu Fan, feeling excited, said, "I killed it. What do you want? Want to have a go?" He then struck a pose, extending his finger in a provocative gesture. "Damn little bug, I'm going to eat you." The dinosaur charged at Bu Fan, its tail whipping out with a whooshing sound. Boom, boom, boom. Bu Fan, seeing this, tried to block with his hand, but ended up getting his hand tangled by the tail. The dinosaur casually tossed Bu Fan aside, who landed heavily on a rock. A cloud of dust scattered, but Bu Fan was unhurt and moved his limbs a bit. "Not bad," he exclaimed. "Come on, keep entertaining me." Bu Fan became excited. "Damn little bug, I will make you pay." He shouted angrily and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, they had exchanged dozens of blows, with both sides showing equal strength. Not bad, the warm-up is over. Bu Fan felt that the dinosaur's strength was slightly inferior, probably reaching around 50 points of combat power. However, it was still far from enough. Its physical strength was much greater than Bu Fan's, and its endurance was also significantly higher. But I still have my trump card, Bu Fan thought to himself. After Bu Fan brought out his true skills, the dinosaur felt it was at a disadvantage and leaped backward. "Take this, you tiny creature." Rubber ring of confinement. The dinosaur tilted its head and spat out something resembling a rubber ring from its mouth. What is this thing? Bu Fan didn't dare to be careless, but he was still caught by the approaching rubber ring, and when he tried to stretch it open, he found that the ring was incredibly sturdy. "Oh no, I was careless." Looking at the dinosaur approaching him, he said, "Brother, let's talk it out. Peace is precious." The dinosaur unleashed a breath of dragon flame. Bu Fan saw this and could only bend down to dodge. Standing up, he said, "I was careless just now and didn't dodge. If you have the ability, let's do it again." What greeted him was another breath of dragon flame. "If you do that again, I'll unleash my ultimate move." Another breath of dragon flame came at him, aimed at his lower body. Bu Fan felt his scalp tingle and jumped up. One misstep could lead to disaster. Bu Fan got into position, and the dinosaur, thinking Bu Fan was going to attack, was immediately infuriated. Bu Fan took the opportunity to run away. The dinosaur realized it had been tricked and immediately chased after him. The two chased each other, but Bu Fan was small and agile, gradually pulling away. After 2 hours of chasing, the dinosaur began to give up. "Damn little bug, don't let me see you again." The dinosaur roared angrily and turned to leave. Bu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Having that thing on him was not conducive to his performance. He then began to fiddle with the rubber ring, trying to get it off. Finally, after a lot of effort, Bu Fan managed to remove the rubber ring. It seemed one should never underestimate the heroes of the world. Bu Fan recalled what Jiang Yun had once said, telling them to understand that there are always people better than oneself and to have a humble spirit in martial arts. At this moment, Jiang Yun also had new thoughts about his path of cultivation. Given his current foundation, he felt it was no longer sufficient for him to continue researching the subsequent stages of martial arts. Although he understood a lot and knew how strong future enemies would be, his understanding of martial arts was still too limited. Jiang Yun fell into contemplation. He had now entered a small bottleneck. If he could get through it, the road ahead would be smooth, but if not, he would face endless mountains and valleys. Since crossing over, he had been cultivating alone. Perhaps it was time to go out and experience the world to enrich his knowledge. Although he knew the future development, he ultimately had not experienced it. These were two different concepts. Perhaps it would be nice to visit the legendary Corinta, a sage with hundreds of years of wisdom and understanding of Qi, to see if he could learn something to perfect his own cultivation path. Thus, Jiang Yun began his journey of external cultivation. Walking on the vast Dragon Pearl continent, Jiang Yun lowered his cultivation level and roamed this boundless land. Along the way, he encountered tigers fighting for food, raced with deer, swam with sharks, and even compared physical strength with elephants. Before Jiang Yun stood a magnificent tiger, its stripes giving a strong sense of impact, its massive size far exceeding that of tigers from his previous life. The king's symbol on its head proclaimed its identity as the king of the forest, and it radiated an aura of intimidation. At that moment, it had its eyes on a group of zebras playing by the water, their black and white stripes frolicking carefreely, completely unaware of the impending danger. The tiger also had no idea that there was another competitor for the food, and that was our protagonist, Jiang Yun, who was currently suppressing his aura, fearing to scare away the tiger that was accompanying him in training. Yes, he was practicing Qi at this moment, honing his control over it by competing with the tiger for food. Only by immersing himself in nature and aligning with it could he achieve significant progress. This was different from practicing in the city, which is why he usually did not cultivate in urban areas. Of course, the main reason was that the gravity training room had not yet been constructed, and the scientists he had recruited were nowhere near the level of a universal capsule company, with a significant gap in capability. Otherwise, why wouldn't he use better cultivation methods? The colorful tiger was still immersed in the joy of the impending hunt, completely unaware of Jiang Yun's approach, showcasing Jiang Yun's exquisite control over Qi. Jiang Yun's goal was to seize the prey captured by the tiger without using Qi. At that moment, a zebra seemed to sense something and let out a loud whinny. It was a lookout zebra. As the zebra's cry rang out, a herd of zebras began to panic and then started to run. The tiger also sprang into action, chasing after a slower zebra. At this moment, Jiang Yun also darted forward, faster than a cheetah. Just as the colorful tiger was about to sink its teeth into the prey, Jiang Yun struck the zebra's head with a palm, knocking it unconscious. He quickly ran off with the prey, while behind him, the tiger let out a furious roar of frustration. After that, he began a racing process with a moose, through which he learned how to explosively enhance his speed. By swimming alongside a shark, he discovered that reducing unnecessary movements could yield greater benefits, making his strikes even swifter. This technique was likely similar to what the immortal taught the young son Wukong in the original work, gradually imparting this skill through the process of snatching fake super holy water. One must admit that these teachers of martial arts really have a knack for it. They are indeed ancient relics who have lived for hundreds of years. After wrestling with an elephant, he realized that although the elephant's attacks were slow, they were relatively powerful. This was very reminiscent of the charged attacks in Dragon Ball, where power is concentrated in one point to unleash a more formidable force. For instance, the Crane Hermit's Dodon Ray, which charges with a single finger, has extremely high penetrating power. Even in the early stages, the Kamehameha was not as effective as the Dodon Ray. The Qi required for the Dodon Ray is less than that for the Kamehameha, making it naturally stronger in the early stages. It's not that the Kamehameha could not match it later on, but rather that no one continued to develop it. Tian Xinhan and others eventually distanced themselves from the Crane Hermit, likely because the Crane Hermit and his techniques were no longer purely martial arts based. Perhaps people in ancient times comprehended the practice of Qi through their battles with beasts. After all, humans on Earth are inherently weak, and they felt the existence of Qi through its enhancement. Unlike most beings in the universe who possess powerful Qi by nature, their development of Qi seems too rough, requiring the use of battle power detectors to assess combat strength. Jiang Yun continued his cultivation, advancing toward the Korin Tower. Half a year later, the two were sitting cross-legged together, enjoying roasted meat. One of them was naturally Jiang Yun. The other person appeared somewhat plump, with long hair falling over his shoulders. looking as though He put much effort into grooming. His face was full of longing for the roasted meat, and at his waist hung a katana, clearly indicating that he was a wandering warrior. He was chubby, had small eyes, a spiky hairstyle, and was dressed in a traditional Japanese outfit with vertical stripes. Wooden sandals on his feet, and a katana at his side, proficient in drawing techniques, with a voice reminiscent of Krillin. Indeed, it was the fat guy Yachirobe. Jiang Yun was no stranger to Yachirobe. He remembered this character whose battle power was not inferior to that of young son Wukong, and his entrance was quite impressive. With a masterful draw, he had slain the son of the Demon King Piccolo, who came looking for the Dragon Balls, demonstrating high combat power. Jiang Yun felt a sense of frustration towards this individual. In his view, Yachirobe's talent far surpassed that of Earthling Krillin. He had not seen him train much, yet his battle power was already high, comparable to early-stage son Wukong. Later, during the battle against Vegeta, he ambushed and severed Vegeta's tail, narrowly saving everyone. This indicates that his combat power was also on par with Krillin and the others. Otherwise, injuring Vegeta was not something just anyone could achieve, and one could see his superb skill in drawing techniques from this. However, despite Yachirobe's extraordinary talent, he later became a Senzu bean delivery man and even became a major consumer of Senzu beans, completely wasting his potential. Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel angered by this. It was truly a waste of resources. He couldn't help but feel a desire to recruit him. Mr. Yachirobe, your martial arts skills are so impressive. How about joining my martial alliance? Martial alliance? What is that? I'm not interested in joining others. My greatest interest is in getting full. Yachirobe replied. Hearing this, Jiang Yun's eyes lit up. That's right. He could use this to recruit him. Mr. Yachirobe, you don't have to worry. The conditions of our martial alliance are excellent. We have an endless supply of delicious food, but this requires strength and contribution to the alliance. We possess the largest catering industry in West City, which can definitely meet your needs. Jiang Yun persuaded. Really? Jiang Yun, can your martial alliance really provide enough food? I can eat a lot. Yachirobe said, intrigued. Yachirobe's insatiable appetite was a secret of his own. He had always been a big eater since childhood, even eating his village out of food. After the warrior who taught him died, he began to wander, constantly struggling just to fill his stomach. His body could quickly absorb food, which is why he always worried about having enough to eat. This must also be the reason why he didn't leave Corinna later. And it's also because his Sien bean has become so scarce. He consumed hundreds of years of accumulation from the Corinna Immortal, which shows that his physique is special. Seeing the opportunity, Jiang Yun said, I won't let you down. We have tens of thousands of people serving us, so you won't be disappointed. The two exchanged smiles, both feeling that they had gained an advantage. Mr. Aki Luobe, do you know about the legendary Corinna? Jiang Yun began to inquire about the information on Corinna. Don't call me Mr. Just use my name. Aki Luobe frowned. Corinna? You mean that strange tower? I don't know much about it. I've heard that climbing the tower can grant immense power, and it's said that only the martial arts god, Master Wu Tian, has ever climbed it. Aki Luobe shrugged and then picked up a piece of roasted meat. Do you know how to get to Corinna? Oh, just head north. But it seems like someone is guarding it. However, I'm not interested in that. Aki Luobe pointed north. Jiang Yun knew that there were guardians beneath the Corinna Tower, dressed like Native Americans, named Bra, who was the one that saved little Wukong in the original story, but was later killed by Tao Bai Bai. The Bra clan was responsible for guarding the Corinna Tower, which they referred to as the Corinna Sacred Land, and Bra also served as a gatekeeper for martial artists. If one couldn't defeat him, then challenging the Corinna Tower would only lead to death. The original story also mentioned that Bra had challenged the Corinna Tower multiple times, but each time ended in failure. Akirobe, have you ever challenged the Corinna Tower? This should be something every martial artist is keen on. Jiang Yun said with a smile. Not at all. I'm not interested in doing such thankless tasks, especially since it's just a legend. Akirobe replied nonchalantly. Jiang Yun couldn't help but frown. He thought he would need to train this kid hard, as this attitude wouldn't do. With that in mind, Jiang Yun had an idea to test his potential. So he stood up and said, Akirobe, I see you have a knife with you. Your combat ability should be impressive. How about we spar a bit? At this moment, Jiang Yun was somewhat interested. Akirobe, who was sitting on the ground, looked up at Jiang Yun and pondered for a moment. I feel your strength is quite formidable. Just right, I just finished eating, so it's perfect for warming up. Saying this, Akirobe also stood up from the ground. All right, let's go over there. Jiang Yun pointed to a nearby open space, and the two moved to that area. They faced each other, staring intently, neither saying a word, their expressions serious, an astonishing aura beginning to emanate from them. The birds in the forest were startled and instantly took flight, as if sensing some great terror, while a gentle breeze blew around the two. Suddenly, a flash of blade light cut through the air. Fast, extremely fast. The knife, radiating a chilling gleam, had already been unsheathed. Jiang Yun was taken aback. He had imagined a Kairobe's knife would be fast, but it was even quicker than he had anticipated. Fast, accurate, fierce. This is his first impression. He then leaned back to dodge the lethal strike. But the subsequent attacks came one after another. He used both hands and feet to fend off a Kairobe's blade, then charged forward. A Kairobe performed several backflips in the air to evade Jiang Yun's attack. The two then exchanged glances, and in an instant, they moved again. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. In a moment, several rounds had already passed. Their speed was incredibly fast, far beyond the realm of ordinary people. A normal person wouldn't even be able to see it clearly. If a martial artist were present, they would be shocked by their profound martial arts cultivation. At this moment, their realm had already reached the forefront of current martial arts training. No one could compare except for Master Rashi, Master Crane, and Tao Bai Bai. Jiang Yun, let's settle this with one move. I feel like you still have a lot of power left untapped. I can't believe there's someone as abnormal as you. A Kairobe said earnestly yet somewhat helplessly. All right, bring it on. Draw and slash. A Kairobe instantly transformed into a beam of light and slashed at Jiang Yun. Half-step burst fist. Explode for me. Jiang Yun also launched an attack. Of course, he suppressed his battle power to match a Kairobe's strength. The two brushed past each other, as if nothing had happened, and the scene momentarily froze. Suddenly, a Kairobe half-squatted down, gasping for breath, his hands trembling uncontrollably, but he still wouldn't let go of the sword he was holding. I've lost. I can't believe there's such a monster in this world. A Kairobe said in disbelief. There are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. I have also reached this point through hard training, Jiang Yun said with a slight smile. A Kairobe's strength was indeed impressive. Having such power at such a young age was remarkable. Although it wasn't as high as it was portrayed in the original work, after all, there were still a few years left. However, he had already reached around 100 points of battle power. As for why it would only reach around 150 in a few years, Jiang Yun speculated that this chubby guy was either eating or on his way to eat. Time flew by, and the two spent the night together. A Kairobe, let's part ways here. I'm going to challenge Corinne Tower and see the legendary martial arts Holy Land, Jiang Yun said with his hands in his pockets. Bidding farewell to a Kairobe. Let us part ways here, but I'll check out that martial alliance you mentioned when I get back, a Kairobe said, turning around and waving. Jiang Yun also set off towards Corinne Tower. After walking for a little over half a day, he finally saw the towering Corinne Tower and couldn't help but feel excited as he quickly ran towards it. When Jiang Yun arrived, he found the environment was just like in the original work. Who are you? At that moment, a person dressed like an Indian stepped out. Hello, I'm a martial artist here to challenge Corinne Tower, Jiang Yun said, putting his hands together in a gesture of respect. Blada sized up the young man in front of him, looking to be around 17 or 18 years old, and he seemed quite handsome. However, his physique didn't look strong, nor did he have a sharp aura. Instead, he gave off a feeling of returning to simplicity. This made Bra realize that Jiang Yun was not simple. He was not without insight. Over the years, he had defeated many martial artists, and one could judge a person's strength from their aura. However, he could not perceive Jiang Yun's aura at all, which left him deeply shocked. He also recognized that Jiang Yun was a powerful martial artist. Since you were a guest, why not come in and rest for a while? It's better to regain your strength before challenging the Corinta. Bra extended an invitation to Jiang Yun, who thought for a moment and agreed. There was no rush to challenge the Corinta. It was better to recover his spirit before doing so. However, esteemed sir, to challenge the Corinta, you must first defeat me. Our clan has been guarding the safety of the Corinta sacred land for generations and is responsible for receiving those who challenge the Corinta. Unfortunately, many have died at the foot of the Corinta in recent years, so you must defeat me first. Even though Bra knew Jiang Yun's strength was not simple, he still decided to test Jiang Yun's abilities, believing that such a young person was unlikely to possess that level of power. You are very welcome to test me. My name is Jiang Yun. May I ask what your name is? Even though he knew what he was called, Jiang Yun asked, as he couldn't possibly know someone else's name out of thin air. Hello, Jiang Yun, just call me Bra. Bra replied politely. Then, please give me your guidance. The next day, after defeating Bra with overwhelming force, Jiang Yun began his ascent toward the Corinta. Jiang Yun did not use any aerial techniques. Instead, he prepared to climb the Corinta with his bare hands, which was also a form of training. Jiang Yun started to move forward at an incredible speed, faster than some people could run on the ground, his figure agile, like a cheetah, soaring upwards. If one were to view the towering pillar horizontally, Jiang Yun would undoubtedly resemble a cheetah hunting its prey, indicating his high level of strength. The Corinta, which was nearly impossible for ordinary people to climb, seemed trivial to him, and indeed it was. After more than half a year of training, Jiang Yun's combat power still exceeded 200 points, reaching around 230. And if he unleashed all his strength, he could achieve over 1,000 points. Before Earth made contact with the universe, he was undoubtedly the strongest on Earth. The clouds around him rushed downward as Jiang Yun climbed over 100,000 meters, which was higher than he had imagined. After all, in the original story, Sun Wukong climbed for more than a day, so this height was clearly normal. However, this height was nothing to Jiang Yun. After climbing for a while longer, he faintly saw a shadow. He knew that was where Master Corinta was located. Jiang Yun once again increased his speed and instantly rushed to the top of the tower, landing in front of a figure that stood like a human holding a cane. Jiang Yun recognized it as Master Corinta, who had lived for over 800 years. Master Corinta observed the young man before him, appearing calm on the surface but feeling quite flustered inside. What a terrifying young man. He climbed the Corinta so quickly. He is much more outstanding than that brat Wu Tian. Jiang Yun naturally had no idea about the calculations in Master Corinta's heart. Seeing that Master Corinta showed no signs of shock, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, as expected of someone who had lived for hundreds of years, or rather, this level of composure is truly not something an ordinary person can compare to. As soon as Jiang Yun began to climb the Corinta Immortal already knew. It personally watched Jiang Yun climb, as if it were an extremely easy task for the young man in front of it. Seeing the Corinta Immortal remain silent, Jiang Yun broke the silence. You must be the Corinta Immortal, right? Hello, I am a martial artist, and I hope to learn martial arts from you, Jiang Yun stated straightforwardly. The Corinta Immortal looked at Jiang Yun without speaking, and the scene was quietly frozen. After a moment of silence, the Corinta Immortal spoke. Young man, I sense that there is tremendous energy hidden within your body. You are already very strong, so why do you wish to learn martial arts from me? The Corinta Immortal was genuinely shocked by this young man. It could feel the immense power concealed within Jiang Yun's body. Respected Corinta Immortal, martial arts have no limits, do they? Moreover, there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. How can we know that there isn't someone stronger than me in this world? And as the saying goes, in a group of three, there must be my teacher among them. I still have much to learn. Jiang Yun's words further astonished the Corinta Immortal. Compared to Jiang Yun's strength, it was his mindset, or rather this heart for martial arts and profound understanding that truly shocked the Corinta Immortal. It is extremely rare for someone with great power to also possess such a mindset. Of course, the Corinta Immortal could not imagine that after Jiang Yun learned how powerful his future enemies would be, he would not be complacent about his current, insignificant cultivation level, even though it was already extraordinary in the present. Young man, are these words your own insights, or did someone tell you? The Corinta Immortal asked with some skepticism. In a group of three, there must be my teacher among them. The Corinta Immortal felt a deep philosophy from this statement, believing that the one who said it must be a great sage. Corinta Immortal, this is a principle I realized during my cultivation. I believe every person has something worth learning from, and I hope to draw from others' martial arts to advance further. The Corinta Immortal looked at Jiang Yun, sighing that he was a good seedling with a pure heart, extremely humble, and even his talent was astonishingly formidable. When these qualities come together, they will undoubtedly create an extraordinary individual. And in the eyes of the Corinta Immortal, Jiang Yun's martial arts cultivation was undoubtedly monstrous. Young man, if you have come here for the super sacred water, then it holds no significance, for it is just ordinary water. Corinta Immortal, you could just call me Jiang Yun. I have come for your guidance, not for the super sacred water. To me, the power I cultivate myself is the real deal. Jiang Yun certainly knew that it was not the true holy water that could enhance strength. The real key lay in the trials of the Corinta Immortal. The Corinta Immortal was very satisfied with Jiang Yun. He could feel that what Jiang Yun said was true, and he was not worried that Jiang Yun would do evil, because he sensed that Jiang Yun's aura was filled with righteousness. You should know that I cannot teach you too much. Your own strength is already quite astonishing. The Corinta Immortal said seriously as he looked at Jiang Yun. I understand, Corinta Immortal. My strength may be acceptable now, but martial arts have no limits. I hope to receive your guidance. Please, Jianyun said respectfully. The Corinta Immortal was moved by Jianyun's heart for martial arts. It had been many years since such an outstanding young person had appeared in the martial arts world. Perhaps he was the hope for the future of the martial arts world, and the Corinta Immortal couldn't help but have high hopes for Jianyun, believing that he had this potential. Then, kid, this is a fairy bean, which can quickly replenish your physical strength, and you won't need to eat for 10 days. The Corinta Immortal tossed a small bag of fairy beans to Jianyun. Jianyun opened it to see about 20 or so inside. Jianyun couldn't help but think. These fairy beans are really abundant now. In later times, people would be eager to split one bean into two. Thinking of this, Jianyun couldn't help but feel a grudge against Aki Luo Bei. He might as well prepare to work in my martial alliance for the rest of his life, as the fairy beans have no connection to him. I say, no one can use them. The Corinta Immortal led Jianyun to a room. Although it looked small, the actual area was not small, and there was a hidden world inside. Jianyun guessed that this was probably the use of divine power, as the temple was even enveloped in a faint divine aura, which had never been discovered by human technology over the years. In Jianyun's view, the gods in the Dragon Ball universe should not be underestimated, even though they appeared very weak in the original work. The gods above Super Saiyans in Dragon Ball Super, on the other hand, were incredibly powerful. Not to mention the destroyer gods, even the angels, in their normal state, practiced the Ultra Instinct, far surpassing the Ultra Instinct used by Sun Wukong during the Power Tournament. So this world is quite profound. It's deeper than you can imagine. For example, the dragon god Salama, who created the Super Shenron, is an existence that can rival the Omni King, and was only briefly mentioned in the original work. Another example is the legendary demon realm. Is the Demon King Depura the strongest in that world? Not necessarily. The demon realm, corresponding to reality, cannot be that weak. At the very least, there must be several beings at the level of destroyer gods. Forget it. I won't think about it. The future will naturally be resolved slowly. As for exploring the secrets of the Dragon Ball world in the future, I'll talk about it when my strength is stronger. If my strength is insufficient, I have no right to know certain things. Fortunately, Jianyun also didn't think much more and decided to rest well in the room, preparing to welcome the trials of the Corinta Immortal the next day. On a clear morning, Jianyun had already started preparing early to accept the trials and guidance of the Corinta Immortal. After all, aside from slowly cultivating himself, he could finally come into contact with other experts in Qi, and at this moment, Jianyun was extremely excited, as he believed he would definitely gain something from the Corinta Immortal. He then excitedly began to do warm-up exercises. The Corinta Immortal looked at the impatient Jianyun and couldn't help but smile. Ah, the youth is full of energy. But are you ready? Corinta Immortal, I am ready. Jianyun calmed his emotions and respectfully said to the Corinta Immortal, very good. Carefully feel the Qi on my body. Compress your power to the same level as mine, and then steal this super sacred water from me. The Corinta Immortal instructed Jianyun. He thought, this monstrous kid won't achieve much without suppressing his power. The Corinta Immortal wouldn't admit that he was thinking about his own safety. Yes, that's it. We're this bell. You need to steal the super sacred water from my hand without the bell ringing. The Corinta Immortal squinted his eyes and said, this surprised Jianyun very much, and he also had to wear a bell. This is something that was not in the original work, but upon reflection, I understand the brilliance of Master Karen, who has lived for hundreds of years. He immediately thought of how to train his own strength, which is much more difficult than the trials faced by the Little Monkey King in the original. It could even be a geometric increase in difficulty. Wanting to snatch the ultra-sacred water under the same level of power while ensuring that the bell he wore did not ring. Jianyun couldn't help but feel excited about this trial. After Jianyun put on the bell, Master Karen nodded slightly to indicate that it could begin. In an instant, Jianyun dashed out to seize the ultra-sacred water from Master Karen's hand. He saw Master Karen lightly leap to evade Jianyun's grab. And then Jianyun quickly jumped up, reaching out to snatch at Master Karen amidst the dazzling movements. This time, Master Carlin did not move. Jianyun knew he had failed, because Master Carlin pointed his staff at the bell, and yes, the bell rang. But he had to obtain the super holy water without the bell ringing. Jianyun began to snatch again, but Master Carlin suddenly flashed and struck Jianyun on the head with a thud. Ah, it hurts. Jianyun did not expect that Master Carlin had imbued his staff with energy, making the blow to his head particularly painful. Reduce unnecessary movements. Although your unnecessary movements are already minimal, you must have had diligent practice in the past. However, the approach is too wild. It must be something you figured out on your own. Jiang Yun was slightly surprised inside. This was indeed what he had cultivated during those 6 months in the wilderness. Master Carlin's eyesight was stronger than he had imagined. Then, amidst the cries of pain, Jiang Yun began his arduous training. The sun rose and set repeatedly, and the cries of pain and the sound of the bell seemed to gradually decrease. Jiang Yun, you are indeed a genius. In just 1 week, you have reached this level. Your body shows almost no unnecessary movements, and the overall flow is natural. Even I can't see any flaws. Master Carlin expressed his admiration, noting the rapid progress of the young man before him. Jiang Yun was able to grasp some of his teachings to the point of seeing a leaf and knowing autumn, and he was even surprised by some of Jiang Yun's deep understanding of energy. Master Carlin, I'm coming. At this moment, Jiang Yun's figure had made a huge leap compared to before. If he was swift before, now he seemed like a ghost, making no sound with his movements. Slap! That was the sound of Jiang Yun's hand slapping the super holy water, a deliberate action that indicated Jiang Yun had successfully snatched it without any sound from the bell. Master Carlin looked at the spirited young man before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "The future belongs to the young." Master Carlin had already noticed Jiang Yun's progress. He considered Jiang Yun obtaining the super holy water to be expected. However, the fact that Jiang Yun could do it in just a few days was indeed beyond his expectations. "You are already very strong. The next step is to train slowly. I believe your strength will surely improve." Master Carlin nodded and said, "Next, you need to enter the ocean to train, and while blindfolded, catch 10,000 fish to give to me." Master Carlin seemed to recall something, and it was evident he was unable to contain his excitement. Thinking of a training method that was not in the original text, Jiang Yun's head began to have black lines, thinking, could it be that Master Carlin wants to eat fish? However, after some thought, Jiang Yun agreed, as it would benefit him as well. Jiang Yun then began his training, which turned out to be much more difficult than he had imagined. On the first day, he didn't catch a single fish. At this moment, Jiang Yun was in the deep sea, initially thinking that with his super speed, he could quickly complete this training, but soon realized the difficulties involved. Before he could get close, the fish had already swum far away, and the resistance in the water was very strong, while he also had to endure the pressure from the water, making his task doubly difficult. However, the clever Jiang Yun quickly guessed that Master Carlin was honing his perception and control of energy. He had to learn to restrain his energy so that the fish wouldn't sense his presence and swim away, while also mastering energy perception to catch fish while blindfolded. These two aspects tested his control over energy. Gradually, day by day in training, aside from completing Master Carlin's trial, Jiang Yun did not neglect his martial arts training. Exploding flame meteor. Boom! Boom! A towering column of water erupted, even knocking down a seabird flying in the sky. A figure swiftly flew up from the sea, with sharp eyebrows and a tall stature, perfectly embodying what it means to be a jade-like person, unmatched in the world. Especially under the sunlight, he appeared extraordinarily handsome. And that person was Jiang Yun. After a month of training, while ensuring he completed Master Carlin's trial, Jiang Yun had been continuously practicing martial arts, and he was thinking of developing a unique move of his own. If Jiang Godbody was his trump card, then the recently used exploding flame meteor was a technique he typically employed, just like the Turtle School's Qigong. As the name implies, exploding flame meteor possesses explosive power akin to flames and swiftness like a meteor. Jiang Yun referred to the Turtle School's universal shock palm to create the explosive power, which had strong burning capabilities, making it one of the top techniques in the same rank. Additionally, it is an instantaneous move, but one should not underestimate it. Underestimating it could lead to losing one's life at any moment, as it not only has strong power, but can also cause a secondary explosion upon contact with the target. If one is not careful, they could be caught off guard by it. The reason it is instantaneous relates to the earlier accident. It was that accident that led Jiang Yun to develop the exploding flame meteor. Previously, when Jiang Yun was contemplating how to develop a practical technique, in pursuit of immense power, he referenced the attributes of the universal shock palm and developed the explosive force. Jiang Yun was not even fully satisfied with it, and, combining his past experience in developing martial techniques, compressed and shook the energy to different degrees, even causing collisions within a limited range. During another experiment, there was a loud bang and dust scattered everywhere, with a strong wind sweeping around, causing damage comparable to that of a mushroom bomb explosion. After the dust settled, a bloody figure lay in the pit. Jiang Yun weakly stood up. Damn it, I almost died. I should have known better than to experiment recklessly. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yun covered his mouth, already coughing up blood. Fortunately, he had used energy to shield himself at a critical moment. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Jiang Yun felt helpless at this moment. Luckily, he hadn't brought any healing beans. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. The energy that had just erupted was already over 6 times his own, reaching around 2,500 points of combat power. Yes, Jiang Yun's combat power had soared during this time, increasing from an initial 230 points to the current 410 points, not even counting his various trump cards. Otherwise, Jiang Yun would already be able to match beings with combat power in the 3 to 4,000 range. In the state of Jiang God Body, he could still use various ultimate moves, although they consumed a lot of stamina and energy. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Yun slowly walked towards a small wooden house where he had temporarily stored the healing beans. Upon arriving at the small wooden house, which was very small and appeared to have been built not long ago, he found it clean and refreshing. Inside, there was a small wooden bed, a small stool, and a not-so-large table, along with some scattered items. Jiang Yun walked to the side of the bed and took out the healing beans he had prepared in advance from under the pillow. Crack! Crack! Jiang Yun instantly recovered from his injuries, feeling a surge of powerful energy filling his body. In fact, he had just recovered, so he felt great. Eating healing beans always gives a sense of shock. As long as one is not dead, they can be revived, just like a golden ticket to avoid death. Jiang Yun murmured, feeling incredible about the miraculous effects of the immortal beans. With this, he no longer feared injury and decided to continue his training. Jiang Yun thought of the powerful enemies he would face in the future, and he couldn't help but feel motivated. He needed that motivation because the enemies ahead were so strong. However, he also felt an overwhelming ambition rise within him, looking forward to the encounters, which was his original intention for practicing martial arts. In some ways, Jiang Yun was similar to Sun Wukong. Both looked forward to meeting strong opponents and anticipated the thrill of combat. In a narrow encounter, the brave would win, and a martial artist must possess a sharp and enterprising spirit. Life is inherently high, and I stand out from the bottom. Every pine and cypress has endured the harsh cold, and everyone has gone through growth. Jiang Yun never thought of escaping from battles, wanting to become strong. He knew that being a greenhouse flower wouldn't work. Strong individuals are born from battles. Although not every strong person is born from combat, those who have experienced countless battles are certainly strong. Unlike Sun Wukong, Jiang Yun had a broader perspective. While Wukong simply wanted to fight strong opponents, Jiang Yun hoped to use these opportunities to reach a stronger realm and let the world recognize the potential of martial arts, rather than being reduced to mere tricks. Trading his life in battles for ridicule from others, Jiang Yun's goal was to re-establish martial arts at the pinnacle of Earth, as Earth ultimately had to face the cruelty of the universe itself. Thinking of his goals, Jiang Yun's martial heart became even more resolute. Reflecting on the previous explosion, Jiang Yun's eyes flickered as he felt he had discovered something remarkable. He recalled the previous events, with the energy in his hands raging, constantly oscillating and compressing. Looking back, he felt it was a bit reckless. The fact that he wasn't blown to bits was already a stroke of luck, but from this, he also saw the opportunity to develop a powerful technique. If he could bind that compressed, chaotic, and even colliding energy, it would undoubtedly resemble a powerful bomb, and its power would be exponentially greater. He even thought of incorporating the attributes of energy into it. Researching the attributes of energy was something Jiang Yun had always been engaged in. In his view, the attributes of energy were undoubtedly a meaningful field of study, even if it was not very prominent in the Dragon Ball world, where the mainstream pursuit was combat power. However, there were a few who developed martial techniques, such as when Wukong arrived on the planet Yardrat, where he had a special martial arts training and also delved into martial techniques. Perhaps it was because the Yardratians had strong mental power, which led them down a different path from others. Even Wukong's instant transmission was learned there, having saved Earth multiple times from peril, and there were many magical techniques on Yardrat, on a planet called Metamor, which was also very mysterious. People might be a bit unfamiliar with it. However, everyone would certainly recognize the dance performed when Wukong and Vegeta fused, known as the Metamoran fusion technique. In Jiang Yun's view, this martial skill is extremely impressive. For example, if Krillin and the others had learned this martial skill during Vegeta's invasion of Earth, there's no doubt that even without Goku, they could have defeated Vegeta if he hadn't transformed into a giant ape. This shows just how powerful it is. Another typical case of using the Metamoran fusion technique is Trunks and Goten, who, after fusing, directly reached the level of Super Saiyan 3rd stage, a nearly hundredfold increase. How astonishing. In the Dragon Ball world, people are overly obsessed with increasing their battle power, which suggests that cultivating martial skills is far more difficult than simply raising battle power. It must be said that the people in the Dragon Ball world are rather short-sighted. However, this is also unavoidable, as there are internal conflicts and external threats from the universe's real estate mogul, Frieza, who engages in strong-arm tactics. Jiang Yun's thoughts returned to martial skills, considering how to apply this developed martial skill in practical combat. Firstly, its speed must be fast. If it's too slow, it can easily be dodged, while also maintaining its power. Even if it cannot reach the explosive power of that time, it should at least be stronger than his own battle power. Otherwise, if he encounters someone with the same battle power, it would be useless, which contradicts Jiang Yun's philosophy. Thinking about the power of that explosion, if he could also develop a similar effect to the universal shock palm, its power would surely be amazing. However, due to Master Roshi's weak energy at the time, the potential of a universal shock palm was never fully realized. It not only can lock onto the target, but also can restrain and paralyze the enemy. But this is also due to the insufficient energy, leading to a lack of current intensity. At the same time, this technique requires extremely strong control of energy to achieve success, as it needs to transform energy into electricity. Jiang Yun also has an idea. His control over energy is likely stronger than Master Roshi's, so he can probably transform energy into explosive fiery power. After several days of speculation and experimentation, the newly developed technique was named the Explosive Flame Meteor. Jiang Yun clasped his hands together and instantly emitted an energy sphere resembling a meteor, which then shot out rapidly and struck the ocean, even causing the seabirds in the sky to be killed and fall down. Now, he can finally say that this technique has been accomplished. This move is extremely fast, with power that can reach 3 times its own strength, exceeding 1,000, which is different from the Jiang Divine Body. The Jiang Divine Body corresponds to an overall enhancement of combat power, while the Explosive Flame Meteor's strength is transformed and collided through Qi, with no change in its own strength. However, due to the different operation of Qi in the technique, it can exert power far beyond its own. The Explosive Flame Meteor, because of the presence of explosive flame power, in addition to its own power, now cannot continue to compress energy, due to Jiang Yun's training and control over Qi. If he continues to compress, it will lead to an explosion. If he fails to kill the enemy, he would only end up harming himself. The Explosive Flame Meteor contains chaotic and disorderly Qi. Jiang Yun has even made it more chaotic, resembling the Rasengan from Naruto, stable in appearance, but extremely disordered inside and out. Once it strikes a person, it will cause tremendous damage. Moreover, because the explosive flame power serves as fuel, it acts like a thruster, greatly amplifying the speed of the Explosive Flame Meteor. It is time to continue the trial. He is delayed a few days due to the training. Jiang Yun then covered his eyes again and leaped into the sea. In the following days, Jiang Yun became increasingly proficient, gradually overcoming the resistance of the water. He also became more adept at concealing his qi. His perception of his surroundings became sharper, and he could even sense the flow of water around his body. Even without using qi, Jiang Yun could catch the fish swimming nearby. When using qi, he felt as if countless specks of light appeared around him, representing the breath of life. Although weak, they indeed existed. While Jiang Yun was immersed in tranquility, the marine creatures regarded him as a stone. In their eyes, Jiang Yun was no different from a rock, so they did not see him as a threat. Even sitting cross-legged on the seabed, Jiang Yun appeared to them like a stone with special water plants growing on it, as they mistook his hair for a kind of special aquatic plant. Gradually, the world seemed different in Jiang Yun's eyes, as if everything was in slow motion, and everything around him suddenly fell silent. At that moment, Jiang Yun entered a mysterious state. In his perception, the world seemed to be re-rendered in color. Everything appeared to have life, with emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Even among all things, there was a special aura. This aura, in Jiang Yun's view, was completely different from Qi. It was a more advanced existence than Qi. If he had to name it, he would call it primordial Qi. Yes, primordial Qi. In Jiang Yun's eyes, this special aura existing in all things was undoubtedly the primordial Qi mentioned in the original work. It is a higher existence than Qi. In the original work, Wukong used a technique called primordial Qi blast multiple times, saving the earth from peril. As long as you gather enough primordial Qi, you can even defeat enemies that are countless times stronger than you. Jiang Yun speculated that the effects of primordial Qi should not be limited to just this. Primordial Qi is the essence of life, and all things possess primordial Qi. If primordial Qi ceases to exist, then that thing will also be destroyed. If we talk about things related to primordial Qi in the original work, Jiang Yun thought of a miraculous tree, the spirit tree. The fruits of the spirit tree can significantly enhance a person's combat power. It is said to be the fruit of the gods, accidentally scattered throughout the universe. And the spirit tree needs the power of primordial Qi to grow. However, due to the lack of primordial Qi in the universe, the spirit tree suffers from insufficient nutrients and forcibly extracts primordial Qi to grow. This is also why planting the spirit tree can lead to the destruction of planets. The place where the gods reside is filled with vital energy, sufficient to nourish the nutrients required by the spirit tree. However, the increased combat power provided by the spirit tree is not valued by the gods. It is merely used as a refreshing fruit, leading to the spirit tree's fall to the mortal realm. As the name suggests, the spirit tree's greatest ability is not to enhance combat power, but to increase spiritual power. And it can even slightly elevate a person's dimension, which can extend their lifespan. At this moment, Jiang Yun can feel the presence of vital energy, which is an incredible experience for him. He has entered this magical state through a special understanding. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, entered this state under the guidance of the King of the Worlds. Jiang Yun seems to have entered an even more perfect state. He feels as if he can hear the breathing of all things, sensing goodwill emanating from everything around him. This makes Jiang Yun feel that both his body and mind are being nourished, as the surrounding vital energy begins to gather towards him. Jiang Yun is actually absorbing the power of vital energy. If the King of the Worlds were to see this scene, he would be utterly astonished. After all, he only utilized the power of vital energy to develop a powerful energy bomb. Yet, Jiang Yun is now absorbing the power of vital energy. It seems as if a vortex has formed around Jiang Yun, rapidly drawing in the vital energy that is dispersed throughout the world. Even the vital energy of everything nearby begins to converge towards him. Jiang Yun, in a daze, hears the breathing of all things, as if everything has come to life. Just as Jiang Yun begins to absorb the vital energy of all things, an extremely pure vital energy rushes towards his body, far surpassing the vital energy dispersed in the world. Jiang Yun senses the joyous emotions of all things, as if they are dancing with him. If there were cultivators in this world, they would surely exclaim, "This is a sign of spiritual enlightenment." The state that Jiang Yun accidentally entered is, after all, a form of enlightenment. In this state, Jiang Yun crazily absorbs vital energy, until after an hour he slowly comes to a stop. Upon awakening, Jiang Yun is filled with immense joy. He feels that his body is in an incredibly good condition, and his combat power has undergone a significant change, reaching over 1,000. However, this is not Jiang Yun's greatest gain. The greatest gain is that the vital energy has cleansed his body, even elevating his innate talent to a new level, reaching the status of a super genius. Although he may not match Vegeta, he has reached the level of Sun Wukong. Don't think that Sun Wukong's innate talent is poor. Although his initial combat power was indeed low at birth, his terrifying comprehension compensated for his lack of innate talent, laying a solid foundation from a young age with guidance from various masters. Even after he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his bloodline retrained his innate talent, allowing him to steadily surpass Vegeta. If one were to compare Jiang Yun to the Saiyans now, the gap undoubtedly lies in the Saiyans' powerful physique and the formidable combat power they gain after recovering from near-death experiences, which cannot be compared, as it is a matter of racial talent. However, if we compare Jiang Yun to all the Earthlings currently on Earth, there is no doubt that Jiang Yun's innate talent is unmatched. Even Krillin pales in comparison. Jiang Yun excitedly soars into the sky, spiraling around and freely showcasing his joy. At this moment, Jiang Yun believes he finally has the capital to battle future formidable foes. Previously, he trained frantically because the innate talents of Earthlings are vastly inferior to the monsters in the universe. Although he had confidence in contending with them, he did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Now, he is confident he can chase after anyone, even looking forward to a future battle with the legendary Jiren, who surpasses the god of destruction. What Jiang Yun does not know is that he will indeed realize today as aspirations in the future. Hello, Master Karen. I have completed the training you assigned. After comprehending the breathing of all things, Jiang Yun found it much easier to handle Master Karen's trials. And it didn't take long for him to complete the training task given by Master Karen. Whether Master Karen has a desire to eat fish is something only he knows. Kid Jiang Yun, your talent is truly the most terrifying I have ever seen. Your future may even surpass that of Lord KO. Upon seeing Jiang Yun complete this task so quickly, Master Karen knew that the young man before him truly has an unlimited future, and becoming someone who surpasses Lord KO is merely a matter of time. If before he could see a part of Jiang Yun's strength, now he cannot discern its depths at all. He has already reached a state of returning to simplicity, much like Sun Wukong's realm when he first returned to Earth after the Namek battle. Of course, this refers to the realm of martial arts, not combat power. Lord KO? Who is that? Is he a great martial artist? Jiang Yun certainly knows who the KO is, but before this he had never been exposed to such secrets, and recklessly claiming to know the KO would be very suspicious, so he pretended to be unaware. Fool! Lord KO is not a martial artist, but a great god. Master Karen suddenly filled with reverence. Before seeing a higher god, he only knew of the KO, considering it the most noble existence in the world. Little did he know he was just a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness and grandeur of the world. The universe is humanity's future. Watching Master Karen express such respect for the KO, Jiang Yun secretly chuckled to himself. If you knew that there are actually beings like Yama, the king of worlds, the KO Shin, and even angels in this world, you would probably be scared out of your wits. Master Karen, of course, does not know Jiang Yun's inner thoughts and continues. Lord KO is the greatest existence in the world. Over the years, Lord KO has been protecting the safety of Earth, ensuring that the Earth enjoys favorable weather. In the past, there was a war that affected the world, but it was ultimately stopped by Lord KO. Jiang Yun is a bit surprised. This was not mentioned in the original work. A war that affected the world. This reminded Jiang Yun of the time in Dragon Ball Super when the God of Destruction, Kampa from Universe 6, bet with Beerus over the ownership of Earth, mentioning that the Earth in Universe 6 was destroyed due to infighting among its inhabitants. This left Jiang Yun feeling quite emotional as he recalled that scene. Thinking of Master Karin's words, Jiang Yun couldn't help but wonder if the lack of a Supreme Kai in Universe 6 led to the infighting among humans going unchecked, ultimately resulting in their complete destruction. At this point, Jiang Yun couldn't help but say, "It's really thanks to the Supreme Kai." Master Karin, unaware of Jiang Yun's thoughts, assumed he was referring to what he had just said. Perhaps with your abilities, you might be able to take over the position of Supreme Kai in the future. Master Karin said with a smile, looking at Jiang Yun. Master Karin, you're joking. My goal is martial arts. I have no other thoughts for now, Jiang Yun replied. He knew that his goal was to become a true god, not just a minor deity on a planet. In the future, he might not even have the ability to respond to crises and would end up merging with Piccolo. Master Karin could tell Jiang Yun was not lying and chose not to say anything more. He thought to himself that the Supreme Kai might not even look highly upon Jiang Yun, though he knew this was impossible, as the Supreme Kai could not possibly disregard Jiang Yun at this moment, given how extraordinary he was. Jiang Yun, you don't really need my guidance anymore. You've already surpassed me completely. The rest is up to you, Master Karin said. He was very satisfied with Jiang Yun, believing this kid was much stronger than that other boy, Wu Qian, and had a much better character as well. You've been out for quite some time now. Aren't you going back to take a look? Master Karin knew that Jiang Yun would leave sooner or later. But seeing that Jiang Yun was too shy to speak up, he said, I really appreciate your teachings, Master Karin. My strength has improved tremendously because of you. Jiang Yun was not lying. He had gained a lot during his time at Korin Tower, which could even be considered one of the factors that would contribute to his future as a strong warrior. Jiang Yun had even comprehended the breathing of all things and encountered the existence of vital energy during this training. Therefore, he was genuinely grateful to Master Karin. Jiang Yun's humility greatly pleased Master Karin. Such a powerful, intelligent, hard-working, yet humble and polite person was rare. He was much better than that perverted little boy, Wu Qian, who hadn't come to see him in such a long time. Achoo! Achoo! Far away on Turtle Island, Master Rashi suddenly sneezed, unaware that someone was talking about him, and rubbed his nose. He then turned back to the television, where several young women in bikinis were doing gymnastics, a scene that was extremely stimulating. The Master Rashi, sitting in front of the TV, began to mimic their movements, but with his lewd expression, it was quite unflattering. At this moment, Jiang Yun thought of the benefits of the Senza beans and wanted to trade some with Master Karin before leaving. When Master Karin heard Jiang Yun wanted Senza beans, he was not surprised at all, as everyone who came here usually asked for a few to take with them. However, when he saw Jiang Yun directly taking away a jar of Senza beans, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Watching Jiang Yun, who had already used the instant transmission technique to leave, Master Karin thought, I didn't expect this kid to be a bit mischievous sometimes. Seeing the reduced amount of senza beans also pained his heart a little. Master Karin, I will come back to see you in the future and bring you your favorite fish, Jiang Yun said loudly. The capsules on the table contained various fish he had caught during this time, and he hoped Master Karin would like them. After spending time together, they had developed a bit of a bond, and Jiang Yun hoped Master Karin could have a better life. During this time, Jiang Yun also learned that Master Karin did not only eat senza beans. He had cultivated a vegetable garden where senza beans were grown, and he could even produce fish from a jar, though the variety was limited. Only then did Jiang Yun realize how unreliable the stories he had seen in his past life were, claiming that fish had tricked Master Karin into giving away all his senza beans. Wasn't Master Karin aware of the rarity of senza beans? He definitely was. Watching Jiang Yun completely disappear into the distance, Master Karin showed a puzzled expression. Although this kid had been very sharp when he arrived, he gave Master Karin a huge sense of pressure when he came back from the deep sea. It wasn't physical, but psychological. It seemed this kid had his own secrets. Master Karin knew that the training he arranged could not produce such effects, and he hadn't expected Jiang Yun to unexpectedly enter a special state and even come into contact with vital energy. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Everyone had their own secrets, and the opportunities and methods were unique to each person. Looking back at the universal capsule Jiang Yun left behind, he happily placed it behind him, not knowing where he put it, and leisurely walked into his room. Just as Jiang Yun returned to the Martial Alliance, he received some good news. The gravity training room project he proposed a few years ago had secretly recruited scientists to build it, leaving others puzzled. Although gravity training could be effective, they thought spending a large amount of money on it might not be worth it. They didn't know about future developments. But how could Jiang Yun not know? It was precisely because he understood the future that he decided to lay the groundwork in advance. The gravity training room was an essential part of this plan. With the gravity training room, the disciples of the Martial Alliance could make significant progress and be better prepared to face future crises from the universe. Moreover, Jiang Yun knew that the physical constitution of Earthlings was indeed a bit weaker compared to Saiyans, which was why Goku could learn the Kaioken technique later on. The reason others who had also been to King Kai's planet couldn't use the Kaioken wasn't that King Kai didn't teach it, but because Earthlings were too weak physically, forcing it would only lead to their bodies breaking down. The Kaioken developed by King Kai was ultimately too violent, while the martial techniques he developed had lighter side effects. However, they might not last as long, as considering the energy wasn't as violent, the duration might be shorter. Overall, each had its advantages, but there was still room for development for the Kaioken. After Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, he no longer used the Kaioken. It wasn't that he didn't wanna, but under the Super Saiyan state, his body was already under pressure. If he were to use the Kaioken, his body would break down directly. He wouldn't even need an enemy to ruin himself. In Dragon Ball Super, Goku could use the Kaioken with significant amplification. Although the power of the gods strengthened his body, the most important factor was that Goku had improved the Kaioken, reducing its side effects and lowering its usage requirements. With the training room, Jiang Yun could not only enhance his physical strength and improve his training, but also speed up the training of the Martial Alliance disciples. Aiming not for invincibility, but for progress. He only hopes that they can have the power to protect the Earth, rather than being unable to deal with even the small fry. However, Jiang Yun believes that under his leadership, they should be able to surpass the so-called advanced planets. The planet Vegeta, which has not been destroyed, belongs to the category of advanced planets and is quite formidable among them. The main reason is the ability to transform into a giant ape, which increases combat power tenfold. It's really exaggerated. Moreover, because the Saiyans serve Frieza, they have gained a notorious reputation in the universe, even surpassing Frieza at one point. After all, Frieza does not often take action. Although everyone knows he is powerful, the fear he instills is nowhere near as great as that of the Saiyans in the universe. Ultimately, the Earth must step into the cosmos. If the technology on Earth reaches the point where they can leave, their own weakness in combat power will instead make them targets for being devoured. In the original Dragon Ball, Earthlings could leave the planet. Bulma's company definitely had the capability. The reason they do not disclose the manufacturing methods for spaceships is that they feel Earth is not yet ready to welcome the universe, and their own strength does not allow it. The Dragon Ball warriors will not guard them forever, while it's manageable on Earth once they leave. It's a matter of life and death. They should feel fortunate to have such a group of people protecting the Earth and them. In Jiang Yun's view, Sun Wukong and the others have protected the Earth too well, even to the point where the planet has been destroyed before. After enduring so many hardships, their memories were ultimately erased. They know nothing of what happened, and the only thing they remember is the Demon King Piccolo. However, as time passes, they gradually forget. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball warriors who risk their lives for the Earth live low-key lives, even worried about being seen by ordinary people, and during crises, they are referred to as mere magicians. Jiang Yun thinks that since they bear the burden and move forward, they should enjoy the treatment that heroes deserve. Wukong's family lives in poverty. Wukong can be said to know nothing but martial arts and making money. But can we blame him? No, he is a hero of the Earth. Heroes should receive the status they deserve, at the very least not struggling to make a living. If it weren't for their poor family background in the original story, perhaps Gohan would not have become Goku's son. And this, can we blame Chi-Chi? No, we cannot. She did not demand anything because of Goku's great contributions, nor did she seek help from Bulma because she is wealthy. Instead, she taught Gohan to become a scholar, hoping that Gohan could be self-sufficient on this planet. In summary, the Dragon Ball warriors are all martial artists with a sense of justice. Except for Yamcha, who is a bit of a playboy and ultimately gave up martial arts. They have no major flaws. They do not misuse their strong combat power, but instead find proper jobs. Being a baseball player is also considered a proper job. It's not that we blame Yamcha. After the defeat of the Demon King Piccolo, he was able to rise again and strive for the pinnacle of martial arts despite dying in the Earth Defense War. However, with each giant enemy appearing, he feels powerless, and he cannot defeat them. Even Krillin and Tien are much stronger than him. In his eyes, the Earth is protected by Wukong and the others, and no matter how hard he tries, he cannot catch up to them. It's not surprising that he gave up martial arts. In fact, his luck was quite poor, as he was the one who died every time. Who wouldn't worry about this? What if one day Wukong and the others forget to resurrect themselves? This also reflects the resilience of other people's martial arts hearts. In Dragon Ball Super, Tien Shinhan gives up contact with others and opens a martial arts school alone in the deep mountains to teach his disciples. His performance in the Tournament of Power also proves that his combat power is not weak. Jiang Yun is confident that the future world will be exciting, brilliant, and glorious. Jiang Yun decides to comprehensively promote martial arts in the future, as well as his research on martial skills over the years. With their innate talents, they might not be inferior to the Saiyans in the future. Even if they can't, they won't fall to the level of just dealing with weaklings. If they can find their own path within this, they might not be far from the realm of gods. Jiang Yun has also set up a gravity training room in advance, believing that martial arts on Earth can thrive. With Jiang Yun as a butterfly, perhaps everyone will have a different life in the future. After learning about the establishment of the gravity training room, Jiang Yun called for Bu Chun and instructed Bu Chun increase the investment in the construction of the gravity room. Additionally, the gravity training room will be designated for core disciples to train, using the contribution points provided by the Martial Alliance as currency for training. Over the years since the establishment of the Martial Alliance, Jiang Yun knows that he cannot just give without receiving. Things that come too easily are often not cherished. Therefore, he established various contribution systems. With the improvement of this system, the Martial Alliance has become more vibrant, and even some wandering martial artists have joined the alliance to complete tasks issued by it. Of course, these individuals are not core disciples of the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance acts as a platform-like organization. This is no surprise. It is also Jiang Yun's plan, implemented with the help of the Martial Alliance. As for why he is doing this, Jiang Yun has profound reasons. Why did Jiang Yun establish a martial arts platform? This is also part of Jiang Yun's plan. He is gradually popularizing the existence of martial artists, and his actions have indeed attracted some martial artists. Those wandering martial artists, lacking financial resources, take on tasks from the Martial Alliance to earn task rewards. Their presence is not limited to the West. It has even expanded to other cities. And even the king has sent people to request that the disciples of the Martial Alliance teach soldiers in the army. Through this method, Jiang Yun publishes some tasks that are difficult for certain individuals to complete on the Martial Alliance platform, profiting by charging a processing fee. Both parties benefit, and this model naturally brings benefits to some people, making them happy to see the Martial Alliance develop. Of course, not all tasks can be published through the Martial Alliance. Tasks like assassinations are certainly not accepted. After all, they're the Martial Alliance, not an assassin alliance. Generally, They only accept tasks such as escorting, bodyguard services, searching for precious herbs, and teaching people some basic martial arts, as well as some minor tasks. The Martial Alliance categorizes these tasks by difficulty, rating them from 1 star to 10 stars. However, up to now, no one has published tasks rated 5 stars or above. The Martial Alliance takes the star rating very seriously. In fact, some individuals with insufficient levels cannot accept high-star tasks. They must reach a certain level to take on higher-star tasks. Jiang Yin created a Dragon Ball version of a mercenary guild based on some novels he read in his previous life. He even issued martial arts medals for those accepting tasks, divided into bronze medals, silver medals, and the currently highest gold medals. As for higher levels, Jiang Yin does not plan to issue them for the time being. The reason for issuing these medals is to prevent some people from randomly taking tasks, which could lead to them failing to complete their tasks or even losing their lives. Therefore, the Martial Alliance specially held a discussion meeting to address this issue. While they were still arguing, Jiang Yin proposed his idea, which was immediately regarded as brilliant by them. This method is indeed simple and practical. By registering individuals as affiliated members, that is, joining the Martial Alliance as peripheral disciples, they're not aware of this and are not bound by the Martial Alliance. It merely makes it easier for them to accept tasks. By registering these identities, the Martial Alliance can also obtain the identities of these martial artists, preventing some individuals from causing chaos. This is also to determine the number of tasks completed by certain individuals and to assess their credibility. This information can also serve as proof for them to upgrade their martial arts medals. The different levels of martial arts medals allow for the acceptance of different star-rated tasks. The different levels of martial arts medals grant task points based on the tasks completed by these individuals. Once the points reach a certain level, they can upgrade their martial arts medals, which are also categorized into different star ratings. From 1 star to 10 stars, if a bronze medal can exceed 10 stars, then it can be upgraded to a silver medal, and the same applies to the gold medal. This system received widespread praise as soon as it was implemented, preventing some individuals from deliberately inflating task completion, which not only resulted in unfinished tasks but also wasted time. In this way, people can only take on tasks based on their abilities, while those with low credibility are denied the qualification to accept tasks. In this way, the somewhat chaotic Martial Alliance began to clear up, quickly stabilizing its footing and becoming another money-making entity. The suddenly massive Martial Alliance attracted more and more people to post tasks related to various difficult problems. In a training area, Jiang Yin looked at the practitioners and suddenly spotted a figure, who was Bu Qin's younger brother, Bu Fan. Remembering that Bu Fan had once argued against him, but now had become a staunch supporter, Jiang Yin felt a sense of satisfaction as Bu Fan increasingly referred to himself as the hope of martial arts during these years of rapid development. At first, Jiang Yin found it amusing to hear Bu Fan's words, realizing he also had fans now. The group of practitioners currently training were those Jiang Yin had sent out for experience, and they had now returned, becoming the backbone of the Martial Alliance in secret. Jiang Yin waved to Bu Fan, who immediately understood and ran over with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Looking at the significantly stronger Bu Fan, Jiang Yin felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart, knowing that they would be the vanguard of Earth's advance into the universe. Bu Fan, how has your training been lately? Jiang Yin wanted to inquire about their training progress. Of course, after following Brother Yun's suggestion and creating the gravity training room, our training speed has greatly improved. Bu Fan couldn't help but feel how correct Jiang Yun's suggestion had been. Initially, some had thought that building a gravity training room was a waste of time, energy, and the hard-earned money. But now the results made him realize Jiang Yun's foresight. It seemed there was nothing this man couldn't accomplish. Not only was he a super genius in training, but he was also an elite in management, and his wisdom was astonishing. Such talents in Jiang Yun were not surprising to Bu Fan. Only someone as extraordinary as him could lead the advancement of martial arts. Under Jiang Yun's guidance, Bu Fan saw a different world of martial arts, even refreshing his concept of it, and in Bu Fan's eyes, Jiang Yun's strength had surpassed that of the elders spoken of in his village. He was even compared to the legendary Great Demon King passed down by the ancestors. The Great Demon King Bick, Jiang Yin could compete with him. But what Bu Fan didn't know was that Jiang Yin had long surpassed the Great Demon King Bick and any other person on Earth. Very well. Has the Martial Alliance encountered any troubles recently? Jiang Yin instinctively asked. However, Bu Fan's next word surprised him. We have indeed faced some resistance. We encountered a group of people whose strength is not inferior to ours. They claim to come from the Crane Immortal sect and are said to be disciples of the legendary Crane Immortal. Bu Fan replied respectfully. Oh, the Crane Immortal sect. The Crane Immortal. This surprised Jiang Yun. He didn't expect that the martial alliance would encounter a disciple of the Crane Hermit. However, it made sense. With the establishment of the martial alliance, many tasks could no longer be received by the Crane Hermit sect. One must know that the Crane Hermit and the Turtle Hermit are quite different. The disciples he accepted were not like the Turtle Hermit, who took years to accept one. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were merely the most talented among his disciples. Even the Crane Hermit's brother, Tao Bai Bai, had become an assassin. In Jiang Yun's view, the Crane Hermit had already strayed onto a dark path and was no longer a pure martial artist. Perhaps this was also the reason for the enmity between the Turtle Hermit and the Crane Hermit. After all, as fellow disciples, it was impossible for them to become like enemies without any incidents occurring. Regarding the obstruction faced by the martial alliance from the Crane Hermit sect, Jiang Yun did not intend to get involved. They needed to face it themselves in order to grow. Damn, how many times has the Crane Hermit sect disturbed our martial alliance already? In a conference room, Bu Chun slammed the table heavily while sitting in the first seat. Jiang Yun was not present. Most of the affairs of the martial alliance were handled by Bu Chun. Jiang Yun only needed to periodically understand the developments and mainly focused his energy on martial arts cultivation. The expressions of the few people in the conference room were heavy. Bu Chun glanced around and found that no one spoke, sighing helplessly in his heart. Although the people before him had decent martial arts talent, they were still lacking when it came to strategizing and overseeing the bigger picture. His younger brother also had good martial arts talent and was quite capable in managing affairs. Perhaps in the future, he could gradually hand over the matters of the martial alliance to him. His ultimate goal was to walk that ultimate path alongside Yunge. Among the core disciples of the martial alliance, Bu Chun was ultimately the one most capable of overseeing the entire situation. Bu Chun was calm and stable in nature, and his martial arts talent was also quite good. Jiang Yun had once advised Bu Chun to focus all his thoughts on martial arts cultivation, but Bu Chun had declined, citing that the martial alliance established by Jiang Yun was not yet stable and that he would gradually shift his focus to martial arts once it got on the right track. Among these disciples, Bu Chun is the one that Jiang Yun values the most. The others are mostly only capable talents, either with decent innate abilities or excelling in other aspects. But only Bu Chun stands out in all areas, truly a remarkable talent. Jiang Yun has also shared with Bu Chun the ultimate path of martial arts, stating that only by becoming a deity can one exist eternally in this world. Bu Chun does not know how Jiang Yun came to know this, but he believes Jiang Yun's words cannot be wrong. Even the disciples of the martial alliance consider Jiang Yun to be a reincarnation of an immortal or deity, the future god of martial arts. Bu Chun looks at the crowd, gazing at him, knowing they're all waiting for his decision, so he immediately stops beating around the bush. In the face of the aggressive He sect, our martial alliance cannot remain indifferent. Since they dared to come, we dare to cut off their claws. Even during this time, the number of people posting tasks has decreased, clearly indicating that they are watching from the sidelines. If that's the case, then let them see who the true dragon is. Bu Chen's voice is filled with authority and ferocity. At this moment, a discordant voice rang out. May I ask, Deputy Alliance Leader Bu Chun, is Alliance Leader Jiang Yun not going to take action? Take action? Heh, if we need Lord Jiang Yun to take action, what use are you all? The speaker was Bu Fan. Before this, he and his brother Bu Chun already knew that Jiang Yun would not take action. This small matter was nothing in Jiang Yun's eyes. Not taking action clearly meant that he wanted them to handle it themselves. However, if they couldn't even deal with such a trivial issue, then they were not worthy of being by Jiang Yun's side. If everything required Lord Jiang Yun to intervene, then they wouldn't deserve to be around him. Lord Jiang Yun once taught them to have a heart for martial arts. If they couldn't solve such a minor difficulty, then what was the point of cultivating martial arts and practicing Qi? They might as well find a job elsewhere. Bu Fan's words struck deep, leaving the person he addressed feeling deeply ashamed, their face flushed and unable to speak. This person was later absorbed into the core of the martial alliance and is also a talented martial artist. After coming into contact with the martial alliance's knowledge about Qi, his combat strength has made significant progress. However, he was intimidated by the long history of the Crane Immortal sect and the reputation of the Crane Immortal. Seeing the crowd fall silent for a moment, Bu Chun stepped in to ease the atmosphere. Everyone, don't worry too much. Although the enemy is strong, we're not weak either. I order that each branch of the martial alliance must send core disciples to stand guard. As long as they dare to come, we will cut off their claws and see if the so-called Crane Immortal can still sit tight. As long as he has any sense of face, he won't strike at the juniors. If he really shamelessly attacks the juniors, then notify me to deal with it. Yes. Meeting adjourned. Wait, Bu Fan, stay. It seemed like Bu Chun thought of something and asked Bu Fan to stay. Brother, do you need me to do something? Bu Fan looked at Bu Chun in confusion after everyone else had left. No, I just want to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. You're already grown up now. It's time for you to stand on your own. Bu Chun looked at his younger brother. Bu Fan had always been mischievous, and after their parents passed away, Bu Chun had been taking care of him. Bu Chun played the role of both an older brother and a father to Bu Fan. Perhaps it was because Bu Chun took on the responsibility early that led to his steady character. The younger brother in front of him had changed after getting to know Jiang Yun. He had also changed. Xiao Fan, you're grown up now. In the future, you might try to handle some matters of the martial alliance. Brother Yun's goal has always been the peak of martial arts, and he won't often interfere with the affairs of the martial alliance. He usually leaves it to us to handle. In the past, there were many things to pay attention to in the martial alliance, but now it is gradually getting on track. I'm also trying to follow Brother Yun's footsteps. Bu Chun said with emotion. Brother Yu. Bu Fan hesitated to speak, but before he could finish, Bu Chun continued. I know you have always been passionate about the development of the martial alliance. You have done quite well in the past 2 years, but your temperament is still a bit impatient. Right now, the Crane Immortal sect is coming on strong, and our development time is simply too short. If we had a few more years, I believe we wouldn't have to fear not just the Crane Immortal sect, but even the forces from all over the world. However, the ones eyeing us are not just the Crane Immortal sect. Even the Northern Red Ribbon Corps wants to take a bite out of us. Now that Brother Yun has entrusted us with handling these matters, it shows his trust in us. Bu Chun picked up the water on the table, took a sip, and continued. Although Brother Yun won't ignore us, we not only need to accomplish this task, but we also need to do it beautifully. We can deal with the disciples of the Crane Immortal sect. However, when it comes to the Crane Immortal himself, I fear that only I can fight him. But his brother, Tao Bai Bai, has even more terrifying combat strength, and I might not necessarily be able to defeat him. So I also need to enter seclusion to improve my martial art cultivation. In the past, Jiang Yun had mentioned some martial arts experts that existed, such as the god of martial arts overseas, Master Wu Tian, also known as the Turtle Immortal's senior brother, the Crane Immortal, and the Crane Immortal's brother, Tao Bai Bai. In fact, Tao Bai Bai's combat strength is the highest among the three. Brother, I know you've always been taking care of me, and I also know that my temperament is not steady enough. Bu Fan's voice was accompanied by small sobs, and he couldn't help but shed tears. I will not disappoint you, brother. I know my talent is not as good as yours. You used to help me bear the sky, and now you can rest assured and enter seclusion. I will handle everything well. I will not let you down, Bu Fan said amidst his tears. Bu Chun looked at his younger brother with emotion. His brother had finally grown up. A young eagle must soar. He couldn't always protect him under his wings. A true eagle needs to face the life and death of the natural world, to endure the wind and rain. In that world, the only thing to rely on is oneself. Thinking of this, Bu Chun hugged his brother. For a moment, neither of them spoke, quietly enjoying the warmth of the moment. Then Bu Chun began his seclusion training. Meanwhile, on the other side, the others, knowing that Bu Chun had entered seclusion, fell into a slight panic. Because aside from Jiang Yun, Bu Chun was the backbone of everyone. Now, Jiang Yun had entrusted everything to the people of the Martial Alliance to handle, and most of them relied on Bu Chun for management. But now Bu Chun had gone into seclusion. This has put everyone in a bit of a dilemma. Although Bu Chun has temporarily entrusted the great responsibility of the Martial Alliance to Bu Fan, it is clear that Bu Fan has some difficulty gaining the trust of the crowd, who believe more in Bu Chun's abilities. Bu Fan is also aware that he cannot win everyone's trust, but this does not prevent him from issuing orders. As for the doubts people have about him, he believes they will gradually improve in the days to come. He wants to prove his capabilities not only to everyone, but also to Jiang Yun and his brother, showing that he is equally outstanding. Bu Fan, although Lord Jiang Yun and Deputy Alliance Leader Bu Chun believe in you and have temporarily entrusted us to your leadership, we will only tentatively trust your abilities. However, if your performance does not meet our expectations, we cannot follow your orders, said an elder who co-founded the Martial Alliance and has followed Jiang Yun since the beginning, knowing Bu Fan's previous performance. He was giving Bu Fan a warning in advance. If Bu Fan cannot earn their trust, they will not heed his commands. Yes, if you handle things poorly, it will be better for me to take over. Another voice chimed in. I also agree, Bu Fan. I hope you can manage well. This is a heavy burden. The crowd began to speak up in a flurry. Bu Fan did not cower. Instead, he took a step forward and said, Everyone thinks my brother Bu Chun is very capable, but today I want to tell you that both of us brothers are outstanding. I, Bu Fan, am not inferior to anyone, and I will prove it to you. However, anyone who dares to be disloyal, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying this, Bu Fan suddenly shattered the table in front of him, startling everyone into silence. Jiang Yun, who was hiding in the shadows, looked at Bu Fan and thought to himself, this kid knows how to intimidate the crowd. Not bad, he's starting to show a bit of Bu Chen's style. I hope he can stand on his own soon. He did not show himself and left the troubles to Bu Fan. When he learned that Bu Chen had temporarily handed over the martial alliance to Bu Fan, he was also somewhat surprised. Although he had always advised Bu Chen to focus on martial arts, he knew Bu Chen would not let go for the time being. He also understood that the development of the martial alliance could not be separated from Bu Chen for now, and the alliance reaching its current state was indeed greatly related to Bu Chen. Although his vision is relatively higher than theirs, there are many intelligent people in the Dragon Ball world, such as Bulma's family, whose wisdom can be considered monstrous. Bulma finished reading all of her father's books at a very young age. Now that Bu Chen has entrusted the affairs of the martial alliance to Bu Fan, it is clear that he wants Bu Fan to be able to stand on his own, which reflects Bu Chen's regard for Bu Fan. In the following days, Bu Fan managed the martial alliance in an orderly manner and personally led the charge to repel several waves of attacks from the Crane Immortal sect, gradually gaining the trust of the people. This damn martial alliance has caused many issues that were previously handed to us to be published in the martial arts alliance. Cutting off people's finances is like killing their parents. Just notify and let Tao Bai come back, the Crane Immortal angrily stated, crushing the iron ball he was holding in a scrap. However, will bringing back Master Tao Bai for such a trivial matter make others think we are bullying the weak? The disciple under the Crane Immortal hesitated and said, a face like the demon Tao Bai couldn't help but flash in his mind, causing him to shiver. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up, the Crane Immortal said impatiently. Yes. The disciple respectfully withdrew. Soon after, Tao Bai, who received news from Crane Immortal, also returned. Looking at the Crane Immortal before him, wearing a small black top hat, with hair and beard standing up, sunglasses on his eyes, and dressed in a green vest, the Crane Immortal's attire and appearance resembled that of an ancient scribe. On the other hand, Tao Bai had a slender figure, and whenever he saw someone, he would first flick his braid, somewhat resembling the Crane Immortal, dressed in a pink vest, appearing to have little skill. However, he was indeed the #1 master in the world, a demon in the eyes of others, with a rumored appearance fee of 100 million for killing. Such a character not only appears terrifying in the eyes of others, but even in the eyes of his disciples. This master uncle is undoubtedly a ruthless demon who kills without blinking. There have even been disciples who commented that his little braid was brutally killed by Tao Bai. This has also caused Tao Bai to be feared by everyone in the Crane Immortal sect. However, one cannot deny Tao Bai's strength. It is rumored to be even greater than that of her brother, the Crane Immortal. Brother, is there something you wanted to discuss by calling me back? Tao Bai flicked her braid and said, do you know about the Martial Arts Alliance? The Martial Arts Alliance? Is that the force that has risen in the past 2 years? Although the Martial Arts Alliance has seized a lot of the Crane Immortal sect's interests in the past 2 years, Tao Bai didn't pay much attention to it because they hadn't taken on any assassination missions. It didn't affect her anyway. Yes, that's them. They have seriously threatened our interests over the past 2 years and have even severely impacted our ability to recruit disciples. Now, those who are interested in martial arts have gone to the Martial Arts Alliance, said the Crane Immortal coldly. Then why not let me go and kill them all, not leaving a single one behind? Tao Bai was filled with a murderous aura that could freeze one's blood. It is easy to imagine how many people she has killed over the years. The disciples around her trembled, thinking she is indeed a demon. Ha ha! The laughter of the two filled the air. Meanwhile, Bu Fan was unaware of the impending crisis. He was still on patrol, preventing the people of the Crane Immortal sect from launching a sneak attack. The people of the Crane Immortal sect could be said to be just like the Crane Immortal. Under their guidance, they were no longer martial artists but had strayed onto a crooked path. At this moment, a figure landed in front of the Martial Arts Alliance, and he arrived flying. If this scene were to be seen by fans of Dragon Ball from the previous life, they might find it unreasonable. However, it's not like that. In the original work, Tao Pai, while chasing after little Wukong, used a pillar to pursue him in order to show off. This was both to look cool and to save energy. If he had to fly 1,000 miles to find little Wukong, he would have exhausted most of his energy by the time he arrived. If he were to be counterattacked and killed, wouldn't it be like a meat bun hitting a dog with no return? This has misled many people into thinking that Tao Bai cannot perform the sky dance technique. However, as the brother of Master Roshi, how could Tao Bai possibly lack this skill? In fact, Tao Baibai's strength is even greater than that of Master Rashi. As an assassin, he often has to go to various places to kill, and the sky dance technique is a very convenient skill for him. This is a real world, and what is portrayed in the original work is just a part of it. If you truly believe that everything is as it is shown in the original work, then you will surely pay the price. Never underestimate anyone. The appearance of Tao Baibai caused some panic among the disciples of the Martial Alliance. However, some remained completely calm. Those who were frightened had heard of Tao Baibai's notorious reputation, while those who hadn't were utterly unfazed, completely unaware of the dangerous person they were facing. Stop! Who are you? Several disciples who did not know him questioned as they watched Tao Baibai approach. Tao Baibai's overwhelming killing intent was evident, making it clear that he had come looking for trouble. One sharp-eyed disciple, who obviously recognized Tao Baibai, discreetly slipped away to inform Bufan while everyone else was distracted. Seeing the unfriendly gaze of Tao Baibai, several members of the Martial Alliance, who had practiced for a few years, could tell from his aura that they were not his match. However, facing an enemy who had come to their doorstep, their martial hearts did not allow them to retreat. They exchanged glances and instantly understood each other. Together, they charged at Tao Baibai. They shouted as they struck at Tao Baibai. Facing the onslaught, Tao Baibai sneered. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. In an instant, bang, bang, several sounds erupted, and the disciples of the Martial Alliance were sent flying, spitting out blood. In just one exchange, several disciples were injured, and the situation quickly deteriorated. The disciples were astonished. Tao Baibai's combat power was so high that the gap between them was immense. Faced with the extreme shock of the others, Tao Baibai was also unsettled. Although the disciples before him were far from his level, they were still better than those from the Crane Immortal sect, which made Tao Baibai pay a bit more attention to them. Seeing Tao Baibai quickly defeat them, their mood turned serious, and they all decided to use their ultimate moves. Half-step crushing fist, second layer strength. One after another, they unleashed the martial techniques taught by Jiang Yun, but due to their insufficient cultivation, their power was far from Jiang Yun's. If it weren't for the construction of the gravity training room, it was likely that with a little more time, Tao Baibai would not have been their match. Tao Baibai instantly felt the disciples' momentum double, and he exclaimed, "You actually have such a secret technique, able to unleash double the power in an instant." A greedy thought arose in Tao Baibai's heart. If he could force them to reveal this secret technique, he would be invincible in the world. Such a heaven-defying secret technique could probably rival a key cannon, as long as its side effects weren't too severe. He would seize it. The disciples instantly kicked towards Tao Baibai, who wanted to see just how powerful they were. He blocked one of the kicks with his hand, only to be sent flying like a cannonball. Tao Baibai crashed into a wall and fell after a while. This was the martial concept contained in Jiang Yun's half-step crushing fist, hitting someone like painting a picture. However, when he fell, Tao Baibai was unscathed, brushed off his clothes, and cruelly said, "If you can hand over the secret technique that instantly boosts your strength, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, I will leave no one alive." Tao Baibai's words made the few disciples tremble, but after years of training, the martial art taught by Jiang Yun would not allow them to compromise. Even if they were no match for Tao Baibai, they would not betray the interests of the Martial Alliance. Moreover, the Martial Alliance had that man to hold the fort. They believed they would not lose. In their view, even if Jiang Yun did not intervene, Buchun could defeat Tao Baibai. One disciple, named Harigi, said, "Give up on that thought. Our Martial Alliance disciples do not fear death. What does it matter if we die? We are sworn to protect the Martial Alliance." To Tao Baibai, these disciples who would risk their lives for the Martial Alliance were simply foolish. In this world, there is only interest and strength. Only they will not betray you. He then decided not to waste any more words, thinking that eventually someone afraid of death would tell him, and there would surely be two normal people. Tao Baibai viewed the other's commitment to martial arts as foolishness, unaware that he was no longer worthy of being called a martial artist, merely a slightly powerful executioner. Bi. Without further ado, Tao Baibai immediately attacked, condensing chi at his fingertips, aiming to kill the disciples of the Martial Alliance in one blow. The Bi shot toward them, and they felt as if they were being targeted by a venomous snake, their instincts telling them they would die, just as they were in dire straits. A figure appeared. It was Bufan, who had rushed over after receiving the news. He stretched out his hand to deflect the Bi. Secretly astonished, "I've already used a martial technique taught by Brother Jiang Yun, and I could barely deflect Tao Baibai's attack." Indeed, there are no false claims to his reputation. Tao Baibai was somewhat surprised to see someone capable of deflecting his attack. Clearly, this was not a person to be underestimated. Who are you? Could it be the one behind the martial alliance? I am Tao Baibai, and I greet you here. Tao Baibai performed a gesture of respect recognized in the martial world. Tao Baibai's reputation had long spread. He was a demon who killed without blinking in the entire martial world. Bufan did not believe that Tao Baibai would suddenly act in such a manner. Sure enough, Tao Baibai's gaze shifted, and he instantly attacked Bufan, launching a lethal move, concealing a Ding B behind his back. Although the Ding B was not very powerful, being hit by would either lead to death or severe injury. Bufan had been wary of Tao Baibai and knew he had ill intentions. Seeing Tao Baibai approach, he immediately retreated, but Tao Baibai shot out a Ding B. Bufan dodged by tilting his head. He even saw the Ding B split his hair in two, with strands still floating in the air, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Thinking, what terrifying speed. Such a strong opponent, it seems that only Jiang Yun and my brother, who is in seclusion, can handle it. Before this, he had already sent someone to notify his brother in seclusion, so he must be arriving soon. Realizing that he was the only one who could deal with Tao Baibai, Bufan stepped forward again, similarly using martial skills to enhance his combat power. This power was not weak at all. Compared to the aura, Tao Baibai knew that Bufan was only slightly weaker than himself. The two quickly engaged in combat, moving so fast that those around them could hardly see them. The environment was continuously being destroyed as both displayed astonishing strength. At that moment, Tao Baibai shamelessly drew a knife, instantly making it difficult for Bufan, who was already under great pressure in the fight against Tao Baibai. After all, with his current physical body, he couldn't withstand blades. Tao Baibai instantly threw the knife at Bufan, who dodged to avoid it. However, he did not notice that after throwing the knife, Tao Baibai quickly condensed a whole wave. By the time Bufan realized it, it was already too late. The whole wave instantly pierced through his body, and then, under Tao Baibai's triumphant gaze, he slowly fell down. No! A cry of surprise came. It was Bu Chun who had arrived. You damn it! I will tear you to pieces. Thinking that Bufan was dead, Bu Chun immediately emitted a tremendous killing intent, as if he had lost all rationality. He then fixed a gaze filled with murderous intent on Tao Baibai. Bu Chun looked at Tao Baibai with intense killing intent, as if he could kill him just with his eyes. Looking at the fallen Bufan, Bu Chun seemed to see the scene from his childhood where his parents entrusted Bufan to him, reminding him to take good care of his younger brother. Under his care, his brother Bufan had not lived unhappily. Instead, he had become lively and mischievous. In his eyes, his brother did not need to be too outstanding. Thus, he did not impose too great a burden on his brother. Bu Chun could be said to have given everything to his brother, allowing him to have a good childhood. Bufan's lively character also made Bu Chun feel that he was living up to their parents in the underworld. Even after 100 years, he could proudly say, I took good care of my brother. But now, his brother had actually been killed, which made him regret letting Bufan face such a terrifying enemy alone. However, what he did not expect was that the people from the Crane Immortal sect would actually be so shameless as to lay hands on a junior, showing no sense of martial ethics as martial artists. Tao Baibai, as a senior in the martial arts world, how can you openly attack your juniors? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed? Bu Chun shouted sternly. Ridiculed? What is that? Ha ha ha. Tao Baibai laughed. There's still people so naive. In this world, power is the truth. As long as I have power, how dare they ridicule me? They will only fear me, dread me. Tao Baibai said frantically. In fact, in the martial arts world, it is generally uncommon for people to attack juniors unless it is a life and death feud. But clearly, the Martial Alliance and the Crane Immortal sect had not reached that level. However, sending Tao Baibai to kill disciples of the Martial Alliance was undoubtedly shameless to the extreme. Bu Chun knew that Tao Baibai had no bottom line in his actions, but he did not expect him to be this shameless. He decided not to say more. When words do not align, it is better to settle things with action. Seeing his brother's uncertain fate, Bu Chun did not want to waste words with him and impatiently said, Don't talk to me about your crooked ways. We are on different paths. Let us see the truth in action. In just 2 steps, Bu Chun appeared in front of Tao Baibai, delivering a heavy punch. Tao Baibai felt Bu Chun's aura, which was only slightly higher than that of the previous kid, and thought he would definitely not be his opponent. However, Tao Baibai forgot that others could also use secret techniques to enhance their strength. How could Bu Chun not? Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, The two exchanged dozens of blows, producing massive explosive sounds. Although Tao Bai-Bai's combat power appeared to be higher than Bu Chen's on the surface, he could not take down Bu Chen immediately. Tao Bai-Bai then remembered a trick, using Bu Chen's side kick as a diversion. He took the opportunity to create distance between them. Then, while everyone was still complacently thinking that Bu Chen had the upper hand, Tao Bai-Bai executed an old trick. He quietly took out a bomb from his universal capsule, intending to blow Bu Chen up. In disbelief, he threw the bomb at Bu Chen. Boom! A huge explosion erupted, sending up a cloud of dust. Ha ha ha! That damn kid, this is the fate of offending me, Tao Bai-Bai. Tao Bai-Bai laughed triumphantly. At that moment, a voice came, "Is this all you've got?" The voice was laced with anger, clearly provoked by Tao Bai-Bai. If it weren't for Bu Chen instantly doubling his combat power, he would have been severely injured if not dead. Tao Bai-Bai's insidious actions completely made Bu Chen no longer want to entangle with him. Originally, he wanted to slowly deal with Tao Bai-Bai, but everything that just happened made Bu Chen decide to strike hard. With all his power, Bu Chen quickly sent Tao Bai-Bai flying with a few strikes, elbowing him away, then swiftly appearing above Tao Bai-Bai, gripping a heavy hammer with both hands and smashing it down on him. Tao Bai-Bai spat out a mouthful of blood and lay motionless on the ground. As Bu Chen approached, Tao Bai-Bai suddenly sprang up, attempting to ambush Bu Chen. But Bu Chen's alertness was extraordinarily keen at that moment. He directly grabbed Tao Bai-Bai by the neck and slammed him heavily to the ground, causing another mouthful of blood to spew out. After a few exchanges, Tao Bai-Bai had clearly sustained serious injuries. "Brother." At this moment, a surprised voice came, and Bu Chen looked towards the source of the voice. To his astonishment, Bu Fan was standing there, full of life. Tao Bai-Bai also looked in the same direction and was utterly shocked. How could that kid be unscathed after taking my attack? But there was no time to think about that. Taking advantage of Bu Chen's distraction, he pulled out a smoke bomb and smashed it on the ground, intending to escape. But this action seemed meaningless in Bu Chen's eyes. However, Bu Chen surprisingly did not make any move and just watched as Tao Bai-Bai escaped. It turned out that Jiang Yun, who was hiding in the shadows, saw Bu Chen's mental state disrupted after witnessing Tao Bai-Bai kill Bu Fan, and went off to fight Tao Bai-Bai. Bu Fan was still saved, worried that Bu Chen might be in danger. Jiang Yun hurriedly used a fairy bean to save the critically injured Bu Fan. That explained the previous scene. But why did Bu Chen remain indifferent to Tao Bai-Bai's escape? The reason was that Jiang Yun used a secret communication technique to tell Bu Chen to leave. As for why Jiang Yun let Tao Bai-Bai go, Bu Chen couldn't know, but he believed Jiang Yun must have his reasons. Regarding the secret communication technique, Jiang Yun developed it by referencing various novels from his previous life. The use of qi has many applications. Some people can use qi to learn telepathy. So why couldn't Jiang Yun use qi to learn a Dragon Ball version of secret communication? "Leader, you are here. Sorry, we have disappointed you." Everyone felt deeply ashamed when they saw Jiang Yun suddenly appear. Despite all the techniques Jiang Yun had taught them, they still couldn't defeat the enemy, feeling unworthy of the leader's training. "You don't need to say much. You have done well." The opponent is Tao Bai-Bai, who has been dominating the martial arts world for many years. You have been cultivating for a short time, so it is not surprising to be defeated by him. However, you must double your training after this. Remember today as helplessness. If you want to protect yourself and others, you must have enough strength. Do you understand? With just a few words, Jiang Yun lifted the atmosphere and educated everyone. "Bu Chen, there's a reason I let Tao Bai-Bai go, and I hope you can understand." Jiang Yun looked at Bu Chen, who had just gone through a fierce battle. "I believe in you. You won't be wrong," Bu Chen said firmly. Jiang Yun did not expect Bu Chen to trust him so deeply. The reason he let Tao Bai-Bai go was that Tao Bai-Bai was a major training target for the future Little Wukong. Although he did not have to care about this, Jiang Yun still hoped not to interfere with Little Wukong's journey, at least not until after the battle with King Piccolo. As for the reason, it would be revealed later. By the way, all disciples of the Martial Alliance, regarding this matter, we are not pushovers. Since the enemy dares to come, we dare to fight, and we will drive them out of the West capital and demand compensation for our losses. Additionally, issue an ultimatum to the Crane Immortal sect. We can overlook Tao Bai-Bai's mistakes, but they must compensate us for our losses, 10 billion. If they cannot provide compensation on time, the entire sect will cease to exist. Jiang Yun became firm at this moment, and the cheers of the Martial Alliance disciples resounded around him. Afterward, the Martial Alliance swiftly swept through the Crane Immortal sect disciples in the West capital and its surrounding areas. And the Crane Immortal also received news of Tao Bai-Bai's defeat. This shocked him greatly. In this world, Apart from those large forces that could suppress Tao Bai with their numbers and weapons, only the old turtle, Master Rashi, could defeat Tao Bai. Looking at the injured Tao Bai before him, Crane Hermit felt an infinite rage rise within him. He vowed that the Martial Alliance would pay a price. And at the same time, he couldn't believe that the Martial Alliance possessed such strong power. He suspected that it might be a hidden sect that had come out of seclusion. In the past, martial arts master had warned them to be humble and to understand that there are always greater beings in the world. However, Crane Hermit couldn't accept this, believing that his sect was the most powerful existence in the world, dismissing the idea of masters and hidden forces as mere fabrications of others. Now, with the emergence of the Martial Alliance, he had to doubt the rumors he had heard before. Could it be that the Martial Alliance was the legendary hidden force? Little did he know, the Martial Alliance was merely a force created by Jiang Yun, a time traveler who understood the development of the Dragon Ball world. And Jiang Yun was destined to be the existence they would look up to for their entire lives. On the other side, Jiang Yun was unaware of Crane Hermit's speculations about the Martial Alliance. Report to the Alliance leader. We have eliminated the stronghold left by the Crane School in the West Capital and confiscated a lot of loot. A Martial Alliance disciple reported, waiting for Jiang Yun's command. Eliminate any forces near our Martial Alliance, regardless of whether they are from the Crane School or not. A tiger does not allow others to rest on its territory. Jiang Yun ordered. Also, have we sent out the notice to the Crane School? Report to the Alliance leader. It has already been sent, the disciple beside him respectfully replied. Jiang Yun's eyes were filled with brilliance, his gaze deep as if it could draw people in, giving a sense of unfathomable depth. The others in the Martial Alliance looked at Jiang Yun and thought to themselves, no wonder he is the leader of the Martial Alliance. This aura is truly worthy of a leader. The reason Jiang Yun gave off an unfathomable feeling was mainly because his cultivation had just broken through, and his momentum was leaking. During this time, not only had Buchun been in seclusion, but Jiang Yun had also been in seclusion. After the gravity training room was built, Jiang Yun couldn't wait to enter it for training. Although the highest gravity multiplier in the training room now barely reached 10 times Earth's gravity, not everyone was like Briefs and Bulma. Therefore, the gravity training room they built didn't have a high multiplier. If the materials were sufficient, it could be improved a bit, but it would undoubtedly be a waste. With the same materials, Dr. Brief's family could even reach 100 times, highlighting the difference far beyond just 10 times. However, for now, it was enough. Many people still couldn't even reach the 10 times standard. Except for Jiang Yun, no one could withstand 10 times the gravity. Even Jiang Yun could only barely endure 10 times the gravity and hadn't completely overcome it yet. The physical constitution of Earthlings was still somewhat weaker compared to Saiyans. However, because Jiang Yun's body had been refined by vital energy, his capacity to withstand gravity was far greater than that of an average person. In just a month, Jiang Yun's combat power had doubled, reaching 2,000, which had already surpassed Raditz combat power when he first arrived on Earth. However, compared to Frieza, it was still far from enough. The thought of facing Frieza in just 14 or 15 years made Jiang Yun feel a tightening in his chest. It should be noted that Vegeta had been under Frieza for over 20 years, and his combat power had only reached 18,000. Although Frieza had intentionally suppressed him, it also showed how difficult it was to increase combat power. Just thinking about Frieza's combat power of 120 million made Jiang Yun's scalp tingle. This is also the reason why Jiang Yun had made plans early on. This is a real world. And just thinking about how Sun Wukong's power escalated from hundreds to 150 million in just over a year makes Jiang Yun feel it's very unreasonable. How should I put it? This is probably what they call the protagonist. Because this is a real world, Jiang Yun doesn't want to rely on the Saiyans and wants to protect Earth. Only when the Earthlings become strong can they protect their own planet. As an Earthling, it is everyone's duty to protect their own planet and home. Since he came to this world, he was worried about causing some butterfly effect. If he relied entirely on Wukong, what if Wukong didn't transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek? What then? Wouldn't that be disastrous? So all along, Jiang Yun has hoped to defeat his enemies by relying on himself, which is also the original intention of his martial arts training. Only by firmly believing in himself can he reach the peak of martial arts. However, Jiang Yun is also confident that within the next decade, he can reach a level where he can contend with Frieza. But for now, it's best to stay grounded. On Master Crane's side, he also received a message from the Martial Alliance, using the ancient letter communication of the martial arts world. The current Crane School is not a sect that completely avoids modern high technology. Instead, it keeps up with the times, and even has electric wires connected within the sect. Although they live in the mountains, the houses are quite luxurious, not much different from modern hotels, which shows how much money the Crane School has made through unscrupulous means. Damn it, how dare they? They actually demanded $10 billion in compensation from us. Master Crane said angrily in the room, smashing the vases to pieces. Although Master Crane said he would make the Martial Alliance pay, he was still a bit flustered inside. This is because his disciples found out that the one who defeated Tao Bai Bu Chun is actually the deputy leader of the Martial Alliance. So the question arises, how strong is this little-known Martial Alliance? He doesn't believe that Jiang Yun, as the leader of the Martial Alliance, is weaker than the deputy leader. Now, if even a deputy leader can defeat Tao Bai, then the leader would certainly be more than capable. However, the Martial Alliance demanding $10 billion in compensation is simply asking for too much. The damage they caused to the Martial Alliance was at most a few million, which is utterly outrageous. Tao Bai, what do you think we should do? It really is like a tiger falling into the plains and being bullied by dogs, Sai. Master Crane's teeth were itching with anger, and his little mustache was trembling. He never thought that the Martial Alliance had always only been passively retaliating. That damned Bu Chen actually beat me to this state. A gentleman takes revenge. Even after 10 years is not too late. We will bear this loss for now. In the future, we will naturally take revenge. Master Crane and Tao Bai are truly insidious people, managing to speak so grandly about backing down as if they were the ones being bullied. Master Crane knows this is the best approach. If they don't back down, with the Martial Alliance's strong power, it would be useless for them to run anywhere. These grudges can only wait for a later time to be repaid. He then sent a disciple to inform the Martial Alliance that the Crane School agrees to their terms and guarantees to withdraw from the Western capital while compensating the Martial Alliance for $10 billion in losses. After this news spread, the martial arts community was in an uproar. The powerful Crane Immortal sect actually softened its stance, and the news spread even further, reaching even those who were unaware of the grievances between the Martial Alliance and the Crane Immortal sect. Many were astonished by the rise of a major force. And even the king had heard of the Martial Alliance, contemplating whether to invite its members to serve as instructors in the military. In short, the Martial Alliance became popular. Since then, more and more people came to the Martial Alliance to post tasks, and an increasing number of people became aware of the Martial Alliance, sparking a wave of interest in martial arts. The Martial Alliance suddenly became famous, and many who were not part of the martial art community felt a bit confused about this sudden popularity. To them, the Martial Alliance seemed similar to those that teach martial arts, with less prestige than combat sports. However, from the perspective of ordinary people, its rise certainly had its reasons. Thus, many blindly followed the trend, wanted to learn martial arts, and even some elderly folks came to join in the excitement. Jiang Yun, who was aware of this situation, found it both amusing and exasperating, but since others wanted to learn, the Martial Alliance was willing to teach. The Martial Alliance also had several fitness centers, which could easily cater to those elderly folks with workout methods that promote health. To those people, martial arts were merely a means to strengthen the body, completely unable to imagine its potential. However, being able to strengthen the body was enough for many, as that was their primary goal. At this moment, a young boy was diligently training, kicking a sandbag, with sweat streaming down his cheeks. The boy was counting aloud, 237, 238, 239. He had a head of wild hair, and looking at his face, one could believe he was in his 20s or 30s. He appeared much more mature than his age. Mark, come quick and take a look. At this moment, a chubby boy was shouting Mark's name as he ran towards him. With a thud, he fell face first onto the ground. However, he quickly got up as if nothing had happened and excitedly waved at Mark. Mark, look at this. What is it? The chubby boy eagerly handed a newspaper to Mark, who took it and saw the headline. The Martial Alliance sponsors the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Prize money to be significantly increased. First place will receive $50 million. Second place, $30 million. Third place, $10 million. And each of the top 8 will be awarded $1 million. Mark only focused on the prize money and didn't pay attention to anything else. He had only recently heard about the Martial Alliance and had always focused on the fighting world, showing little interest in other matters. His goal was to become the uncrowned king of the fighting world. That was what a man should strive for. However, before becoming the uncrowned king, life still needed to be lived. Mark's eyes were already filled with symbols of money, and he couldn't help but let out a lewd laugh, imagining himself punching competitors, stepping on the second-place winner, and then gloriously taking home $50 million to marry a beautiful and rich woman. The chubby boy looked at Mark, who was grinning at the newspaper and even drooling, thinking, he can't be that foolish, can he? He immediately showed a look of disdain and shook Mark's hand. Only then did Mark come to his senses, wiped the drool from his mouth, looked at the chubby boy, and said, "Lada, what are you showing me this for?" Seeing Mark's hesitant expression, Lada couldn't help but laugh and said, "Mark, don't you want to become a fighter? Becoming a martial artist is the same, and the prize money is exceptionally generous." Lada didn't pause and continued. "Recently, the Martial Alliance announced they want to recruit a batch of disciples under the age of 16. Those who perform well will not only receive generous rewards, but might even become core disciples of the Martial Alliance. Although I don't know what core disciples do, they surely have a higher status in the Alliance." However, Mark sighed and said, "But we have no money." Mark couldn't help but feel downcast, thinking that the Martial Alliance was like other fighting organizations that required payment, which troubled him. The reason Mark wanted to become a champion was to lead a better life. Relying on education wouldn't work for him since he was an orphan, and Lada was also an orphan. This was the only path he could take. He didn't care whether he became a fighter or a martial artist. Everything was for the sake of living. Mark felt that life was too difficult, especially after his master died. His master had been brutally killed for mocking a strange person's hair. Therefore, Mark vowed never to act against those he was unfamiliar with or who looked unremarkable. Seeing Mark's dejected expression, Lada, who understood what he had been through, patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Mark, the Martial Alliance is different. They don't require money to recruit disciples. And I heard the benefits of joining the Martial Alliance are excellent. There was even someone who became their core disciple. And the Alliance not only cured his grandmother's illness, but also arranged housing for him." Mark was a bit surprised. Shouldn't the Martial Alliance exploit its subordinates like those in scrupulous organizations? Hearing Lada's response, Mark couldn't help but feel some goodwill towards the Martial Alliance. "Alliance leader, why are we sponsoring that unknown world's #1 martial arts tournament? We could easily organize a top-tier event ourselves." The disciples of the Martial Alliance wondered why Jiang Yun would sponsor a martial arts competition with low recognition, even one that couldn't compare to some fighting events. Jiang Yun shook his head and remained silent, gazing into the distance. What that disciple didn't know was that in the hearts of every Dragon Ball fan, the world's one martial arts tournament is an everlasting myth, an irreproachable youth. Meanwhile, Mark followed Lada to the registration spot of the Martial Alliance. When the staff saw Mark and heard he wanted to register, they said, "Sorry, we only accept participants under the age of 16. Hearing this, Mark couldn't help but feel a few black lines appear on his forehead. Why is it that everywhere he goes, people comment on his looks? This is maturity, maturity. Do you understand?" On the other side, Lada explained, "Sorry, sir, he is my friend. He has the same age as me. Only 13. 13? All right, fill out the form and then go inside." Though the staff said this, they thought to themselves that the kid looked quite mature, almost the same age as them. Mark and Lada waited in line for a long time, and finally, it was their turn. "Satan? Who is Satan?" called out the staff inside. I am Satan," Mark shouted. He chose this name to commemorate the city of Satan where he once lived. "Come in, Satan." Then Satan followed the staff into the room. Although Lada didn't understand why Mark used a pseudonym, he figured there might be some reasoning behind it. He didn't think too much of it. After all, there was no rule stating that one must use their real name, and they weren't the only ones using aliases. He even saw some people with strange nicknames, like Cloak Boy and others with odd names. In the Dragon Ball world, many characters have peculiar names, and only a few have surnames, like Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan, who share the surname Sun. When Mark and Lada entered, they went through some bizarre activities. They had no idea that these were designed by Jiang Yun to assess people's potential. The Martial Alliance doesn't accept just anyone. Currently, only geniuses can become core disciples. Otherwise, if you can't demonstrate your true abilities, you won't keep up with the progress. What Jiang Yun didn't know was that, under his influence, a person's life was completely changed. However, he still didn't realize how big of a storm this butterfly effect would create. Time flew by. In just over a year, the story of Dragon Ball was about to begin. At this moment, a boy and a girl were beginning their fateful encounter. The two young people met unexpectedly, and from then on, the legend began. "By the way, what is your name?" "Me? I'm Wukong, Sun Wukong. And you?" "I'm E.M. Bulma." Bulma hesitated before saying her name. "Bulma? What a strange name." Wukong laughed heartily upon hearing Bulma's name, and as Bulma complained, they walked into Wukong's home, where he shared the story of the Dragon Balls. At this moment, Jiang Yun was on his way to visit Dr. Brief. On the other side, Wukong and Bulma began their grand lives, marking the starting point for all their dreams. When Jiang Yun arrived at the Capsule Corporation and met Dr. Brief, Dr. Brief initially thought that this young man was an old friend coming to visit, not expecting such a young guy. He couldn't help but ask, "Young man, are you here to see Bulma? She seems to have gone out looking for some Dragon Balls due to some strange legends." Dr. Brief casually poured 2 cups of coffee, pushing one in front of Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun took a sip of coffee and remained silent. After a moment, he finally said, "Respected Dr. Brief, I'm not here to find Bulma. On the contrary, I am here to find you. I want to inquire if you have any technology for spaceships that can travel in the universe." After hearing Jiang Yun's words, Dr. Brief fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Soon he looked at Jiang Yun with confusion and said, "Well, we do have spaceship technology, but it can only navigate within the solar system. It's completely unfeasible for traveling in the universe." Dr. Brief didn't understand why this young man wanted to venture into the universe, as he was aware of its dangers. Therefore, he had no intention of revealing the spaceship technology, as Earth was still far from being capable of facing the dangers of the universe. Dr. Brief didn't know Jiang Yun's intentions. The days of facing Frieza were drawing closer. Thus, Jiang Yun pondered whether he could first explore the universe and develop a bit. With his current strength, if he unleashed all his power, he could be considered a minor expert in the 7th universe. Upon hearing Dr. Brief's words, although Jiang Yun felt a bit disappointed, he accepted it calmly. After all, his ultimate purpose for coming wasn't just for spaceship technology. Although the original story hinted that there might not be complete spaceship technology, with the Brief family being so talented and having connections with Galactic Patrol's Jocko, who knows if they might have hidden capabilities. However, Jiang Yun didn't dwell on his disappointment and continued, "Dr. Brief, hello. I am Jiang Yun, the leader of the Martial Alliance. I believe you should know about our alliance." Dr. Brief certainly knew of the Martial Alliance, but he felt it was in a completely different field from his own. So he didn't pay much attention and didn't understand why Jiang Yun came to find him. "Dr. Brief, it's like this. I would like to request your assistance in building a gravity training room, hoping to achieve 100 times Earth's gravity. This is Jiang Yun's purpose. At present, the scientists recruited by the Martial Alliance can only increase the gravity training room to 10 times at most. If they want to achieve a greater multiple, they have to look for others, and there are very few people with that capability." After thinking it over, only Dr. Brief seems to be suitable, and he also appears to be the most approachable. Of course, Jiang Yun learned this from the original work, and Dr. Brief's technology is quite good as well. "What? Are you crazy? Do you know what 100 times the gravity of Earth means?" Dr. Brief said in shock, continuing, 100 times the gravity is equivalent to 100 people's weight pressing down on you, and at the same time, your internal organs and even your cells would face tremendous pressure. It could even crush a person to death. Dr. Brief, it's not as exaggerated as you think. You know I'm a martial artist. I've already adapted to 10 times the gravity, and to break through to a higher level, I must undergo stricter training. I won't suddenly jump to such a high multiple. Hearing that Jiang Yun had already adapted to 10 times the gravity, Dr. Brief knew that, although it was still far from 100 times, it was already a terrifying level. His body was comparable to steel. Dr. Brief believed Jiang Yun's words because he could tell that Jiang Yun was not lying to him. And he also knew that there are some extraordinary individuals in the world, like the legendary martial arts god, Master Wu Tian, who could even shatter a mountain. "Doctor, I know this request is difficult, but I hope to achieve 100 times if possible. In return, I can offer you the mystical fairy beans I've obtained from the immortals. They possess miraculous powers and can even bring someone back to life with just a single breath." Jiang Yun was quite clever, knowing that ordinary things were hard to impress Dr. Brief. As for money, his family is the richest in the world and is not interested in it. As long as he provides fairy beans, he can offer something intriguing while also obtaining the gravity training room. It's a win-win situation, so why not? Do immortals really exist? Well, it doesn't matter whether they do or not. But do fairy beans really have such great effects? Dr. Brief, who had just been shocked, now asked calmly. Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel helpless about Dr. Brief's nonchalant attitude. Reflecting on his memories of the Brief family, he found it to be quite true and couldn't help but develop a good impression of Dr. Brief. After all, it's hard to dislike someone like him. Dr. Brief became interested in the miraculous fairy beans and agreed to Jiang Yun's request, advising him to come back in a month to retrieve the gravity training room. Thus, Jiang Yun left 3 fairy beans behind, but he couldn't bring himself to part with one. After all, he wasn't lacking fairy beans now. Although the fairy beans undoubtedly have life-saving properties, in reality, he was the one who benefited. With that, Jiang Yun left the Universal Capsule Company feeling refreshed and couldn't help but think of Goku and Bulma's adventure. They must be meeting around now, and that godlike man is about to embark on his legendary journey. Thinking about the turtle hermit he once wanted to seek out, Jiang Yun contemplated whether to go and see him. He had once thought about becoming the turtle hermit's disciple. Now that he thought about it, he had already surpassed the turtle hermit. Life's encounters are indeed wondrous. However, it would still be nice to see the young Goku. Jiang Yun was still interested in him. Although he knew of him, he had never truly met him. In a month, it wouldn't be bad to go and have a look. Excitement appeared on Jiang Yun's face, clearly showing that he was quite interested in this matter. Later, through Dr. Brief, Jiang Yun successfully learned the location of Bulma. He then headed in her direction, and with Jiang Yun's strength, he found Goku and Bulma in less than a day. However, he didn't reveal himself. Instead, he followed them in secret, observing the young Goku, who looked no different from the Goku in his memories, with the same crab head, the same magic staff, and the same innocent appearance. Who would have thought that this little boy from a remote planet would eventually become the most powerful being in the universe? When Jiang Yun saw Goku return a sea turtle to the ocean, he knew that the turtle hermit was about to make an appearance. In the past, Jiang Yun might have felt a bit excited at the thought of meeting the legendary turtle hermit, Goku's guide, who would later hold significant importance. However, with Jiang Yun's current mindset, there are not many things that could cause a huge upheaval in his state of mind. Soon, the sea turtle brought the turtle hermit over, saying he wanted to repay Goku and the others for saving him. In a series of amusing events, the turtle hermit finally took out Goku's early flying tool, the flying nimbus. This reminded Jiang Yun of the scenes living in Corinta and the teachings of Master Carlin. Achoo! Achoo! Far away in Corinta, Master Carlin sneezed twice, stopped his actions, and touched his head with the same hand, wondering who was mentioning him. Could it be that kid Jiang Yun? I wonder how he is doing. He should still be diligently cultivating. Thinking of Jiang Yun's past training, he couldn't help but sigh that he was truly a cultivation fanatic. Subsequently, looking at the fish in his hand, he couldn't help but start eating again, his face filled with enjoyment. On Jiang Yun's side, he was still unaware of Master Carlin's strong reaction. Watching the Kame Sennin summon the flying nimbus, he remembered that Master Carlin once wanted to give Jiang Yun a flying nimbus, but Jiang Yun had refused it, citing his mastery of the flight technique. After some commotion, the Kame Sennin finally learned that Sun Wukong was actually the grandson of his disciple Sun Wufan. Seeing Wukong's excellent potential, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration and expressed his desire for Wukong to cultivate with him. However, due to the need to search for the Dragon Balls with Bulma, Wukong temporarily declined the Kame Sennin's request, promising to apprentice with him after finding the Dragon Balls. What Wukong didn't know was that Jiang Yun had been listening to their conversation the whole time. With Jiang Yun's current abilities, neither Wukong nor the Kame Sennin would be able to detect his presence without a doubt. If there was anyone on Earth who could discover his existence, it would undoubtedly be the god of Earth and Mr. Popo, who were far away in the Heavenly Palace. However, the Kame Sennin felt as if he had a sense of being watched. It was his instinct as a martial artist, but he still thought he was just being overly nervous. After all, no one in this world could hide from his perception. Soon, after obtaining a Dragon Ball, Wukong and Bulma continued their journey to find the remaining Dragon Balls. During their quest, they met their first little partner, Oolong, a pig with transformation abilities, but evidently, he hadn't learned well, as he could only transform for a short 5 minutes. However, if operated well, 5 minutes would be enough. When they found the girls whom Oolong had captured, they were actually living well in Oolong's villa and even didn't want to go back. Not long after setting off, they encountered Yamcha, a desert bandit, and his companion Puar. After defeating Yamcha, they discovered that Puar and Oolong knew each other from their days studying superpowers together. However, Puar looked down on Oolong because he was expelled for peeping at girls. Thus, Oolong hadn't mastered his superpowers and could only maintain his transformation for 5 minutes. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yun couldn't help but exclaim that the world was too deep. Oolong and Puar attended the Southern Transformation Kindergarten. So the question arose, if there was a kindergarten, were there also elementary schools, middle schools, etc.? Although it wasn't shown in the original work, Jiang Yun believed it was not that simple. Moreover, there were existences like the fortune-telling grandmother and Taishang Laojun on Earth. And there was even a passage to the demon realm, along with divine beings like the god of Earth. How could there be none on other planets? Even the egg that Majin Buu was sealed and was on Earth. Unable to make sense of it, Jiang Yun decided not to think too much and continued to follow Wukong and the others in search of the Dragon Balls. Soon, they encountered the legendary Bull Demon King, known for his ruthless killings. However, this turned out to be a farce, as the Bull Demon King, who terrified Yamcha, was actually a senior brother of Wukong's grandfather. This made one feel the wonders of fate, and Wukong also met Chi-Chi, establishing an unbreakable bond with her from then on. The Bull Demon King wanted to ask the Kame Sennin for help to extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain. However, the Kame Sennin saw that the Bull Demon King had killed many people for guarding treasures, and he was not such a pedantic person. Taking this opportunity, he educated the Bull Demon King and used the Kamehameha to eliminate the ill-gotten wealth the Bull Demon King had accumulated over the years. Wukong also displayed his amazing comprehension, as he learned the Kamehameha, which took the Kame Sennin 50 years to invent, right then and there, shocking the Kame Sennin. After Wukong assured that he would come to the Kame Sennin's house to find him later, he and the others continued their journey to find the remaining Dragon Balls. During this process, their Dragon Balls were accidentally stolen by a group led by the King of the Mixed Rice. They had to retrieve the Dragon Balls and entered the King of the Mixed Rice's castle, just when they thought victory was assured. The King of the Mixed Rice summoned the dragon. When everyone thought it was all over, Oolong suddenly moved. However, faster than him was Jiang Yun, who appeared before the dragon before Oolong could. Looking at Jiang Yun, who suddenly appeared, everyone was a bit bewildered, wondering where he'd come from. Without waiting for them to think too much, Jiang Yun spoke his wish to the dragon. Dragon, please give me the manufacturing data for the most advanced spaceship in the universe. No one expected that a stranger would snatch their wish away, until the dragon disappeared. The King of the Mixed Rice and his group only then realized they wanted to take revenge on the person who had taken their wish. Jiang Yun did not move, but quietly gazed at the moon in the sky. Soon, a huge sound erupted as Wukong transformed into a giant ape. The giant ape instinctively sensed that Jiang Yun was the strongest here, and he swung his fist towards Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun lightly leaped and dodged the giant ape's attack. To him, these attacks were simply too slow. However, Jiang Yun looked up at the giant ape with bloodshot eyes and kicked it away with one kick, sending it flying far. Yamcha and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. Was this something a human could do? The thick-skinned giant ape was completely unharmed and continued to attack Jiang Yun. However, Jiang Yun clearly didn't want to get entangled with it. As the giant ape lunged at him, he quickly moved to the giant ape's tail and with one chop of his hand, directly severed the giant ape's tail. The giant ape gradually transformed back into Wukong. Seeing Wukong return to his original form, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No one could withstand such a sudden transformation into a giant ape. Just as they were relieved, they suddenly saw Jiang Yun walking over at a slow pace, causing Bulma and the others' hearts to immediately sink. This was someone who could pin down the transformed Wukong, so calling him a monster was not an exaggeration. When Bulma saw Jiang Yun approaching and looked at his appearance, she couldn't help but relax her tense mind, thinking, what a handsome man. She couldn't help but start a daydream. No, wait, this is that monstrous man, the one rumored to be a monster disguised as a handsome man, who specifically deceives beautiful and youthful women like me and eventually eats them. The more Bulma thought about it, the more frightened she became, quickly running behind Yamcha to hide. Looking at Jiang Yun with anxious eyes, Jiang Yun had no idea about Bulma's wild thoughts. If he did, he might have asked her, have you ever seen such a handsome monster? Ugh, so narcissistic. Without paying attention to his inner thoughts, Jiang Yun looked at the familiar crowd. Of course, Jiang Yun recognized them, but they didn't recognize him. However, this moment could be considered as officially connecting with a character from Dragon Ball. Hello, my name is Jiang Yun, and I am a martial artist driven by interest. As he spoke, Jiang Yun thought of the Bald Demon King. Although he had become stronger, he hadn't gone bald, which was indeed a delightful thing. At this moment, Jiang Yun was particularly happy. Not only had he witnessed the protagonist's story, but he had also obtained a way to travel to the universe. Seeing that Jiang Yun seemed no different from an ordinary person, their tense hearts relaxed a bit. But they weren't completely at ease. After all, Jiang Yun's strength had just brought them tremendous shock. The weak naturally fear the strong. And they hadn't forgotten how easily Jiang Yun had defeated little Goku. I mean no harm. On the contrary, I'm here to help you, and I know Dr. Brief, so you don't need to worry. Seemingly sensing their concerns, Jiang Yun explained. Of course, the last sentence was directed at Bulma. You know my dad? Bulma asked, surprised and somewhat doubtful upon hearing that Jiang Yun knew Dr. Brief. Jiang Yun's words calmed them down significantly. Although they couldn't fully trust him, they had managed to ease their tense hearts. Bulma, though curious about how her father would know such a young man, decided to let it slide for now, especially since he was handsome. Today's experience had truly frightened her. It must be said that Bulma at this time was indeed a love-struck girl, embarking on a journey to find the Dragon Balls with a heart yearning for love, which led her to meet Goku, creating the extraordinary Dragon Ball world. The stories of this world essentially all began with Dragon Ball. Yes, I really admire Dr. Brief's knowledge, especially his research on space. This is Jiang Yun's heartfelt words. After all, the universal capsule invented by Dr. Brief is truly one of a kind in the world. There isn't even such technology in the universe. And Earth hasn't even stepped out into the cosmos yet. If we were to consider the Earth from his previous life, it would be impossible. After all, reality is not a novel. Developing something that utilizes a spatial storage before even leaving the planet is unthinkable, let alone selling it all over the world. You know what's good for you, HM? Hearing others praise her father, Bulma couldn't help but feel happy, as if everything was her own doing. Seeing Bulma from this period, Jiang Yun couldn't help but exclaim that Bulma from this time is really adorable. At this moment, Wukong consumed relatively less compared to before. So he woke up earlier than in the original story, and as soon as he woke up, he felt something was off. After checking around, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Where's my tail? Where's my tail? Bulma, my tail is gone." While saying this, he frantically started searching for it. Just when the others didn't know how to respond to him, he suddenly said, "Forget it. If it's not here, then it's not. I'm so hungry, Bulma. When are we having dinner?" Everyone was instantly taken aback by Wukong's carefree nature. Even without his tail, he was still thinking about food. And the atmosphere lightened up because of what he said. This man always has a mysterious power that brings peace and comfort to those around him, unconsciously infecting everyone, as if there is nothing he cannot achieve. Jiang Yun's strength makes Yamcha unable to believe that such a powerful person exists in the world. That immense power deeply shakes Yamcha. The reason he has been striving in his practice is to reach the peak of martial arts. Now, it seems he has caught a glimpse of that peak, effortlessly breaking through the barriers of mountains. The legendary Turtle Hermit is said to be such an existence. He thought Jiang Yun was the same, believing he had reached the pinnacle of martial arts like the Turtle Hermit. He even thought Jiang Yun was more formidable because he didn't expend much effort in defeating Wukong. In reality, his understanding was too narrow. The potential of martial arts is far beyond that. The path of martial arts is limitless. Who knows the vastness of the road ahead? Even Jiang Yun is still on the journey of pursuing martial arts. Yamcha then knelt down and bowed. "Master, please teach me martial arts. I want to become strong like you." At that moment, Yamcha felt he had encountered the greatest opportunity. If he could train under such a powerful figure, he would surely become even stronger. Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a headache. This was the existence known as the God of Tea in his previous life. How could he be so shameless? Jiang Yun had never thought about taking a disciple, at least not for the time being, because he was also feeling his way through. "Get up. I don't have plans to take a disciple for now." Hearing Jiang Yun's words, Yamcha did not get up. He knew that in such a situation, one must be thick-skinned. Otherwise, a huge opportunity might slip away. Continuing to insist on wanting to be his disciple, he said he wouldn't get up unless Jiang Yun agreed. Which made Jiang Yun recall how those main characters in his previous life would cling to the powerful, shamelessly seeking to rise to the pinnacle of life. Could it be that you were the protagonist? And I'm the old man? This couldn't help but make Jiang Yun feel a bit amused. In the original work, Yamcha had indeed taken Master Roshi as his teacher, and he didn't intend to interrupt that fate. If you want to learn martial arts, you can go find Master Wu Tian with Wukong to be his disciple. His level is decent, but you don't need to kneel. I won't take you as my disciple. Although Yamcha had decent talent, Jiang Yun had no intention of accepting disciples. Otherwise, he would have to spend time on a disciple, which would be counterproductive. Plus, it would allow Master Roshi to further temper Yamcha's character, preventing him from becoming useless later on. Seeing Jiang Yun's firm attitude, Yamcha realized that continuing to be persistent might annoy him. What if Jiang Yun slapped him to death? That would be a tragedy. Besides, Jiang Yun was right. He could still take Master Roshi as his teacher, and forming a good relationship with such a strong figure wasn't a bad idea. Jiang Yun decided not to get involved any further and was eager to return and show Dr. Brief the advanced technology he had just obtained. This was an important part of his plan. After saying goodbye to Bulma and the others, and agreeing to meet again next time, he hurried back. After leaving Bulma and the group, Jiang Yun rushed back to West City to meet Dr. Brief and show him the information he had acquired. Upon learning that Jiang Yun had arrived, Dr. Brief said, "Mr. Jiang Yun, the gravity training room you requested is not yet built. We've encountered a small issue, and it will probably take a few more days." "Dr. Brief, I'm here to share something great with you. Saying this, Jiang Yun took out the information on the most advanced spaceship in the universe that he had received from the dragon. The dragon had directly generated that information in his mind. If it weren't for his strong mental capacity, the dense stream of data would have made his head hurt for a long time. For an ordinary person, it might take 3 days to digest, but he only felt a momentary dizziness and recovered quickly. After realizing this, he had no choice but to spend a lot of effort to write down all the knowledge in his mind, as he didn't understand that technological information. Even though the dragon had inscribed that knowledge in his mind, he was still confused. If it were someone else, Jiang Yun wouldn't dare to share this knowledge with them. Although it was just a spaceship technology, the technological content it contained was substantial. That knowledge would be a dimensional blow to the current Earth. Just the energy technology alone could easily press the current Earth down to the ground. It was precisely because he understood Dr. Brief's character that Jiang Yun dared to hand over this technology to him. And of course, his own strength was a significant reason for his confidence. Dr. Brief slowly accepted the long document and initially didn't take it seriously. However, as he read on, he became increasingly engrossed, as if he were seeing the most beautiful things of time. At that moment, the destruction of the world had nothing to do with him. He was completely captivated by the immense shock brought by the information. Even when Jiang Yun called him several times, he didn't hear. After a long while, Dr. Brief seemed to remember that there was someone beside him. Mr. Jiang Yun, where did you get this information? And do you know how valuable it is? To put it bluntly, if you possess it, then you possess the world, Dr. Brief said excitedly. Although it sounded a bit exaggerated, he was indeed correct. The technology on it was years ahead of Earth. If it were to be manufactured, no one would be able to stop it. Don't think it's just a simple spaceship technology. It involves many aspects and is the crystallization of that civilization's technology. It's because he recognized the value of this information that Dr. Brief found it hard to believe Jiang Yun had so easily given it to him. Doctor, I certainly know its value. It possesses the most advanced technology in the world, and if released, it could even overturn a nation, allowing me to acquire wealth that I couldn't spend in several lifetimes, Jiang Yun said calmly, seemingly unfazed by the immense value of the information. This was simply the way things were. In this world, technology served the strong. For instance, the researchers under Frisia, although they had powerful technological capabilities, were weak in strength and held positions that were hardly better than that of mere laborers. This was the tragedy of the weak. That's why Jiang Yun wanted to become stronger and make Earth stronger, turning humans into a powerful race in the universe. Making his homeland and planet strong was something that had been ingrained in his blood since his past life. He couldn't bear to see Earth so weak in this world. Only by becoming strong could one shed the title of weakness. A person's strength did not equate to the strength of their race. Rather, the strength of a race was what made each individual strong. He was working hard towards this goal without daring to slack off. It was for himself and for Earth. Although people are not born strong, they have the potential to become strong. By the way, this technology seems beyond what can be achieved on Earth. Indeed, this is what I wished for from the dragon, Jiang Yun said, sipping his tea slowly. The dragon? Is that the one Bulma keeps talking about? Yes, Dr. Brief, I have met the dragon, and she's a very lovely girl. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Yun's face as he seemed to recall something. Oh, I understand now. It's a world for the young. Dr. Brief realized something as he looked at Jiang Yun with an expression of understanding. Seeing Dr. Brief's reaction, Jiang Yun knew he had misunderstood and couldn't help but feel a bit amused. What kind of situation was this? However, Jiang Yun didn't clarify, knowing that the more he explained, the more chaotic it would become. By the way, Mr. Jiang Yun, Dr. Brief had not finished speaking when Jiang Yun interrupted. Dr. Brief, just call me Jiang Yun. I'm about the same age as your daughter and don't deserve the title of Mr. That's fine. It feels more friendly that way. By the way, what do you plan to do with this information, Jiang Yun? Dr. Brief asked directly. Since I've given it to you, Dr. Brief, I naturally leave it to your discretion. However, I hope you can help me build a few spaceships. That is my only request. Dr. Brief did not expect Jiang Yun to have such a modest request. He pondered for a moment and then said, Jiang Yun, I can't let you suffer too much. How about this? You exchange this for 20 of our Universal Capsule Company S shares. Jiang Yun was a bit surprised by Dr. Brief's offer. He knew that this information was worth that price, and perhaps even more, but he also understood the immense difficulty of this information. Currently, few could comprehend it, Dr. Brief being one of them. Although this information was incredibly valuable, it would take a long time for him to monetize it, considering how long it took Universal Capsule Company to reach its current state. Now, Being able to get 20 of the shares for free was something anyone else would undoubtedly agree to. However, Jiang Yun did not accept. He felt that the information he had was not worth that much, and since he also had assets under his martial alliance, he was not short on money. Therefore, Jiang Yun did not wish to accept the shares. His refusal surprised Dr. Brief a bit, but he still firmly insisted that Jiang Yun accept the shares. Both of them disagreed, and in the end, it was decided that Jiang Yun would take 10% of the shares. Jiang Yun's actions also made Dr. Brief feel a bit of fondness for him. Such an outstanding young person is rare these days. Subsequently, Jiang Yun left the Universal Capsule Company. Before leaving, he felt somewhat dazed, realizing that he had just become the second largest shareholder of Universal Capsule. The company is fully owned, so Jiang Yun is now the second largest shareholder. Thinking back to the days when he worked so hard to make money, he now easily became a shareholder of Universal Capsule and possesses immense wealth. However, Jiang Yun knows that all of this is a result of his strong abilities. If his strength diminishes in the future, he won't be able to hold on to this wealth. This also made Jiang Yun more determined to cultivate. Martial Alliance, Alliance Leader, according to the combat power classification you told us. Our Martial Alliance has a total of 1,000 core disciples with combat power exceeding 100, among which 300 have combat power exceeding 200. And even my combat power has surpassed 300. Bu Chun happily reported to Jiang Yun about the recent developments in the Martial Alliance. After the gravity training room was completed, the Martial Alliance flourished and its combat power greatly increased. Well done, but the road ahead is still long and requires continued effort. Jiang Yun patted Bu Chen's shoulder. Although his tone was encouraging, it was clear to anyone that he was very happy about the Martial Alliance's development. Indeed, with the Martial Alliance's current development, it could be said that just picking a few disciples at random would be enough to defeat the Demon King Bic. Of course, this only applies to core disciples, and this power is known only to Jiang Yun and a few others. Jiang Yun knew that although they had only improved this much in a year due to the gravity training room, compared to Clin and the others, who improved over 1,000 in a year of training in the original work, it was like heaven and earth. However, they were not the same as Clin and the others, who had already graduated. They had their own understanding of Qi. Although they had been complacent and neglected their training a few years ago under the threat of life, it was normal to improve over 1,000 in just over a year, as their accumulated foundation finally turned into strength. Therefore, everyone in the Martial Alliance was learning about Qi while using the gravity training room to hone their bodies. Their understanding of Qi was too shallow, so Jiang Yun had to spend a lot of effort to lay a foundation for them. Most of those who had been by his side at the beginning were martial artists who had fallen on hard times but had a certain foundation, which allowed them to leave others behind. However, this was necessary if they wanted to learn the martial arts techniques created by Jiang Yun. They had to have a certain understanding of Qi. Although he had previously developed techniques using dark energy to attack, that ability was undoubtedly a divine skill when one was weak. But when the opponent's cultivation level increased, relying on their alertness and speed, even if your attack reached their level, if your own speed couldn't keep up, you wouldn't be able to challenge them across levels. Therefore, in this year, Jiang Yun, based on the characteristics of this world and his conjectures about the king of the realm Fist along with his own created Jiang God Body, spent 3 months researching and modified the Jiang God Body to create his own king of the realm Fist. However, he greatly reduced its side effects and usage requirements, allowing even those with a combat power of only 100 to use it. However, what must be learned is the implied path, method, and changes of Qi's operation. In short, it's very complex, and it was Jiang Yun's imaginative thinking that made this possible. Who would have thought that Qi could be used this way? In Jiang Yun's view, the wonderful uses of Qi are definitely not limited to this. Speaking of creativity, the person Jiang Yun admires the most is Tianjin Fan, who developed several martial arts techniques when he was weak. However, they were a bit flashy, too extravagant, and lacked power. For example, Tianjin Fan's 4 Demon Fist and 4 Body Fist. Did he know Neza? Did he know about the transformation of the 3 pure ones from 1 Qi? Of course, Jiang Yun also knew that Tianjin Fan's techniques were a bit too flashy. But it cannot be denied that Tianjin Fan has a high talent for martial arts techniques. Jiang Yun was still thinking about whether he should recruit Tianjin Fan in the future to create martial arts techniques for the Martial Alliance every day. That should be where he dedicates himself. Moreover, it was clear that Tianjin Fan had not fully developed his abilities, just as Saiyans have Super Saiyan forms. But what about Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes? This is the Erlang Shun from Jiang Yun's previous life, a being that can compete equally with the Monkey King. Tianjin Fan also has 3 eyes. aside from having better vision, allowing him to see battle scenes of opponents with higher combat power. He doesn't have much else in terms of abilities, which is clearly not right. Perhaps it's because Tianjin Fan has lost the inheritance of the Three-Eyed Clan. Setting that aside, let's talk about Tianjin Fan's 4 demon fists, which can grow an extra 2 hands. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch more dangerous, and 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, indicating that the 4 demon fists have potential. However, after being defeated by Sun Wukong, he no longer used it. Compared to the power of energy blasts, this technique seems a bit weaker. It was likely just a way for Tianjin Fan to try to overcome more opponents before he mastered the use of energy. For Jiang, the energy in the Dragon Ball world is very magical, but its miraculous effects are diminished in the face of powerful enemies. For example, Dandy can use energy to heal others. Why can some people do it while others cannot? Due to the uniqueness of the Namekian race, similar to insect species, their offspring are produced by a queen through asexual reproduction. Therefore, different members of the race have different roles, with Piccolo being a combat-type Namekian and Dandy being a healing-type Namekian, assigned their role from the nature of the energy they were born with. This is not to say that healing techniques cannot be learned. Just like instant transmission, outsiders can also learn them. It's just that very few people delve into the principles of healing techniques, and in the world of Dragon Ball, combat power is the most important. Without strong power, your planet might be sold by the cosmic real estate tycoon Frieza. It can be said that the chaos in the Dragon Ball world has led people to pursue powerful techniques and strength while neglecting the existence of these auxiliary abilities. This is something Jiang Yin will also need to overcome in the future, as he cannot allow his faction to have such a significant flaw. Therefore, in the future, healing-type talents must also be cultivated. One cannot solely rely on Senza beans and medical devices. After all, Senza beans are limited, and medical devices take effect too slowly. However, medical devices are essential because human resources have limits, which leads to a contradiction. Hence, Jiang Yin thinks of developing both sides. Regarding future development, Jiang Yin decides that 100 flowers should bloom, which is a good thing for the entire cultivation world. After instructing Bu Chun, Jiang Yin, knowing the tremendous effects of the gravity training room, couldn't help but think of the gravity training room built for him by Dr. Brief, which is an upgraded version of other training rooms. Although he has used it before, the tenfold gravity training room can no longer affect him now. Remembering the time spent training in the gravity training room and the rapid progress he made, Jiang Yun's heart began to heat up. So he quickly rushed to the Capsule Corporation. Dr. Brief did not meet him in person. Jiang Yun guessed that he might still be immersed in the knowledge from that manuscript, which is akin to a martial arts secret manual, possessing an enticing power. Under the guidance of the artificial intelligence robot, Jiang Yun met Dr. Brief, who was still conducting research, and Dr. Brief was very happy to see Jiang Yun. The benefits Jiang Yun's manuscript brought to Dr. Brief were far greater than he had imagined. He even figured out several problems he usually couldn't understand because of the connections he made. At first, Jiang Yun did not mention the gravity training room. Even though he was already quite impatient, he still listened to Dr. Brief excitedly talk about his inventions, which made Jiang Yun's head spin a bit. He was not very clear about these matters, so it felt like listening to a foreign language, but out of politeness, Jiang Yun still listened attentively until the end. Dr. Brief knew that Jiang Yun did not understand, but he was too excited and couldn't help but want to share his joy with others. After listening to Dr. Brief's endless talk, Jiang Yun finally told him his purpose. In fact, Dr. Brief also knew Jiang Yun's intention. When Jiang Yun spoke, he pointed to a spot by the window. What you want is right there. Jiang Yun looked in the direction Dr. Brief was pointing. He thought his items were outside the window, so he stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside. However, he saw nothing, which puzzled him. Ha ha ha, look at the table. Dr. Brief laughed heartily when he saw Jiang Yun's expression, prompting him to look at the table. Jiang Yun looked at the table, and besides a normally placed vase, there was only one box. He opened the box and saw 3 capsules inside. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yun understood that what he wanted was in the capsules. This inevitably made Jiang Yun feel a bit awkward, secretly thinking, how could I forget about the universal capsule? It's not Jiang Yun's fault. Who would have thought that Dr. Brief would even put the gravity training room into a capsule? A capsule of such large size isn't cheap on the market, costing over $1 million. Dr. Brief, I'm here mainly to pick up the gravity training room. And I have a small request. After you finish building the spaceship, I hope you can help me build one as well, with the payment coming from my share. Jiang Yun was revealing another purpose for his visit to Dr. Brief. Oh, Jiang Yun, you're one of our company's shareholders now. For such small matters, just let me know. There's no need to be so polite, Dr. Brief responded happily. To him, this was just a minor issue. Dr. Brief, as an elder, there should still be proper etiquette. Jiang Yun replied with a smile. Oh, by the way, Doctor, I brought you the finest cuisine from Hawaiian restaurant. I hope you like it. Doctor. Brief was aware of how rare the finest dishes from Hawaiian restaurant were. They only made 10 of the top dishes each day. Countless people wanted to enjoy this delicacy and hoped that Hawaiian restaurant would prepare more, but the restaurant refused, sticking to its principles as if they weren't in it for profit. Since then, this top-tier delicacy has become a sought-after item among the wealthy. Those who could enjoy it were seen as prestigious and of high status. As long as you could order this top dish while negotiating business, no deal would fail. This was certainly Jiang Yun's idea. As the saying goes, things are valuable because they are rare. Only scarcity can prove their worth. Of course, it is also something very delicious in itself. Thank you for your gift. In Dr. Brief's view, being able to enjoy such a delicacy after research is quite a pleasant thing. After this, Jiang Yun did not stay too long and returned to the Martial Alliance to experience his new training room. In his view, it was time to embark on a journey through the universe after his cultivation, as he had no opponents left on Earth. Only in the universe could he find strong opponents to fight against him. Earth was also ready to connect with the universe, but he would be the first to go. Although the universe is dangerous, it is also magnificent. The strong remain strong, and the weak remain weak. Only by striving to pursue can one survive in this world of elimination, and only then can one pursue the highest position in martial arts. Although his combat power is still very weak now, even Frisia is like a mountain pressing down on him. However, Frisia is not Jiang Yun's goal. His goal is to become a true god, an eternal and indestructible existence. Only by becoming a god can he achieve immortality, instead of being obliterated in the river of time under its power. What he wants is true divinity, not the kind of shortcut to becoming a god like Goku and the others. Although that kind of divinity also has the blessing of longevity, is indeed similar to a transformation. For Jiang Yun, the limitations are too great, and he clearly cannot accept that. In the Dragon Ball world, many people have even said that Goku's transformation is a deviation from the right path. Only personal improvement is true, which actually makes some sense. However, Goku and the others' enemies are becoming stronger each time, forcing them to rely on the transformations of Super Saiyans repeatedly. Perhaps for Goku, enjoying the battle is the most important thing. Even death is worth it. Perhaps compared to death, what Goku fears most is not being able to fight strong opponents anymore. As for Vegeta, he doesn't believe in what is right or wrong. To him, any power that can make him stronger is good power. The Super Saiyan transformation is a power within the Saiyan bloodline. Perhaps they could also walk the path of proving their way through strength. And given the Saiyans' combative nature, this path might actually work. Unfortunately, in his past life, Dragon Ball Super did not continue, and Goku had not reached his peak. Jiang Yun has not witnessed what happened to Goku later, and the mysteries of the Dragon Ball world are extraordinarily remarkable, such as the ancestor of the Saiyans, Yamoshi, the origins of Xeno, and who existed before Xeno's rule. The mysterious dragon god, Salama, has also not appeared. In the original work, it was only mentioned that the ancestors of the Namekians received blessings from Salama and gained some power of the dragon god. Jiang Yun does not know if the world he is in is the main universe or the Dragon Ball GT world. However, he also wants to experience these wonderful worlds, as those supreme existences in the universe are what he wishes to meet and challenge. Therefore, Frisia's existence is merely an obstacle on his journey. As for how to travel to other parallel worlds, Jiang Yun knows of 3 methods. One is the time machine used by future Trunks. Another is the time ring worn by the Kaioshin. And the last is to break through the limitations of space with absolute power. In the original work, reaching Super Saiyan 3 allows one to break through space. But to reach the level of crossing dimensions, Super Saiyan 3's power is far from enough. However, Jiang Yun speculates that perhaps reaching the divine realm would grant him the power to traverse dimensions. Yet, the spatial turbulence encountered when crossing dimensions is another headache. Therefore, Jiang Yun's idea is to comprehend the power of time and space. In the future world, many dark factions exist that traverse various parallel timelines, such as F, an existence that moves between different parallel spaces, luring strong individuals into prison planets for experiments. As for comprehending the power of time and space, Jiang Yun currently has no clue, but he can leverage the power of the dragon to understand the mysteries of time and space. Although the dragon on Earth is quite useless, it is still quite good for gaining some knowledge. In the original work, Goku and the others mostly used the Dragon Balls to resurrect people or to erase the memories of Earthlings. In Jiang Yun's view, this is undoubtedly wasteful. Instead of erasing people's memories, it would be better to let them remember this painful experience and strive for a better future, rather than live in the peace woven by Goku and the others. Ultimately, Earth will have to face the universe. After obtaining the gravity training room, Jiang Yun began intense training, pushing himself to exhaustion every day before stopping, and then soaking himself in the rejuvenation liquid. This is what Jiang Yun uses to repair bodily injuries. High-intensity training can easily cause hidden injuries in the body. Therefore, some essential repairs are very necessary, as Jiang Yun does not want these hidden injuries to affect his physical potential. After all, his body cannot compare to that of Saiyans and Namekians, who do not worry about their bodies being harmed, while he has to consider it. Vegeta, as a Saiyan, often pushes himself in the gravity training room. Each time, he trains to exhaustion, relying on his proud heart and the belief that he wants to surpass Goku to continue torturing himself. However, it is precisely because of this belief that Vegeta can keep up with Goku's footsteps without anyone's guidance. So if geniuses work this hard, what reason do I have to be slack? That would simply be wasting my talent. If I want to become a being that stands above the heavens, I must strive hard so that my time in this world is not in vain. As for Piccolo, the characteristics of Namekians make him not worry about hidden injuries. Or rather, hidden injuries do not exist for him. It merely takes a bit of energy to recover. Even if an arm is broken, it can grow back. So naturally, hidden injuries do not exist. In the days that followed, Jiang Yun continued to train in the gravity training room. Of course, he took a gradual approach, not like Goku, who started at a very high multiplier right from the beginning. This was also because Goku was eager to save people, while Jiang Yun now had ample time to train. So he naturally did not adopt an aggressive method. Instead, he slowly laid the foundation. A tall building rises from the ground up, and the foundation is extremely important as it relates to the height he can reach in the future. Many people fail to progress in their combat power because they did not build a solid foundation. Jiang Yun was not in a hurry, but patiently laid the groundwork. When tired, Jiang Yun would meditate and think about developing martial skills or imagine a hypothetical enemy for combat training. After these days, his cultivation improved day by day. 6 months later, whoosh, Jiang Yun quickly moved to dodge the attack from the figure in front of him, supporting himself on the ground, and instantly fired an energy blast at his opponent. The figure in front deflected it with a knife hand, and then a blazing meteor sent Jiang Yun flying. A massive wave of energy spread out, freezing the scene for 2 seconds. In the next moment, an energy blast flew out, and Jiang Yun remained unscathed. The two instantly engaged in combat, using hands and feet, moving at a speed that was astonishingly fast, invisible to ordinary people. Punches and kicks echoed in the silent space, and the two quickly retreated, secretly panting for breath. Then the two joined their hands, and a huge amount of energy burst forth between them. Blazing meteor! Both sides roared in anger, launching their attacks simultaneously. In the next moment, neither could gain the upper hand, both staring intently at each other. Just as they were about to continue fighting, suddenly their figures vanished, and the scene returned to Jiang Yun sitting cross-legged, panting heavily. Clearly, the previous battle was a scene of Jiang Yun fighting against a simulated version of himself in his mental space. And now he could no longer continue the battle due to excessive mental energy consumption. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Yun reflected on the gains of the past 6 months. During this time, he had spent most of his time training. Not only had his combat power significantly increased, but his combat experience had also improved greatly. Although it was not a real battle, it was still a fight against himself, and by understanding his own weaknesses, his daily combat experience kept rising. Jiang Yun gained not only in combat power, but also in his mental energy, which had greatly improved due to continuous meditation and cultivation. Looking at his combat power, after Jiang Yun's continuous training during this period, it had reached 50,000. You read that right. Jiang Yun's combat power had indeed reached this level. After training in the gravity training room and engaging in meditation, Jiang Yun's combat power had undergone a significant leap. Even during this process, Jiang Yun continuously experienced the changes in energy. His understanding of energy had reached a new level, which would be extremely beneficial for his future cultivation. Now it can be said that there is no one on earth who can surpass him in energy cultivation, not even the gods. As his combat power increased, his understanding of energy deepened. In studying energy, he wanted to use it for healing and recovery, referencing various medical concepts from his past life, combined with his own ideas. successfully allowing Jiang Yun to comprehend a skill that could heal injuries. At the beginning, Jiang Yun used plants for training. However, the violent energy instantly destroyed the plants, which did not achieve a healing effect at all. He wanted to convert the energy into a gentler form, but the effect was minimal, even ineffective. Eventually, Jiang Yun directly employed the miraculous skill of breath of all things. And it was then that he discovered that energy, the so-called energy, is also a form of life energy. Everything has vital energy, and energy exists in the human body. As long as the energy is transformed into a gentle energy that resonates with life, it can achieve the effect of repairing injuries. Repairing injuries relies on the recovery and regeneration of cells. Therefore, after gaining this insight, Jiang Yun immediately began experimenting. He stimulated the cells using this special energy to achieve cellular regeneration. When he saw the wound he had made on the plant starting to heal, he was very excited. Great, the experiment was successful. Jiang Yun then laughed joyfully, feeling that this technique consumed very little energy. Not much. No, it actually consumed very little. Suddenly, Jiang Yun noticed that the vital energy in the plant seemed to have decreased slightly. With his strong mental energy, Jiang Yun did not think it was a misperception. He began to carefully investigate the issue. Soon, he discovered the problem, which was quite simple. During the healing process, this special healing energy stimulated the plant's own healing ability for cellular regeneration. However, because this regeneration happened too quickly, the plant could not replenish this part of the consumption by absorbing nutrients, resulting in the consumption of its own energy. That was why Jiang Yun felt the decrease in vital energy. He discovered that after stimulating the plant's regeneration, that part of the energy would not disappear but would revert to its original state. It was merely meant to stimulate, so there was not much consumption. As for the consumed part, it was due to the energy lost during the transformation process, which did not amount to significant consumption. Although this effect was already quite good, it could even save a life at a critical moment. The amount of life energy consumed seemed negligible compared to a life. However, Jiang Yun was evidently not satisfied with this. He wanted to achieve the healing effect of Saiyans.He in the original work without affecting his own life. This led him to fall into deep contemplation. While lost in thought, Jiang Yun suddenly looked up, his eyes even shining with light. And he began to express his guesses continuously. Yes, the healing technique of Saiyans.He in the original work requires consuming his own energy, not like mine, which can be activated almost infinitely. The energy he used for healing was permanently consumed. Jiang Yun continuously articulated his thoughts, as if he were a top student from his past life, solving incredibly difficult math problems. The whole person seemed to be in a trance as he continued. If the energy I transformed could replace the life energy of the treated object, and instead of stimulating the cells, I guided their regeneration, not consuming the body's energy, but using the special energy I transformed, then I would achieve the same healing effect as Saiyans.He. Great. That's it. This plan is really feasible. Jiang Yun quickly began the experiment, using the transformed energy, which was indistinguishable from Saiyans.He's green healing energy. Instead of using stimulation, Jiang Yun injected it to guide cell regeneration. During this process, he found that the consumption of energy was 10 times greater than before, but it was not a big deal. The previous treatment hardly consumed much energy and could recover in an instant. After completing the plant experiments, Jiang Yun started the animal experiments. He discovered that the energy consumed for treating animals was slightly higher than for plants, and it varied depending on the severity of the injuries. This reminded Jiang Yun of the law of conservation of energy. It seemed that his experiment was successful. Next was the human experiment, which Jiang Yun believed was necessary. Otherwise, if his skill had little effect on the human body in the future, it would be a very serious issue. Jiang Yun was unsure how it would affect people, if it would have a self-healing effect on masters of energy. He directly made a cut on his arm, and blood immediately flowed down. Jiang Yun covered the wound with the transformed energy, feeling a tingling sensation in his arm. After a while, the wound became smooth, as if there were no injury at all. Afterwards, Jiang Yun experimented with this skill on several disciples of the Martial Alliance, and they were all extremely shocked, not expecting that energy could actually heal human injuries. Buchen even said, "Leader, can we learn this? If we master this skill, we won't have to worry about getting hurt." Bufan scratched his head and shyly said, "I want to learn too. If I master this, I won't have to worry about disabilities. It's so cool, a really impressive skill." The others also expressed their desire to learn. This was indeed a very useful skill. Haha, anyone can learn it. I developed this skill mainly for you to learn. We need to cultivate our own medical personnel. Some members with poor talent can specialize as medical staff, and we can improve their treatment. Jiang Yun said happily, we can't always rely on fairy beans and medical machines. After all, you can't carry medical equipment with you during battles, right? Jiang Yun thought this way, but his mind focused on Bu Fan's words about not worrying about disabilities. Yes, this skill, Jiang Yun tentatively named it healing technique. This skill guides cell regeneration. Even if someone loses a hand, it can help them grow back to their original form. However, it consumes more energy than simple healing. After all, growing a new arm means a lot more cells are being reborn, which naturally consumes more energy. Jiang Yun even thought about using this skill to become wealthy in the future. No, it's about benefiting the public. But this requires a lot of manpower, and Jiang Yun even considered preserving the healing method externally. However, that is a significant research topic, and he would need to find some people to study it. Jiang Yun suddenly thought about the future. But that matter is still far off. Who cares? We'll research it later. Right now, Jiang Yun is thinking about the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, and Goku is about to make his appearance. He can also train the new generation of the Martial Alliance, not necessarily aiming for good results. The important thing is participation. Broadening one's horizons is also a good thing. On the other side, Master Roshi and the others brought Goku and Krillin to the venue. At this moment, Goku and Krillin appeared at the World Martial Arts Tournament venue in small suits. Master Roshi looked at the enormous venue in front of him and couldn't help but be shocked. The martial arts tournaments of previous years are nothing compared to this one. The event, promoted by the Martial Alliance, has become a massive competition recognized worldwide. Even people from outside the martial arts community have shown up, attracted by the huge cash prizes. The venue is still on Papaya Island, and the host is the same enthusiastic martial arts lover. In Jiang Yun's view, it would be a pity for someone like this not to learn martial arts. So, Jiang Yun decided to take this host back with him after the event. Goku and the others looked at the bustling venue, and Goku exclaimed that this was the most people he had ever seen at one time. Bulma explained that it was bustling because of the sponsorship from the Martial Alliance, which even increased the prize money for winners. The champion could win 50 million. Everyone was instantly attracted by this amount mentioned by Bulma. They even started to fantasize about their lives after winning the prize, and it seemed like money symbols appeared in everyone's eyes. Master Roshi thought to himself how many of the latest magazines that could buy, and his face turned red in an instant. Yamcha imagined being surrounded by many beautiful women, while Krillin pictured being chauffeured in luxury cars with beautiful women coming to him. Come on, little bald head. Seeing everyone lost in their thoughts, Bulma couldn't help but shout, "Wake up! What are you all thinking?" With her hands on her hips, she clearly knew what everyone was thinking. The crowd snapped back to reality, and Goku, looking confused, looked up at Bulma and asked Bulma, "What are you all talking about? It's so random." Goku scratched his head, appearing quite puzzled. Bulma covered her face with her hands, looking helpless, and said, "Adults matters, kids should mind their own business." Everyone burst into laughter, leaving Goku scratching his head in confusion. Returning to the topic of the Martial Alliance, Bulma began telling everyone about its origins. At first, everyone didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a fighting association with a bit of money. However, when Bulma mentioned that the Martial Alliance once defeated the Crane School, Master Roshi's expression suddenly became serious. Did he not know? The Crane School is the sect of his old rival, Master Crane. The Martial Alliance was able to defeat Master Crane and his group. While Master Crane's people may lack character, their abilities are quite impressive. Bulma continued at that time. The so-called world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai, appeared and did defeat many disciples of the Martial Alliance. But then a person emerged to block Tao Pai Pai. However, he ultimately couldn't defeat Tao Pai Pai until the deputy leader of the Martial Alliance appeared and defeated him like autumn leaves falling in the wind. Speaking of which, that Tao Pai Pai really is a fraud. How can he still call himself the world's #1 assassin? The Martial Alliance became incredibly popular in the West City, and Bulma naturally learned some information. However, she is not part of the martial arts community, so she didn't know how high Tao Pai Pai's status was. Master Roshi's expression remained grave. When did such a force emerge in the martial arts world? Could it be that a hidden sect has come to light? Master Roshi clearly shared the same thoughts as Master Crane. In their view, it is impossible for newcomers in the martial arts world to defeat those who have lived for so long. The crowd was still listening to Bulma's explanation. However, Bulma noticed Master Roshi's serious expression and was a bit surprised, asking, "Old pervert, what is wrong with you?" Upon hearing Bulma's question, Everyone noticed something was off with Master Rashi and looked at him, seemingly wanting to ask him something. Seeing everyone's expressions, Master Rashi revealed a faint smile and softly said, "In my younger days, when she was still alive, she was my master's daughter. Master Crane was also my fellow disciple. We used to have a very good relationship, but later he went down the wrong path, and from then on, we became enemies." Master Rashi began recounting his past with Master Crane. Although everyone initially heard Master Rashi's story about him and Fong Fong, they still listened attentively, moved by his tale. However, they were also enraged by Master Crane's evil deeds. They couldn't help but admire the strength of the Martial Alliance. After all, being able to defeat Master Crane, who was a fellow disciple of Master Rashi, means they are certainly strong. Although they finished listening to Master Rashi's story, everyone knew that the strength of the Crane School was still quite formidable. It's easy to imagine how powerful the Martial Alliance must be to defeat the Crane School. Could it be that the Martial Alliance is really that powerful? Bulma asked in surprise. After witnessing Master Rashi's strength, she realized how strong this old man was. If that is the case, isn't the Martial Alliance even stronger than the old turtle? So, you're saying the Martial Alliance is quite impressive, huh? I thought it was just a fighting organization, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful, Bulma exclaimed. After Master Rashi's remarks, everyone felt that the Martial Alliance was incredibly formidable, not just a simple organization. Only Goku still seemed a bit confused and excitedly said, "So this Martial Alliance is really strong? I can't wait to fight them." Everyone couldn't help but sweat at Goku's innocence. Krillin poked Goku with his finger and quietly told him, "The Martial Alliance refers to a group, not a person. There are many people." Goku scratched his head, showing no signs of embarrassment, and laughed. "So, is each of them really strong?" Krillin thought for a moment and uncertainly said, "They should be." After all, hearing how impressive they are, Krillin felt there must be some very strong characters within. "I can't wait to fight them." Little Goku still looked eager to battle, and everyone was touched by his optimistic attitude. So they all said, "Let us go register first." When they arrived at the venue, the registration process was different from before. Due to the large number of participants and to prevent some people from taking advantage of the situation, the venue set up a power measurement machine, similar to the one used during the Majin Buu era. However, only those with a punching power of over 120 could participate in the competition. This threshold has left ordinary people coming to compete looking at each other in confusion, discussing, "What is this standard? Is there even a point in participating? Probably very few can meet it. Step aside, I'm here." People with garbage skills shouldn't bother entering the competition. At this moment, a very arrogant voice rang out, which made many people around feel displeased and turn to look behind them, wondering who was speaking so boldly. They saw a burly man, too, 8 meters tall, walking towards the measuring device. With his face full of muscles, it was evident that he was not someone to be trifled with. As a result, no one spoke further, and they all stepped back in fear. However, this did not include Yukong and his companions, as well as many powerful individuals who were also present, including several familiar faces from the original work, and even a large number of unfamiliar faces, clearly drawn in by the Martial Alliance's promotion and the lure of the prize money. The burly man clenched his fist and struck the measuring machine hard, causing an immediate change. Koema Wolf scored 158, passing. The person reporting the score was only from the Martial Alliance, so he wasn't surprised by the number. However, the ordinary people were different, all gasping in astonishment. "Wow, is that a score a human can achieve? The fighting champion might only score this high. Did I see that right? That's actually a score a human can hit." It's no wonder they were skeptical, because in the original work, Satan only scored 137. Although Satan had become quite lax after the Cell Games, his talent was still impressive, and his daughter, unlike Dilly, inherited his talent. She even surpassed him early on, but a few still showed disdain, and soon others began their tests. However, very few people passed the test. Only a handful of exceptionally talented, ordinary people did. Then, those from the martial arts world began their tests, along with some extraordinary individuals, like the werewolf and the dinosaur man from the original work. At that moment, a dinosaur-like entity achieved a score that left many in awe, and it was clear that he had even held back somewhat. "Jylan, score 516. The announcer said loudly. "What? How is it possible to have such a high score? Did he cheat? Shut up, didn't you see that's Jylan? The legendary man-eater." The person discussing it next to him was instantly frightened into silence upon hearing that he actually ate people. At this time, Jiang Yin also began to participate in the competition with the people from the Martial Alliance. Among the participants, A remarkable figure appeared. Satan and Raditz had come to take part in this martial arts tournament as well. Jiang Yun was quite surprised when he first learned this news. He didn't have much fondness for Mr. Satan from the original story, who had taken credit for the achievements that rightfully belonged to the Z Warriors. When he found out that Satan had actually joined their martial alliance, Jiang Yun felt an incredible sense of disbelief. In fact, when Satan became a core disciple, he also felt it was unbelievable. When he saw his seniors releasing energy blasts with their hands, similar to bombs, Satan was completely stunned, exclaiming that it was an illusion. An illusion. However, he was quickly shown by his seniors that it was not an illusion, as they taught him a lesson to make him understand. Even when Satan learned that one could fly at advanced levels of cultivation, he eagerly began training himself, realizing that the greatest opportunity of his life was right in front of him. Thus, he trained hard to stand out and was finally chosen to participate in this grand martial arts tournament. When Jiang Yun and the others appeared, Bulma and the others quickly recognized him. "Oh, it's that mysterious big brother. Is he participating this time too?" Goku said happily, clearly remembering Jiang Yun's presence and knowing he was strong, eager to fight him. Bulma and the others had told Goku that Jiang Yun had saved them, but they hadn't mentioned the part about him transforming into a giant ape. So at this moment, he still didn't know how powerful Jiang Yun truly was. Isn't that the fierce person? It's that senior. Both Bulma and Yamcha thought. Master Roshi followed the gaze of the crowd, and his eyes landed on Jiang Yun. In just an instant, Master Roshi's expression became serious. This young man is quite extraordinary. Master Roshi couldn't discern the details of this man at all. He looked ordinary, like an average person, but his instincts told him not to provoke this young man, or else it would lead to death. Although this young man seemed to have no cultivation at all, when Master Roshi looked at Jiang Yun, he felt that the entire person seemed mysterious, as if his unhurried pace was in harmony with the universe. This young man has an incredibly high martial arts realm. He has definitely surpassed his own existence. As if sensing someone watching him, Jiang Yun turned his head and immediately saw Master Roshi's gaze, to which he gave a friendly smile. Master Roshi couldn't help but shiver. This young man's perception is so sharp. Hearing that everyone recognized this person, Master Roshi couldn't help but ask, "Do you know the origins of this young man?" His words carried 7 parts curiosity and 3 parts astonishment. "This person once saved us and possesses immense strength. I even wanted to take him as my master, but he refused." Yamcha remarked with a sigh. Krillin, unaware of this person's existence, couldn't help but ask, just how strong is this person? "I estimate he is no less powerful than Master Wu Tian. The difference in strength between them should be minimal," Yamcha replied. Because of Jiang Yun's presence, Yamcha had already preemptively apprenticed himself to Master Roshi. This little butterfly of his has begun to flap its wings, bringing about unknown changes to this world. Whether these changes are good or bad, we cannot know. At this moment, Yamcha still had no idea how terrifying Jiang Yun's strength truly was. He even thought that Jiang Yun's power was similar to Master Roshi's. Since he didn't know the full extent of Master Roshi's strength, he assumed their strengths were comparable. No, his strength is even above mine. I can't even perceive his depth, Master Roshi said meaningfully. His words shocked everyone. They never expected Jiang Yun to reach such a level that even Master Roshi couldn't gauge his depth. However, Goku felt nothing unusual because the stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. "All right, let's not talk about him for now. Let's hurry and sign up." At this moment, Bulma stepped in to ease the situation. Everyone then walked towards the power measurement machine. On the way, Master Roshi whispered, "Take it easy later. Don't exert too much strength. Around 200 should be enough." "Why? Shouldn't it be better to try harder?" Goku asked in confusion. "You fool. We need to learn to hide our strength and deliver a heavy blow at the crucial moment," Krillin said with a chuckle, still showing off his cleverness. In fact, Master Roshi just didn't want to attract too much attention at this time. As warriors, we must learn to conceal our true abilities and not be too ostentatious. Look, the group following Jiang Yun is on stage. At this moment, Bulma also saw the disciples of the Martial Alliance preparing to participate in the test. Among the disciples who came out this time, all were the previously selected young disciples, including Satan and 2 others, who were among the more outstanding members of the Martial Alliance. Satan scored 200. Lotta scored 199. Jinza scored 200. Look, their scores are all close to 200. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim. These people are not simple. Their control is so strong that they manage to keep their scores around 200. There must be a master guiding them. Master Roshi thought to himself, increasingly feeling that this group of people was impressive. Soon after, Goku and the others also began their tests, causing a stir as they floated into the arena. Others couldn't believe that such small children could achieve scores that were difficult for them to reach. When Krillin entered the arena, he suddenly saw his former brothers from the Doring Temple, recalling his past experiences of being bullied, and his body trembled in fear. The people from Doring Temple also saw Krillin and humiliated him before floating away. Krillin, don't worry, your strength is already very strong, so you don't have to be afraid of them, Goku said, sensing that the aura of the previous group was weak and that Krillin could easily defeat them. With the comfort from the others, Krillin calmed down. After all, he was no longer the same as before. Now, he was a disciple of Master Roshi, the Turtle Hermit. Soon, the competition began. Due to the promotion and investment from the Martial Alliance, this competition was grander than before, leading to the expansion of many arenas. The competition format remained the same as in the original story, and soon, Goku and his group eliminated their opponents one after another. However, Krillin encountered a bit of trouble. He ran into his former senior brothers, and the butterfly effect occurred. Krillin not only met his former seniors early, but even faced them directly. His senior first mocked Krillin, and when Krillin was filled with fear, he directly threw a punch at him. Krillin instinctively jumped into the air to dodge. The senior, taken aback by the evasion, had a dazed expression, and Krillin quickly turned around, delivering a heavy flying kick to his former senior's stomach, sending him flying several hundred meters away. Bulma and Oolong even turned to look. Krillin couldn't believe this was his own strength. Could this be the power after training? This filled Krillin with joy. He was no longer the Krillin who had been bullied in the past. In this battle, Krillin quickly overcame the fear in his heart. He even knocked his opponent out of the ring, creating a large hole in the wall, which undoubtedly boosted Krillin's confidence, leading to multiple victories in subsequent fights. The simultaneous competitions in several regions greatly accelerated the pace of the matches. However, due to the large number of participants, it still took a day to select the top 16 contenders. In the waiting room, several people looked at those in front of them, most of the contestants sizing each other up. After all, these could be their opponents. However, their gazes coincidentally shifted away when they focused on Goku and his friends, while some closed their eyes in concentration, preparing for the upcoming matches. At this moment, everyone saw a man emitting a foul odor, and they instinctively moved away from him. This man was the barbarian we all know. Brother Satan, if I encounter this person, I will directly admit defeat. I really don't have the confidence to battle such a competitor, said one of the disciples from the Martial Alliance, among whom Satan had the highest cultivation level, hence the title of brother. Ha ha ha, no matter how big the difficulty, I will overcome it. After all, I am Satan. The other disciples looked at the confident Satan and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, truly worthy of being Brother Satan. In reality, Satan was already panicking. He was just pretending to be calm, not wanting to lose face in front of the other disciples. But looking at the deadly smell before him, he secretly prayed not to face that person. Suddenly, with a clang, everyone knew the competition had begun, and they all stood up to prepare for their battles. Soon, everyone saw their opponents. The duel list was displayed on a prearranged rack, and everyone could clearly see whom they were to face. Let me see who my opponent is. A female contestant spoke up, clearly distressed. It was Lan Fong, a character from the original story. As a woman, she naturally had a strong aversion to the barbarian. In fact, any normal person would find it unacceptable. In the original story, if Clint hadn't realized he didn't have a nose thanks to Wukong's reminder, he would have likely been defeated by the barbarian. In truth, the barbarian's combat power wasn't that high, but his attack methods were quite unfriendly, especially in low-level battles. Opponents without long-range attack capabilities would find his fighting style very frustrating. Of course, against a skilled fighter, a gust of wind from a palm strike could easily send him off the stage. No one would want to engage with such a competitor. Similar to how Master Roshi could defeat Yamcha with a simple gust of wind, only little Wukong had that level of power in the audience. As for the others from the Martial Alliance, they had been training for a relatively short time and didn't even know how to use the Kamehameha wave, so naturally, they lacked that level of strength. The reason Zhang Yin brought them out was mainly to broaden their horizons and let them witness Wukong's growth. When one of the Martial Alliance members saw his opponent was the barbarian, his face instantly turned pale. He trembled as he walked onto the stage, while a few others secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad they didn't have to face that competitor. As the barbarian stepped onto the stage, the audience expressed their disdain, saying, "Does someone like him even deserve to compete? His qualification to compete should be revoked." However, the barbarian hadn't violated any rules, so they couldn't just revoke his qualification for no reason. Moreover, the competition began. In the original story, the dedicated host also covered his nose, but he still dutifully explained the barbarian's exploits. When the audience heard that the barbarian had never taken a bath, they couldn't help but feel disgusted again. Watching such a competitor compete was truly a torturous experience. Referee, I concede. One disciple from the Martial Alliance quickly admitted defeat because he couldn't stand fighting against such an opponent. After saying that, he jumped off the stage without looking back. Jiang Yun, watching from the shadows, couldn't help but frown, thinking, it seems their temperament still needs to be honed. Otherwise, they will be of little use in the future. In Jiang Yun's view, as long as that disciple held his breath temporarily, he could end the battle in a very short time. It seemed that the disciples of the Martial Alliance still needed to train their temperament. Without enough composure, it's easy to go astray, just like Master Crane. Soon, several more matches took place, but unfortunately, two members of the Martial Alliance encountered Wukong and his companions and were eliminated. However, they admired Wukong for having such cultivation at such a young age. The next match was between Satan and Clin. On the sidelines, Satan knew his opponent was that little bald guy and also knew he was a disciple of Master Wu Tian. He was no longer the same Satan as before. He had been diligently studying martial arts. He understood the significance of Master Wu Tian and knew that his disciple must not be underestimated. My opponent is that guy with the explosive hair. He must be very strong since he's brought by Bulma and the others, Clin said, feeling a bit insecure when he saw his opponent was Satan. Clin, believe in yourself. That person's strength seems to be about the same as yours. You can do it, Wukong said seriously to Clin, and what he said was indeed true. He felt that Satan's strength was indeed comparable to Clin's. Under the training of the Martial Alliance, although Satan's talent was slightly inferior to Clin's, thanks to the effects of the gravity training room, Satan had reached this level, though he was only occasionally thrown in. Satan's strength still didn't reach the level of training there regularly. Clin, go for it. Wukong cheered him on. I will. With Wukong's encouragement, Clin was filled with confidence. Please take care of me. Clin made a gesture of respect, and then, when the referee announced the start, he took an offensive stance, a standard Kame Sunin-style posture. I will not lose, Satan responded. Then the two began a tentative attack. Clin's quick straight punch was quickly dodged by Satan. Bang! Bang! The two exchanged blows rapidly. Fists and kicks flying, with even sound barriers breaking in the air, indicating that their attacks had reached supersonic speeds. The intense exchange shocked everyone else. And even the host was exclaiming, what an exciting duel! The exchanges between the two competitors are so fast, they are almost invisible. As fellow disciples, could you explain to us? While speaking, the host referee didn't forget to ask Wukong to explain as well. In just 1 second, they threw 12 punches and kicked 15 times, countering each other's moves. Clin received all of Satan's attacks and, in an instant, struck Satan in the chest. Satan turned and kicked Clin away. Wukong systematically described the situation of the two. The two had exchanged so many times in just 1 second. Let's look forward to their exciting duel. The blonde host couldn't help but be amazed by their battle. On stage, after realizing the tentative attacks were fruitless, both Satan and Clin began to show their real skills. Clin suddenly landed an elbow strike to Satan's abdomen, catching Satan off guard, sending him flying. But soon, Satan retaliated, using his longer reach to engage in a trade-off strategy with Clin. Before long, both of them were panting heavily from this fighting style, stopping to stare at each other. If this continues, I will lose to Satan due to exhaustion. Clin thought to himself, I need to end this quickly, otherwise I won't be able to handle it either. This guy is as slippery as an eel, already avoiding the trade-off strategy. Master Wu Tian's disciple is indeed not to be underestimated. Satan wanted to quickly end the battle, and in an instant, his fighting style became more aggressive. Clin secretly rejoiced, just as I wanted. Then Clin continuously lured Satan into attacking, as if he were being forced into a corner by Satan's trade-off strategy. Satan realized Clin's impatience and felt pleased. However, he did not realize that this was a deliberate act by Clin. Jiang Yun also noticed the problem with Satan. This was clearly Clin's strategy, and he did not expect Satan to fall for it so easily, perhaps due to his lack of battle experience. Although he temporarily suppressed Clin due to his physical advantage, he was lacking in technique. One should reserve some strength when throwing punches and be able to control them easily. Otherwise, if one overextends, they cannot retract the punch. It seems that Master Rashi's teachings are still useful, emphasizing that no move is better than having a move and not being rigid with techniques. Perhaps bringing Master Rashi to teach the disciples of the Martial Alliance techniques would also be a good idea. Jiang Yun thought, mischievously while touching his chin. Disguised as Jackie Chan, Master Roshi suddenly sneezed, completely unaware that he had already been targeted by a big bad wolf. Clint, watching Satan gradually increase his strength, couldn't help but feel pleased. As long as Satan lost his composure, his opportunity would come. Satan felt Clint's attacks becoming weaker and couldn't help but feel triumphant, as if he was about to win. Suddenly, Satan pushed Clint into the corner of the ring. Little did he know, this was a trap set by Clint. Clint pretended to show a bad expression, which instantly made Satan happy. He charged forward with a punch aimed at the cornered Clint, only to find a mischievous smile at the corner of Clint's mouth. Clint bent down and grabbed Satan's hand, attempting to perform a shoulder throw to fling Satan out of the ring. At this moment, it was too late for Satan to hold back, as he had already fallen into Clint's rhythm during their earlier fight, leaving him powerless to change the outcome and only able to watch helplessly as he was thrown out of the ring. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. To them, this battle was simply exquisite, unlike the previous fights that ended very quickly and left them feeling unsatisfied. Congratulations to our fighter Clint for winning. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Clint happily accepted the cheers from the crowd. Satan, realizing he had lost, did not feel dejected. Instead, he recalled what a senior in the Martial Alliance had told him about there being someone better outside of every person in a greater world beyond every sky. He also remembered that this was something the Alliance leader had once said. At this moment, those few words echoed in his mind like a resounding bell, making him display a look of guilt. Perhaps he was too arrogant. Clearly, the concepts that Jiang Yun had been instilling in the Martial Alliance were quite good. Jiang Yun had always been telling the people of the Martial Alliance that martial artists should not only practice martial arts but also cultivate their minds. A true martial artist should possess a martial heart and the virtues that a martial artist should have. This is what it means to be a qualified martial artist. The battles after Krillin and the others are different. They end very quickly. Even Goku encounters that dinosaur, Jiran, and is even trapped by Jiran's rubber ring. If Bufan were here, he would definitely say, "I'm familiar with this move. Isn't this the technique of that unprincipled dinosaur man?" Unfortunately, this move did not trouble Goku at all, as he quickly knocked his opponent off the stage. Soon, the 4 finalists were determined. This time, Goku's opponent was Nan Wu, and whoever won this match would earn the runner-up prize. As for the third place, it would be contested by the 2 losers. It was Nan Wu versus Goku. Both of them wore serious expressions, as neither opponent was weak. From the very beginning, Goku used the afterimage fist against Nan Wu. Master Roshi, who was watching, was a bit shocked. He hadn't taught Goku the afterimage fist. Could it be that the kid learned it just by watching? If that were the case, Goku's talent might be even more terrifying than he thought. Perhaps Goku would eventually catch up to that formidable young man. Suddenly, Master Roshi's mind flashed with the image of Jiang Yun, and he thought that with Goku's monstrous talent, he might be able to catch up to Jiang Yun, or even surpass him given time. On the stage, Nanwu quickly felt immense pressure in his battle with Goku, struggling to cope with Goku's flurry of punches and kicks. Goku seemed to be handling it with ease, while Nanwu was sweating profusely, clearly under significant pressure from Goku's powerful abilities, which made him even more cautious. He had a compelling reason to win. However, Goku was also surprised, as his afterimage fist had been seen through by Nanwu. And even Yamcha and the others in the audience were staring at Goku in disbelief, exclaiming that he had learned Jackie Chan's technique so easily. Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie Chan, was also astonished that Nanwu had managed to decipher his technique. Then, Nanwu and Goku exchanged attacks, with one using kicks and the other retaliating with punches, neither giving way. Goku took advantage of a moment when Nanwu was distracted to knock him away, but unexpectedly, Nanwu used the wall to jump back and knock Goku to the ground. Goku painfully clutched his neck and exclaimed, "That hurts. This guy. I have a compelling reason to win, so please fall off the stage." Nanwu also showed a fierce expression and charged at Goku, clearly wanted to knock him out of the ring. However, Goku unexpectedly tripped Nanwu with his tail, grinning as he showcased his tail. "Ha ha ha, this is really nice." The audience gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "He actually has a tail. It's a real tail." Cornering Nanwu, Goku decided to play around and attempted a spinning attack to knock Nanwu off the stage. But unexpectedly, he got dizzy first, allowing Nanwu to escape a predicament. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yun couldn't help but chuckle. It really resembled the antics of a certain unpredictable guy. The audience also found it hilariously unexpected, bursting into laughter. At this moment, Namu was almost knocked off the stage by Wukong's humorous behavior. Looking at Wukong, who had fainted on the ground, Namu did not miss this opportunity. Sky Cross Punch. Namu jumped into the sky and unleashed his ultimate move, the Sky Cross Punch. Seeing Namu jump high into the air, everyone knew this move would be extremely powerful, and Bulma and others shouted for Wukong to get up. But in his dazed state, Wukong did not dodge and was struck heavily in the neck by Namu. In an instant, everyone was stunned, watching as Wukong gasped for air, his eyes turning white. And then he fainted. Seeing this, Namu thought Wukong would no longer be able to fight again. So he stood up, put his hands together, and stopped talking. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stood there in a daze, and even Namu said a prayer for Wukong before he started to say, "Please begin the countdown." The host, also in disbelief, slowly started the countdown. Even Master Roshi felt that Wukong would have a hard time getting up, and Krillin couldn't believe that Wukong was defeated like this. After all, it was Wukong. Namu was also convinced that Wukong wouldn't wake up, as he was all too familiar with the power of his own move, even asserting that he wouldn't wake up in less than 10 days. Everyone present believed that Wukong might not wake up from this move. Time slowly passed, and the countdown was nearing its end. Seeing this, Jiangyan couldn't help but think, if Wukong falls here, then he is no longer Wukong. Knowing the original story, Jiangyan already knew that Wukong couldn't fall here. But others didn't know, and the referee's countdown continued, filled with anticipation in everyone's eyes, hoping he could stand up. Just then, Wukong's hand suddenly moved, and he jumped up suddenly, standing up in the astonished gazes of the crowd. Even Namu couldn't believe that someone who had taken his move could stand up, thinking he must have missed. Master Roshi and the others marveled at Wukong's tenacity. Watching Wukong stand up, the crowd couldn't help but cheer for this tenacious fighter. Namu looked at the awakened Wukong, his face filled with disbelief, clearly unable to accept that someone could wake up after taking his move. Damn it, it must have been a misfire. Namu speculated that his attack must have missed. Otherwise, son Wukong definitely couldn't have taken his move. Since that's the case, he could only try again. This time, he was determined to make sure Wukong couldn't stand up. Namu's eyes showed a fierce intent, clearly planning to use all his abilities. The reason that made him unwilling to give up told him he couldn't lose. If he lost, there would be no hope. He then let out a loud roar, jumping toward the sky. This time, it was clear that he jumped higher than before, and the power was even greater. How will Wukong respond this time? Wukong looked at Namu, who was flying toward the sky, and shouted happily, "Wow, I want to learn too." He then jumped into the sky himself. Namu's figure had already broken through the clouds, reaching a very high altitude, where the people on the ground could no longer see him. Namu looked down with a serious expression, having made up his mind to completely defeat Wukong. Suddenly, he saw Wukong flying up as well. How is this possible? Wukong saw that he had surpassed Namu. I flew too high. He then descended to a height similar to Namu's. The surprised Namu couldn't wait to go down and fight Wukong. He wanted to eliminate Wukong in midair. As Namu charged towards him, Wukong didn't get overly entangled. Instead, he fell towards the ground. Upon seeing this, Namu was happy because he could now use his Sky Cross Punch. He quickly crossed his hands, intending to deliver a heavy blow to the little Wukong on the ground. But unexpectedly, Wukong jumped aside at the moment of landing and delivered a powerful flying kick forward. Coincidentally, it landed hard on Namu's stomach. In fact, this was not a coincidence, but rather a result of Wukong's strong battle instincts. Namu was directly kicked off the stage by Wukong's strike. After a moment of silence, the audience suddenly erupted in cheers. They thanked Namu and Wukong for their wonderful duel and congratulated our competitor's son, Wukong, for advancing to the top 2. He will compete for the championship. The host was also very excited, clearly feeling pumped up by their thrilling duel. Congratulations to Wukong for entering the championship match. After being defeated by Wukong, Namu also stepped onto the stage. Seeing his gloomy expression, one might think he was going to take action against Wukong again. But in reality, Namu was troubled because he had no money to buy water. He reached out his hand to little Wukong, clearly embodying the virtues of a martial artist. He accepted his defeat with grace. He sincerely admired the young man before him and felt no jealousy at all. As for the water, he would have to think of a way slowly. Afterwards, the surroundings erupted into a scene of joy and celebration. Behind the stage, Namu felt heavy-hearted, thinking of his relatives and friends back home, and of the people who had pooled their money to cover his travel expenses. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. He had ultimately let down the hopes of his fellow villagers. When Master Wu Tian, disguised as Jackie Chan, used mind reading to see into Namu's heart, he was also moved by the man's kindness. Namwu catch. Master Wu Tian threw something to Namwu. What is this? Namwu opened his palm and found it was a universal capsule. Namwu was a bit puzzled, unsure why Jackie Chan would give him a universal capsule. There was nothing inside, but it could be used to hold water. Lots of water, as the turtle hermit slowly explained. What? How do you know that? Namwu was a bit shocked that the turtle hermit knew his thoughts. I am Master Wu Tian, the turtle hermit said proudly. Then why are you dressed like this? Your hair? Namwu was curious. After realizing he was Master Wu Tian, he no longer questioned how he could know his thoughts. As the turtle hermit was regarded as a great master in the martial arts world. I use strong adhesive. My head is itching a bit now. The turtle hermit laughed heartily. Why are you disguised as Jackie Chan? Well, it's for my disciples. After my training, their strength has exceeded my expectations. To let them understand that there are always greater talents outside of their own, I had to disguise myself as Jackie Chan to test my disciples. The turtle hermit said meaningfully. You must know that under Wukong's wild nature, his power is quite formidable. You probably understand this well from your encounter. If Wukong were to win the championship at such a young age, I fear he would become too arrogant, which would be extremely detrimental to his future martial arts development. So as his master, I plan to temper his pride and prevent him from becoming overly ambitious, neglecting the cultivation of his heart. At that moment, the turtle hermit no longer displayed his usual silly demeanor, but instead exuded the aura of a true master. Ah, Master Wu Tian truly has his disciples' best interests at heart. They are fortunate to have a teacher like you, Namwu said with great admiration. Master Wu Tian, I must return this to you because I have no money to buy water. At this moment, Namwu looked very distressed, presumably worried about the water. Come with me. The turtle hermit then led Namwu to a well, explaining, the water resources here are abundant and water is free. If you go buy water, you might even get laughed at. The turtle hermit laughed heartily. What? Namwu couldn't believe that the precious water they had was actually free, and he was very surprised. At this moment, suddenly, the host's voice rang out. Next, we have contestant son Wukong facing off against contestant Jackie Chan. Let's witness an even more exciting duel. Upon hearing the voice, Master Rashi also walked over with his hands behind his back. Namwu looked at Master Rashi's back, filled with gratitude, and his eyes couldn't help but fill with tears. Suddenly, Master Rashi ran back, as if something was on his mind, and he quietly said to Namwu, You wait. Namwu nodded in agreement. On the competition stage, amidst the cheers of the audience, the two walked up to the ring. Before stepping onto the stage, Master Rashi encountered Yamcha, who quietly said, You are Master Rashi, right? Master Rashi hadn't expected Yamcha to cling to this matter, and after taking a couple of steps, he pointed to the audience and said, Look, isn't Master Rashi right there? I told you I'm not Master Rashi. Yamcha followed his gaze and indeed saw Master Rashi among the crowd, stunned. Could it be that he really wasn't Master Rashi? Krillin also pondered. It seemed that Grandpa Jackie Chan really wasn't Master Rashi. Wukong smiled and said, I didn't expect that besides Grandpa Rashi, there would be such a master. Then Wukong eagerly walked up to the ring, clearly looking forward to the battle with Jackie Chan. Wukong happily warmed up. He couldn't wait to fight Jackie Chan. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. After a series of battles, Wukong finally stood on the path to the championship. Now, let's interview the two contestants who have achieved consecutive victories. At this moment, the host walked out from behind and pointed the microphone at Goku, who was still warming up. It was clear that Goku was very focused on this battle. Goku, how confident are you about this fight? Garlic? What's that? The naive Goku's response to the host question was quite amusing. I don't know what it is. I'll just do my best. After answering, Goku continued with his warm-up exercises. The host, clearly embarrassed by Goku's answer, reluctantly chose to interview Master Rashi. What battle plan do you have in mind, Master Rashi? The host pointed the microphone at Master Rashi, who remained silent, eyes closed, exuding a special aura that shocked the crowd. However, after a moment, the atmosphere became awkward as Master Rashi started snoring, having fallen asleep unexpectedly, instantly losing his impressive demeanor. The host wiped his forehead with a handkerchief to cover up the embarrassment and said, I didn't expect our contestant Jackie Chan to be so calm, even falling asleep. He must be quite relaxed. But is this calmness due to confidence, or just an old man's sleepiness? The latter part was whispered, likely only audible to himself. Final match begins. After the host announced the start, Master Rashi unexpectedly made the first move, attacking Goku, but Goku was quicker, leaping into the sky. Master Rashi flipped in the air and kicked Goku in the back, sending him flying far away. The crowd gasped in shock. Could it be that Goku was eliminated just like that? That fool thought jumping away would save him? So careless. I never imagined it would be this easy to win. If I had known, I wouldn't have worried so much. Master Rashi couldn't help but laugh to himself, raising his hands to cheer the audience. And even the host believed Master Rashi had won. At that moment, the audience erupted in cheers. Hearing the cheers, Master Rashi looked up at the sky. Even Bulma and others, who thought Goku had lost, looked on in surprise. Suddenly, Goku's tail began to spin rapidly in the air as he flew back, a proud smile on his face. He even waved at the audience while in the air and made a funny face at Master Rashi after landing. Master Rashi couldn't believe Goku had returned to the stage in such a shocking manner. Goku explained that he intended to use Master Rashi's Kamehameha to get back, but he would save that move for later. Master Rashi, hearing Goku's words, thought Goku underestimated his Kamehameha, believing it wouldn't be so easily executed, nearly revealing his identity. He was shocked by Goku's persistent questioning, and in response, he immediately demonstrated the Kamehameha stance. Goku also took the stance, and the two of them ended up clashing Kamehameha waves. Their waves canceled each other out, and Master Rashi was surprised that Goku had mastered the Kamehameha to such an extent. Then, Master Rashi used the afterimage technique, but Goku misjudged and was struck down into a pile of rocks. However, the attack had no effect on Goku. Goku immediately executed the afterimage technique, and Master Rashi saw Goku use it, but it was a double afterimage technique. However, Master Rashi underestimated Goku, who actually performed a triple afterimage technique, landing a heavy blow on Master Rashi's head. "You little brat, you actually hit your master," Master Rashi exclaimed angrily. "But my master is Grandpa Rashi, isn't he?" Goku replied, puzzled. "Oh no," Master Rashi thought to himself, quickly taking out a forged family tree he had prepared in advance. The crowd was shocked, but they clearly didn't fully believe it. Master Rashi had no choice but to act and draw everyone's attention back to the fight. In an instant, Master Rashi seemed to act drunkenly and knocked Goku down. Seeing Master Rashi use this technique, Goku suddenly had an idea and used Monkey Fist to escape with a blow. But then Master Rashi used a hypnosis technique, which astonished everyone, even catching Goku's curiosity as he watched Master Rashi perform it. Even Jiang Yun, who was secretly watching, nodded in approval. Although Master Rashi hadn't improved in strength over the years, he had many strange techniques. However, this technique had too many limitations in a real life-and-death battle. No one would wait for you to slowly execute it. Goku suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground, clearly having been hypnotized. Watching Goku fall, even the host felt that it was somewhat unfair for Master Rashi to win this way, but they still proceeded with the countdown according to the rules. The crowd urged Goku to get back up, but it was ineffective. Just as the countdown was about to end, Bulma suddenly had an idea and shouted, "Goku, it's time to eat." To everyone's surprise, Goku instantly stood up, and Master Rashi was taken aback that his technique was so easily countered. Goku then threw a rock-paper-scissors punch at Master Rashi, but it was quickly seen through by the more experienced fighter. Realizing his attack was ineffective, Goku quickly shifted to a feint and knocked Master Rashi down. However, it was evident that this attack didn't cause much damage to Master Rashi. At this moment, the climax was just beginning. Master Rashi's expression turned serious, while Goku was very excited. Master Rashi was contemplating whether he should use that technique, estimating that Goku might be able to handle it. To let Goku experience the taste of defeat and achieve his own goal, Master Rashi decided to use that technique. Master Rashi stood tall, hands gathered in front of his chest as if gathering energy. Suddenly, sparks began to emerge from his hands, shocking everyone, as they couldn't believe Master Rashi had such a powerful technique. Even Goku was filled with astonishment. Master Rashi's energy gathered more and more, and the electricity in his hands grew stronger. The audience couldn't imagine how painful this technique would be when it hit someone. Universal shockwave. Master Rashi shouted. The electric current shot towards Goku, instantly trapping him in midair, even causing his hair to stand on end. Goku's expression was filled with extreme pain, making it clear just how powerful this technique was. The crowd was shocked and worried for Goku. Even Bulma urged Goku to give up, as continuing like this could lead to Goku's demise. But Goku was filled with unwillingness. Clearly, the Saiyans' nature made him reluctant to concede defeat so easily. Goku was determined not to give up, continuously resisting the onslaught of electricity. However, anyone could see that Goku was clearly at his limit and couldn't hold out much longer. What would Goku's fate be? While Goku struggled desperately, Master Rashi also urged him to give up, because Master Rashi is well aware of the power of this technique. If it weren't for Goku's monstrous talent, Master Rashi wouldn't even want to use it. But for the future of his disciple, he has no choice but to use this move. Without it, Master Rashi is not confident he could defeat Goku. However, Master Rashi underestimated Goku's obsession with victory. Saiyans are a warrior race, and their combative genes are deeply ingrained in their blood and soul. Goku let out a painful wail. Although he was doing his best to resist the attack, he still couldn't break free from the intense current. This attack is too terrifying. If it hit me, I would probably be dead by now. Someone in the audience said something that quickly garnered agreement from others. Humans can actually wield such terrifying power. Jiangyan looked at the moon faintly appearing in the sky and couldn't help but smirk. The real show is about to begin. At this moment, as Goku was fiercely resisting, he unintentionally glanced at the moon in the sky, and his expression began to turn ferocious. His body started to grow larger. His clothes ripped apart, and Goku surprisingly transformed back into the giant ape form. Bulma, Yamcha, and the others were understandably terrified, clearly recalling past events. The increasingly larger Goku actually broke free from Master Rashi's Kamehameha, which left Master Rashi in shock, even more so than Goku's transformation into the giant ape. It is worth noting that since Master Rashi learned this technique, no one had ever been able to escape its control. The surrounding audience even thought this was Goku's hidden move and began to cheer. Having broken free, Goku fell into a frenzied state, launching indiscriminate attacks around him. Everyone realized that Goku had lost consciousness, his rationality suppressed by the giant ape's rage. "Goku, please turn back to normal," Krillin shouted as he rushed over, seemingly provoking the giant ape, which then smashed down heavily. This punch was incredibly powerful. So much so that even the rocks that were sent flying had considerable force and quickly hurtled towards Krillin and the others. The surrounding spectators were also frantically fleeing, secretly wishing they had a couple more legs at that moment. Just like everyone else in a panic, Master Rashi was also running towards the edge of the arena. However, when he reached the edge, he suddenly stopped. If he jumped off the stage now, it would undoubtedly mean his defeat, rendering his efforts to teach his disciples in vain. "No, I need to think of a solution." Mr. Jackie-chan, Goku transforms like this only upon seeing the moon. The only way to return Goku to his original form is to cut off his tail. After witnessing Goku's transformation once, everyone clearly knew how to deal with him. After some struggle, Master Rashi found that he couldn't reach Goku's tail. While everyone was at a loss, Master Rashi took off his shirt, and an astonishing change occurred in his body. His muscles bulged as he assumed the Turtle School's Kamehameha stance. He decided to use all his abilities, but he realized that Goku's physical form was too powerful now. Regardless of whether it would work or not, Master Rashi didn't want to attack his own disciple. And there's no other choice. Kamehameha, a massive energy wave, surged forth, the dazzling light even obscuring the vision of the onlookers. When the light faded, Goku's figure was no longer there. Amazing. I didn't expect the power of the Kamehameha to be so astonishing. At this moment, the host, who was still dedicated to reporting, spoke up. Clearly, as a professional host, one must persevere until the end, even in dangerous situations. However, it was evident that Wukong's companions could not accept this. They thought Wukong had fallen to this attack, after all. The power of that move was there for all to see. "Wukong, Wukong." Krillin's voice was already choked with tears. Having established a deep friendship with Wukong, he clearly could not accept this fact, and even thought that Wukong had been killed by Master Rashi. "Wukong. Wukong is already shattered to pieces." Bulma broke down in tears. Having built a considerable friendship with Wukong during their journey to find the Dragon Balls, she could not accept Wukong's death, even claiming to have known Wukong before Krillin. Yamcha was also in disbelief that Wukong could be killed just like that. If that's the case, then the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament is clearly Mr. Jackie-chan. The host also spoke up. "What kind of champion is he? He's just a murderer. Give me back my Wukong." Krillin ran toward the arena, yelling angrily at Jackie-chan, his face filled with tears. Master Rashi was panting heavily and did not respond to Krillin's words. It was clear he was exhausted, as anyone could see. Master Rashi closed his eyes, waited until he regained a bit of energy, and then said, "Don't panic, look over there." Everyone followed the direction Master Rashi pointed and indeed saw a tail. It seemed that the surrounding stones also felt the crowd's sentiment and collapsed, revealing Wukong's small figure. Master Rashi explained, "The Kamehameha just now didn't hit Wukong, but the moon," and he pointed to the moon's original position. Great, great. Bulma was also overjoyed to the point of tears. Everyone looked in the direction Master Rashi pointed, and sure enough, the moon was gone. It's true. The moon is really gone. The host was also very surprised and shouted loudly. With that, Wukong wouldn't transform into a monster upon seeing the moon. Master Rashi continued. Contestant Jackie Chan has done something incredible. Looking at his surprised expression, he continued, but what about the Mid-Autumn Festival? We can't eat mooncakes and enjoy the moon anymore, and the werewolf contestant can't transform either. Everyone won't be able to enjoy the pleasure of moon viewing. The host was very excited and loudly told the audience, what are you rambling about? Hurry up and start the countdown. Master Rashi was clearly speechless at the host. Is this really the point? Just as the host began to count down, Wukong unexpectedly woke up once again, forcing the two to start fighting once more. Master Rashi wanted to take advantage of Wukong's moment of weakness to defeat him with one blow, but he didn't expect that missing the moon earlier had already exhausted him, and he could no longer unleash the Kamehameha. Wukong was in the same situation. Hunger prevented him from exerting much strength either. Now, both were pushing their limits, testing each other's willpower, exchanging punches and kicks, and their attacks had even become very slow, yet both persisted. Until the very last moment, neither gave up. This is the perseverance that a martial artist should have. They had already surpassed many others. In the final moments, Master Rashi, relying on his physical advantage, gained a slight edge and won at the last moment. The crowd began to cheer for this battle. Jiang Yun, hiding in the shadows, also smiled slightly because this was also his youth. At that moment, Jiang Yun suddenly received a message from the Martial Alliance. At this moment, Jiang Yun received news from the Martial Alliance that the data he had previously given to Dr. Brief had made groundbreaking progress. A finished product had already been developed. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Yun rushed back to the Martial Alliance without delay. As soon as he saw Bu Chun, he gave him a big hug, clearly overjoyed. By the way, let's go meet the doctor quickly. I can't wait. Jiang Yun was eager and decisive at this moment. All right, since you're so anxious, let's hurry. Seeing Jiang Yun so excited, Bu Chun couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He didn't understand why Jiang Yun was so fixated on the spaceship. Was life on Earth good? It wasn't surprising that Bu Chun felt this way, as Jiang Yun was aware of the future developments and planned to lay out his strategy early. The universe was the largest piece of his plan, and acting sooner would be more beneficial for him. Moreover, the Martial Arts Foundation on Earth was no longer sufficient for Jiang Yun to make rapid progress. Time was of the essence. The past few years had been a golden period for development. The enemies were not too strong. And Jiang Yun also wanted to hone his skills in the universe. A flower in a greenhouse cannot become a strong warrior. Martial arts require countless battles to achieve success. Additionally, there were many martial arts knowledge and techniques in the universe that Jiang Yun wanted to acquire. If he could obtain the fusion technique of the Metamorans, even a few million fighters from Earth combined could easily defeat Frisia. The difference between humans and beasts lies in human intelligence, which allows for the development of various techniques to deal with fierce beasts. Facing a tiger like Frisia, the tiger would not utilize weapons. However, this mindset led to Frisia's strong combat power without seeking the fundamental strength. And because he had no opponents and had never faced societal hardships, he did not train diligently, ultimately being defeated by the Saiyans. Jiang Yun was determined to venture into the universe. As for why he did not rely on the dragon to obtain the divine skills from the original story, Jiang Yun had his own considerations. Simply put, the consequences were too great. If he relied on the dragon to learn those skills, it could grant them to him, and naturally, it could take them back. If he reached a certain level in the future and uncovered the secrets of the Dragon Ball world, such as the hidden dragon god Salama, he might not necessarily be on the same side as such a powerful being who would not spread the Dragon Balls without purpose. Jiang Yun believed only in himself. What he cultivated would truly be in his own hands. Since he came to this world, he was confident that he was not weaker than others. Walking on the road, Jiang Yun did not speak, and they soon arrived at the Capsule Corporation. During this time, Bu Chun had also learned about Jiang Yun's close relationship with the Capsule Corporation and relayed messages from the company to him. They successfully met with Dr. Brief, and, surprisingly, Dr. Brief's wife was also present. Oh, this little handsome guy. Do you want to go on a date with me? It was clearly Dr. Brief's wife who spoke. The words made Bu Chun break into a sweat, thinking, could it be that brother Jiang Yun is flirting with Dr. Brief's wife? That's quite bold. Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a bit awkward at how straightforward that was. Although he knew from the original work that Dr. Brief's wife was a bit eccentric. This is a real world. Saying such things wouldn't provoke Dr. Brief's displeasure, would it? Jiang Yun looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, with long, unusual yellow hair and flawless skin, her appearance reminiscent of someone in their teens. It seems that Bulma's beauty is inherited from her mother, but he wondered if Bulma's infatuation also came from her. Jiang glanced at Dr. Brief, whose expression showed no change. He clearly didn't take the earlier comment to heart, which made Jiang secretly admire Dr. Brief's good heart. Having such a lively wife must be quite a handful. This must be the renowned Bu Chun. Dr. Brief clearly recognized Bu Chun. Compared to Jiang fame, Bu Chun's was even greater. Generally, matters concerning the martial alliance were handled by Bu Chun, as Jiang mostly focused on cultivation and wasn't fond of showing off in front of others. Nice to meet you, Dr. Brief, Bu Chun said, extending his hand in greeting. He clearly respected Dr. Brief, this renowned scientist, as in the current world, scholars held a higher status. Not to mention someone like Dr. Brief, who developed the universal capsule and is hailed as one of the most outstanding scientists in the world. Dr. Brief, I'm glad to hear about what you mentioned in your previous call. Have you made good progress? Jiang got straight to the point. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Dr. Brief couldn't help but laugh heartily and continued. I must say, the technology you provided me is quite ingenious. I've been researching it for over half a year to make some progress. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll do my best to accommodate. Jiang was in a good mood and responded to Dr. Brief. It's not a big problem. It's just that there's a type of metal that doesn't exist on Earth. If we use a substitute from Earth, the flight speed will be reduced by about half. Only that specific metal can withstand the pressure of high-speed travel in space. Dr. Brief unexpectedly showed a serious expression. People like them took scientific issues very seriously because science cannot tolerate any carelessness. Dr. Brief, what is that metal called? Jiang asked. That metal is called Admin metal. Dr. Brief informed Jiang of the metal's name. What? Admin metal? Jiang voice suddenly became a bit excited. Oh, have you seen this type of metal? Dr. Brief's tone became urgent. If Jiang knew about this metal, he could quickly create the most complete spaceship. Well, not really. It just sounds a bit familiar. Jiang calmed down, realizing it was just the name of a metal. It definitely wasn't the same metal he knew before. The universe is vast, and encountering metals with the same name isn't surprising. Ah, that's a bit unfortunate. Dr. Brief appeared somewhat disappointed. Seeing Dr. Brief's disappointment, Jiang spoke up. Doctor, don't worry. The reason I want your help in making a spaceship is that I want to venture into space. With my current strength, I should be more than capable of protecting myself in the universe. Isn't it a bit too early to enter space now? Dr. Brief expressed some concern, as he was aware of certain news about the universe. After all, his eldest daughter had gone to space. After exchanging a few words with the doctor, Jiang was determined to go to space. This trip was imperative, and he needed to plan how to get there. Jiang and Bu Chun returned to the Martial Alliance, and before leaving, he reminded Dr. Brief to improve the spaceship, as he planned to enter space for training within the next 2 years. Bu Chun, how many people in the Martial Alliance have decent combat power now? Jiang asked Bu Chun, wanting to understand the current state of the Martial Alliance's combat power development. After all, he definitely needed to enter space, and some of the disciples from the Martial Alliance would clearly need to go with him. He couldn't handle every little thing himself. Currently, we have 5,000 people with combat power exceeding 100, 1,000 with combat power exceeding 300, 200 exceeding 500, and a few dozen reaching 700 or 800. As for those over 1,000 in combat power, I'm the only one so far. Bu Chun answered it calmly, without much excitement. However, if these words were to spread, they would likely cause a stir in the martial arts world. Bu Chun wasn't arrogant, although he knew that with his current strength, he had no rivals on Earth besides Jiang. But Jiang had once talked to him about the universe. About a year later, report, the Blaze team has assembled 100 members. The Blaze team consisted of the most elite martial artists in the Martial Alliance, all with combat power exceeding 2,000 points. Report complete. Please give instructions, Alliance leader. The report came from Bu Chun, who was now dressed in combat gear, looking quite dashing. Looking at the elite team in front of him, Jiang felt a surge of ambition. They were the vanguard of Earth's entry into space. The Earthlings as a race would surely leave a remarkable reputation in the universe. After undergoing the most scientific training in the Martial Alliance, along with the help of various recovery devices and gravity chambers, the strength of the Martial Alliance had undergone a tremendous change, and only a few knew about this transformation. In this year, the members of the Martial Alliance underwent devilish training, often facing life and death situations. However, they did not shrink back. When they learned that they would follow Jiang to march into the universe, they all fervently engaged in cultivation, each harboring a desire to expand their territories. Marching into the universe is an irresistible temptation for everyone. Of course, many were eliminated in the process, leaving only the elite among the elite, with the most resolute hearts in martial arts. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation, Bu Chun, already boasts a combat power of 8,000 points. Although their combat strength may seem weak compared to the Blaze Flame team, and they might even be considered small fry in the universe. One must not forget that the amplification martial skill passed down by Jiang Yun, the Jiangwang Fist, has become very stable through continuous refinement by Jiang Yun. Not only has the endurance of their combat power greatly increased, but the physical requirements have also been significantly lowered. This is akin to an enhanced version of the Kaioken. And even Jiang Yun has incorporated the utilization of vitality into it. After activating the Jiangwang Fist mode, he unwittingly absorbs the free vitality around him to sustain himself, which is also why the Jiangwang Fist currently consumes less than the Kaioken. This was specially developed by Jiang Yun for the Martial Alliance, and Jiang Yun does not require them to understand the underlying principles. If you were to tell them about absorbing elemental energy and so on, how could he explain it? They wouldn't even be able to sense the existence of elemental energy. Jiang Yun speculates that it may be related to mental power. Therefore, after specific modifications made by Jiang Yun, once activated, it will unintentionally absorb elemental energy. Even Jiang Yun's own Jiang Divine Body has been further perfected. His body can absorb elemental energy, and after operating the Jiang Divine Body, it will not only automatically absorb elemental energy, but can also actively absorb it. For him, the burdens that are small can be ignored, and the duration is incredible. Even now, he can achieve a long-term activation of 10 times mode. And with the support of vitality, he can even achieve endlessness. He can convert vitality into energy for combat, but converting it into combat power is not possible. However, it is worth researching. Of course, that's a topic for later. During this year's research, considering that everyone needs to engage in battle to gain combat experience, Jiang Yun contacted Dr. Brief to develop artificial intelligence. When Dr. Brief first heard Jiang Yun's description of artificial intelligence, he was amazed, exclaiming that this child's ideas are truly abundant and quite advanced. Speaking of this, one must mention the technology of the Dragon Ball world, which, like a certain film, seems to have seriously deviated from the technological path. Here, even Dr. Gero can give robots emotions. However, their computing power is still at the level of computers and cannot reach the existence of super artificial intelligence at all. The level of technology here is extremely high in some areas, while in others it is very poor. There are even beings that rival Iron Man, yet they still use primitive bombs, completely lacking the advanced weaponry that should come with such high-tech existence. Even energy weapons only appeared later on, but their power is pitifully small, lacking any sense of world-destroying capability. This is not to be mentioned for now. When Brief heard about the idea of using artificial intelligence to build a virtual network, he was even more shocked, because through consciousness transfer to the virtual network, Jiang Yun wanted to use this to engage in battles of life and death, where one wouldn't have to worry about life and death in the virtual world at all. What Dr. Brief thought of was that the extra time in the virtual world could be seen as a way to extend human life in a disguised form, allowing for more time for research. Dr. Brief exclaimed, "The person who came up with this idea is either a madman or a genius." Obviously, Jiang Yun was not a madman, but a genius. After listening to Jiang Yun's narration, Dr. Brief immediately fell into research. Although artificial intelligence is complex, it cannot compare to space. After all, the universal capsule has already been developed, so what is the big deal? The computational power required for the virtual network is enormous, and it must rely on the existence of artificial intelligence to sustain it. Therefore, the first step is to develop artificial intelligence. For Brief, artificial intelligence was not difficult. Creating a guiding device to extract human consciousness was child's play. After a period of relentless effort, Brief quickly invented all of these. About 6 months after the Martial Alliance began training, Dr. Brief had everything ready. He also tried out the time flow rate of the virtual network. However, when Brief adjusted it to 10 times, he found that after reaching 10 times, human consciousness would become unstable, leading to a situation where the body could not keep up with the consciousness. In other words, after experiencing the time flow in the virtual network, would the body and consciousness become mismatched? Jiang Yun felt a bit of a headache. This was absolutely unacceptable. No. It's not that exaggerated. It just means the body needs to temporarily adapt to the consciousness. Moreover, it doesn't necessarily have to be at 10 times the speed the whole time. This would not only put a huge load on people, but also on artificial intelligence. After my testing, The maximum multiplier suitable for humans is 5 times. This has no effect on people at all, Dr. Brief explained slowly. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing this. 5 times could enable the martial alliance to develop rapidly. Although it couldn't compare to the mental time house, it still had benefits, as it was equivalent to extending lifespan. Many ideas about martial arts could be explored in the virtual world, while real cultivation and verification could be conducted in reality. Originally, the intention was just to use this to help the martial alliance members train practical experience. But now this virtual network seemed to have many applications and could even generate significant profits. Dr. Brief, how about naming this virtual network the Virtual Universe? Jiang Yun said to the doctor. Virtual Universe? That's a very fitting name. Perhaps this virtual universe could even rise in the cosmos in the future. Dr. Brief seemed quite pleased with this name and said happily, Dr. Brief, I know that accommodating the entire population of Earth is indeed very challenging, and the financial resources required are enormous, but we can set up a charging model. With so many people globally, if we charge each person a little, it would be equivalent to possessing wealth rivaling nations, even more massive than the Universal Capsule Company. Jiang Yun's voice seemed to carry a magic that made people deeply captivated. We can build it into a second world for humanity. With a virtual universe, human development will be astonishingly rapid. However, I also know that the doctor is not a money-loving person. Collecting funds is also for our better development. Of course, my goal is the pinnacle of martial arts. Income is secondary. The money earned can be used to support the development of Earth. Dr. Brief was amazed by Jiang Yun's ideas. How many thoughts could he possibly have? Doctor, you also know I am a martial artist. I hope you can help me design a combat module, matching mode, ranking mode, and room opening mode. Even team play and multiplayer modes. Of course, this can be included in the previous ones. Jiang Yun continued. You kid really has some ideas. Dr. Brief marveled that Jiang Yun was truly born for martial arts, even playing with it in remarkable ways. No, this young man will achieve great success no matter what he does. Looking at the teams before him, Jiang Yun recalled his previous conversation with Dr. Brief. The people in front of him not only excel in combat, but also possess extensive battle experience. At this moment, the Flame team, dressed in red and white combat uniforms, looked extremely impressive and formidable. This was a combat uniform designed by Jiang Yun himself. Bu Chun, are you going this time? Is there any problem? Jiang Yun gently asked the young man beside him. Ha ha, no problem at all. We are now on the right track. And Bu Fan has over 3,000 combat power now. But he hasn't joined the Flame team. He said he wants to provide us with a stable rear. Otherwise, he could probably serve as a squad captain in the Flame team. Bu Fan is no longer a concern for us. He can now stand on his own. Bu Chun smiled happily. After all, his most concerned younger brother has grown up, and that is his greatest comfort. Jiang Yun is also very satisfied with Bu Fan now. Although he still seems a bit immature, with some training, he can manage a region. As for Bu Chun, in Jiang Yun's eyes, his future is as vast as the stars and the sea. All right, everything is ready. Let us go. Jiang Yun shouted without further ado and led the team onto the spaceship. Everyone quickly boarded the spaceship without any chaos, thanks to Bu Chun, who had conducted military-style management for a period of time. Jiang Yun praised him for his high leadership skills. As everyone stepped into the spaceship, it swiftly began to soar into the starry sky. A sigh was heard. Heavenly God, what are you looking at? Are you watching that boy you mentioned again? A figure appeared beside the celestial deity. Sigh, I hope he won't bring disaster to Earth. The celestial deity sighed. But didn't you say he was a righteous young man? Yes, Bobo. His aura seems very righteous, with no hint of evil. The celestial deity shook his head and continued, although he has no evil heart. I worry that he might bring calamity to Earth. His ambition is too great. I started paying attention to him when he climbed up Karen Tower. I always felt he would bring significant changes to the world. But I don't know whether this change will be good or bad. I even considered teaching this young man for a while. However, I found that his progress in cultivation is too fast, even frighteningly so. His strength has far surpassed mine. Now, he is set out into the universe, and I hope he can bring benefits to the world. At least some of the things he is doing now are good. He is also a righteous martial artist. The celestial deity secretly sighed. It had been a long time since he felt something was beyond his control. But in the face of the current Jiang Yun, he could only accept it. He even suspected that the formidable young man could sense his probing. Indeed, after Jiang Yun comprehended the breathing of all things and felt the existence of qi, his spiritual power underwent significant refinement. no less than that of the celestial deity, allowing him to sense the gaze from above. However, he did not cut off this gaze. He knew it was the celestial deity and meant no harm. Otherwise, he would have blocked the deity's gaze long ago. As Jiang Yun and others walked into the starry sky, they were unaware that the celestial deity was watching their departure. Their destination this time was the Tsulong star, a mercenary planet and one of our destinations, known for its martial prowess and the presence of numerous mercenary teams. In this year, Jiang Yun did not do nothing but cultivate. On the contrary, he was well prepared. Through the relationship between Bulma's family and Jack, he successfully contacted Jack and purchased star maps of the nearby star regions from him. He learned a lot of information about various planets, including the well-known Yadalat and Mitamo planets, both of which are advanced planets in the universe, known for their strong sense of unity and a rich martial arts atmosphere. Therefore, ordinary people would not dare to set their sights on them. Now there are 3 days left, so everyone should take a break. Jiang Yun looked at the arrival time and instructed everyone to rest. Yes, everyone returned to their rooms to recharge for the upcoming actions. The 3 days passed quickly. Jiang Yun's spaceship arrived at Xiaolong Star, a planet for mercenaries, which had a large docking area built. Docking also requires money, not paper currency, but gold coins. And Jiang Yun was not short on gold coins. This time, Jiang Yun brought many gold coins, but in the universe, it's not just about gold coins. Even many precious cosmic metals can be used as currency, though few people actually do so. When everyone descended, they were a bit taken aback by the aliens coming and going. Some had only one eye, and some even had 2 heads. There were even those with triangular heads, called triangulants. However, Jiang Yun and the others were prepared and couldn't help but marvel at the creator's wonders upon seeing these extraterrestrials. While Jiang Yun and his group were surprised, the people of this planet were terrified. What? Saiyans have actually come to this planet, so many of them. They can't be here to invade Xiaolong Star, can they? Damn, there's still so many Saiyans. Damn Saiyans. Wasn't it said that they were all destroyed by Frisia? Run. The Saiyans are invading. Quickly notify the guard team. Hey, calm down. Take a good look. These are not Saiyans. They don't have the Saiyan-specific tails. The crowd, initially in chaos, calmed down after hearing this, looking at Jiang Yun and his companions and noticing the absence of Saiyan tails. Hi. Hello, I am Shioka, the vice captain of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. May I ask where you all are from? At this moment, a being resembling a human from Earth stepped out, but his skin color was more like that of rock. He was tall and sturdy, over 2 meters in height, with a scar running across his eyes, clearly a mark left from battle. He greeted Jiang Yun and the others with a cheerful smile, appearing quite amiable. However, those who survived fierce and brutal battles were rarely kind-hearted. Hello, we are from Juzhou. Hey, I don't know why the old folks in my family sent me to this planet for training. Isn't it nice to just lie at home? He said. By the way, where are you from, big brother? Jiang Yun appeared carefree and casual, showing an attitude of reluctance. It turned out he was a rich second-generation heir from a big family coming for training. Shioka secretly looked down on him. He had encountered such spoiled, rich kids before. They were just useless, having never faced the harsh realities of the universe. Oh, little brother. I am the vice captain of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. I'm quite well known around here, and as long as you pay a small commission, you can hire us for help. I know this area best, Shioka said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At this moment, he labeled Jiang Yun as a naive rich kid. In his view, such a person could easily be tricked into handing over money. Ha ha ha. I will definitely look for you, brother Shioka, but right now I want to wander around by myself. Since it's my first time here, I should have some fun, especially in the mercenary business. Jiang Yun pretended to be a naive rich kid, secretly thinking to himself, they see me as a fat sheep. However, who is the sheep and who is the wolf is still uncertain, as a glint sparkled in Jiang Yun's eyes. Another naive fool is about to be tricked by Shioka. At this moment, someone whispered in the crowd, are you trying to get yourself killed? You can't say things like that. If Shioka hears you, you'll be in trouble. You should know that the leader of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Group, Shosi, is Shioka's brother, and he's a ruthless person with a combat power of 10,000. Someone next to him tugged at him, probably a friend or teammate. However, their voices were so quiet that hardly anyone heard them. But Jiang Yun was different. His body had been transformed by vitality, making his senses exceptionally sharp. Although the voices were very low, he still heard them. Oh, Shioka's brother is a being with a combat power of 10,000? Jiang Yun thought to himself. But he clearly did not take the 10,000 combat power seriously. However, Let us first see what this local tyrant is up to. Oomph. My benefits are not easy to come by. After parting ways with Shioka, Jiang Yun and the others went to the restaurant to gather information. The restaurant was a melting pot of all kinds of people, making it the easiest place to gather information. Half a day later, everyone returned. So, what did you find out? Bu Chun asked the group. Captain, we've gathered some information, but the time was too short to learn much. However, we did get a clear understanding of the basic forces involved. I also found out some details. I got some information from an old drunk after buying him a few drinks. That old drunk is really the type who won't share anything unless he sees something first. The person speaking had a slight grimace on his face, clearly having been taken advantage of by the old drunk. To cut a long story short, what specific information did you gather? Wu Chen frowned it, clearly unable to wait for them to elaborate slowly. Let me tell you, this planet is divided into 3 major forces: the Lone Wolf Mercenary Group, the Rose Mercenary Group, and the planet's ruler. Among them, the Lone Wolf Mercenary Group is the weakest, but their leader, Shioka, also has a combat power of over 10,000. Next are the members of the Rose Mercenary Group, which is a bit special as they only recruit women. Their leader is also a woman, said to be called Black Rose, and many have died at her hands. It's rumored that her combat power is even higher than that of Shioka, exceeding 15,000. But I don't know if that's true. Additionally, the ruler of this planet is the most powerful being. Even other factions, big and small, have to pay tribute to him. His name is Batu, and it is said that he has a combat power exceeding 20,000. In that case, these people should not be underestimated. Bu Chan fell into deep thought. Establishing a foothold on this planet was the most important thing at the moment, while also not revealing too much strength. How should we do this? Perhaps we can register as mercenaries. Jiang Yin looked at the thoughtful expression and couldn't help but remind him that he seemed to have forgotten our original purpose for coming here. After all, it was Earth that limited Bu Chen's perspective, but in Jiang Yun's eyes, these were trivial matters. Having been deeply influenced by web novels in his previous life, he had anticipated all kinds of situations. Therefore, he had already made plans for the upcoming events. However, to cultivate Bu Chen's overall perspective, it would be better to let him think about it slowly. Yes, mercenaries are prevalent on this planet. We can register as mercenaries. Bu Chen clapped his hands, as if he had thought of something. Has anyone inquired about mercenaries? Wu Chen asked it. After a moment of silence, someone said, I have gathered some information. The largest mercenary organization is the Mercenary Guild. They handle mercenary qualifications for others by posting tasks and collect a small commission, which is quite similar to the martial arts platform of our martial alliance. The team member paused for a moment and continued. I've heard that the Mercenary Guild has a very powerful founder. It is said that the planetary rulers of this planet are merely representatives placed here by the founder. I've even heard that Frisia wouldn't actively invade this star region. But I don't know who Frisia is. I've heard that he is the current emperor of the universe. Jiang Yun looked at this team member in surprise. He was quite talented, managing to gather so much information in such a short time, some of which even the people on this planet might not know. This is the benefit of having power. You don't have to do everything yourself. Let's take a break for now and go register as mercenaries tomorrow. At this moment, Jiang Yun also spoke up, suggesting they take a night's rest before making any plans. Everyone agreed, as it was already getting late. So, they went to a hotel to rest. After Bu Chan took out some money from the universal capsule to pay for the room, they all began to prepare to rest. You can go out and have some fun, but don't stay out too late, Jiang Yun said, turning to the members of the Flame team. Yay, got it, leader. Everyone was excited. Having just arrived on an alien planet, they couldn't wait to go out and explore. Previously, they had been focused on gathering information and hadn't had a chance to enjoy themselves. But now they finally could, and they were all quite thrilled. They quickly left, leaving behind a few who preferred not to be in noisy environments and usually spent their time training. They didn't particularly like that kind of atmosphere. The only thing that brought them joy was probably their martial arts improvement, as they were like diligent monks before joining the Martial Alliance. Bu Chen, aren't you going to have some fun? Jiang Yun asked with a smile, knowing that Bu Chen had some thoughts on the matter. No need, Brother Yun. We just got here, and there will be plenty of time to have fun later. I think I'll go back to my room and think about what to do next. Bu Chen replied with a wry smile. Ha ha ha, no need to be like that. Go out and take a good look around. You might gain a lot from it. Jiang Yun laughed heartily, knowing full well that Bu Chen also wanted to see and experience something new. In a brightly lit room, one figure was reporting something to another. The light illuminated the face of the person, revealing a fierce expression. This person was actually Shuka, who had been discussing things with Jiang Yun that morning. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Shuka said incredulously, startling the little minion. I'm sure. I saw that group of people take a large bag of gold coins from a small capsule. That capsule must be a treasure. The little minion stammered, his eyes revealing his greed for the universal capsule. Ha, you did well. Keep monitoring them. Shuka patted the little soldier on the shoulder, praising him. The little minion happily turned and left, a smile on his face. If I can gain Mr. Sika's favor, won't I be on my way to success? The little minion thought to himself with a thrill of excitement. After the little minion left, Shuka's expression darkened. That guy originally thought he was just an ordinary rich second generation. But evidently, he possesses something remarkable, a space capsule that can store items. Just hand over all the good stuff obediently. Ha. Shuka's laughter echoed in the room. At this time, Jiang Yun and the others were still playing and resting, unaware that their small universal capsule had sparked the greed of others. The next day, Jiang Yun's group arrived early at the mercenary guild. People on the street watched Jiang Yun and his companions pass by, whispering among themselves. Is this the team that came yesterday? Their combat suits look so cool. I want to set too. They are heading towards the mercenary guild. Let me see what their combat power is. Many looked at Jiang Yun and the others, and some even secretly used detectors to check their combat power. What? These people all have combat powers over 2,000, with some even reaching 3,000 or 4,000. That cold young man next to the young one has a combat power of 8,000. The burly man who was detecting was surprised. After all, there were very few beings with such combat power, and they could even rank in the top 10 on their planet. It seems like a fierce dragon crossing the river. The news spread quickly, reaching the leaders of several mercenary groups. However, since the leader of the Lone Wolf mercenary group was leading a long-term mission, the group's affairs were temporarily managed by his brother, Shioka. Big sister, I heard that the newcomers have some strength. I wonder if they will pose a threat to us. I also heard there are some handsome guys among them. Those who claim to be from Jiuzhou look very similar to our big sister's race. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't you know that big sister hates it when someone mentions her race? Oh, I just forgot for a moment. The two women whispered. We don't need to worry about the newcomers. I heard that Frisia is fighting with Shrag again, so you all should keep a low profile for now. The one speaking was a woman in red battle armor, with a graceful figure and an air of heroism in her expression. She looked very similar to Earthlings, but her skin was exceptionally fair. Her clear, bright eyes, arched brows, and long eyelashes slightly trembled, while her flawless skin had a hint of rosy hue. Her thin lips were as delicate as rose petals, almost dripping with tenderness. However, when she mentioned Frisia, a rare hatred flickered in her eyes, indicating an unknown backstory. In the Planetary Administration office, I heard an interesting little fellow has arrived, Batu said while sitting in a chair, facing away from the others. Lord Batu, should we pay attention to this? One person hesitated and cautiously inquired. There are many matters in the universe. Do we need to manage every single one? As long as they obediently provide offerings, it's fine. They're helping me make money anyway, Batu said, taking a deep breath of smoke indifferent. Yes, Lord Batu. Lord Shioka, that group's strength is not small. With Captain Shio's not around, should we avoid causing trouble for now? One of his subordinates said. Smack, you bastard. Who decides here? You or me? Shioka slapped his subordinate's face angrily. Yes. The little brother covered his face and dared not say anything. I must get that thing. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to get on Frisia's ship. Ha. Shioka's laughter echoed loudly in the room. The little brothers beside him couldn't help but think that Shioka was just a big fool. If it weren't for his brother's reputation, they wouldn't even want to pay attention to this guy, full of schemes. At this time, Jiang Yun and his companions had registered a mercenary organization called the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps. They even accepted a high-difficulty mission from the Mercenary Guild. Of course, this task seemed difficult to others, but for Jiang Yun and his team, it was not too challenging. Each of them could increase their combat power several times in an instant. They did not hide their strength, except for Jiang Yun, whose combat power would be astonishing if exposed, so he kept his aura around 5,000. As for the others, they did not conceal their strength, as they needed their visible power to deter any lurking threats. The reason this mission was classified as high difficulty was that it involved eliminating a group of star pirates, and the leader of these pirates had a combat power of 8,500. The leader of the space pirates is quite clever. He doesn't resort to complete annihilation. As long as a fee is paid, merchants can pass through the star region he controls. However, those shrewd merchants are not willing to accept exploitation. Thus, they have banded together to offer a huge bounty on this group of space pirates, known as the Black Lie Bandits, whose leader is said to be named Blacklie. Knowing they're being hunted, the Blacklie bandits are extremely furious, and every time merchant goods arrive, they raise the fee by an additional 10%. Some who refuse to pay have their lives ended immediately. To save themselves, merchants have no choice but to accept this. Although the Blacklie bandits are aware of the bounty on them, they can't go too far. If they push too hard, it will surely provoke the ire of some powerful figures. For the sake of long-term interests, they must let these merchants go. But they can add a little extra to the fees to appease their anger. Lord Shuka, I have good news to tell you. One of Shuka's subordinates excitedly rushed in. Ha ha, what good news? Shuka exclaimed, sitting up excitedly and looking at him. Lord Shuka, do you remember that Blacklie? One of the subordinates looked at Shuka with a lewd expression. Smack, don't look at me like that. If you have something to say, hurry up. Shuka slapped him again. The way that subordinate looked at him made him shiver all over, causing a sharp pain. Yes, Lord Shuka. The subordinate covered his face, looking resentful. However, when he saw Shuka's hand raise again, he hurriedly said, Lord Shuka, the group you asked me to monitor actually accepted the mission to eliminate the Blacklie bandits. This is extremely beneficial for us. You mean the Blacklie hovering near the asteroid belt? It's true what they say. Heaven has a path you don't take. But hell has no door you break into. If that's the case, inform Blacklie and make sure that kid is captured alive. He has something I want. Shuka's face turned sinister. The ruthless Blacklie actually had connections with the Lone Wolf mercenary group. It turned out that Blacklie had once known Shuka's brother and had a bond of life and death with him. Later, Shuka became a mercenary while Blacklie became a space pirate living off plunder. Both eventually made a name for themselves. However, due to Blacklie's identity, he was often targeted by mercenary groups. Thus, Blacklie sought out Shuka's brother, hoping he could report on the movements of those hunting him down, promising Shuka's brother certain benefits. Seeing the potential rewards, Shuka's brother naturally agreed. From then on, the Blacklie band became a well-known group of space pirates. Although Blacklie's combat power was not high, he was still not to be underestimated. With Shuka's brother's help, he thrived, and few could catch him. He always managed to escape, leading to a situation where no one wanted to pursue him anymore, as it was not worth the risk. Oh, Shuka, are you suggesting I help capture a pawn from a big family? Blacklie shook the wine glass in his hand and drank it in one gulp. Blacklie, your little life seems to be going quite well, Shuka said with a playful look, then raised his own glass from the table and downed its contents in one go. I'm not like you, Lord Shuka. My life is earned with my life. Meanwhile, you, under your brother's protection, are living quite comfortably. Blacklie retorted sarcastically. I don't have time to waste talking with you. This time we split the profits 50-50. Shuka hated it the most when others said he relied solely on his brother, as it made him feel like a useless person. No. I'll take 60. You take 40, Blacklie greedily replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. You're very good. Fine, let us do 40-60, but I want that kid alive. Shuka gritted his teeth, glaring at Blacklie. Ha, deal. I'll make sure to take care of it for you, Blacklie said happily, looking very pleased. Let us go. Feeling humiliated, Shuka didn't want to linger and hurriedly left with his subordinates. However, what no one saw was that as Shuka turned away, a smirk crossed his lips. His true aim this time was not the wealth on Jiangyun, but the miraculous capsule technology. If he mastered this technology, wealth would flow continuously. Blacklie thought he had struck a great deal, unaware that he was the real winner in the end. Ha. Shuka's heart echoed with wild laughter. Shuka thought he was the ultimate victor, but little did he know that Blacklie had already seen through his little schemes. Once Shuka completely disappeared from sight, one of Blacklie's subordinates said, Boss, this Shuka is notoriously stingy, yet he agreed so readily. You don't understand. This kid thinks he is clever. Little does he know that his little tricks are nothing to worry about. If it weren't for his brother's connection, I wouldn't even bother with him. The fact that he agreed so quickly clearly indicates he has a secret. That secret must be related to the kid he mentioned. Once we catch that kid, we'll naturally find out what the secret is. Blacklie's eyes gleamed, and he laughed excitedly. Boss, you truly are the boss. One subordinate flattered him. Ha. The hall echoed with the joyous sounds of the Blacklie bandits. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his group were preparing to confront the Blacklie bandits. After obtaining some information about the Blacklie from the Mercenary Guild, they were ready to set off. They could sense the presence of others. And as long as they approached the vicinity of the Blacklie's activities, they would naturally be able to feel them. As for whether the Blacklie bandits would flee upon encountering Jiang Yun and his group, there's no need to worry about that. The Black Robbers have their own detectors. And the surface combat power of the Blaze team is also quite low, even a bit weaker than the Black Robbers. The key point is that Jiang Yun and his group have a maximum combat power of only 8,000, and the Black Robbers will see Jiang Yun as a young master who knows nothing. A tiger will not fear a group of sheep. However, what the Black Robbers can't imagine is that Jiang Yun and his companions are wolves in sheep's clothing, and Jiang Yun is even a golden wolf. During the year when the Martial Alliance's members were training, Jiang Yun wasn't idle. He utilized the upgraded gravity training room created by Dr. Brief. His combat power has long since increased from 50,000 to 120,000. You read that right. It's 120,000. This power is already equivalent to that of Captain Jinyu from the Jinyu Force. Not to mention that Jiang Yun has many trump cards when fully unleashed. He likely wouldn't fear even beings around 1,000,000 in power, at least in the current timeline. As long as he doesn't encounter those characters from the original story, his combat power can definitely surpass 99 of beings in the universe. However, he cannot be too careless. The universe is truly vast, and who knows if any powerful beings might emerge. After all, there are many long-lived races in the universe. Frisia's family has only risen in power for a few hundred years. Their ancestor, Chilled, was just a space pirate. He also cannot trust the original plot too much. It can only serve as a reference and not be taken as reality, as this is a real world. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun believes that as long as he has strength, no matter how many conspiracies or changes there are, he can handle them all. Sheer strength can break all laws. The place Jiang Yun and his companions need to go is a small asteroid belt, which is the main activity area of the Black Robbers and is rumored to be their base. Due to the particularly complex terrain, it was likely chosen as their headquarters. However, during combat, they may need to fight in space, which would require specialized combat suits. But there is a drawback. If the combat suit is breached by the enemy, you will be directly exposed to the vacuum of space. Regarding this issue, Jiang Yun has certainly considered it. In the past, he often saw Earth being directly destroyed by enemies trying to expose Goku and others to space, as both Saiyans and Earthlings cannot survive in the vacuum of space. Jiang Yun found this quite ridiculous. Such powerful beings are still unable to exist in space. In recent years, Jiang Yun has been researching how humans can survive in the vast universe. He plans to enhance the physical capabilities of humans, simply put, to evolve the human body. However, his knowledge is still limited, and he needs to strengthen his foundation, which is why he embarked on this journey through the starry sky. Although he has not yet reached the level of physically traversing the universe, he has developed a method for survival in space. This involves using Qi to form an isolation shield, which can transform the scattered primordial energy in the cosmos into the substances necessary for the human body. The essence of primordial energy is the source of life, hence it has this effect. It is different from the protective shield mentioned in the original text. It cannot defend against attacks, but can only create a transparent isolation shield. Jiang Yun and his companions are traveling through the asteroid belt. At this moment, suddenly, Jiang Yun and the others discovered that a large group of people was ambushing them ahead. However, they did not move, pretending not to notice, and continued toward the ambush site as planned. Soon, they saw a blast of energy strike a huge floating rock, and then the enemies emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain, surrounding them completely. Haha, these fools were so easily ambushed by us. Let's see how they escape now. The speaker was clearly a subordinate of Hai Lai. Oh, you dare to come looking for trouble with me, Hai Lai? You really are a newborn calf, not afraid of tigers. Aren't you? Don't you fear coming with your life and leaving without it? Hai Lai also spoke, but his attitude was extremely arrogant. While he spoke, a group of subordinates laughed heartily, as if Jiang Yun and the others were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Kid, if you beg for mercy, I might let you suffer less. Aha! Hai Lai looked like he was setting the stage, seemingly eager to see Jiang Yun's terrified expression. But obviously, Jiang Yun disappointed him, maintaining a calm demeanor, as if he were facing just a bug. The members of the Blaze team around them also looked as if they were watching a fool. Their expressions infuriated Hai Lai, whose face showed extreme anger, and he ordered, "Tear them apart. Leave this young man. I want him to feel deep fear. Charge. The time to achieve great deeds has come. As long as we catch that kid, we will earn the favor of Lord Hai Lai." Ha! Damn ants, accept your punishment. Constantly, small minions from Hai Lai's gang rushed over, but not a single member of the Blaze team showed any signs of fear. Instead, they revealed disdainful expressions toward those minions. and both sides quickly engaged in combat. Hai Lai's gang was particularly numerous, with at least tens of thousands of them. Therefore, Hai Lai was not worried about losing the fight. Although the overall level of the Blaze team was higher than theirs, such levels were very common among Hai Lai's gang. He also had no concerns about Jiang Yun and the others escaping. With so many people, if they let them escape, it would be better to just find a piece of tofu to smash into. Ha ha ha, ah ha ha. Hai Lai laughed heartily, as if he could see Jiang Yun crying and begging for mercy in front of him, in the face of overwhelming strength. He did not feel that he would fail at all, nor did he believe that Jiang Yun and the others had any chance of winning. The surrounding minions rushed toward Jiang Yun and the others like meteors. However, he did not intervene, clearly thinking that his subordinates were enough to deal with Jiang Yun and his 100 or so people. His gaze lingered on Jiang Yun for a moment. Although this young man had an ethereal temperament, Hai Lai did not sense any danger from him. Instead, he felt a sense of danger from Bu Chen's identity. As for Jiang Yun, he merely thought that it was no surprise that someone from a big family had such a well-controlled temperament. However, in the face of absolute strength, everything else was meaningless. Hai Lai's gaze was solely focused on Bu Chen, clearly regarding him as the strongest among them. After all, Jiang Yun's current strength was too high for him to sense, as their realms were too far apart. It was Bu Chen's displayed combat power that caught his attention. However, he was not overly concerned. According to the combat power detector, Bu Chen's strength was around 8,000. As for himself, outsiders knew that his combat power was around 8,500. But in these past 2 years, he had raised his combat power to about 9,800, infinitely close to 10,000. When his combat power eventually surpassed those people, it would be time for those who once hunted him to pay the price. This is something that even Shouka's brother does not know. Only Hai Lai himself is aware of this matter. When faced with the approaching enemies, the crowd did not panic and began to engage in battle, as they perceived that these opponents had extremely weak combat experience. Their cultivation of Qi was also too rough, lacking even the basic concept of Qi. They could even take on dozens of opponents of the same level, as their life-and-death training in the virtual universe was not in vain. In that world, there was no need to worry about death. Only the pain of dying was too unforgettable. Dying too many times could even trigger the system's protection mechanism, preventing them from matchmaking for a short period. Therefore, most people did not reach that extent, usually suffering only serious injuries or even just stopping at a point. Gradually, as the number of enemies increased, the members of the Blaze team activated the Jiang Wang Fist to counter them. In an instant, various Qi blast skills flew around, striking the chaotic asteroid belt, with explosions occurring continuously. In a moment, shockwaves from explosions erupted across the cosmic starry sky, but there was no sound. One could only see the energy itself being unleashed. The energy attacks from the Blaze team members were more or less infused with Jiang Yun's characteristics: fast, accurate, and fierce. Jiang Yun even developed a skill for dealing with group battles: the explosive shockwave. Although it did not significantly enhance combat power, the key was its rapid release. Attacking enemies would trigger an explosion, making it an ideal skill for clearing out minions, but it was not suitable for one-on-one combat, as it could easily expose flaws. As the battle progressed, Hai Lai gradually sensed something was amiss. Why had they not taken down the 100 or so opponents yet? He looked toward the spot where an explosion occurred and was momentarily stunned. What was going on? A group of his subordinates was actually blasted hundreds of meters away by an opponent with similar combat power, and each explosion took out a group. Who could withstand that? Moreover, what was up with these people's combat power? How had it suddenly surged? Although he did not regard the increase in combat power of these individuals lightly, he couldn't help but feel wary if this person's combat power also increased. His gaze shifted to Bu Chen, while Jiang Yun was directly overlooked. A hint of caution flashed in his eyes, and a tense expression appeared on his face. You don't need to look. Your opponent is me. Bu Chen saw Hai Lai's movement and realized that Hai Lai was likely confused by the current situation. Without giving Hai Lai a chance to think further, Bu Chen had already prepared to strike at him, while Jiang Yun had no intention of intervening. Instead, he watched the two with great interest, as if to enjoy a spectacular battle. Bu Chen quickly attacked Hai Lai, who was on the brink of exploding with frustration. Damn Shouka. Such information wasn't clearly communicated at all. After this, I will definitely tear you apart. Even though Hai Lai knew that Shouka might not be aware of the opponent's information, the thought of being so badly tricked stirred his anger. Soon, Hai Lai discovered that Bu Chen's combat power was not as high as he had imagined. However, what he did not know was that Bu Chen was currently just in a normal state. It was not as simple as he thought, as Buchan managed to fight Hai to a standstill with around 8,000 combat power. Although Hai held the advantage, Buchan was still able to trade blows with him. Their battle was intense, with numerous shockwaves appearing in the starry sky. Even their powerful attacks affected the battles of others. Great! Boss Hai has taken the upper hand. Hold on, as long as Boss Hai wins, we will definitely prevail. The squad leaders under Hai noticed that he was gaining the upper hand. As soon as Hai won, he could quickly assist them, making their difficulties easily resolvable. Other members of Hai gang cheered joyfully, and morale began to rise. At this moment, Buchan was surprised that he could fight Hai to this extent with around 8,000 combat power. He expected Hai to be so rough in his use of Qi, and his combat skills were extremely poor, with too many unnecessary movements. This is also the root of why Buchan was able to fight against Hai to this extent. But now Buchan no longer wants to play, so he activated the double Ginger King fist. His combat power instantaneously rose to 16,000 points. In an instant, Hai felt immense pressure. Boom! During the next collision, Hai's body was struck by Buchan and slammed against a floating giant rock, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. And even Hai's body was deeply embedded in the rock. Buchan hovered in the starry sky, looking at the dust-filled area, and he could clearly feel the opponent's aura beginning to decline. But suddenly, Buchan's pupils dilated, and a pair of large hands shot out from the dust, gripping Buchan's neck tightly, sending him crashing through several floating stones until he finally stopped against a meteorite dozens of kilometers in size. Damn little bug, how should I deal with you? I will tear your limbs apart piece by piece. At this moment, Hai's tone was somewhat gloomy, but clearly a bit deranged. Ha ha ha, are you going crazy? Hai's frenzied appearance instilled fear in others. Hai grabbed the still lying Buchan and violently threw him away, causing him to crash heavily into the meteorite, creating another large crater. Boom! Although no sound came, it felt as if one could sense it. Cough, cough. Buchan coughed a couple of times, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. Damn, what is happening to him? His combat power surged so much in an instant. Buchan found it hard to believe, because in his perception, Hai's combat power had suddenly reached 30,000. 30,000 combat power. How was that possible? Here, Buchan had a look of disbelief on his face. However, Jiang Yun, who was watching from the side, could see clearly. When Hai was covered in dust, he secretly took out a small black bottle while Buchan wasn't paying attention and drank the liquid inside. Then, Hai's body underwent an unknown change. Jiang Yun was a bit curious about this, but he could tell that the potion clearly had significant side effects. It not only consumed his own potential, but even drained his life force. Damn insect, you made me pay such a huge price. You tell me, how should I deal with you? Hai roared angrily and charged at Buchan again. Buchan, relying on his exquisite combat skills, carefully dodged Hai's attacks. At this point, Hai was already blinded by rage. However, it was obvious that Hai's combat power had surpassed Buchan by a large margin. No matter how exquisite Buchan's skills were, under the enhancement of Hai's strong combat power, his speed had already exceeded Buchan's capabilities. Although Buchan's perception could keep up, Hai's speed had made it difficult for him to respond. Jiang Yun watched as Buchan hesitated to show his full strength, clearly intending to sharpen his skills. He didn't stop him, but instead watched with great interest to see how far Buchan could go. With Buchan's current combat power, which was only around 16,000, he could fight against someone with about 20,000 combat power due to his profound cultivation. Although Hai had a combat power of up to 30,000, he found it difficult to control due to the sudden surge. And his effective combat power was only around 25,000. Therefore, Buchan was now equivalent to fighting someone a few thousand stronger. But it was evident that the process was very dangerous. No, it can't go on like this. Although having someone to hone his cultivation is beneficial. This is not a game. The pressure of life and death can quickly enhance one's cultivation, but it's not worth it if it costs one's life. Buchan thought to himself, such a suitable cultivation partner is not easy to come by. With Jiang Yun by his side, Buchan is not worried about his safety. Buchan also knows that Jiang Yun's goal is to refine the cultivation of himself and others. However, during previous training, Buchan noticed that Jiang Yun's improvement has been tremendous. If this continues, he won't even be able to keep up with Yanji's pace. This is why Buchan has taken a risk this time, which is quite different from his usual steadiness. This is all to keep up with Jiang Yun's pace. It's time. Fourfold Jiang Wang Fist. In an instant, Bu Chen's combat power skyrocketed to 32,000 points. This is different from the brute force that Hai Lai relies on potions. It is something that can be completely controlled by oneself. In just a moment, the suppressed Buchan instantly gained the upper hand. The energy storm created by their clash immediately swept away the nearby Hai Lai thieves. In an instant, this area turned into a vacuum, and the energy waves from the two fighters shimmered in the starry sky, emitting dazzling light. How is this possible? His combat power can actually be enhanced. Black Lei said in shock, disbelief written all over his face. It should be noted that he had already played all his trump cards. This was something he had exchanged for a huge sum from the Cosmic Merchant Alliance. However, the side effects of his potion were enormous, affecting not only his potential, but also causing him to lose 10 years of vitality. Yet, having paid such a high price, he still hadn't managed to kill Bu Chen. Instead, he was being pushed back steadily. The two stopped, and Black Lei, panting heavily, looked at Bu Chen with cold eyes, as if his gaze could tear Bu Chen apart. Black Lei, surrender. Don't struggle in vain. Bu Chen crossed his arms, looking at the panting Black Lei with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Ha ha ha. I, Black Lei, have roamed this star domain for decades. But now I find myself bullied by a dog when I've fallen to the ground. Are you humiliating me? I, Black Lei, am a figure in this area, and you actually want me to surrender. Black Lei's face twisted with madness, as if Bu Chen's words had touched his inner self. Oh, I didn't expect you to have some backbone. Bu Chen was a bit surprised by Black Lei's attitude. He didn't expect the leader of the Black Lei bandits to have some spirit. No wonder he had managed to survive for decades without being exterminated. The surrounding Black Lei bandits watched their leader fall in a crisis, their eyes wide with shock. Lord Black Lei has been beaten to this extent. Damn it, that person was hiding his combat power. They wouldn't be hired by someone to eliminate us, would they? What a cunning guy, sending a group of people who can hide their combat power to wipe us out. The Black Lei bandits were furious, believing that the Blaze team was hired by someone to deliberately exterminate them. After all, there are indeed some people in the universe who can hide their combat power, and they thought that Jiang Yun's group was such a race. Haha, come die with me. You want me, Black Lei, to surrender? You are still 1,000 years too early. Black Lei let out a terrifying laugh, as if he had a demonic charm, making people feel uncomfortable all over. Suddenly, Black Lei charged towards Bu Chen, radiating a white light. Bu Chen's heart sank. He thought Black Lei was about to unleash some ultimate move. He became secretly vigilant, preparing for the charging Black Lei. As Black Lei rushed towards Bu Chen, the light around him grew brighter, and his aura became increasingly terrifying. Suddenly, Bu Chen seemed to realize something and quickly turned his head, shouting, "Blaze team, activate the shield." Boom! A flash of white light swept through, and the surrounding meteors were instantly shattered by the massive energy, overwhelming everything around. The huge shockwave even affected the battlefield where the Blaze team was located. Some of the Black Lei bandits were killed by the shockwave released from the energy. The place where Bu Chen was located was covered in deep dust. Captain, quick, check if the captain is okay. Thanks to Bu Chen's warning, the Blaze team activated the shield and escaped disaster. However, Bu Chen was not so fortunate. The members of the Blaze team hurried to where Bu Chen was, unable to guarantee that he hadn't been harmed in such a strong explosion. When they arrived, the dust gradually cleared, revealing two figures. It turned out that Jiang Yun had saved Bu Chen, having guessed Black Lei's intentions. Jiang Yun didn't expect Black Lei to be so decisive and self-destructing. As for Bu Chen, he hadn't reacted in time and had only managed to warn everyone. But at the critical moment, Jiang Yun had saved Bu Chen. The members of the Blaze team breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Bu Chen was unharmed. They then turned their angry gazes towards the remaining Black Lei bandits. Without Black Lei, the morale of the Black Lei bandits suffered a huge blow, and under the attack of the Blaze team, they began to retreat steadily. After Black Lei self-destructed, the remaining Black Lei bandits were just a mob, posing no threat at all. The Blaze team quickly wiped out the group of Black Lei bandits. It could be said that the number of Black Lei bandits they killed was almost the same as those killed by Black Lei's self-destruction. In fact, Black Lei had helped them reduce their pressure. The Blaze team, having gone through battle, also seemed different. There was a world of difference between those who had killed and those who hadn't. The momentum completely different. Once they finished off the Black Lei bandits, everyone's emotions calmed down. They looked towards Jiang Yun, waiting for his orders. Bu Chen, what do you think? Jiang Yun looked at Bu Chen, wanting to know what he had to say. Brother Yun, I was careless this time. I'm sorry, I acted impulsively. I wanted to take this opportunity to hone myself. but I almost made a big mistake, Buchon said with a face full of shame. Buchon, I know you want to catch up with me, but this is not something that can be achieved overnight. Do you know that dripping water can penetrate stone, and that other mountains can attack jade? Jiang Yun looked at Buchon calmly. Cultivation is a matter of accumulation. Without accumulating steps, how can you reach 1,000 miles? Jiang Yun's words poured into Buchon's mind like a wake-up call. Buchon felt very ashamed. Yes, there is no such thing as instant success. Brother Yun's cultivation time is longer than mine, and he has worked harder. How could I catch up to him so easily? Jiang Yun looked at Buchon's face of realization and felt secretly pleased, hoping he wouldn't make the same mistake again in the future. Having experienced many web novels in his past life, Jiang Yun had seen too many scenarios where the villain ultimately kills people around the protagonist. And then the protagonist channels their grief into motivation and eventually takes down the villain. Therefore, Jiang Yun never underestimated his opponents, always keeping several trump cards. As in this world where the strong survive, exhausting one's trump cards equates to nearing death, allowing no room for carelessness. All right, it's not a big deal. The mission is completed, let us head back. Jiang Yun didn't overly criticize him, as he had anticipated such things. However, Brother Yun, the Black-Labed bandits ambushed us so precisely. There must be someone who informed them of our whereabouts. Buchon, now calmer, recalled the strange aspects of this matter. How did the Black-Labed bandits know they were coming to eliminate them, and even set up an ambush in advance? If it weren't for the fact that they still had some skills, they probably would have been wiped out by now. They had only been here for a day, and the only one they had interacted with was the vice-captain of that lone wolf mercenary group. Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if he had the power to see through people's hearts. We'll settle this matter when we return. Jiang Yun then decided to head back. Yes. Everyone fell silent, clearly aware that Jiang Yun's word was law. They quickly boarded the spaceship, one of which had already been damaged, the very one they had arrived in. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no way to proceed without repairing the spaceship first. But Jiang Yun directly took out another one from the Universal capsule. When they arrived, Dr. Brief specifically prepared 3 spaceships and handed them to Jiang Yun. Clearly, he was worried about their ships being damaged and made special preparations. The spaceships flew away like comets, leaving not a trace of disturbance. What are you saying? You're saying they actually came down alive from Black-Labed's hands? How is that possible? Shioka anxiously paced around the room, his face filled with panic. It's true, Lord Shioka. I even went to the battlefield where they fought, and that entire asteroid belt was completely destroyed. The members of this lone wolf mercenary group had expressions of astonishment on their faces. One can only imagine how shocked he must have been at the scene he witnessed. What if they came back? What happened to Hyli? No. It must be that they escaped from Hyli's subordinates. Shioka's face was filled with disbelief, and he couldn't accept that outcome. But, are you crazy? Don't say that. One member seemed to want to say something, but was pulled back by another person. Judging by their appearance, they were clearly of the same race and seemed to have a good relationship. Shioka clearly could not accept this news. If you told him now, he would probably want to tear you apart. The person whispered softly. The other one thought for a moment about Shioka's usual behavior and couldn't help but shiver. Then they fell silent. What are you whispering about? Shioka said with a shadowy gaze, staring unfavorably at the two. Nothing, Lord Shioka. We think you are absolutely right. They must have fled in disgrace under the hands of the black robbers, said the more diplomatic one. Upon hearing this, Shioka was very pleased, and it seemed that the fear in his heart had diminished significantly. Moreover, Lord Shioka, even if they do come back, they won't know that it was you who informed the black robbers of their whereabouts. This has nothing to do with you at all. This person is very good at understanding his boss's thoughts, so he flattered Shioka by saying, "Haha, you are great. You will be my personal guard from now on, and you will work with me." Shioka was obviously very happy to hear this, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Yes, it's my honor. The person's face instantly turned green, but he didn't dare to go against Shioka and could only echo, Brother Yun. Do we really have to tie Shioka up? But we don't have any evidence that he did it. Bucken was a bit surprised at this moment. Bucken, you have to remember, in this universe, as long as your power is strong enough, whatever you do is right. Jiang Yun's gaze turned to the distance, which reminded him of the slumbering god of destruction, who would destroy planets at the slightest disagreement, and no one dared to say he was wrong. In the original work, if it weren't for encountering Wukong, Earth might not even exist. Don't be fooled by how well the god of destruction, Beerus, got along with Wukong and the others later. That was only because Wukong and the others had earned his approval. The essence of this world is merely the survival of the fittest. Remember, to protect the Earth, you must learn to let go of the compassion in your heart. The universe is not a game of playing house. It is far more brutal than you can imagine. Jiang Yun's words struck at Bu Chen's heart, making him realize the cruelty of the universe. Execute it. This small matter you can handle yourself. As for the issue with Xiuka, weigh it and deal with it yourself. Jiang Yun also turned back to his room to rest, leaving Bu Chen in deep contemplation. After Jiang Yun left, Bu Chen fell into deep thought. Gradually, he looked up at the ceiling, and suddenly, a spider web in a corner caught his attention. In this bustling hotel, filled with bright lights and people coming and going, there was a spider that had taken root in such a place, appearing extremely out of place. Yet, no one seemed to notice this tiny creature. Suddenly, Bu Chen became somewhat interested in this little being. What would this tiny creature do? Bu Chen quietly observed the intricate spider web, watching the minuscule spider. The light from outside shone into the room. Perhaps at other times, Bu Chen would feel particularly comfortable. But now he felt a chill, even a hint of oppression. At that moment, a mosquito appeared, swaying as if it had just feasted on human blood. Lost in the pleasure of its full stomach, completely unaware that it had quietly approached danger. The spider seemed to sense that its prey was nearing, gradually becoming still. Try to minimize its presence. In a moment of clarity, Bu Chen realized something. The mosquito slowly approached the spider's web, oblivious to the danger, moving unsteadily forward. As expected, it collided with the web, and only then did it realize it was in peril. It struggled desperately, but the spider wrapped it tighter with silk, its figure gradually obscured by the thick threads. Eventually, the mosquito stopped struggling, as it had lost all signs of life. Suddenly, the chaotic thoughts in Bu Chen's mind were like a drop of water hitting a calm surface, instantly creating ripples, confused yet orderly. At this moment, it seemed to understand Jiang Yun's words. Even amidst the brilliance of lights, there are crises. After the glory of victory, it is not a time of peace. At this moment, Bu Chen also understood that the universe is magnificent, and under the shining brilliance, there lies a ruthless killing intent. At this moment, Jiang Yun was unaware of how Bu Chen was thinking. He only knew that he would not disappoint him. Setting aside this matter, Jiang Yun began to contemplate again. Only after witnessing the vast universe can one truly understand the insignificance of humanity. What is the universe? It is the collective term for the vast space and the various celestial bodies and the matter that exists within it. At the same time, it encompasses the concepts of time and space. And what is a person and what is qi? What is the essence of cultivation? Everything in existence has qi. Qi is fundamental. Qi is the source. Qi is the beginning of life, the primordial essence of the universe. At this moment, scenes of stars in the universe, rivers, lakes, and seas flashed through Jiang Yun's mind. The vastness of heaven and earth all within his thoughts. The formless primordial qi began to enter Jiang Yun's body, particularly gentle at this moment, silently and subtly transforming his physique. Jiang Yun's cells seemed to be rejoicing. The speed of cell division slowed down, and the cells became more vibrant. At this moment, his mental power began to experience a tremendous enhancement, refined and condensed, even surpassing the mental power of a celestial being after being purified by divine strength. Now, he could achieve what Sun Wukong accomplished in the original work with just his thoughts, and even faster because his body was more in harmony with the primordial qi. If the king of the realm were to see this, he would surely be astonished, as in the original work. He taught Wukong to sense the existence of primordial qi solely through Wukong's childlike heart and pure spirit. Now, there was actually a person who had harmonized with primordial qi to such an extent, something even he had not achieved. At this moment, Jiang Yun's body already possessed a hint of divinity, greatly extending his lifespan. Upon awakening, Jiang Yun noticed the changes in his body and felt an immense joy. He had unexpectedly entered that mysterious realm, akin to the legendary moment of sudden enlightenment. He was even beginning to draw closer to immortality. This is what he has always pursued, and he even hopes to reach the extraordinary realm where the heavens collapse, but he remains unscathed, and time and causality do not affect him. During the period when Jiang Yun is in a moment of enlightenment, Bu Chen also begins to take action. Have you found the location of Xiuka? Bu Chen inquired of the person he had previously sent to search for Xiuka's whereabouts. Report, Captain. Xiuka has gone to participate in the Vegetable Man War. One of the members of the Blaze team respectfully said, Vegetable Man va? What is that? Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Bu Chen's face as he questioned. Wang Tung, let me explain. A trace of excitement flashed across this person's face as he took over the conversation. That person's name was Wang Tong. If Jiang Yun were here, he would definitely say that you have the potential to become a great emperor in the future. Immediately after, that person said, Vegetable People Battle. As the name suggests, it is a battle between vegetable people. Oomph. At this moment, the sound of others whispering echoed. Can't we tell that it's a battle between vegetable people? Do you want me to explain what's going on? Exactly. Oh, come on. Don't keep us in suspense. Just say it. The others also couldn't wait to speak. Don't rush me. I'll tell you right now. He cleared his throat and continued. This battle of vegetable people. Let me tell you, vegetable people are not a single race. They are just vegetables grown by humans. What? Are you saying that vegetable people are like the vegetables we grow on Earth? Vegetables? How can vegetables fight? Isn't that ridiculous? I'm telling you, these so-called vegetable people are indeed grown by humans, and they just need a bit of fertile soil to be cultivated. In fact, the combat power of these vegetable people is quite high. They could easily defeat us from a year ago. The person continued, his face filled with amazement. Bu Chen also sighed at the wonders of the universe, realizing that such beings as vegetable people actually exist. Indeed, the universe is vast and full of wonders. Is there really a person that has been cultivated? In fact, they can't be considered true humans. We should refer to them as vegetable-type biohumans. They are beings cultivated by others, obeying the commands of the person who grew them. So what is this vegetable person battle all about? What does it have to do with Shioka? At this moment, someone asked a question that hit the nail on the head. At this moment, the person who started speaking again said, his name is Cheng. The vegetable man battle is a recreational activity on this planet, and there are even prizes for winning. This time, the lone wolf mercenary Corps Shioka will participate in this vegetable man battle. Cheng paused and continued, saying that the rules of this competition are to determine the winner through battles between the vegetable men that have been grown. The vegetable men are basically similar in strength, and the key to victory lies in the soil in which they are planted. The more fertile the soil, the stronger the vegetable men of the same level will be. But isn't that cheating? At this moment, someone raised a question. This is within the rules. Many people have spent a lot of money buying soil from alien planets for this competition. Amon explained. Captain, should we go take a look? Wang Tong, who had just spoken, said, scratching his head a bit awkwardly. Bu Chen also knew that they wanted to go see, and since their target was also there, he spoke up, we can go take a look. Wait, I'll go call the alliance leader. Bu Chen began to walk towards Jiang Yun's room. Jiang Yun looked at the bustling scene on the street, with many people rushing forward. Not long ago, Bu Chen had suddenly pulled him out, saying to check out something called the Vegetable People Battle. Jiang Yun was also confused. He knew about vegetable people, but what was this Vegetable People Battle? After hearing Bu Chen's explanation, he understood and couldn't help but marvel at how playful the aliens were. Watching groups of people rushing towards the competition venue, Jiang Yun felt a bit of interest in this so-called Vegetable People Battle. After practicing for so long, it wouldn't hurt to go out for a stroll occasionally. After all, it's important to balance work and rest. When they arrived at the venue for the Vegetable People Battle, it was already packed with people. The cheers of the crowd reminded him of the fan frenzy from his past life, which was even more intense. Sir, do you need tickets? I have some good seats. A person discreetly winked at Jiang Yun. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Jiang Yun understood. It turned out that scalpers also existed on alien planets. Clearly, they were ready to make a killing from this Vegetable People Battle, but Jiang Yun didn't hesitate to spend a little money and paid without reluctance. Although it was slightly more expensive than buying tickets in line, it saved time and secured good seats, so why not? The scalper didn't wonder why Jiang Yun bought around 100 tickets, as he had observed that Jiang Yun and his group were together, so he specifically targeted them. Selling to individuals one by one wouldn't be as interesting. After selling the tickets to Jiang Yun, the scalper continued to ask others. Jiang Yun and his group entered the venue with their tickets. It was an extremely large venue. If it were on Earth, it would definitely be considered one of the wonders. However, on Xiaolong Star, it was just ordinary, as the technological strength on Xiaolong Star was far superior to that of Earth. This also leads to many buildings that cannot be constructed on Earth being easily created here. The venue is directly overshadowed by a semicircular structure that reaches a height of 10,000 meters. It is filled with a sense of technological beauty, and the metal appears to be an unknown alloy. Soon, they spotted Shioka, who came to participate in the competition. But Shioka did not see them due to the sheer number of participants. To their surprise, they also saw members of the Rose Mercenary Corps on the field. The Rose Mercenary Corps actually came to compete? Wow, it's truly lively. It is said that the Rose Mercenary Corps and the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps have a feud, so it must be a fierce competition. according to the information from his subordinates. Jiang Yun also knows that there is a significant animosity between the Rose Mercenary Corps and the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. The specifics are unclear, but it is well known that the two mercenary groups do not get along. It is clearly visible that there are about 100 people in total on the field, divided into 5 arenas, with rules similar to those of the world's #1 martial arts competition. Due to the matching process, there may also be instances of buys. Soon, the competition began, and everyone started to showcase their skills, with the vegetable people that Jiang Yun remembered making their appearances one after another. It was a thrilling sight. What he initially thought would be a dull and uninteresting competition turned out to be quite engaging. This is quite different from what Jiang Yun saw in his previous life. Or rather, the essence is somewhat similar. However, many contestants actually brought specially cultivated soil to participate in the competition. In fact, the prize money for this competition is quite substantial, amounting to tens of thousands of gold. Its value is roughly equivalent to, well, 10 sets of Tang Shenipin. There are quite a few of these things, but for him, who holds half of the wealth in the Western capital, money is just a means to an end. After becoming the second largest shareholder of the Universal Capsule Company, Jiang Yun's impression of money has become just a pile of numbers. However, he still lacks gold, which is a universal currency in the universe. Soon, the crowd on the scene became heated. "Shoukai, you can't do this. How can a man be so soft and powerless?" The members of the Rose Mercenary Corps who had just won mocked Shoukai. The speaker was a leader of the Rose Mercenary Corps named Lon Peeling, who was second only to the leader, Black Rose. "Woman, don't get too proud. You better pray not to encounter me. Otherwise, I will make you look as pathetic as a wasteful dog." Shoukai looked at Lon Peeling with a hostile gaze and spoke with a harsh tone. Oh, I truly look forward to that, but I hope you can last until you meet me." After saying that, she turned and left without giving Shoukai a chance to respond. Shoukai watched Lon Peeling's departing figure, his eyes flickering with malice and ferocity. Time quickly passed, and only 5 people remained on the platform. Suddenly, the 5 platforms began to change, and they slowly started to move. This arena is actually a movable stage, and before long, it has been transformed into a super arena. The host, holding a microphone, loudly said, "Now, let's congratulate our contestants on stage. Clap, clap, clap." Suddenly, a wave of warm applause erupted, accompanied by cheers from the audience. "Now, let's introduce our contestants. First up is the vice leader of the Poison Wolf Mercenary Corps, Shoukai. And next to her is the contestant Kasha from the Whirlwind Mercenary Corps. And we have the most popular contestant, Miss Lon Peeling from the Rose Mercenary Corps." At this moment, the audience erupted with enthusiastic cheers. Clearly, the contestants from the Rose Mercenary Corps are very well liked. Next, we have Jessica and Jethan from the Giant Rock Mercenary Corps. It is said that this pair of contestants are biological brothers, so let's look forward to their wonderful performance. The host's voice was passionate and high-pitched, which really stirred the crowd's emotions. The competition is about to begin. Let's anticipate the fantastic performances from all the contestants. Now, let's hand over the stage to our contestants. Cheers erupted from all directions, deafening the audience. The first to take the stage are Kasha from the Whirlwind Mercenary Corps and Jessica from the Giant Rock Mercenary Corps. The two contestants quietly locked eyes, and then began to plant their vegetable people, using their own soil. They placed it in small pots resembling flower pots, and it was clear that the soil inside was of high quality, evidently prepared with great care. Watching the vegetable people grow quickly from the soil gave Jiang Yun a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of watching Pokemon. Although the fighting scene wasn't particularly thrilling, the process was quite enjoyable. It all depended on one's own cultivation, which was a unique form of development. Soon, the vegetable people began to engage in combat, and the two were nearly evenly matched. However, as time passed, the details began to show, and it seemed that the girl was a bit more meticulous. Kasha successfully defeated Jessica's vegetable person by a narrow margin, and the tension during the process was palpable, with a moment of victory feeling like a roller coaster release. Kasha successfully advanced. The victorious Kasha happily gestured to the crowd, clearly a lively girl. The audience responded, congratulating her victory. The host also clapped twice to celebrate the winning contestant, and then spoke, "Thank you, contestant Kasha, for bringing us such an exciting duel. Next, let's welcome Miss Lon Peeling from the Rose Mercenary Corps to face off against Jethan from the Giant Rock Mercenary Corps." The host glanced at the list and then handed the stage over to the two. Jiang Yun looked at the two on stage and felt as if it was a scene from Beauty and the Beast. The contrast was too strange. If the Rose Mercenary Corps was a group of spirited young women, then the Giant Rock Mercenary Corps was composed entirely of tall, muscular men. While Jiang Yun was observing the two on stage, he suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon him. Turning his head to follow the gaze, Jiang Yun saw a woman who, despite wearing a veil, was unmistakably very beautiful. Her figure also suggested as much. She conformed to the aesthetic standards of Earthlings, with exceptionally fair skin. Logically, such a beautiful person should attract significant attention, but those around her were focused solely on the competition, seemingly ignoring her as if she were an ordinary person. What caught Jiang Yun's attention even more was that this woman had a combat power of 38,000, although her apparent combat power was only around 16,000. Interesting. A woman with such strong combat power must be the legendary leader of the Rose Mercenary Corps, the Black Rose. It's clear she is not simple. What intrigued Jiang Yun the most was why the Black Rose would hide her combat power. How could someone with such formidable strength only be part of one of the three major factions? Could the other factions possess such strong power as well? This is inconsistent with the results of the investigation conducted by several members of the Blaze team. However, Jiang Yun didn't take this matter too seriously. After all, it's normal to have a few trump cards while navigating the universe. Moreover, who knows if others' combat abilities have improved over time. When Black Rose saw Jiang Yun turn his head, she was taken aback by his powerful mental strength. Black Rose was also surprised because very few people can detect her surveillance. She didn't expect this man to notice her so easily, and even her illusion had no effect on him. Jiang Yun also sensed a special energy around her. Was it some kind of superpower or a use of mental strength? Subsequently, Jiang Yun made no further moves but nodded at Black Rose, expressing his goodwill. Black Rose seemed a bit stunned, then also nodded back at Jiang Yun as a response. Turning his attention back to the competition, Jiang Yun remained calm, without any inner turmoil. Instead, it was Black Rose who felt a ripple in her heart. She unexpectedly sensed a certain closeness to Jiang Yun, which made her feel a bit curious. This race, Black Rose's, is naturally close to nature, and Jiang Yun emitted an aura that made her feel a sense of familiarity. This was also the reason she looked at Jiang Yun, but what she didn't expect was that she was actually seen through. Watching Jiang Yun, who was focused on the match, Black Rose stopped overthinking and began to watch the competition like him. At this moment, the intense scene that people anticipated did not occur. Instead, it showed a one-sided trend, as Lan Peeling quickly suppressed her opponent and successfully achieved victory after holding on for a moment. Suddenly, the venue erupted with warm applause. Indeed, beautiful ladies are popular wherever they go. However, Lan Peeling, who had won, did not show any joy on her face but instead shot a provocative glance at Xiuka. At a glance, Xiuka was filled with rage. To Jiang Yun, the young lady who looked quite beautiful, but in Xiuka's eyes, she probably appeared entirely different. Xiuka's appearance was similar to that of Earthlings, but his skin was red, much like the red bull-headed and horse-faced creatures that Wukong encountered when he fell into hell. In contrast to Xiuka's furious mood, Lan Peeling was in exceptionally good mood. If there hadn't been anyone around, she might have already burst into joyful laughter. It's no wonder she's so happy. There is a reason why they have become arch-rivals with the Lone Wolf Mercenary Group. The reason is that Xiuka once snatched a mission target from the Rose Mercenary Group, a very precious mythical beast, which has a single horn on its body and great medicinal value. However, this mythical beast is not weak at all, boasting a combat power of several thousand. During a hunting expedition, everyone was close to capturing this precious beast, but Xiuka barged in with his team into the Rose Mercenary Group's hunt, and in Xiulong Star, such capture-related missions are not allowed to be interfered with. This is the default rule in the mercenary world. Otherwise, every time you are about to complete a mission, someone might come out and try to steal it from you. If it were you, wouldn't you feel upset? Therefore, this has become the unwritten rule among mercenaries. Anyone who violates it will be expelled by the others. Thus, when Xiuka approached, he sprinkled a powder that would cause the strange beast to go berserk, leading to the nearly defeated strange beast going into a frenzy. This sudden frenzy caught the members of the Rose Mercenary Corps off guard. Several of their sisters were killed by the rampaging strange beast. Then, this strange beast broke through the encirclement and was killed by Xiuka on the outskirts. At that time, the one leading them was Lan Peeling. Afterward, they went to the Black Rose to demand an explanation from the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. However, they refused to acknowledge their actions, claiming that the strange beast had broken through the encirclement on its own and was only shot after that. Such things are allowed. However, the shameless Lone Wolf Mercenary Group does not acknowledge its actions. Instead, they turn the tables and accuse the Rose Mercenary Group of deliberately causing trouble, fabricating baseless reasons. The leader of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Group, Xiu's, naturally supports his brother, while other mercenary groups, wary of Shio's reputation, choose to sit back and watch the fight, having no intention of helping, even though they suspect there might be some truth to the matter. The Black Rose, due to some special circumstances, cannot exert her full strength, and her apparent power is not much different from Shio's. Therefore, this matter ultimately comes to nothing, and both mercenary groups become completely hostile towards each other. When Shioka takes the stage, he swiftly eliminates Kasha from the Whirlwind mercenary group and then sets his sights on Lan Peeling, provoking her. Others are aware of their feud, and this friction undoubtedly makes it even more exciting for them. Soon, the two are set to duel. As they enter the arena, they exude their own momentum, with both their combat power hovering around 6,000. For a moment, they seem evenly matched, and an invisible vortex begins to form around them, leading onlookers to mistakenly believe they are already dueling. The two focus intently on each other, but staring like this won't lead to a competition. The host has to call for a stop, allowing the match to proceed normally, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipates significantly. The two begin to exchange verbal jabs. Shioka, one day I will settle the score for what you did to us. Lan Peeling says, glaring at Shioka coldly. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. After all this time, I'm still living freely, and while your strength isn't much, your mouth sure is. Shioka's attitude is extremely contemptuous, and he continues, moreover, I clearly remember how they looked when they died. Now that I think about it, their expressions were quite amusing. That look of disbelief. You will face retribution sooner or later. Lan Peeling stutters in anger. She quickly stops speaking because the host has announced the start of the match. The host is from the planet's ruling faction, so neither of them intends to defy him. Both are internally focused on how to decisively defeat and humiliate the other in this match. They quickly prepare their materials. Shioka uses a type of soil called black cotton soil, which is said to be extremely rare and can only be produced by planets with rich life force, making it precious. Although it looks black, it emits a pleasant fragrance. Lan Peeling, on the other hand, takes out a type of red soil, known as fire flame soil, which grows on the edges of volcanoes. However, not all volcanoes have it. It can only be found under a specific type of tree, known as the lava sacred tree. And this soil can even enable trees to grow near volcanoes, highlighting its rarity. However, it's hard to say which of their materials is better. Only a comparison can reveal that. Upon seeing the soil the two have produced, Jiang Yun notices that it contains a rich vitality. Such rich vitality, if placed in his cultivation area, could significantly enhance his training. Jiang Yun feels a bit envious. If he had a large amount of these two types of soil, his and the Martial Alliance's cultivation would surely accelerate. Yet, here it is merely used for the vegetable people's combat, which makes Jiang Yun feel it's a bit of waste. After 2 rounds of vitality cleansing, Jiang Yun can even clearly sense the existence of vitality and absorb a small amount. But the increase in combat power from this absorption is still less than what he gains from his hard training. Jiang Yun has speculated that cultivation is about discovering one's potential and absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. Why does Wukong often stay on King Kai's planet to train? It's because the vitality there is far greater than that on Earth. Even the legendary realms of King Kai and the Destroyer have even more abundant vitality. These places can even support the absorption of the spirit tree. If it were anywhere else, the vitality would have been drained long ago to nurture the spirit tree's fruits. This is also why the spirit tree fruit is referred to as the fruit consumed by deities, because it absorbs vital energy. The spirit tree fruit can enhance a person's combat power. However, the spirit tree fruit primarily nourishes the mind and can even improve a person's mental strength. This point is not very obvious for the gods. Otherwise, it wouldn't have led to the spirit tree being scattered in the mortal realm and eventually obtained by Dales. However, for mortals, the effect is significant. But first, the spirit tree needs to absorb sufficient vitality. Someone like Dales, who has low combat power and unexpectedly obtained the seed of the spirit tree, would likely only dare to plant it on those barren, uninhabited planets in the early stages. This also leads to the reason for Darius's low combat power, but he is still a small expert in the universe. Darius's previous gains were even less than what he obtained in one trip to Earth, which shows how much he had been struggling before. Coming back to his senses, the two on the field began planting vegetable people. Jiang Yun could clearly feel that after the vegetable people were planted, the vitality contained in the soil was instantly absorbed by them. The vegetable people of Lan Peeling and Shioka were significantly stronger than others, with even one vegetable person able to fight several vegetable people of the same level, while others focused on the strength of the vegetable people. Jiang Yun was concerned about the essence of their strength. Just discovering this soil rich in vitality made Jiang Yun feel that the trip was worthwhile. Perhaps he could study it for his future cultivation. Jiang Yun felt a bit of glee. Had he found another way to become stronger? If he could understand this method, perhaps people from Earth could achieve significant improvements. Even if their talent couldn't compare to others, they could make up for it with resources. As the saying goes, wealth, companions, laws in the earth. As for wealth, Jiang Yun had plenty. Whatever resources he wanted, many people in the Martial Alliance could offer them to him. Regarding companions, Jiang Yun had plans for that in the future, but that is not to be mentioned for now. As for laws, Jiang Yun had already begun to engage with them and had made some progress. And for the Earth, he could say he had a little, since Earth is his territory. Although it might not reach the legendary level of a paradise, having witnessed this magical soil, as long as he understood the principles behind it, achieving a paradise is not impossible. This is an afterword, so let's not talk about it for now. Back to the scene. Both of the vegetable fighters were exceptionally strong, even stronger than Raditz, who came to Earth. If Raditz saw this, he wouldn't know what to think. The battle between both sides was intense, and their auras were almost equal, making it hard to tell who was stronger or weaker in a short time. The audience was mesmerized. Never before had there been such an exciting vegetable fighter battle, and they couldn't help but feel their money was well spent. Neither the spectators nor the fighters themselves could discern who was superior or inferior. However, with Jiang Yun's currently powerful vision, he could see clearly. Lawn Peeling's vegetable fighter had absorbed the energy from the fiery soil. Although the energy contained in both soils was similar, there was a special energy in Lawn Peeling's fiery soil, which was due to the absorption of volcanic energy. Therefore, the attacks of her vegetable fighter carried a hint of volcanic energy, making it equivalent to both fighters having similar strength, one using physical attacks while the other had a slight edge. As time passed, suddenly, Shoka's vegetable fighter let out a scream, as Lawn Peeling's vegetable fighter seized the opportunity and kicked him off the stage. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, although they didn't understand how the victory happened so suddenly. It was impressive nonetheless. Shoka couldn't believe he had lost so abruptly. He muttered useless, not even glancing at his vegetable fighter as he turned to leave. Even the host hadn't declared the end yet. The host was stunned by the result and, after a moment, announced Lawn Peeling's victory. Heimei glanced at the victorious Lawn Peeling and smiled knowingly. Suddenly remembering something, she looked towards Jiang Yun's location. To her shock, Jiang Yun was already gone, and she hadn't noticed how he left. At this moment, Jiang Yun and his companions had their eyes on the departing Shoka, who was still immersed in his anger from failure and didn't notice the few people in front of him. It was only when he got close that he realized there were several people in front of him. Just as he was about to curse at whoever was blocking his way, he looked up and saw Jiang Yun's face, his pupils instantly widening in shock. Just as he was about to say something, Jiang Yun didn't give him a chance, signaling to Bu Chun, who understood immediately. Bu Chun said to Shoka, "In your next life, keep your eyes open. Some people are not to be trifled with." After Jiang Yun's guidance, Bu Chun understood that to survive in the universe, he had to be ruthless, because Shoka would definitely investigate their backgrounds after this. If he traced it back to Earth, it would be troublesome, so they could only make him disappear. Soon, a large head flew up, still filled with disbelief. The news of Shoka's death spread quickly. "What? You mean that lone wolf mercenary Shoka was killed? His brother is Shio's, who would dare to kill him? Oh, you don't know. I heard Shoka died tragically. His head was chopped off, and his eyes were wide open." "That's great. This big troublemaker finally got what he deserved, relying on his brother to bully others. If it weren't for his brother, he would have probably been killed long ago. Yeah, I wonder which brave soul did this. It's really a relief. Shoo, you all want to die? If this gets to Sho's ears, just wait to die." A few people were discussing Shoka's death excitedly, but upon hearing another's warning, they quieted down, though they continued to talk about the matter. It was evident that this incident would be frequently mentioned in the near future. The news soon reached the Rose Mercenary Corps. Could it be that person? The image of Jiang Yun appeared in Heimei's mind. That mysterious man who disappeared after Shoka left. It was very likely that Shoka was killed by that man, but Heimei didn't want to tell anyone. Perhaps they should celebrate Shoka's death. After all, Shoka had interfered with many of the Rose Mercenary Corps missions. It was indeed a happy matter. Even Lawn Peeling was the happiest, as one of her best friends was among those killed by Shoka. Therefore, she held the deepest hatred for him. Now that Shoka was dead, she could hardly contain her joy. Although she wished she could be the one to kill Shoka, she knew that wasn't realistic. However, since Shoka was dead, regardless of who did it, it felt like a favor to her. At that moment, In the headquarters of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, unlike the Rose Mercenary Corps, the members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps had gloomy expressions, clearly in a bad mood. What should we do? That brat Shioka has been killed. The captain will definitely be furious, and none of us, including me, will have it easy. The speaker was an animal-like alien, clearly an elder of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, who was fuming. He was more concerned not about Shioka's death itself, but about the repercussions they would face once Shioka's brother learned of it. This is what he cares about. As for a spoiled young master, he doesn't care at all. The only way now is to find the murderer before Captain Shio's returns and bring him to justice. At this moment, another person spoke up, the leader of a Lone Wolf mercenary group. Everyone go out and search, and don't come back if you can't find anything. The speaker was the previously hot-tempered elder. His underlings were all driven out by him, and it was clear that he was under pressure as well. Once most of the others had gone out, the leader who had spoken earlier said, "There's no need to rush. The captain can't blame us for this. You have to know that there are too many people offended by Shioka, and many want him dead. He usually just brings us trouble. So it's actually peaceful now that he's dead. Don't think it's that easy. You know the captain's temper. His brother is dead, and he will definitely search every inch of the ground to find the killer. However, it was us who failed to protect him. This elder is called Lai Shan, and his temper is as explosive as his name suggests. I know this, but will that really calm the captain down? The only thing we need to do now is inform the captain about Shioka's assassination. Otherwise, when the captain returns, he will definitely question us about why we didn't tell him sooner. Only by doing this can we prevent the captain from directing his anger towards us." The leader also calmed down to speak. Lu Shan felt that what he said made sense, so he stopped talking. Instead, he sent a subordinate to report the news of Shioka's death. The reason he didn't go himself was clearly to avoid being criticized. From this, it can be seen that Lu Shan still has some brains and is not just muscle. At this moment, on a planet somewhat similar to Earth, a man was venting his anger fiercely. A blast of energy destroyed the mountaintop, and still unsatisfied, everything around him suffered devastating damage. The few people beside the man exchanged glances, unsure why he was so angry. They only saw him activate his personal communicator, and it seemed that whatever was said in the communication had greatly upset him. This man is Shios. At this moment, he learned about the news from the Lone Wolf Mercenary Group and was filled with rage upon realizing that his brother had been killed. They were there to complete a long-term mission, which was to eliminate powerful beings on this planet for a wealthy individual. This planet does not have intelligent life. It is a very primitive planet with some powerful wild animals. This time, the main task is to eliminate beings with combat power exceeding 1,000. It is precisely because this planet is primitive that this wealthy individual wants to transform it into a tourist destination. He owns more than a dozen planets, making him a true tycoon. Because he offered an exceptionally generous commission, Shios accepted this task. Their mercenary group is the largest among several major mercenary groups, and he secured this task by leveraging that advantage. The task is not too difficult. There are very few beings with combat power around 3,000 on the planet, but there are quite a few that need to be cleared. They certainly cannot eliminate all of them, but it is sufficient to clear those with combat power over 1,000. There are many beings with combat power below 1,000, while those above 1,000 are very rare. This task is equivalent to their workload over 3 years, and it can be completed in just a few months at most. For Shios, it's definitely a risk-free business, essentially a job that allows him to work once and rest for a few years. He originally didn't plan to come, but in order to complete the task more quickly, he chose to lead the team personally, mainly because the commission for this task is too generous, and he didn't feel at ease. So he took charge himself, while Shioka didn't want to come because the task was too exhausting. And the indulgent Shios allowed Shioka to stay at the base. Unexpectedly, such terrible news occurred during this mission, and he even suspected that someone had deliberately made him take on this task to harm his brother. But then he thought it was unlikely. If someone wanted to do that, they wouldn't use such a method. The loopholes are too obvious. So the question arises, who harmed his brother? Could be Lawn Peeling from the Rose Mercenary Group? She has always wanted to take revenge on his brother, so it could be her. Shios, while on this planet carrying out his mission, never thought that Lawn Peeling had once competed alongside his brother in the same arena, making it impossible for her to kill him. Then Shios thought again, his brother had made too many enemies, leading to uncertainty about who could have harmed him. In that moment, Shios even felt a bit regretful for pampering himself too much with Shioka. But no matter who it is, whoever killed my brother, I will make you regret coming into this world. At this moment, hatred shone in Shios' eyes. All units returned to Chiolong Star, filled with hatred. Shios ordered the return to Chiolong Star. "Captain, But our mission is not yet complete. We will have to pay a penalty for not completing the mission. A subordinate beside him said, "Humph. We'll discuss this when we get back. Whoever killed my brother will definitely pay the price." Shios was clearly not in the mood to listen to any advice and insisted on returning. The others knew that Shios was angry and dared not speak. They all went to call the others and prepare to leave. A few days passed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and the others on Xiaolong Star were unaware that Shios had turned back, preparing to find them for revenge for his brother. They were currently hosting an unexpected guest. Jiang Yun was entertaining a beautiful woman, her skin as white as snow, sparkling like stars, with a slender waist dancing in the air and a smile that outshone the stars. This person was none other than Black Rose. Jiang Yun was also quite surprised by Black Rose's arrival. He didn't expect this woman would come to find him. It seemed they had no intersection, except for a glance at the competition. But that was a big deal, right? Why would this woman come to find him? Jiang Yun was puzzled. When this woman came to find him, Bu Chun and the others seemed to have a knowing look, signaling everyone to give the two some space. Thinking of this, Jiang Yun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I really have nothing with her. But the others clearly didn't believe that. Hello, I'm Black Rose, the leader of the Rose mercenary group. You can also call me Xianling Long. The person who had previously met Jiang Yun was Black Rose. Or she could also be called Xianling Long. Jiang Yun looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and truly didn't know her name. In fact, most people wouldn't know. How could Jiang Yun, who had only been here a few days, know? However, Xianling Long. The name is quite nice. But why would she come to find me? Jiang Yun had some doubts. Xianling Long was unaware of Jiang Yun's thoughts. As for why she came to find Jiang Yun this time, she also had her own considerations. Finding Jiang Yun wasn't difficult, as Jiang Yun's race was very similar to the Saiyans, and many people were paying attention to them, so it was easy to find Jiang Yun. Just a little investigation would reveal Jiang Yun and the others' whereabouts. Hello, just call me Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun said softly while looking at Xianling Long. Xianling Long carefully examined the young man in front of her, who resembled a Saiyan, except he didn't have a tail. Nevertheless, his appearance was very much in line with their race's aesthetic. Moreover, Xianling Long felt a sense of familiarity from this young man. While Xianling Long was observing Jiang Yun was also observing Xianling Long. In Jiang Yun's eyes, Xianling Long resembled the legendary elf race. Her ears were pointed, but not in the ugly way described in legends. Instead, they were very appropriate, neither too much nor too little. Just then, Xianling Long suddenly spoke. Mr. Jiang Yun, you killed Xiao Ka, didn't you? Facing Xianling Long's bold statement, Jiang Yun was taken aback. He didn't speak and just quietly looked at Xianling Long. After a moment, Jiang Yun smiled slightly and said, "Beautiful Miss Xianling Long, what do you think?" Jiang Yun did not directly answer Xianling Long's question. Instead, he looked at her with a smile that was not quite a smile. Jiang Yun was not worried about others knowing that they had killed Xiao Ka. In the face of absolute strength, all threats were nothing more than paper tigers. Jiang Yun also knew that even if the person in front of him knew they were the ones who killed Xiao Ka, it didn't necessarily mean they would speak out. Although it wasn't him who killed Xiao Ka, it was no different than if he did, since Bu Qin did it. Xianling Long stared at Jiang Yun, not answering his question. Instead, she changed the subject. "Mr. Jiang Yun, do you know Frisia?" Jiang Yun was a bit surprised, not knowing why Xianling Long suddenly mentioned Frisia. Of course, he knew, but what did that have to do with the previous question? Jiang Yun calmly poured a cup of tea for both of them. This was the exquisite tea he had brought from Earth. Jiang Yun believed that drinking tea was very beneficial for one's state of mind. "Would you like to hear a story?" "I would like to hear it." Jiang Yun nodded. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom called the Elf Forest, where a group of people who loved peace and nature lived. They were known as the Children of Nature. In such a peaceful and harmonious kingdom, one day, it was invaded by demons. In the Elf Forest, there was a lively and lovely princess, but after the demons arrived, her mother, who was also the king of this kingdom, was cruelly killed. Xianling Long's emotions suddenly became a bit agitated, tears glimmering in her eyes. At this point, Jiang Yun understood that the adorable princess was Xianling Long herself. However, Jiang Yun did not interrupt her. Instead, he listened quietly to her narrative. Xianling Long continued to tell her story. The demon ruthlessly killed everyone in her kingdom, and only she escaped under her mother's instructions. The demon was unimaginably powerful, and even the royal protector, who possessed a battle power of 100,000, was no match for him. As she spoke, Xianling Long's body trembled uncontrollably, as if that demon were right beside her. "The princess who escaped is you, right?" "Princess Xianling Long." At this moment, Jiang Yun suddenly spoke up. Hearing his voice, Xian Linglong's trembling body seemed to stabilize a lot. Do you know why I'm telling you this? Xian Linglong looked at Jiang Yun and said, you should also know about that demon, the one known as the Universe Emperor. Frisia. When she mentioned Frisia's name, a deep hatred shone in her eyes, but deep down, there was also profound fear. Seeing her like this, Jiang Yun didn't think it was shameful. Considering Frisia's terrifying combat power of 12 million, Jiang Yun understood why Xian Linglong was so afraid. Without waiting for Jiang Yun to respond, Xian Linglong continued, the reason I'm telling you this is that I sense the power of nature within you. Our clan is rumored to be the children of the goddess of life, naturally close to nature. That's why I can feel that unique power in you. Your aura feels very familiar to me. The high priest once said that if I ever meet someone who radiates the power of nature, that person would be our savior. Jiang Yun looked at her in surprise. The power of nature? Is it Qi? Why would the high priest say this? Savior? Me? How is that possible? I'm just struggling to cultivate slowly. Could it be that the high priest has some ability to predict the future, like that elder from Mike Star? Indeed, there are quite a few magical races in this world. Jiang Yun didn't doubt that Xian Linglong was lying to him. After all, she didn't seem like someone who would deceive. However, he didn't believe he was the savior she spoke of. According to the original storyline, it should be Goku who defeats Frisia. Moreover, Goku would also use Qi, making him the rightful savior. In the original work, Goku not only saved Earth, but also the universe several times. He was powerful, kind to others, and had the protagonist's halo, definitely a savior, no doubt about it. Miss Xian Linglong, don't you find that funny? Do you think this prophecy is reliable? Jiang Yun knew that even if what she said was true, he had no interest whatsoever. After all, being called a savior or something similar was too far-fetched. He didn't want to be some thankless hero. He just wanted to silently become stronger, not to have others label him a hero or become a so-called guardian of peace. He only wanted to protect Earth. As for other places, he didn't care about them. After all, there were so many injustices in the universe that he couldn't manage. Moreover, this should be the matter of the Kaioshin. If the Kaioshin couldn't handle it, how could he? Furthermore, Frisia's destruction of planets in the universe was also due to the laziness of Beerus, the god of destruction. He had assigned some of the tasks of clearing planets to Frisia, who was essentially his chosen worker. As for which planets to clear, it was up to their mood. This is the world of the strong. Without power, one cannot even control their own fate. Just like the Saiyans, aside from Frisia fearing the legendary Super Saiyan. There's also a reason why King Vegeta reserved the most comfortable pillow in the universe for himself and left the second best for Beerus. The existence of the Saiyans itself disrupts the peace of the universe, belonging to the range of planets that are being cleared. Additionally, King Vegeta's actions made Beerus uncomfortable, which naturally led to the destruction of planet Vegeta under the suggestion of the god of destruction. This is also Jiang Yun's speculation. In his previous life, many people discussed this matter, and various great gods came up with endless guesses. Naturally, Jiang Yun combined some of others' ideas to draw his conclusion. Mr. Jiang Yun, I know you might not believe it, but the High Priest prophecy has never been wrong. Moreover, this prophecy was derived from the High Priest's life force. At this point, Xian Linglong's eyes showed a hint of sadness. Clearly, the death of the High Priest made her feel very sorrowful. Mr. Jiang Yun, I know you might find it hard to believe, but this is reality. Even if you're not the savior now, you will definitely become the savior in the future. Xian Linglong's voice was filled with excitement, clearly convinced that Jiang Yun was the savior. Jiang Yun was also speechless. How did this woman in front of him suddenly turn into a naive and sweet person? It was evident that earning the nickname Black Rose required some level of skill. It felt as though she had transformed into a different person in front of him. What Jiang Yun did not know was that in Elf Forest, the High Priest held a very esteemed position, even higher than that of the king. In the Elf Forest, there can be no king, but there cannot be no High Priest. Everyone in the Elf Forest must obey the words of the High Priest. And it is rumored that the High Priest possesses powers bestowed by the gods. Each High Priest is chosen by the previous one, usually when the latter's lifespan is nearing its end. Their race generally lives for several hundred years. Because of the recent attack by Frisia, the High Priest did not select a new High Priest, but instead exhausted his life to predict this prophecy. Just this prophecy alone drained the High Priest of all his energy. However, what Jiang Yun did not know was that Xian Linglong was also concealing something that the High Priest had spoken during his last moments. This man will become the husband of Xian Linglong in the future. Even his achievements will rival those of the gods, which is the result of the High Priest prophecy that consumed his life. Although the prophecy only reached a fraction of the truth, the divine cannot be glimpsed. especially the existence of true gods. Being able to perceive a glimpse of the future with a mortal body is already quite exceptional. Jiang Yun looked at Xian Linglong, who appeared to be lost in memories, and suddenly noticed a shy expression flash across her face. He couldn't help but think that this woman was really strange, inexplicably shy for no reason. Miss Xian Linglong, even if what you say is true, my current strength has no chance of defeating Frisia, so it seems that I can't fulfill your wishes. Jiang Yun spoke up in time to shatter Xian Linglong's fantasies, wanting to tell her to abandon the idea of being a savior. Mr. Jiang Yun, I have a lifespan of hundreds of years, and I am only 23 now. Compared to an ordinary person's lifespan, I can afford to wait. Xian Linglong smiled slightly, regaining her previous aloof demeanor. Mr. Jiang Yun, goodbye. Time will prove everything I said. This is my communicator. You can contact me anytime through this. After Xian Linglong finished speaking, she stood up and turned to leave without hesitation, as if at this moment she was the true Black Rose. Jiang Yun stood up, watching Xian Linglong depart. Only those who have truly witnessed Xian Linglong's genuine emotions, like Jiang Yun, would know that the fragile Xian Linglong is the real Xian Linglong, while this seemingly tough woman is the true Black Rose. The pain of losing her country and family forced her to grow up, transforming from a lively and cheerful princess into the feared Black Rose. Jiang Yun felt sympathy for Xian Linglong. Living in a carefree kingdom, her life should have been spent in her mother's embrace, being pampered. However, the suffering of war made her wear a mask. It forced her to mature, as there was no one left to rely on. She could only depend on herself. At only 23 years of age, she managed to establish a mercenary group specifically recruiting women, which has become well known on Xiaolong Star, indicating her exceptional abilities. Jiang Yun's current achievements are largely thanks to his past life experiences. If he had to start from scratch, it would surely be quite difficult. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun was unaware that Xios had abandoned his mission and returned to Xiaolong Star, seeking revenge on the enemy who killed his brother. Investigate for me. Who killed my brother? Check everyone who has been in contact with him recently. Upon returning and seeing the tragic state of his brother, Xios was filled with rage. His brother's head had been severed and left on the road. When Shioka's body was discovered, the Lone Wolf mercenary group had sewn him up and used the latest refrigeration technology to preserve Shioka's remains. This is already the limit of what they can do at the moment. If they can't even handle this well, they will definitely face Su Si's scolding. Su Si looked at his brother's face, which was filled with disbelief, clearly unwilling to accept death. Su Si vowed in his heart that he would avenge his brother's death and send the murderer down to accompany him. The bond between the two brothers was quite deep. Otherwise, Su Si wouldn't be so indulgent toward his brother. Not all races are as cold-blooded as Saiyans and Frost Demons. The Saiyans are somewhat better. A few of them still care about their loved ones. As for the Frost Demon clan, they only care about cold, hard interests, and familial ties seem utterly ridiculous to them. Su Si stayed by his brother's side, sleepless throughout the night. 2 days passed like this. Su Si still hadn't found the murderer of his brother, and just when he was filled with rage, his subordinate sent word that there was a lead. Su Si hurried over. When he arrived, the investigating younger brother reported, "Captain Su Si, after our investigation, we found that Captain Su Si had a brief encounter with someone who came to the Xiaolong Star, and later, Lord Shioka even secretly went out once." The person conducting the investigation thought for a moment, and then said, "That's right. Robert, who often followed Lord Shioka, is also missing. It seems that I haven't seen him around for some time." Upon hearing this, Shuza's gaze sharpened, clearly indicating that he had realized something significant had happened recently. And the key was related to Robert. "Find Robert for me. I want to know what exactly happened." Shuza's tone was icy, and he immediately stopped questioning, turning to leave. Soon, a message spread that whoever found Robert would receive a reward of 5,000 gold. Upon hearing this news, everyone went wild. 5,000 gold. That was enough to buy a pretty good house in Xiaolong Star, or even elsewhere. This reward is undoubtedly a safe and exceptionally lucrative one for those who are walking on the edge. As a result, mercenaries from almost all over the world have taken action. "Hey, have you heard? Shioza's brother has been killed, and now there is a high bounty on Robert. It is said that Robert knows who killed Shioza's brother, but for some reason, he is hiding. And that's not all. It is rumored that whoever directly identifies the murderer can receive 20,000 gold coins. 20,000 gold coins. If I got that, I wouldn't be a mercenary anymore. I would just buy a house and collect rent. By the way, isn't Robert one of Shioka's people? Why is he hiding now that Shioka is dead? You don't know this, but Robert is a trusted aide of Shioka. With Shioka dead, Robert will surely bear half the responsibility. Given Shioza's temperament, Robert is likely to be torn apart on the spot. Exactly. You see, if it were you, would you hide or not? I see. After such a commotion, the news of Shio-Ka's death quickly spread worldwide. Previously, it was only circulating in a small area. People from far away had no idea. With this bounty, it became widely known. Soon, after mobilizing global forces, Robert could no longer hide. He was quickly captured and brought before Shios. Robert knelt before Shios, trembling all over, fear spreading across his face. As Shio-Ka's trusted aide, he knew too well Shios' methods, which is why he decisively fled after Shio-Ka's death. Lord Shios, I'll talk. Please spare my family. I did not seek to save my own life, but my family is innocent, Robert said, weeping in pain, knowing he would not survive, and only praying that Shios would spare his family. As long as you answer my questions obediently, rest assured, I will not harm your family, Shios said, gripping Robert's head and looking at him. Hearing Shios' words, Robert seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and began to speak. This is how it is. Lord Shios. Not long ago, Lord Shio-Ka had his eyes on a young master from family that had just come here to train, targeting a certain treasure of his. Originally, he just wanted to swindle some money from that young master. But that person possessed a magical spatial treasure capable of storing items, which made Lord Shio-Ka greedy. Robert cautiously glanced at Shios before continuing. Lord Shio-Ka even contacted the Blacklight thieves in the asteroid belt, trying to force that young master to reveal his secrets. But that young master was not just a spoiled rich kid. He was a fierce dragon crossing the river, and the Blacklight thieves were no match for him. As for what happened afterwards, after Lord Shio-Ka finished participating in the Vegetable Man competition, the young master was killed. Although I can't be sure it was them who did it, I am 90% sure it was their doing. After listening to Robert's account, Shios confirmed that that group was indeed responsible for Shio-Ka's murder. On this planet, no one dared to openly kill his brother. And as for the evidence, I am the evidence. Shios looked at Robert with a shadowy gaze, his voice filled with terror. Robert, why is it that my brother is dead, yet you're still alive? Why? Don't worry. Your family will be well taken care of, Shios said as he stretched out his palm. And in front of everyone's astonished eyes, he struck Robert's head with a single blow. You are not trustworthy. Blood seeped from Robert's head as he muttered. Robert, to thank you for sharing this information, I have left you with a complete corpse. As for your family, they should remain intact, shouldn't they? Shios said, wiping his hands with a handkerchief while speaking to Robert. But no one noticed the glimmer of light that flashed in Robert's eyes. Only Robert knew that he possessed a talent, a racial gift that only a few could awaken. Due to their dwindling numbers and weak combat abilities, few of his race remained. After Shio-Ka's death, Robert knew his brother would surely seek revenge for Shio-Ka, so he immediately took his family and fled. What was present now was Robert's avatar, a true avatar. If the avatar were harmed or killed, the original would also be affected, even impacting his vitality. Therefore, Robert rarely used this trick. This move had already saved his life 3 times. He knew Shios would not keep his promise, so during this time, he had already arranged for his family to leave the planet. He now just wanted to find a place where no one recognized him to live peacefully with his family. In fact, Robert also wanted to avoid becoming a member of the Lone Wolf mercenary group, but for the sake of survival, he had no choice but to join the Lone Wolf mercenary group. Soon, with his smooth talking, he became a trusted aide of Shio-Ka. However, now Robert would rather live a little more poorly than suffer this fate. Who would have thought he would be valued by Shio-Ka? For the usually arrogant Shio-Ka, Robert did not want to serve him. Shio-Ka was truly malicious. He had even killed a person who was monitoring Jiangyun to keep secrets, just to prevent news of the universal glue capsule from reaching others. He was the only one who knew about it. On Shios' side, Robert did not lie. He revealed everything he knew. Since lying could easily be exposed, Robert did not deceive Shios. Just as Shios was about to trouble Jiangyun, Robert had already fled with his family in a spaceship, flying through the starry universe. As for where to go, Robert had already decided. He would go to a remote planet, far from the Qiulong star. What Robert did not know was that the planet he was heading to was precisely where Jiangyun and the others had come from. Just moments ago, Jiangyun and the others had received a letter of challenge sent by Shios. Although Shios was eager to tear Jiangyun and the others apart, he could not recklessly attack them, as it would cause chaos that battle would certainly not allow. Therefore, Shios could only resort to this method. However, if Jiangyun and the others did not respond to the challenge, Shios would have a reason. After all, he had killed his own brother. Shios set the location for the duel in the outskirts of the Death Desert, the largest desert on Qiulong star, where nothing grew, making it perfect for battle. This way, There is no concern about causing too much damage to the city. As for Jiang Yun and the others, Xios has already decided to kill them all to honor the spirit of his brother in heaven. Regardless of how powerful Jiang Yun and the others are, Xios is confident that, apart from a few major forces, his own strength ranks among the top in the universe. It's not surprising that Xios is so arrogant. Compared to other universes, the combat power index of the 7th universe is lower than that of others. A combat power as high as 18,000, like Xios, undoubtedly makes him a skilled fighter at this moment. However, he doesn't realize that this time he has kicked a big iron plate. Wu Chen, what do you think about this matter? Jiang Yun casually tossed the challenge letter that had been delivered onto the table and looked at Bu Chun. Wanted to know his response. Brother Yun, since Xios already knows it was us and has sent a challenge letter, we can only cut through the chaos quickly and use the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps as a stepping stone for our rise. Bu Chen's tone was cold, clearly showing a significant change from before. Jiang Yun nodded secretly. It seemed Bu Chen was beginning to get used to the coldness of the universe. Jiang Yun added, very well. But our goal this time is not just to accept the challenge from the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, but also to let other mercenary groups, big and small, witness our strength. To have a voice on this planet, we must possess powerful strength. This principle applies everywhere in the universe. Jiang Yun spoke slowly as well. Bu Chen nodded secretly after hearing this. During this time, he had learned a lot about the universe, where various struggles were constantly emerging, and invading other planets was a common occurrence. Fortunately, there were law enforcement organizations in the universe that existed similarly to those on Earth, barely maintaining order amidst the chaos. However, beings like Frisia were not to be provoked, as they were simply too powerful. He has no other choice. Our strength cannot match his. Heavenly movement is vigorous. A gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. This is the principle we adhere to as martial artists. We do not bully the weak, but we must be able to protect our own planet and have the strength to do so. And that is the meaning of cultivation. Jiang Yun's words also invigorated Bu Chen, making him realize that the path of martial arts was not as narrow as he thought. Martial arts is about self-cultivation, protection, and inheritance. Of course, this understanding would come to Bu Chen later. A day later, Jiang Yun and the others arrived at the Death Desert mentioned by Xios. The members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps were excited at their arrival. I can't believe these guys really dare to come to their death. Since they killed Vice Leader Shuka, they must be fearless newcomers. How could they not dare to come? Anyone who dares to kill our Mercenary Corps must be eliminated. Compared to the noisy members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, the Blaze team stood in formation, with not a single sound made. Xios looked at the elite group in front of him and couldn't help but think they have some level of skill. But in this world, it's all about combat power. They have a long way to go to defeat me. What a bold kid. If it weren't for you killing my brother, I would have really wanted to recruit you. But now, there's no room for negotiation. Prepare to die. Xios said to Jiang Yun in a deep voice, then rushed towards him, his eyes flashing with hatred. Clearly unable to wait any longer. As Xios charged at him, Jiang Yun casually intercepted him. He then kicked Xios away and immediately followed up closely. In midair, Xios threw a ki blast back at Jiang Yun, but it was blocked. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of sonic booms echoed through the air. The ki blast from both attacks inadvertently landed on the ground, instantly creating large craters. As their fists collided, a massive pit over 100 meters wide appeared around them, and a strong shockwave burst forth. This couldn't help but make the onlookers sigh in amazement, but no one around took action. They knew that until Jiang Yun and the others finished their battle, their own fights would be futile, because sometimes a high-level combat power could wipe them all out alone. So both sides were waiting for their own leader to win, whether it was Bu Chen and the others or the members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. They all believed that their leader would not lose. Take my move, Annihilation Cross Slash. At that moment, Xios suddenly launched an attack like Jiang Yun. Here it comes. Here it comes. It is the captain's Extinction Cross Slash, which is said to have directly killed an existence with a combat power of up to 15,000 points. At this moment, the members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps recognized this move. It is said to be known for its speed and sharpness, an extremely powerful technique among those of the same level. Jiang Yun watched as a cross-shaped blade of light shot toward him. Although Xios did not use light, the sharpness of this move was clearly comparable to that of a high-grade alloy battle knife infused with energy. This move may seem impressive in the eyes of others, but to Jiang Yun, it is not as good as Cleanse Vitality Slash. This move only involves the condensation of energy. However, Cleanse Vitality Slash not only condenses energy, but also incorporates compression and rotation. The Vitality Slash has even managed to injure Frisia's tail. Holy Light Shield. Jiang Yun executed a defensive move that he had developed through his own practice. In Jiang Yun's view, if he can use energy for defense, why should he take hits with his body? Among the many attack techniques in Dragon Ball, there are surprisingly few defensive techniques. Although he can also use the android's protective shield, he does not possess eternal energy. Thus, he developed this simplified version of a shield. However, due to the reduction in full-body defense, it only offers localized protection, which means his defense power is even stronger, and Jiang Yun refers to it as the Holy Light Shield. The powerful attack triggered a sandstorm in the desert, and in an instant, the storm came. Whoosh! The powerful sandstorm was dispersed by Bu Chen's energy blast without much emotion, and Bu Chen continued to observe the battle between the two. Bu Chen could tell that neither of them had used their true abilities yet. As for Jiang Yun, he was just playing around. Jiang Yun blocked Xiao's Annihilation Cross Slash with the Holy Light Shield, and Xiao's furrowed his brows slightly before attacking again. This is not Su Ci's most powerful move. It was expected that someone would block it, but he didn't expect it to be so easily countered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several more energy blasts were fired at Jiang Yun, but he dodged them one by one, while the powerful energy blasts crashed into the ground, kicking up clouds of yellow sand. It's not much, but there is indeed a lot of sand. Meanwhile, the Rose Mercenary Corps secretly learned about the battle between the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, Jiang Yun, and others. Xian Linglong looked at the messages sent by her subordinates. The Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps was fighting Jiang Yun and others in the Death Desert, and she couldn't help but feel a bit worried, of course. This worry was entirely about Jiang Yun. Since leaving last time, Xian Linglong had been particularly concerned about Jiang Yun, even developing some unusual feelings for him. Let's go take a look. Xian Linglong decided to go check it out, feeling some concern for Jiang Yun's safety. However, she also knew that Jiang Yun wouldn't lose. But this could be her reason for going to watch the battle. At this moment, Jiang Yun was still unaware that someone was worried about him and had come to watch the battle. If he knew, who knows what he would feel. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective against Jiang Yun, Xiao's also stopped and did not attack. Jiang Yun looked at him with interest. Xiao's clenched his fists, and veins began to pop out on his forehead. After a few loud shouts, Xiao's became serious and started to unleash his energy, his combat power, which was originally only 18,000, unexpectedly exceeded 20,000, reaching about 23,000. It seems that the 18,000 combat power was just his normal state. Indeed, those who can survive in the universe are all quite capable. This level of combat power has already reached the minimum standard of Frisia's Jinyu Force. But that's all it is. For Jiang Yun, there's no difference between 20,000 and 30,000. Quietly, Jiang Yun has also increased his power a bit. However, it is still lower than Xiao's estate. With Jiang Yun's control over his energy and combat experience, it is enough for him to play around with Xiao's for a while. Xiao's, who has activated his strongest combat power, looked at Jiang Yun with disdain and arrogantly said, "This is my strongest power. Have you thought about how you want to die?" Ha ha! Jiang Yun looked at him speechlessly, wondering why all villains become so arrogant just because they're a little stronger. Such characters usually don't survive more than 2 episodes on television. I want to see what you can do. Jiang Yun also responded nonchalantly. Although Jiang Yun appeared to be underestimating the situation, he was not like Sun Wukong, who underestimated his opponent to the point of not being able to unleash his full strength at critical moments. His power was always at its peak. If he encounters an opponent stronger than himself, it is best to activate his strongest state from the start. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao's launched a series of energy ball attacks, and it was clear that the strength of the energy balls had increased. Bang, bang, bang. The energy balls all hit Jiang Yun, creating a large cloud of dust around him, concealing his figure. Seeing this, a smile unconsciously appeared on Xiao's face. In Xiao's view, even if Jiang Yun didn't die from taking his attack head-on, he should have been injured. At the moment Jiang Yun was hit by the energy balls, Xian Linglong had already arrived at the scene with a small group of people, only a dozen or so. A hint of worry flashed in her eyes, but was quickly overshadowed by coldness. The crowd was a bit surprised by Xian Linglong's arrival. "Captain, why did this woman come? Is she here to find Alliance leader Jiang Yun?" The team member who spoke had obviously seen Xian Linglong come to find Jiang Yun that day, and his tone carried a hint of lewdness. "Forget it, it doesn't matter. Just watch the battle of Alliance leader Jiang well." Although he said this, Buchen also believed that this woman had come for Jiang Yun. The members of the Blazing Flame team were all carefully selected, and their talents were unquestionable. Their training and energy was also quite good. Although they couldn't see the entire battle between Jiang Yun and the others with their naked eyes, they were using energy to observe, and watching high-level battles was beneficial for them as well. This was also one of Jiang Yun's objectives, so he did not end the battle quickly. At this moment, the thick smoke on the battlefield began to dissipate, slowly revealing Jiang Yun's figure. Jiang Yun held up the holy light shield with one hand, and Rias's attacks struck the shield, leaving Jiang Yun unscathed. At this point, Rias looked at Jiang Yun, who was unharmed and understood what was happening. He glanced at Jiang Yun's holy light shield, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. In his view, if it weren't for this strange move, Jiang Yun would have already been injured. Damn it! Rias cursed inwardly and charged at Jiang Yun. With both of them exchanging punches and kicks, the scenery around them rapidly passing by. Their confrontation left traces in the air, visible to the naked eye, striking from the sky to the ground and then back up again. The speed was so fast that it left afterimages in the void. Suddenly, Rias leaped above Jiang Yun and swung his fist down hard. However, Rias unexpectedly passed through Jiang Yun's body. Not good. Before he could figure out what was happening, Rias realized he was in trouble. Sure enough, he was kicked out by Jiang Yun and crashed heavily onto a barren giant rock, his body buried under a pile of stones. The sudden turn of events startled the members of the Lone Wolf mercenary group. Their leader had been knocked away by this person, causing them to panic. It turned out that Jiang Yun had used the Phantom Fist, catching Rias off guard. Looking at the unmoving pile of stones, Jiang Yun knew that Rias was not in any real trouble. He had kept his combat power around 20,000. And while that level of attack could cause Rias some pain, it was not enough to inflict significant damage. Sure enough, the stones emitted a glow, and then they were instantly blasted away. Rias glared fiercely at Jiang Yun. After this period of fighting, he realized that Jiang Yun's combat power was lower than his own. However, Jiang Yun was able to fight him to this extent through some strange moves and superb combat skills. In fact, this was just what Jiang Yun was displaying. With a calculation in mind, Rias thought that since Jiang Yun had managed to fight him this far using skill, he would use brute strength to force Jiang Yun to confront him head-on. Rias then gathered a massive energy ball with both hands and hurled it at Jiang Yun. Based on Jiang Yun's previous performance, he would not be able to dodge this attack and would have to confront it directly. However, Jiang Yun did not exert too much power. Instead, he maintained the same strength as before, conjuring the Holy Light Shield to withstand the energy ball's attack. The Holy Light Shield collided with the giant energy ball, and after a brief stalemate, Jiang Yun was pushed back, leaving a deep mark behind him. Just as the members of the Lone Wolf mercenary group thought Jiang Yun was about to fail, the giant energy ball was suddenly sent flying into space by Jiang Yun. This is a profound application of energy developed by Jiang Yun. Especially after using the Holy Light Shield, general attacks that hit the shield will be deflected. However, this requires additional energy consumption to break through the shield's defenses, unless the attack power exceeds the shield's limit. But generally, Jiang Yun really does not take ordinary attacks seriously with a Holy Light Shield. At this moment, seeing his attack deflected by Jiang Yun, Xios was extremely surprised. He realized that this did not count as truly receiving his attack, but being deflected still counted as a block. Observing Jiang Yun's tricky move, Xios certainly understood that it must have its limitations. Therefore, he gathered energy again and formed a larger energy ball. In fact, this move could allow Jiang Yun to face attacks stronger than himself. However, the downside of this move is that it consumes some energy. After all, attacking is easier than defending. Both deflecting an attack and holding the ground consume energy. If Jiang Yun truly had that little strength, he would certainly be dragged down by Xios. But clearly, Xios' strength was not even a fraction of Jiang Yun's. Watching Xios use such an unscrupulous method, Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes, as if something was flickering within them. Jiang Yun employed the multi-phantom fist, seeing so many phantoms. Xios knew from the previous attack that only one was real. Xios began to clear the area with energy balls. Eventually, all the phantoms disappeared, leaving only one figure. Xios gathered another energy ball. This time, he clearly wanted to go all out, and the energy gathering time was longer, making the energy ball much more powerful than before. Just as Xios was about to throw the energy ball, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he found a bull-sized hole in his chest, and blood began to flow out. The massive energy ball instantly dissipated. Jiang Yun in front of Xios began to slowly fade away, and when Xios desperately turned around, He saw Jiang Yun standing right behind him, with a finger emitting energy. It was the whole wave. Yu sneak attacked. Xiu's slowly collapsed. Yu sneak attacked. Xiu's slowly collapsed. Jiang Yun dissipated the energy in his hand and lowered his finger. Xiu's falling figure was filled with unwillingness. He believed that Jiang Yun could only kill him with a sneak attack, and it was all due to his own carelessness. In reality, it can only be said that he was too weak. Jiang Yun watched Xiu's fall, slowly lowering his hand under Xiu's resentful gaze. The earlier clone was already slowly dissipating. The reason Jiang Yun was able to deceive Xiu's this time was also thanks to that clone. This was not a phantom clone like the Phantom Fist, but an energy clone made of energy, possessing 1/10 of his own combat power. Moreover, creating an energy clone does not decrease one's own combat power. Compared to Tian Shinin's four-body fist, Jiang Yun's move was clearly much more useful. However, it could only be used to deceive the enemy. It must be said that sometimes it plays a significant role. At critical moments, it can completely achieve victory through unexpected means. Watching Xiu's falling figure, the members of the Lone Wolf mercenary team were almost about to explode. The captain, who was supposed to be extraordinarily powerful, had been defeated by someone. How is that possible? Did I see it wrong? Captain Xiu's was actually defeated. Impossible. Captain Xiu's couldn't have lost like this. This person is so despicable. Jiang Ran sneak attacked Captain Xiu's. If Captain Xiu's has been defeated, then what about us? The last sentence made the members of the Lone Wolf mercenary team realize. Their faces turned pale. They scattered and fled. Just moments ago, there were many of them, but now they quickly ran away in all directions. The members of the Blaze team looked at Bu Chun, wanting to ask him what to do. Bu Chun said nothing, just shook his head, then turned his gaze to Jiang Yun. Clearly, it was obvious that Jiang Yun was to make the decision. The members of the Lone Wolf mercenary team also knew that they were definitely no match for Jiang Yun and the others, so they decisively fled. Plus, they had not brought many people this time, so fleeing was the correct choice. Bu Chun and the others flew to Jiang Yun's side, asking him what to do. Just let them go. They can leave, but the temple can't, Jiang Yun said meaningfully. Although he didn't say it outright, Bu Chun and the others understood his meaning. Xian Linglong and the others also flew over to Jiang Yun. Seeing her, Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a headache. Why was she here? What are you doing here? Jiang Yun asked Xian Linglong. What? Are you not happy? The one speaking was Lan Peeling, who had also come with Xian Linglong this time. Seeing Jiang Yun's unwilling look, she complained. Do you think you want to come? We mainly came for the Lone Wolf mercenary team, who told us we had a grudge with them. We thought we might be able to save you, but it turns out you have some ability. Lan Peeling pouted, not afraid of offending Jiang Yun, because in her view, Jiang Yun's strength was still not comparable to their captain, at least based on what Jiang Yun had shown. Xian Linglong did not explain. Instead, she nodded at Jiang Yun, which roughly meant the same thing. After all, she could not say that she was worried about his safety, so she came to take a look. For now, let's go back, Jiang Yun said, then led everyone back. After all, the desert environment was too uncomfortable. In a luxurious room, Jiang Yun and Xian Linglong sat facing each other. Of course, there was a table between them. Steam was rising from the teapot on the table, and Xian Linglong's face rarely showed a hint of redness, unsure if it was due to the heat or something else. Mr. Jiang Yun, I know you definitely don't believe what I said before, but now there's no need to think about it. Even if you haven't defeated the demon and become the savior, who knows what will happen in the future, right? Xian Linglong took a sip of the tea Jiang Yun had brewed for her and found that she really liked this thing called tea, although it was a bit bitter. It had an endless aftertaste. Let's not talk about that for now. You could just call me by my name. Jiang Yun looked at the girl drinking tea, and at that moment, he inexplicably found her a bit cute. Well, that's fine. You can also call me Linglong, Xian Linglong said to Jiang Yun, feeling a bit delighted inside. Are we getting closer? Miss Linglong, although you say I'm a savior, I still want to tell you that destiny is in our own hands, and destiny is not unchangeable. Jiang Yun firmly believed in this point. In the original story, wasn't everyone discussing a kind of destiny? But because of his arrival, the trajectory had already begun to change somewhat. Their future destinies would also be unknown, which is why Jiang Yun dared to say that destiny is not unchangeable. Sometimes, having powerful strength in your hands can also change destiny, at least the destiny of the weak. When you become a strong person, the destiny of the weak will also disappear, and that is the change of destiny. After Jiang Yun finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Xian Linglong in the room to ponder. She sometimes furrowed her brows and sometimes relaxed her expression. Jiang Yun's words were a huge shock to her, because she previously believed that fate was predetermined, and that everyone had a destiny, while the savior was the one who could change fate. However, she never considered that she could be her own savior and that she could change her own destiny. She had also longed to change her fate, so she desperately sought the existence of a savior. Yet, all the hardships she endured over the years were, in fact, the rebellion against fate from her own heart. During this period, the news of Xiuxi's death spread across Qiulongstar, causing panic among the members of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. They even proposed to compensate Jiang Yun and others with numerous resources and money. However, Jiang Yun did not accept these offers and instead announced that unless the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps disbanded, they would face attacks from the Blazing Flame team. Besides Jiang Yun and his group, others were also eyeing the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, as they had offended many people in the past. Many were envious of the huge pie that the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps represented. However, under Jiang Yun's pressure, they dare not take a big share and only followed along to share the spoils. Even a small portion was enough for these people to satisfy their needs. Jiang Yun did not stop this. Instead, he allowed most of the profits to be shared with other mercenary groups. This move earned him a lot of goodwill and confirmed that the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps was the next major force after the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. As for why he gave up most of the profits, Jiang Yun understood that he and his group were few in number and could not consume the vast interests of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, nor could they handle it. Therefore, they could only release most of the profits, but even this amount was enough for their development and growth. As for the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, under pressure, they disbanded. Without Xiuxi's top-tier combat power, they were equivalent to a second-rate mercenary group. Even though they were among the top of the second rate, they could not withstand the division by multiple mercenary groups. So, after 10 days to half a month, the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps had become virtually non-existent, with many people applying to leave the group. The elders of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps began selling off assets and fled to other planets with their money to enjoy life. Thus, the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps replaced the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps as a top-tier force, and many people applied to join the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps, making it the hottest mercenary group on Qiulongstar. At this time, Jiang Yun secretly set off for Yadalat Star. Jiang Yun's spaceship landed in an open area, attracting much attention. Many Yadalat Star inhabitants pointed at Jiang Yun's spaceship, but did not approach it. With a hiss, the spaceship slowly opened, and a handsome young man stepped out. Is this Yadalat Star? Jiang Yun looked at the surrounding Yadalat Star inhabitants and then at the environment around him, noting that the level of greenery was lower than that of Earth, and the environment was slightly worse as well. At that moment, an elder who looked highly respected stepped forward and said, "Young traveler, may I ask what brings you to our planet?" "Hello. I heard that there are extraordinary martial arts on Adrat Star, so I came to experience it," Jiang Yun said, putting his hands together and bowing respectfully to the elder. "I see. We do not prohibit outsiders from learning our secret techniques. However, it is still very difficult for outsiders to master them. Our planet welcomes friends. And for this matter, you can consult the Grand Elder." This old man was also very kind to Jiang Yun, and he did not sense any malice from Jiang Yun's anger. He was very welcoming to this polite young man. "Paul, take this young man to meet the elder tomorrow." The old man called out, and a young man ran out. This young man is named Paul, and he looked a bit immature, probably around the same age as Jiang Yun. The others gradually dispersed at the old man's call. Over the years, there have been occasional visitors to Adrat Star, but most of them are stranded on the planet, mainly seeking supplies, not like Jiang Yun, who came in search of martial arts. Jiang Yun put away the spaceship, which transformed into a versatile capsule. Looking at the capsule in his hand, Jiang Yun felt a surge of emotions. Perhaps he could sell capsules in the universe and become wealthy in the future, but the prerequisite is having the combat power to protect that wealth. Along the way, it was clear that Paul had not seen much of the outside world, constantly asking questions and filled with yearning for the universe. Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Had he encountered a chatterbox? Paul talked to Jiang Yun about his longing for the outside world, while also inquiring about what the world outside was like. It seems that as children grow up, they all yearn for the outside world. "Paul, the universe is not as beautiful as you imagine. It is also filled with darkness, conflict, and blood. Although most places are beautiful and desirable, you must understand that the world is not that simple." Jiang Yun explained to Paul, wanting to convey that the world is not so uncomplicated. "Jiang Yun, don't scare me. You're just like the old folks in the village, always telling me not to go out. I'm grown up now." From their earlier conversation, Paul had learned Jiang Yun's name, and upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, he obviously didn't quite believe him and pouted. The two quickly arrived at a main place, where Paul spoke a few words to the guards outside before saying goodbye to Jiang Yun and leaving. The guard went in for a few minutes and then came out. The guard said to Jiang Yun, "The Great Elder wants you to go in." Jiang Yun followed the guard to the Great Elder's residence, and the guard retreated. Jiang Yun was surprised to see the Great Elder, as the person before him was unexpectedly young. "Hello, traveler from afar. Please have a seat." The Great Elder smiled at Jiang Yun. Looking at Jiang Yun sitting cross-legged, the Great Elder explained, "Don't be deceived by my appearance. In fact, I am considered middle-aged among my people." Jiang Yun felt as if the Great Elder could see through his thoughts, and he thought to himself that it was no wonder he was the Great Elder of Star. "Greetings, Your Excellency the Great Elder. I have come to learn the martial arts of your planet, and I hope to receive your approval," Jiang Yun said respectfully, as one should show the proper respect to someone like the Great Elder. "Young man, don't rush. Stay for a couple of days first. Considering martial arts later is not too late. We warmly welcome friends, and I will have Blake take good care of you," the Great Elder said kindly to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun was also surprised by the Great Elder's warmth and nodded in agreement. The two then shared many things, including Jiang Yun's origin from Earth. After that, under Blake's guidance, Jiang Yun had a good tour of Star, with the martial arts arena being the place he visited the most. Many Star residents were practicing secret techniques, with all sorts of strange moves, and Jiang Yun even saw an Star inhabitant transform into a half-human, half-animal being. This made him look at Blake, wanting to ask what this technique was. It was a biological mimicry technique that could transform into various creatures. However, it was clear that he had not mastered it, as he could not change his entire body. Blake also explained this to Jiang Yun. Next, facing some strange techniques, Blake explained each one to Jiang Yun. Seeing so many different techniques, Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel dazzled and sighed that coming to the planet Adrat was indeed the right choice. Jiang Yun even saw someone practicing teleportation. However, teleportation was obviously not easy to master, as that person often ended up buried in the ground, in trees, or in haystacks, clearly still not proficient. This was also one of the skills that Jiang Yun most wanted to cultivate. He had once thought about cultivating it on his own, but it was too difficult, so he had to temporarily give up. In the days that followed, Jiang Yun began to train in some secret techniques under Blake. Jiang Yun's comprehension was simply astonishing to Blake. Many techniques that others needed months or even years to master, Jiang Yun learned in just a few days. Even some simpler techniques, after understanding the principles, he was able to learn on the spot. This was almost driving Blake to a state of isolation. After some time, Jiang Yun no longer needed Blake to guide his training, as he had surpassed Blake in knowledge and skills. The Elder was astonished by Jiang Yun's comprehension and granted him permission to learn some core secret techniques that were essential for the adulterations. In the days that followed, Jiang Yun encountered even more profound secret techniques, some of which left him in shock. For instance, there was a technique called life sharing, which allowed two individuals to share their life force, enabling both to borrow each other's combat power, effectively doubling their strength. Moreover, if one person died, as long as the other person's life remained, that person could be resurrected, provided their body was intact and not severely damaged. However, in this scenario, the deceased individual would then be consuming the life force of the other person, effectively having their own lifespan. This type of secret technique is generally not allowed for people to practice, and only a few can access it, with some being extremely dangerous. However, the side effects are too great, so Jiang Yun did not learn them. He merely noted the principles and incorporated them into his foundation. Besides some combat-related secret techniques, Jiang Yun also learned quite a few convenient ones, such as the concealment technique, which opens up a personal space to store items at any time. Even more convenient than a universal capsule, which Jiang Yun learned a bit about. In addition to learning secret techniques, Jiang Yun began his closed-door training. Sometimes he would send messages to Buchun and others to come here for cultivation, and members of the Blazing Flame team also rotated to train on Star. However, not everyone has the same comprehension as Jiang Yun. Most chose to focus on specialized training. Jiang Yun told them that one cannot be greedy and overreach, which led to Buchun looking at him oddly, thinking he was being a bit too showy. He tells others not to learn too much, yet he himself seems to master everything he learns effortlessly. Thus, everyone began intense training, and the members of the Blazing Flame team received warm hospitality from the Star people. Because of the hard work of the Blazing Flame team, it even sparked a significant enthusiasm for cultivation among many Star inhabitants, and Buchun and others even recommended the Gravity Training Room to them. In no time, the Gravity Training Room became very popular among the Star people, as gravity training provided immense benefits. Time passed by second. 2 years later. Time flies like flowing water. In just 2 short years of continuous training, the average combat power of the Blazing Flame team members exceeded 5,000. Although it only increased by 2 to 3,000 over 2 years, that averages out to just over 1,000 a year. However, the members of the Blazing Flame team have become a core force in the universe. As the leader of the Blazing Flame team, Buchen's combat power reached over 31,000. The people from Earth, after being exposed to the martial arts of Star, combined with their own learning, significantly enhanced their foundations, and with the help of the gravity training room, they improved tremendously. They have now become minor experts in the universe. As for Jiang Yun, his combat power has risen to 200,000. Although this increase over 2 years seems small for his talent, his foundation has been built very solidly. Moreover, over these 2 years, he has become very familiar with instant movement, and after Jiang Yun's modifications, he can not only teleport through sensing energy, but also jump through space using coordinates. Jumping through coordinates requires a high level of spatial perception, but Jiang Yun's talent in space is quite good. However, with Jiang Yun's current energy level, he would be exhausted after a few jumps between star systems. Jumping between planets, however, is easy and effortless. 2 years have passed, and Jiang Yun thought that the Demon King Piccolo must have emerged by now. It was time to go back and take a look. Since others were also feeling a bit nostalgic for Earth, Jiang Yun decided to inform the elder about their thoughts. He went to the elder's residence and explained his intentions. After hearing Jiang Yun's words, the elder took a moment before responding. Very well, it has been 2 years. It is indeed time for you to go back and take a look. However, if you wish to return, you are very welcome as a friend from Earth. In the past 2 years, which can be said to be neither long nor short, the life of Earthlings has had a significant impact on the people of Star. Especially in terms of food, many have shared the methods of making some Earth delicacies with the Star inhabitants, as they found the food on Star not very tasty. Thus, they took the time to let them experience what Earth cuisine truly is. It was then that the Star inhabitants understood what real gourmet food meant, which deepened their friendship with Earth. They were truly conquered by Earth's cuisine, and even Paul mentioned that he would definitely visit Earth in the future. When Blake heard the news that Jiang Yun and others were leaving, he felt a bit reluctant. Over these 2 years, Blake had formed a deep friendship with Jiang Yun and the others. Since he had been guiding everyone in their cultivation, they had built a strong bond during their time together. Therefore, upon hearing that Jiang Yun and the others were leaving, Blake brought many people to see them off. But he did not ask them to stay. He knew that there are no everlasting gatherings in the world. He simply suggested they come back to visit in the future. Jiang Yun also mentioned that the Star inhabitants would be their friends from now on, and if they needed help in the future, they could come to Earth to find him. And he even provided Blake with Earth's coordinates. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the Star inhabitants, Jiang Yun and the others boarded the spaceship and headed towards Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bu Fan gazed at the starry sky, thinking about his brother and Master Jiang Yun, wondering how they were doing after 2 years had passed. In the past 2 years, Bu Fan has exuded the air of someone in high position, and during this time, the development of the Martial Alliance has been extremely rapid. It is not just in the West City. Even the East City, South City, and North City are filled with the presence of the Martial Alliance. Today, the Martial Alliance has become the largest martial arts force in the world, even replacing the status of the fighting world. It has become the most influential entity on Earth. In fact, due to the existence of the Martial Alliance, the number of people practicing martial arts on Earth has greatly increased. Even the elderly ladies in the park practice fitness moves derived from the techniques simplified and passed down by Jiang Yun. These exercises are beneficial to the body, making them quite popular among the older generation. As for the young people, many who come to the Martial Alliance's affiliated gyms are taught some basic martial arts, rather than fighting techniques. Nowadays, thanks to overwhelming promotion, most people on Earth go to public halls of the Martial Alliance to exercise and practice some simple martial arts passed down by the Alliance, considering it just a way to keep fit. However, they did not expect it to be a significant help for their future, giving them a head start. Suddenly, Bu Fan felt a tap on his shoulder, and in an instant he was propelled 10 meters away. Someone had managed to get close to him, the current number 1 person on Earth. When he saw the figure who had tapped him, his eyes turned red. It was Jiang Yun and his brother returning. "Brother, why are you back?" Bu Fan's voice carried a hint of joy and a touch of confusion. Bu Chun looked at his brother, sensing Bu Fan's current battle power of 10,000, and felt a sense of comfort. He patted Bu Fan's shoulder and said, "Xiao Fan, you've done very well." On the way here, he and Jiang Yun had also observed the development of the martial alliance. Compared to 2 years ago, the martial alliance has expanded several times. It is clear that Bu Fan has done an excellent job, and his martial arts cultivation has not lagged behind. It seems that the help from the virtual universe is immense. Alliance leader, why did you come back so soon? Bu Fan asked Jiang Yun, as he had prepared for Jiang Yun and the others to return after 5 or 6 years. Now, just 2 years later, they had surprisingly returned. Bu Fan, don't be so formal. Just call me Yun Ge like your brother, Jiang Yun said, looking at Bu Fan, who had once been so youthful. Now, he had become a person in a high position, and the youthful delicacy of the past had completely disappeared. Tell us about the developments in recent years. After sitting down, Jiang Yun and Bu Chun wanted to learn more about the martial alliance's progress in recent years. Ha ha ha. Yun Ge, you don't know. But our martial alliance has now become the largest force on Earth. Even our students are serving as instructors in the military. Our influence has expanded globally. Bu Fan appeared quite happy, maintaining a good image in front of others, but completely relaxed in front of Jiang Yun and Bu Chun. The room was filled with the sound of their discussion. May 7th, 753 AI. On this day, the New World Martial Arts Tournament was taking place. Goku participated in the competition with great confidence, while Master Crane also brought his disciple to join. Originally, he wanted to seek revenge on Jiang Yun and others. But over the past 2 years, the martial arts alliance had grown increasingly powerful, so Master Crane decided to temporarily abandon his plans against them. However, this time at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Master Crane's goal was for Saiyans.He to defeat Master Roshi's disciple, while also seeking revenge against Goku. Since Tao Pai Pai had been defeated by Goku, he aimed to settle both old and new scores. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they are particularly hostile. Master Crane and Master Roshi argued as soon as they met, and Saiyans.He boldly declared that he would make them pay. At that moment, Saiyans.He, influenced by Master Crane's teachings, naturally carried some of Master Crane's hostility. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to everyone, the Demon King Piccolo, who had wreaked havoc on the world hundreds of years ago, had been released. Piccolo was now sending his son to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Unlike the original story, Piccolo had also sent a child towards West Capital. Goku and the others were unaware of this, as their focus was still on the tournament. At this moment, Master Roshi suddenly felt an ominous presence, but brushed it off. The tournament was proceeding just like in the original story, except that Yamcha was not with Bulma. They were just friends. Moreover, due to Jiang Yun's presence, Goku and the others had slightly higher combat power than in the original story, while Saiyans.He's power had increased significantly due to Master Crane's hatred towards the martial arts alliance. Master Crane trained Saiyans.He and the others more strictly, withholding no secrets. The World Martial Arts Tournament was in full swing, while on the side of the martial arts alliance, the demons sent by Piccolo were on their way to West Capital. As they approached the vicinity of West Capital, Jiang Yun and others sensed that the demons were unaware of what they were facing, thinking they were only going to deal with ordinary humans. In their view, there was no need for such caution, mainly because the Demon King Piccolo had been sealed for hundreds of years and was worried about the emergence of someone like the martial arts champion from hundreds of years ago, thus ordering a massacre of the martial arts world. However, he did not know that the martial arts world had changed dramatically, and West Capital was now the strongest presence on Earth. Jiang Yun looked towards the horizon, while Bu Chun and others were puzzled by the presence of such an evil aura. Let's go out and take a look, but don't disturb the civilians, Jiang Yun said as he flew out, and Bu Chun and the others followed, eager to witness the source of this evil aura. Although this presence was insignificant to them, Jiang Yun headed towards the direction of the aura, suspecting it came from one of Piccolo's minions. He was also curious about why Piccolo sent someone here, but he soon realized that they were now the strongest beings on Earth, unlike in the original story when they were on Papaya Island. So it made sense for Piccolo to send someone. After flying for a while, Jiang Yun and the others encountered the minion sent by Piccolo just as they were entering West Capital. The minion was green all over, had a pair of wings, and looked like a monster, resembling a humanoid toad. This minion is called Shakala, and at this moment, he is shocked to see Jiang Yun and the others, not expecting that the person he was looking for would come to him voluntarily. Although Jiang Yun and the others can fly, in his eyes, humans are weak and easily defeated, so he directly shot a blast at them, but the group completely disregarded this attack, and one of them simply deflected it. Jiang Yun casually threw out an energy blast, which struck Shakala. Boom! It directly turned Shakala into dust. Jiang Yun had no interest in this minor minion, and sent him straight to hell with a single energy blast. At the moment of Shikala's death, the demon King Piccolo, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and hoarsely uttered a single phrase, "Shikala is dead." The nearby Kairatsu and others were terrified, huddling together and trembling, fearing that if Piccolo was unhappy, he would tear them apart. At this moment, Kairatsu regretted releasing the demon King Piccolo. Not only did he gain no wealth, but he was also at the mercy of others. Meanwhile, at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, just like in the original story, Tien-Shinhan unexpectedly won. At this time, Krillin, returning to the venue, also saw the demon warrior Piccolo was killing. With a sense of justice, he rushed forward to stop the slaughter. But the demon warrior recognized Krillin instantly as a participant in the tournament and one of his targets. The two immediately engaged in combat. Due to Krillin's significantly improved strength compared to the original story, he could hold his own against the warrior. However, although the gap between them was not large, Krillin was not a ruthless demon warrior. He fought with martial arts techniques, while the demon warrior attacked with lethal moves, soon putting Krillin at a disadvantage. He began to sustain injuries and even coughed up blood. Just as Krillin was about to collapse, a loud shout came, "Stop!" It was Goku who had arrived. Because of the extended duration of this fight, Krillin was not killed as in the original story. However, if Goku had arrived a little later, the outcome might have been the same as in the original. Seeing Goku, the demon warrior thought that if one person was so difficult to deal with, another would be even harder, especially since he had seen that the newcomer was the runner-up in the tournament. He feared that the little bald head in front of him would be even more challenging to confront, so he decisively retreated, knowing that there were still powerful martial artists in the human realm, and he needed to report back to the Demon King Piccolo. Goku did not pursue the demon warrior, but rushed towards Krillin with concern. Seeing Goku approach, Krillin let out a sigh of relief and then collapsed to the ground. "Krillin!" Goku shouted anxiously, rushing to Krillin's side and holding him. Looking at the severely injured Krillin, Goku felt a surge of anger and tears welled up in his eyes. "Krillin, you'll be all right. I'm going to get Master Roshi." Seeing Krillin in such serious condition, Goku thought of Master Roshi. So Goku immediately called for Master Roshi. "Flying Nimbus, I won't let the bad guys who hurt Krillin get away with this." Goku shouted, summoning the Flying Nimbus, and no one stopped him, as they were also furious about Krillin's injuries. Jiang Yun here is explaining the origins of the Demon Clan to everyone. This is the legendary demon King Bick, who was said to have plagued the human world hundreds of years ago, and he has now been resurrected. Bick the Demon King, isn't that just a legend? It actually exists. Buchin was a bit surprised to hear Jiang Yun's words, as the Demon King Bick had always been a legend passed down in their village. He didn't expect it to actually exist and to have been resurrected. It's true, it really exists, and it has already been resurrected. Jiang Yun repeated once more. Hearing this news, the familiar faces among them felt a bit heavy in their hearts, because the Demon King, which had once been just a story for them, had actually appeared. Looking at the tense crowd, Jiang Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry too much. Have you all forgotten how strong you actually are? The times are different now, comrades." Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, everyone reacted. "That's right. With our fighting power, we have long surpassed our predecessors by so much. Perhaps the legendary Demon King Bick is nothing to us. Moreover, this little pawn is so weak, the Demon King Bick might not be much stronger." However, thinking back to a few years ago, their battle strength might not have been as strong as that demon warrior who just turned to ashes. And everyone couldn't help but look at Jiang Yun. All of this, it's all thanks to this man. In an instant, the previously tense and oppressive atmosphere disappeared, replaced by a sense of ease and joy, as well as admiration for Jiang Yun. It is because of him that they are able to be so powerful at this moment and to witness the splendor of martial arts. Goku, who went to chase the demon warriors, still failed. He was defeated by the demon warriors again, having not eaten enough. This time, without a doubt, it allowed King Piccolo to be reborn. After regaining his youth, King Piccolo's desire to conquer the world grew day by day. Being able to reproduce asexually, he quickly created a bunch of demon beings to help him unify the globe. No one knew about Goku's whereabouts. This time, Goku did not encounter Yajirobe. However, it was much better than in the original story, as he began to head towards the legendary Kirin Tower. The news of King Piccolo's emergence caused panic among everyone. Bulma and others learned from Master Roshi about King Piccolo's origins and the relationship between them. In order to save the world, Tien-Shinhan resolutely decided to learn the Mafuba Demon Seal technique to seal King Piccolo again. With his exceptional talent, although Tien-Shinhan had only seen the Mafuba once, he learned it through his strong conviction. He left everyone behind and set off alone towards King Piccolo. Meanwhile, King Piccolo, having regained his youth, did not forget the people of West City who had killed his child. At the same time, King Piccolo spread the news of his intent to conquer the world. King Piccolo stormed into Kaisergold, the capital of the king. At that moment, the king was receiving cheers from the people, as he was deeply loved by them. The unexpected guest's arrival shattered this lively scene. The king's guard were completely powerless against King Piccolo. To force the king to submit, King Piccolo even demonstrated the power of his devastating energy wave, which was comparable to a nuclear bomb, directly erasing a corner of the royal city. Seeing the scene, the king, unwilling to let his people suffer, had no choice but to submit to King Piccolo. At this moment, Goku was on his way to obtain the super divine water, hoping to defeat King Piccolo. The king, now under pressure from King Piccolo, was forced to go live, announcing to the world, "I have been compelled to relinquish my position as king. The world will be ruled by King Piccolo." The king, who uttered these words, was clearly being manipulated by King Piccolo, and soon he changed his tone. "People of the world, rise up and resist. If this world falls into the hands of such a villain, it will soon be destroyed." The king was cast aside by King Piccolo, who walked toward the live camera, announcing his rule, stating that crime would no longer be illegal, and urging the world's thugs to enjoy themselves and let chaos reign. King Piccolo's existence directly led to global chaos, filled with brutality and fear spreading worldwide. However, unlike the panic around the world, West City, the stronghold of the Martial Alliance, was different. Under the protection of the Martial Alliance, although the people of West City were in a state of panic, they were still managing to get by. The rioting prisoners were subdued before they could start causing trouble by the members of the Martial Alliance. "Leader, shouldn't we take action?" a member asked in confusion. "It's not time yet. The world needs this disaster. If we can't get through this minor disaster, how will we face the cosmic crisis in the future?" Jiang Yun replied calmly, then turned his gaze to the distance. "That's it. The direction Goku is coming from." At this time, Tien Shinhan had arrived at the king's capital, ready to fight King Piccolo to the death. However, King Piccolo did not take action. Instead, he sent out his demon warrior, Lam. Before King Piccolo even made a move, Lam had already made Tien Shinhan suffer greatly. Watching Tien Shinhan struggle, King Piccolo grew somewhat impatient. His eyes glowed red as he intended to kill Tien Shinhan directly. Thinking that humans were just too troublesome, they knew they couldn't win but still fought desperately. At this moment, a change different from the original work occurred. In the original, King Piccolo did not take action, but this time he actually did. Just as Tien was about to be attacked by King Piccolo, a figure suddenly appeared and saved Tien. The figure is Jiang Yun, who is currently marveling at the reality of this world. This is the real world. The protagonist does not always appear at crucial moments. Fortunately, he has learned to teleport. In his perception, Wukong will not appear for a while longer. He chooses to show up at this moment to pull Tianjin Fan into the Martial Alliance, as it will be much easier to do so by leveraging the debt of gratitude for saving his life. Who are you?" Tianjin Fan asked curiously, having just witnessed Jiang Yun saving him, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Although he is not afraid of death, he still feels fear at the moment death approaches. Meanwhile, the king and others have also seen Jiang Yun's arrival. This is Jiang Yun, the legendary mysterious leader of the Alliance. How could he also be here? That's wonderful. The king's guards felt delighted, as one of them had previously met this young man while accompanying the kingdom and never expected them to be so formidable. The king had initially considered seeking help from the Martial Alliance, but upon thinking of the inhuman destructive power of Demon King Piccolo, he abandoned that idea. In the king's eyes, the Martial Alliance, while powerful, was still just powerful and did not reach inhuman levels. However, what he did not realize is that the members of the Martial Alliance have been diligently training, rarely engaging in battles, which mostly occur in virtual networks. At this moment, Demon King Piccolo, seeing Jiang Yun block his attack, was also a bit surprised, not expecting that there were still strong martial artists around. However, he did not take it to heart, as he had not yet fully unleashed his power. At this moment, King Piccolo appeared confident and arrogantly said, "Little bug, are you here to die?" Beside him, Tien wanted to step in and take down Jiang Yun. But Jiang Yun glanced out of the corner of his eye and casually threw an energy blast, shattering Tien into pieces. Tien was watching with his eyes nearly popping out. The Tien he struggled to handle was easily defeated by Jiang Yun in one blow. King Piccolo's expression also grew serious, as Jiang Yun's combat power was somewhat unexpected. Why had he not received any information about this person? He then prepared to deal with Jiang Yun personally. "Kid, You're really lucky to have me deal with you personally. Get ready to accept your fate in death. King Piccolo laughed a disgusting laugh as he looked at Jiang Yun. In an instant, King Piccolo attacked Jiang Yun. His attack seemed very fast to an ordinary person, but to Jiang Yun, it was nothing special. Jiang Yun effortlessly blocked it, making it hard to believe. Then, he caught and blocked several of King Piccolo's attacks, which couldn't cause him any trouble at all. Jiang Yun then grabbed King Piccolo's hand and threw him out, crashing heavily into the building, instantly burying King Piccolo. A flash of light cleared the surrounding area. Damn guy, don't be so arrogant. I haven't even used my true abilities yet. King Piccolo glared fiercely at Jiang Yun. He shouted. His aura began to surge. Visible veins bulging on his head and hands, and even the sand and stones on the ground shook, causing a whirlwind. His immense aura made tin tremble all over. Jiang Yun watched King Piccolo's movements, waiting for him to unleash his full power. At that moment, Jiang Yun looked towards the horizon and saw a small black dot appear. As the black dot grew larger, he realized it was Goku arriving. Riding on his flying Nimbus, Goku was momentarily stunned to see Jiang Yun there. This powerful older brother was actually here, fighting King Piccolo and seemingly gaining the upper hand. Tien, seeing Goku arrive, was filled with excitement and joy, realizing that Goku was still alive. At that moment, Demon King Piccolo also saw Goku rushing over. It's that little brat from back then. I can't believe he's still alive. Piccolo looked disdainful, completely dismissing Goku. After all, Goku couldn't even defeat him in his old age, let alone now. However, what he didn't know was that Goku had consumed the super divine water at the cost of his life, and his power had skyrocketed. But this risk was extremely great. It was essentially a life-for-power trade, and overall, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Experiencing life and death can naturally trigger immense abilities in his past life. Even an old lady could unleash tremendous potential when faced with danger. This is what is called the great terror and great opportunity between life and death. The super divine water is merely a means that possesses some guiding potential. It requires you to have strong potential and firm belief. Otherwise, without potential, how can one guide? It would only be a waste of life force. Therefore, Jiang Yun is not interested in the super divine water. It is far less exciting than the spirit tree's fruit. The spirit tree can not only increase a person's combat power, but also enhance their potential and spirit. Although the increase is not significant, it is better than being harmless. Big brother, can you give me this opportunity to fight? I absolutely want to defeat this guy who harms everyone with my own hands. This guy is simply unforgivable. Wukong said seriously as he looked at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun looked at little Wukong and thought that this man's legendary life was truly beginning. So he nodded and said, "All right, Wukong, this world is wonderful because of you." Although Wukong didn't understand why Jiang Yun said this, he understood that Jiang Yun had agreed. King Piccolo listened to their conversation and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. If he could capture little Wukong alive, he would definitely make them surrender. As he had seen many martial artists like them, he could definitely make them cautious, because I am an evil demon race. Ha ha ha. King Piccolo was overjoyed. At this moment, Goku actively attacked Demon King Piccolo. As soon as Piccolo engaged with little Goku, he realized that Goku's punches were exceptionally heavy, and the power of Goku now was truly astonishing. Their fierce battle kept everyone on edge, and Tien was amazed by Goku's transformation. Just a short while ago, he could still slightly defeat Goku in the arena. But now, Goku was able to exchange blows with Demon King Piccolo. However, he hoped that Goku could defeat Piccolo and avenge Chaozu and Master Roshi. Finding that physical attacks were ineffective, Piccolo began to engage in energy attacks with Goku, and the powerful energy blasts instantly altered the surrounding landscape. At this moment, the king was horrified, unable to believe that humans could reach such a level, and he resolved to increase the training of martial artists. Explosive Demon King Cannon. At this point, Demon King Piccolo unleashed a powerful move against Goku, and the overwhelming energy attack sent chills down the spine. In an instant, a massive pit appeared in the ground, and dust enveloped Goku's figure. However, Piccolo's expression did not relax, as he sensed that Goku's energy had not vanished. Sure enough, Goku burst out from the dust, delivering an elbow strike to Piccolo's abdomen. A painful sound escaped from Piccolo's mouth, but after regaining his composure, Piccolo kicked Goku away. As fast as he came, he went. Blood splattered into the sky, and Goku's figure crashed heavily to the ground, but he got back up after a moment. Both were panting heavily as they stared at each other. At this point, Piccolo clenched his fists, the veins on his hands and head bulging, and his energy began to rise. Light started to emanate from his body, clearly indicating that he was forced to unleash all his power. Seeing this, Jiang couldn't help but secretly complain that the wind-up was too long. If it were in the universe, he would have been defeated long ago, but then he thought about their low power levels, and that Goku still needed time to recover his stamina, even secretly building up energy. Explosive Demon King Cannon. In an instant, Piccolo unleashed dozens of attacks. Turtle School, Kamehameha. Goku also began to unleash his ultimate move, the bright blue Kuna, radiating dazzling light. Seeing that Piccolo actually chose to counter Goku's attack, Jiang couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The path had narrowed, and he was actually clashing with a member of the Sun family. Sure enough, in the clash, Piccolo was completely no match for Goku. Wait, I am willing to admit defeat. Seeing Goku charging at him, Piccolo quickly said, initially planning to grab Tien to force Goku to comply. But Tien was with Jiang at that moment, leaving him with no opportunity and forcing him to resort to this desperate measure. Upon hearing this, Goku suddenly stopped. Piccolo thought to himself, the opportunity has come, and directly wrapped his energy around a rock to injure Goku. Ha ha ha, foolish little brat. You actually believe my words. I'm not here to spar with you. Piccolo kid, appearing very pleased with himself. Despicable. Goku could only bet everything on this. Looking at his right hand, Goku slowly tightened his fist, gathering all his energy into his hand. At this moment, his fist, filled with all of Goku's beliefs and energy, struck fiercely at Piccolo, who was in the sky, with thoughts of the deceased Master Roshi and the severely injured Krillin in his heart. This powerful punch directly pierced through King Piccolo. King Piccolo looked at the huge hole in his abdomen in disbelief, then raised his head to look at Goku and weakly said, "The root of evil will never disappear. It will continue to exist in this world. Avenge me, my child." After saying this, he concentrated his life essence into one point and spat out an egg from his mouth. This egg contains all of its essence, which is different from the warriors of the demon race born from physical exhaustion. This is equivalent to its own heir, inheriting everything from itself. Wukong, having lost his strength, fell to the ground but was casually caught by Jiang. Tianjin Fan looked at the victorious Wukong and smiled happily. At this moment, Jiang also set Wukong down, allowing everyone to enjoy this hard-won warmth. With the defeat of King Piccolo, the world seemed to welcome a new dawn, and the king shed tears of joy, while the criminals who had previously ravaged the land were locked away once again. Bulma and the others cheered joyfully, celebrating this hard-won victory. News of King Piccolo's defeat spread across the world, and the king happily announced that the capital would be rebuilt. Meanwhile, Wukong was on the path to resurrecting the Eternal Dragon, and the world began to flourish. Wukong embarked on the journey to revive the Eternal Dragon while Jiang was talking with the king. I never expected that human strength could achieve this. It seems I underestimated the potential of martial arts, the king said with a sigh, looking out the window, filled with melancholy. The king was not in Kessler Gold at the moment, but in the western capital, as Kessler Gold was still under reconstruction. He observed the spirited young man before him and noted that this young man was much stronger than the little Wukong. During the previous battle, he toyed with King Piccolo, showing no signs of effort at all. Of course, that young man was also quite formidable. Jiang, I plan to promote martial arts. What do you think? The king humbly looked at Jiang. From the current position, Jiang was not much inferior to him, and perhaps his status was even slightly higher. Because with Jiang's current strength, he was truly invincible. Even King Piccolo could not touch him, let alone Jiang, who was even stronger. Your Majesty, this has always been what I'm working on. Of course, it would be even better if we could incorporate martial arts into the education system. Jiang expressed his thoughts to the king, feeling that this was a very good opportunity for the flourishing of martial arts. I will seriously consider this matter. It's a good suggestion. The king lowered his head in contemplation, also thinking it was a relatively good idea. However, he feared that this might hinder technological development. Well, the king sighed internally. Previous technologies could not withstand King Piccolo at all, and now focusing on the development of martial arts was not impossible. Perhaps they could advance together. The sparks from their mutual collision might lead to even greater and more vibrant developments on Earth. The road ahead is unknown, but humanity's future can be chosen. Should they remain stagnant or bravely forge ahead? One cannot help but say that the current king is quite capable. No wonder he has won the love of the people. He must be an outstanding person, at least in terms of livelihood. Jiang Yun, can this matter be taken slowly? After all, King Piccolo has been defeated, and the world is now at peace. Although he agreed with Jiang Yun's opinion, the king was still influenced by the current environment. He felt that now was the time to recuperate and eliminate the impact of King Piccolo. Incorporating martial arts into education now might deepen the influence of King Piccolo in people's hearts. Moreover, with your current strength, Jiang Yun, is there anything that can threaten Earth? The people need time to heal their wounds. The king said to Jiang Yun, Your Majesty, you are right. The world is temporarily at peace. But what about the threats from the universe? How much do you know? Jiang Yun replied, Do you know where I've been these past 2 years? I went to space. There are many powerful beings in the universe, and King Piccolo is nothing there, even pitifully weak. Jiang Yun saw that the king wanted to take a stable route, but it was clear that the current situation did not allow him to slowly promote martial arts. After Wukong's brother, Raditz, arrives on Earth, it would enter a rampage mode. The enemies they face are increasingly fierce. Not everyone can be resurrected with Dragon Balls. Is this true? Earth doesn't seem capable of building spaceships for interstellar travel yet. The king hesitated, then expressed disbelief. Earth cannot, but Dr. Brief has that capability. It's just that Earth is not yet prepared to face the pressure from the universe. That's why Dr. Brief has not made the spaceship's information public. Jiang Yun's voice carried a strong authority, tightening the king's heart. Jiang Yun's words struck the king's soul like thunder. At that moment, he felt the weight of age, losing the sharpness of his youth. The king did not doubt Jiang Yun's words, for a powerful figure like him had no need to deceive him. I understand. Please allow me to consider it. The king's tone was weak, as if he had aged several years in an instant. The conversation between Jiang Yun and the king came to an end. Jiang Yun left the room, leaving the king deep in thought. The capital was still under reconstruction, and the king was resting in a hotel under the Martial Alliance. The next day, Jiang Yun received a message from the king. He did not expect such a quick response, so he immediately went to find the king. What? The king said he wanted to abdicate? Me? This joke is not funny. Jiang Yun was stunned when he heard the king's statement, not expecting him to have such an idea. No. This is something I have thought carefully about. The Earth today is different. Perhaps I can govern the Earth well, but I do not have the ability to protect it. Now, humanity has only just realized after experiencing King Piccolo's existence that such powerful beings exist in the world, and they must also face threats from the universe. The king's voice suddenly became passionate. I know my current mindset is no longer suitable for this Earth. It needs someone with ideas, ideals, and capabilities to lead it. And that person is undoubtedly a hero, which is you. Today's Earth needs you. One of my attendants has recorded the scene of your battle before. Although it may not be very clear, it can still be recognized. By then, with your reputation for saving Earth, it will be no problem for you to take the throne. The king looked at Jiang Yun with hope, wishing that he would agree to his request. Don't rush to refuse. Once you become king, the promotion of martial arts will depend on you. Isn't that easier? And after you become king, I can step down to be the prime minister, handling all your mundane affairs, which won't affect your training time. The king presented another reason Jiang Yun could not refuse. Not only would promoting martial arts be easier, but it would also not affect his training time, which was the most important thing. All right, I agree. But just to be clear, I will only be responsible for military matters, while the governance will depend on you, Your Majesty. Jiang Yun agreed. Hearing Jiang Yun's agreement, the king was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to him. Your Majesty. The surrounding guards also cheered, as everyone was pleased to have such a powerful king. Notify everyone to prepare for the new king's succession ceremony. The king, or rather the prime minister, said excitedly. Jiang Yun looked at the former king in front of him, who was completely unpretentious and knew that he was wholeheartedly working for the development of the Earth. He couldn't help but admire him silently. A person who can easily give up such great power is truly rare in this world. It must be said that he is an excellent and responsible king. Just as the king was preparing for the abdication ceremony, Wukong learned from the immortal about the existence of the deities and that to reach the deities' residence, he needed to harness the power of the golden staff. Everyone was also very happy because the dragon was created by the deities, and the deities could bring the dragon back to life. In this case, Master Roshi and the others could be revived. Wukong was still working hard to revive Master Roshi and the others. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun was discussing with the king about releasing the footage of the battle with Demon King Piccolo. At first, Jiang Yun insisted that Wukong's footage be edited out, and he would not participate. However, the king said that you need great influence to gain the public's trust, so Jiang Yun agreed. Just the day before the abdication ceremony, the footage of the battle with Demon King Piccolo was released and announced for nationwide viewing. Wow, this Demon King Piccolo's power isn't that great. He can't even defeat this young man. When the crowd saw Jiang Yun appear, they were skeptical, thinking that the power of Demon King Piccolo was being exaggerated. Who is this young man who can unleash blue energy waves? Incredible. The capital was actually destroyed by Demon King Piccolo, and this young man is quite formidable, able to cause such great damage. Am I the only one who noticed that the young man earlier was unfazed? Yes, this is the real big boss. This is leader Jiang Yun. Only a few people knew of Jiang Yun's existence. Although this video is not long, it has shown people the true power of a martial artist, a destructive force comparable to a mushroom bomb. I've made up my mind. I want to practice martial arts, protect the earth, and become a hero. This video has also inspired some young people to pursue martial arts. After the video ended, the king started a global live broadcast. Dear subjects, I have an announcement to make. I have decided to step down from the position of king and hand it over to Jiang Yun, while I will take on the role of prime minister. As for who Jiang Yun is, most people might not know, but I'm sure everyone has seen that young man who fought against the Demon King Piccolo. Moreover, Jiang Yun is the founder of the Martial Arts Alliance, the creator of the Shangyun restaurant, the inventor of the martial arts platform, and the second largest shareholder of the Universal Capsule Company. Today, as the leader of the Jiang Yun Alliance and tomorrow's King Jiang Yun, he has decided to promote martial arts knowledge to everyone, hoping that everyone can be like a dragon and achieve success. Under the leadership of King Jiang Yun, the earth will surely become more prosperous and powerful. The king's words were very inspiring, and everyone was captivated by what he said. When they learned that Jiang Yun held so many prestigious titles, they couldn't help but marvel. He truly is a perfect man. In an instant, Jiang Yun became the nation's husband and the dream lover of countless women. Bulma and others also witnessed the king's broadcast, surprised to see how much the man they once knew had achieved. Jiang Yun's accomplishments instantly made many men feel ashamed. As for Bulma, she was so angry that she stomped her feet, for she had just learned that Jiang Yun was actually the second largest shareholder of her family's company, and her father hadn't told her. If the king hadn't mentioned it, probably not many people would have known this news. As for Jiang Yun, after becoming a shareholder of the Universal Capsule Company, he hadn't concerned himself with the company aside from receiving regular dividends. He spent the rest of his time training. Dr. Brief, on the other hand, didn't care about money at all. Money was just a means to facilitate his research. The next day quickly arrived, and the people of West City raised banners to celebrate the accession of the new king. The sounds of various instruments slowly filled the air, and the people in the streets shouted the new king's name. Even the birds in the outskirts were cheering, as if celebrating the rebirth of the nation. For the new era, Jiang Yun slowly ascended to the high seat, shook hands with the king, and took the crown that the king handed over. Now, let's welcome the new king to speak. The former king left his position to Jiang Yun, who took the microphone and said loudly, "I'm very grateful for everything our king has done for this world. It is because of his efforts that the brutality in the world has diminished greatly, allowing us to have the peaceful life we enjoy today. The incident with the Demon King Piccolo has brought us great sorrow, but we must remember that it was our own weakness that led to this situation. It is precisely because we are weak that he dared to humiliate us. A strong people make a strong nation. A wealthy populace makes a wealthy nation. Let's work together towards the goal of a safe and strong country." Additionally, I have decided to include martial arts in the national education system, with martial arts classes accounting for half of the overall grades. I hope everyone will strive to bring glory to the nation. Jiang Yun looked at everything before him, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and passionately continued, "From now on, I will change the country's name to Shenzhou. I will change the title of king to emperor, with the honorific title of divine martial emperor. Furthermore, in order to accelerate the promotion of martial arts, I will construct large gravity training rooms across the country and open up a virtual universe. I hope everyone will work hard. The future is in your hands." Jiang Yun's words ignited a wave of enthusiasm, and fireworks erupted in celebration. The members of the Martial Arts Alliance were also among the crowd. Watching the impressive and spirited Jiang Yun, and Bu Chen's thoughts seemed to drift back to his childhood. Back then, that young boy had lofty ambitions, vowing to place martial arts atop the world. He had been attracted to Jiang Yun's beliefs, and who would have thought that so many years later, that boy would become the most powerful person in the world? Tears welled up in Bu Fan's eyes, tears of excitement. as he truly began to witness the glorious rise of martial arts. Looking at Jiang Yun on stage, Bu Fan's heart was filled with emotion. The figure of that person became increasingly profound and monumental in his heart. What did that guy Jiang Yun run off to? He disappeared for 2 years and still hasn't returned, said Xian Linglong. During these 2 years, Jiang Yun's absence hadn't made her forget him. Instead, his image had become increasingly bright in her heart. Exactly. Where did that guy Bu Chen go with Jiang Yun? Lan Peeling pouted, saying that after Jiang Yun went to Adalat Star, she often followed Xian Linglong to look for him. Although they hadn't found Jiang Yun, it seemed like Lan Peeling and Bu Chen had developed a connection. Their interactions increased, but they were still in that stage of ambiguous affection. Bu Chen was probably even more inexperienced in these matters than Bu Fan. It was daytime on Earth, but it was nighttime on Xiaolong Star. However, the moonlight was exceptionally bright, casting a pure light on Xian Linglong's fair skin, giving her an almost sacred feeling, making one feel that she was holy and untouchable. At this moment, Xian Linglong thought of the prophecy from the high priest and couldn't help but blush. The enchanting fairy-like appearance of Xian Linglong is particularly alluring. It is likely that even women will be captivated by her. Far away on Earth, Jiang Yun and Bu Chen are naturally unaware that the 2 women on Xiaolong Star are actually missing them. On this day, it would later be regarded by future generations as the beginning of the new martial arts era. Master Karen, I have obtained the golden staff, Wukong excitedly said to Master Karen. Wukong was seen sitting on the Nimbus cloud, excitedly telling Master Karen, truly worthy of being Wukong. Perhaps in the future, he will be comparable to him. At this moment, Master Karen thought of Jiang Yun, that exceptionally gifted young man. And the Wukong in front of him also had extraordinary potential. Surely he would be able to compare with Jiang Yun in the future. Jiang Yun's appearance slowly emerged in Master Karen's mind, eventually overlapping with Wukong, and Master Karen shook his head, coming back to his senses. He then informed Wukong of the way to the temple and tossed him a bell. Receiving this bell represented Wukong, gaining Master Karen's recognition, and he could now go to the temple to meet the heavenly god. Previously, Jiang Yun also received Master Karen's recognition, but he did not inform Jiang Yun of the way to the temple, mainly because Master Karen believed it was not yet the right time, and later, Jiang Yun left Earth, so was left unresolved. Wukong's situation was indeed special. He was allowed to go to the temple primarily to revive everyone and the dragon. In fact, Wukong's visit to the temple was actually permitted by the heavenly god. Soon, Wukong set off. The temple was located in a very special place, surrounded by divine power, which made it impossible for ordinary people to discover its existence unless they had the permission of the heavenly god. Otherwise, the temple would have likely been discovered by human technology long ago. Therefore, it relied on the shielding of divine power. Otherwise, ordinary people would discover it, while also preventing those with lower strength from entering. Those lacking sufficient strength would not be able to find the temple. But ordinary people could still access it as long as they received the heavenly god's recognition. Even in the original story, Bulma flew to the temple in a plane, which was impossible without the heavenly god's acknowledgement. However, against powerful individuals, the temple's defenses would not be effective. Thus, this world has always been one where the strong are respected. At this moment, Bulma and the others were still missing Goku when the news report came on the television. The new king decided to award the highest honor medal to the boy who saved the world, thanking him for his contributions and offering a monetary reward of 100 million. A 50% discount on purchases under the Martial Arts Alliance, and the title of hero. Let's cheer for this boy. The television broadcasted Goku's commendation, and with this, Goku completely became a hero. Considering Goku's future financial pressure, Jiang Yun also added a monetary reward. Goku then successfully arrived at the temple, but instead of meeting the god, he encountered the servant, Bobo. Bobo requested Goku to spar with him. As soon as Bobo made a move, he stunned Goku. Bobo's actions were seamless, every gesture in sync with his thoughts, with no unnecessary movements whatsoever. In an instant, Goku was unable to fight back. It hurts. What is up with this person? I can't even see his movements, Goku thought, painfully covering his face. Although Bobo seemed to use little force, the hits were exceptionally painful. While Goku was having a friendly exchange with Bobo, a figure appeared in front of Tianjin-Han, who was training hard. Tianjin-Han was taken aback. The person was actually Jiang Yun. He couldn't understand why Jiang Yun had come here, but was quite grateful for Jiang Yun's previous life-saving help. Tianjin-Han, I'm here for you. Jiang Yun spoke before Tianjin-Han could say anything. Me? For me? Why? Tianjin-Han asked, confused about Jiang Yun's statement. I'm very grateful for your previous help. But if you just came to pass the time, there's no need. Tianjin was puzzled, but also wondered what made Jiang Yun come see him. No, Tianjin, I came here for you. Your talent is exceptionally outstanding, and you need higher martial arts guidance. Otherwise, you are just wasting your talent. Jiang Yun was speaking the truth. In his eyes, Tianjin talent was very good. He learned the Kamehameha from Master Rashi in just one day after seeing it once, a talent that few possess on Earth. He had initially wanted to bring Tianjin along, and now it was finally happening. Have you seen Goku's progress? In a short time, he defeated Demon King Piccolo. The gap between you two will only grow larger. Do you want the difference between you to be like heaven and earth? If that's the case, then I won't say anything. Jiang Yun said seriously to Tianjin. Moreover, you probably don't know that Goku is a Saiyan from planet Vegeta, a born warrior. If you continue to train alone, you may never catch up to him, and Goku is currently receiving guidance from the god. At this moment, Jiang Yun released another shocking news. What did you say? Wukong is an alien, or is he a Saiyan? Tianjin was extremely surprised. He couldn't believe that Wukong was actually an alien. Speaking of which, your ancestors were also aliens, and they later came to Earth to settle down. Jiang Yun was not lying when he said this, because he had accidentally discovered that the three-eyed people were actually a powerful race in the universe while learning about the cosmos. However, they gradually declined over time, and now there are not many who know about the three-eyed people in the entire universe. After all, most people are currently pursuing immense combat power, while only Jiang Yun seeks breakthroughs in martial arts through books, unknowingly learning a lot about the history of the universe. You mean my ancestors were also aliens? Tianjin eyes widened in disbelief that he actually had alien blood. Wait, how do you know all this? Tianjin suddenly reacted and asked Jiang Yun with doubt. You can consider it as having special intelligence. Besides, Tianjin, do you think I only have influence on Earth? We have long since left Earth and made contact with the universe. You must understand that there are countless powerful beings in the universe. Even King Piccolo is like an ant in the cosmos. One should not be too narrow-minded. My research on Shi far exceeds your imagination, so you must join us to unleash your potential. After hearing Jiang Yun's words, Tianjin hesitated. Initially, he did not want to join Jiang Yun's faction. However, after hearing the information Jiang Yun provided, he began to have new thoughts. Goku was still undergoing new training, and he wanted to surpass him one day. Jiang Yun was unaware of Tianjin thoughts. If he knew, he would probably just say a few words and go to sleep, as if it were a joke. All right, I agree to join you. Tianjin accepted Jiang Yun's offer to join his faction. Jiang Yun was secretly pleased, gaining an additional inexpensive labor force, and with his guidance, Tianjin achievements would surely be higher than before. Ha ha, great. Then I'll take you to see where you'll be staying in the future. Jiang Yun grabbed Tianjin and, without notifying anyone else, directly used instant transmission to leave. Meanwhile, Goku, after some time, successfully met with the Supreme Kai. He was quite shocked when he first saw the Supreme Kai, only reacting after hearing the Supreme Kai's explanation. They then began their purpose for the visit. As a reward, Goku agreed to the Supreme Kai's request to stay in the Supreme Kai's palace to train for 3 years. Upon learning that King Piccolo had left behind offspring, he was also very excited, looking forward to another confrontation with King Piccolo. At this time, Tianjin followed Jiang Yun to the training base of the Martial Alliance, where the base was filled with a sense of technology. What caught his eye was the personnel patrolling in high-tech combat suits, which Jiang Yun had purchased at a high price from the Cosmic Trade Alliance. After being decrypted by Dr. Brief, this type of combat suit could be mass-produced, capable of withstanding all attacks below 1,000. Thanks to Dr. Brief's modifications, it could even reduce attacks below 2,000 by 50%. What is this concept? It's like two beings with a power level of 2,000. One deals full damage to others, while the other has its damage halved. Naturally, the one in battle armor prevails due to this disparity. In fact, battle armor is very common in the universe, but high-end battle armor cannot be equipped by everyone, so it only arms a few individuals. Take the battle armor worn by Vegeta in the original work. An average person can't even break it, and it remains intact even when he transforms into a giant ape, which is indicative of high-level battle armor. As for Raditz, his power level is too low. The money he earns is nowhere near enough to equip him with a set of high-level battle armor. To be honest, Raditz is not living up to his potential. Although Frieza deliberately assigns Vegeta and the others tasks that are long in duration and low in difficulty, causing their power levels to stagnate. It's also because Raditz is too lazy. After such a long period of development, The martial alliance has greatly enhanced its technological strength with the help of artificial intelligence. Particularly, they have scavenged many technology books on Xiaolong Star and even purchased some from across the universe. Although many high-tech books have not been disseminated, general ones can still be bought with money since they are quite common. However, for Earth, this can significantly boost its technological capabilities. Jiang Yun understands the benefits of technology. So besides martial arts, he also values technology highly. After all, with technological assistance, the path of martial arts can be smoother. Throughout his journey, the members of the Martial Alliance respectably refer to him as the Alliance Leader. Although Jiang Yun is now an emperor, the title of Alliance Leader still holds a greater weight in the hearts of the Martial Alliance members. Earth can be without a king, but it cannot be without Jiang Yun as the Alliance Leader. Jiang Yun brings Tianjin to a venue with a large screen showing footage of Martial Alliance members fighting. The two people on the screen are moving incredibly fast. However, the video has been processed to allow viewers to see their combat scenes. Some people are watching, and Tianjin can tell that the fighting skills of the two in the video are very high. They often hit each other inadvertently with hands, legs, elbows, and heads, all becoming weapons. Although they are not using energy attacks, their techniques are very effective, captivating Tianjin, who inwardly exclaims, "Is this the terrifying power of the Martial Alliance members?" Other Martial Alliance members are also watching, coming to observe the fights of others. The people appearing on this large screen are quite formidable. Look, it's the golden powerhouse Caesar and Doro. Their battle is indeed terrifying, and their combat skills are exceptional. I think Caesar is more impressive. No, clearly, Doro is more impressive. Caesar is impressive. No, Doro is more impressive. The two suddenly start arguing, each believing that their favorite fighter is stronger. If you're capable, let's have a match in a room. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The two are unwilling to back down, confronting each other. Jiang Yun does not intervene. He does not prohibit such behavior because he believes competition is the best. Moreover, Jiang Yun can see that the two know each other. They just support different fighters and are probably itching for a fight. Tianjin notices their argument and feels a bit confused about what a golden powerhouse is. Jiang Yun perceives Tianjin question and explains. The so-called golden powerhouse refers to the rank they have achieved. This is not a real-life duel, but a virtual existence. Using a consciousness transmitter, their consciousness is transmitted into a virtual network for combat, with both having the same physical strength. To win, it depends on one's combat skills. However, to prevent the two from being evenly matched, the rule is to assess how much damage each can inflict on the other within 2 hours, and they are classified as golden rank. The ranks are divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, starry, and king. This is the martial arts system developed by Dr. Brief at Jiang Yun's request, divided into the secret realm and combat sections. The secret realm primarily simulates various environments, facilitating martial artists' understanding of different conditions. Although it cannot perfectly replicate the real environment, the similarity reaches 99.9, making it nearly indistinguishable from reality. Understanding natural environments helps to elevate one's martial arts realm, which Jiang Yun discovered is significantly more effective than typical meditation. Establishing the secret realm and simulating diverse environments eliminates the hassle of searching for unique settings. Many practitioners choose to cultivate in deep mountains primarily because the environment there is much better than in bustling cities, conducive to their insights. As the saying goes, the way follows nature, and nature contains countless paths. It is precisely because of the existence of the virtual universe that the strength of the Martial Alliance and others has advanced so rapidly. Even in urban areas, one can enjoy the best cultivation environment. Although it is only a consciousness experience, returning to reality after a little practice allows one to fully absorb previous insights. While not as effective as a real environment since the body does not feel it, one must not forget the fivefold time flow in the virtual universe, which saves a significant amount of time. Essentially, everyone has been cultivating for about 10 years. Although the body has only aged a few years, understanding martial arts has improved, making it easier to enhance combat power. Moreover, with the existence of the gravity training room, physical training becomes even easier. Thus, it is easy to imagine how terrifying the Martial Alliance will be in the future. Tianjin Fan listened to Jiang Yun's response without showing any outward change, but inside. He was in turmoil, wondering what kind of organization he had joined. In Tianjin Fan's mind, the original Martial Alliance might have seemed to consist only of Jiang Yun as a master, which is why he was recruited. Now it appeared that the masters of the Martial Alliance were countless. Just considering the two people in the video earlier, He felt he could not match their terrifying combat skills. If his strength were equal to theirs, he would likely be defeated in just a few moves. If it were Jiang Yun, he would probably find it quite normal. To reach the golden tier, one must attain a state of tranquility like the sky and swiftness like lightning, as depicted in the original work. Otherwise, even if one reaches it quickly, they would still be knocked down by true masters. After all, golden matches are all against other golden ranks, unlike the cross-diam matches in games from previous lives. Members of the Martial Alliance find it much easier to comprehend this realm due to the existence of the secret realm and combat system. This is because Wukong's cultivation in the temple relied entirely on Bobo's explanations and his own insights, which made it quite difficult. However, Wukong completed this realm much faster than these individuals, by more than 10 times. Thus, if one cannot match natural talent, they can still catch up using resources, highlighting the importance of resources. In the Dragon Ball world, there is almost nothing that can enhance one's cultivation, making guidance from others extremely significant. The Martial Alliance, thanks to Jiang Yun's presence, could not have achieved this without his guidance, as relying solely on exploration might not even lead to a basic understanding of martial arts. After this experience, Tianjin Fan was completely devoted to the Martial Alliance, thinking that here, he could surely catch up to Wukong. After spending a day here, Tianjin Fan left primarily to inform Krillin and the others of his decision. If possible, he could also bring Krillin and them over, as the resources and cultivation levels of the Martial Alliance are quite impressive. After all, they had shared hardships together, and it would surely be amusing for Wukong to see how strong they had become in a few years. Just thinking of Wukong's surprised expression made Tianjin Fan unable to suppress a smile. After seeing the strength of the Martial Alliance, Tianjin Fan felt confident he could catch up to Wukong. Tianjin Fan, catch this. Jiang Yun tossed a Senza beam to Tianjin Fan. Previously, Tianjin Fan had sustained some internal injuries during his battle with Ram, and out of humanitarian concern, Jiang Yun could not bear to see him still injured. If one didn't know better, they might think they were mistreating an injured person. Jiang Yun would never say he gave it to Tianjin Fan to win his loyalty. Tianjin Fan looked at the green bean lying in his palm, a bit puzzled, wondering what it was. A bean? Tianjin Fan, don't underestimate this bean. It's a Senza bean, grown by Master Karen. It can instantly heal injuries and keep you from feeling hungry for 10 days. Jiang Yun explained with a smile. Tianjin Fan was even more shocked this time, as there was such a divine object. His expression was filled with gratitude. Having such a divine object, right after joining the Martial Alliance, made him feel a sense of belonging to it. Thank you. Tianjin Fan didn't say much, just uttered these 2 words, and then started to walk away. But soon, he returned, looking a bit embarrassed. He glanced at Jiang Yun and said shyly, "May I ask where this is? I came here too quickly before, and now I don't know where I am. Also, if possible, could you give me a ride back?" Tianjin Fan scratched his bald head. Jiang Yun also felt a bit awkward. He had used instant transmission to bring Tianjin Fan here, but had forgotten to send him back. However, as long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was the other party who should be. Jiang Yun maintained his composure and nodded at Tianjin Fan. He then grabbed Tianjin Fan's shoulder, and in an instant, they appeared at the Kame house. The moment the two appeared, everyone in the Kame house was startled. "Great! Tianjin Fan, you finally returned." It was Dazuzi speaking. Just yesterday, the heavenly god had resurrected the dragon, and both Kame Sennin and Dazuzi had come back to life because of it. Others also looked over. Tianjin Fan had suddenly disappeared yesterday, which had frightened everyone. Tianjin Fan was excited to see the revived Dazuzi and Kame Sennin. Dazuzi was his playmate and family, while Kame Sennin had helped him understand what true martial arts were and had been his guide. Tianjin Fan happily hugged Dazuzi, while the blonde-haired Lanchi shyly looked at him. She really wanted to see if Tianjin Fan was okay, but being too shy, she just hid by the door and didn't approach. After hugging Dazuzi, Tianjin Fan bowed to Kame Sennin to show his respect. Kame Sennin, pleased, stroked his beard, thinking that this talented young man had truly become a righteous martial artist. Then, Kame Sennin noticed Jiang Yun. Seeing Jiang Yun's figure, which seemed to blend with the heavens and the earth, Kame Sennin was taken aback, feeling that he was no match for this young man. Considering that Goku had already defeated Demon King Piccolo, Kame Sennin couldn't help but feel that the world belonged to the young now. It truly could be said that the new waves of the Yangtze River push the old waves forward, while the old waves die on the beach. At this moment, Krillin also came out, half of his body wrapped in bandages. However, he was full of energy and would be able to get out of bed in a few days. It seemed that he would recover soon. At this moment, everyone shifted their gaze from Tien Shinhan to Jiang Yun. It is His Majesty the King. You should refer to him as the Emperor, said Pu'er, who was beside Yamcha. Then, the two were invited into the Kame house, but Jiang Yun declined, citing other matters. Before leaving, Jiang Yun said to Tian Shinhan, remember to call me in a couple of days. Jiang Yun made a gesture with his hand, indicating for Tian Shinhan to call him, and Tian Shinhan nodded to show he understood. After that, Jiang Yun used instant transmission to leave. One must say, instant transmission is indeed convenient, and Tian Shinhan felt a bit envious. Just yesterday, Tian Shinhan learned the name of this technique. Knowing that he would have the opportunity to learn it in the future filled Tian Shinhan's heart with hope. As soon as Jiang Yun returned to the martial alliance, he received a notice from the palace regarding the general guidelines for martial arts development. Jiang Yun nodded slowly upon seeing it, thinking it was good. Although it was good, Jiang Yun felt it was still too conservative. Therefore, he increased the funding for education, as he had so many industries under him and support from the martial alliance. Even if universal martial arts couldn't be achieved, it could still allow the next generation to start ahead of the game. Additionally, Jiang Yun had a new idea. He took out a booklet-like object from his drawer, which had no text on it. Instead, it depicted people doing some strange movements. Looking at this book that resembled a picture book, Jiang Yun recalled the scene when he developed it, when he could skillfully sense and absorb vital energy. He thought, if he could become stronger through vital energy, why couldn't others? Thus, Jiang Yun began researching the absorption of vital energy. In his studies, he discovered that a portion of the absorbed vital energy transformed into qi, while another portion nourished the body, making it stronger. Through continuous research, Jiang Yun found that sitting cross-legged and calming the mind wasn't necessarily the easiest way to absorb vital energy. On the contrary, when a person performed certain specific movements, a small part of the ubiquitous, free-floating vital energy would enter the body, helping to improve one's constitution. However, during this process, some poses were too difficult, and the absorbed vital energy varied. After a month of exploration, Jiang Yun compiled some of the poses he had discovered, ranging from easy to difficult, into this booklet. This is what he named vital energy techniques. Although the amount of vital energy absorbed through this technique is minimal, Jiang Yun found that after completing the entire technique, he could faintly sense the free-floating vital energy, allowing him to absorb it into the body and transform it into qi. Jiang Yun was very curious as to why vital energy changes into qi after entering the human body. He pondered this question for a long time without arriving at a clear answer, ultimately attributing it to the unique laws of this world. In this world, power is supreme, and the absence of laws means that the elevation of one's realm does not bring about a change in the level of life. Only after reaching the divine realm is there a clear distinction between oneself and mortals. This does not refer to the combat power reaching the divine realm, but rather that the energy has transformed into divine energy. The so-called divine is the gateway to all wonders, profound and mysterious. Thus the divine has no aura. Only another divine being can sense each other's might. As for those below the divine realm, they're completely unaware of the divine aura. However, there is one exception, which is the power god. Jillian in the original work is such an existence, breaking through the divine domain with strength. This kind of being may even possess greater combat power than ordinary gods, and later iterations like Ultra Blue also follow this path. However, this situation also results in their lifespan being shorter than that of typical divine beings. It is important to note that others take an unknown amount of time to become divine. The lifespan of mortals generally makes it difficult to reach this realm. So those who achieve the divine realm are undoubtedly true prodigies, beings with nearly monstrous talent. There are quite a few power tournaments that exist in the original work. However, none of them truly have the presence of a genuine deity. A so-called true god is one whose physical body and soul are perfectly unified, reaching the level of divinity. Such beings, after death, will not fall into the underworld. Instead, their physical body dies while their soul continues to exist. Like the old Kai in the original work, who gave his lifespan to Goku and died, but his soul did not descend to the underworld, merely resulting in a halo above his head. This is because he is a deity. Although he is only a deity granted by the rules under the Omni King system, the benefits are still quite significant. At this moment, Jiang Yun looked up at the sky and thought to himself, even a small position as a celestial god is sought after, which shows the benefits of becoming a god. The celestial gods of the past forcibly eliminated their evil sides to inherit the position of celestial god, which led to their success in becoming deities. One of the benefits being a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary humans. However, The celestial gods are bound by the demon King Piccolo, as they share the same origin, causing them to age together. Compared to immortals, like Master Karin, the lifespan of celestial gods is too short. The lifespan of a god is calculated in thousands of years, while those like the Supreme Kai are measured in millions of years. For instance, the Supreme Kai, Shin, is at least several million years old and is still considered a youth by the old Supreme Kai. As for the old Supreme Kai, he is at least 100 million years old, which is just slightly more than 100 million years. Yes, just slightly more. Jiang Yun thought about it and found no fault in it. Therefore, becoming a god is Jiang Yun's goal, while combat strength is merely an accessory to ensure his own safety. If someone were to hear Jiang Yun's statement, they would be infuriated. If your combat strength is merely an accessory, then what are we? Soon, Jiang Yun's Qi cultivation technique was fully open to the earth as a fundamental method for popularizing martial arts. Time quickly passed, and more than half a month went by. The widespread promotion of martial arts was in full swing. Even the Qi cultivation technique began to spread in society, with some elderly people in parks treating it as a method of exercise. Out of curiosity, they tried it for a few days and felt that it was more effective than a month of previous workouts, all praising Jiang Yun as the new king. Oh no, the divine martial emperor. Such a title is only fitting for our wise and martial king. In no time, Jiang Yun gained a new batch of fans. He even encouraged the members of the Martial Alliance to practice the Qi cultivation technique during their free time. Although they were puzzled, they did not contradict Jiang Yun's words, as he was regarded as a deity in their hearts, and his words were naturally beneficial to them. Although the Qi cultivation technique did not provide much help to those who had already achieved something, long-term practice not only solidified their foundation, but also refined their essence, gradually improving their bodies. It can be said that the existence of the Qi cultivation technique, despite the slow initial progress, would lead to rapid advancements once the foundation was solidified, thus playing a significant role in Earthlings becoming a strong race in the universe in the future. Now on Earth, every moment is undergoing change. Hey, you can't say that this Qi cultivation technique really has benefits. I've been practicing for a while, and not only do my legs no longer ache, my waist doesn't hurt, but my spirit has improved a lot. Who says it isn't true? Now, I practice like this every day and feel very energetic. Huh, is it really as good as you say? I tried it and found the movements incredibly difficult, so I stopped practicing. Old Wong, you're confused. You just need to endure for a while, and it gets much easier later on. But I'm only on the third movement. The later movements require mastering the first three. Old Lee, you're doing well. I'm only on the fourth movement myself. Although this person called Lao Tan keeps praising others, his verbal Versailles just can't be stopped. Lao Tan, this is too much. How did you do it? Tell me, and I'll have your sister-in-law make you a braised pork knuckle. Ha ha. There's no technique. It's just that I'm Lao Tan with unparalleled talent. Back in the day, if I had become a martial artist, I would have taken care of the great demon King Piccolo. Lao Tan laughed heartily, and the two left amidst a flurry of playful banter. Meanwhile, the young Piccolo, who was practicing alone, noticed that everyone had been training a special set of moves lately. Curious, he crouched by a school wall and secretly watched the children practicing this routine. Once the kids finished, he hid in a forest and practiced the moves by himself. He had only seen 3 moves, which was already the limit for the kids today, except for those with exceptional talent. With the innate abilities of a Namekian, the young Piccolo quickly mastered these 3 moves. He discovered that after performing them, he felt more energetic and his strength seemed to have improved a little, which was much better than figuring it out alone. Having tasted the benefits, the young Piccolo sneaked onto the wall every day to secretly learn the Qi technique. However, during these days, he was also discovered by the teacher. But the teacher didn't know he was the child of the great demon King Piccolo. She just thought he was a child who couldn't afford to go to school. Sometimes, this female teacher even wanted to bring Piccolo inside to play with the other children. However, whenever she approached, the young Piccolo would run away, and once she left, he would come back again. After going back and forth a few times, the female teacher gave up, thinking that little Piccolo was just afraid of strangers. So she didn't pay him any more attention. As a result, every time this teacher came to class, little Piccolo would climb up the wall and secretly learn the energy technique, and after returning home, he would diligently practice what he had secretly learned. Thus, little Piccolo slowly began his life of stealing knowledge. And the effects of the energy technique gradually dissolved the demonic energy within him until one day it completely disappeared. Soon, little Piccolo realized that he was making rapid progress, at least twice as fast as before, which excited him greatly. bringing him one step closer to avenging his father. One day, he would defeat son Wukong and avenge his father, King Piccolo, and he would once again rule the world. The world had undergone tremendous changes because of Jiang Yun, and Piccolo's life had also been transformed. What kind of storm would the world unleash? As the martial arts situation on Earth began to stabilize, Jiang Yun couldn't help but think of Xianling Long, who was far away on Xiaolong Star, wondering how she was doing. A delicate face flashed through his mind. With an oval face, pure skin, and an aura of being unstained by the mud, making it hard to resist. Suddenly, he wondered why he was thinking of her. Without martial arts, how could he have a home? Jiang Yun shook his head and said helplessly. In reality, he did not reject Xianling Long in his heart. However, he was aware of how powerful his future enemies would be, and he was afraid of becoming trapped in a gentle environment he couldn't escape from. Is there really a shortage of such things throughout history? Only Wukong and Vegeta, two straight men, can continue to improve in martial arts, while Yamcha in the later stages has completely become useless. Tien is hiding in the mountains running a martial arts school, teaching his disciples. Even Krillin has to become a small patrol under the influence of Android 18, which is also to earn a living. Who knows what will happen in the future? Jiang Yun thought about it. The current Earth places great importance on martial arts, and martial arts is basically an open matter now. What is the most respected profession in the world? Of course, it's martial artists. Now martial artists can earn a lot of teaching fees by teaching in martial arts schools. Therefore, powerful martial artists don't lack money at all. Presumably, someone like Krillin won't end up being just a public safety officer in the future. I wonder if Tien has brought Krillin over. Jiang Yun lay back in his specially designed office chair, which allows him to recline comfortably. At this moment, Jiang Yun looked at the ceiling, wondering if Krillin had been brought over by Tien. He didn't go looking for Krillin himself mainly because there are too many talented people on Earth right now. With his current status, he doesn't need to make a special trip. Tien must have this idea. He definitely wouldn't want to see his old partners falling far behind because of him and others. In the future, there will inevitably be some barriers in our hearts when we meet again. Moreover, with Krillin and others practicing together in the Martial Alliance, Tien Shinhan will surely take his training seriously. After all, he doesn't want to fall behind anyone. As the former strongest Earthling, Krillin's talent is quite impressive as well. In fact, Tien Shinhan really did bring Krillin and the others along. After spending 3 days with everyone, Tien Shinhan called himself. But he didn't ask Jiang Yun to bring him back. Instead, he asked Jiang Yun for the address of the Western Capital Martial Alliance and came on his own. When he was leaving, he said to Krillin and the others, "Krillin, I have joined the Martial Alliance now, and I hope you can join me as well." Everyone was a bit surprised, not expecting Tien Shinhan to join Jiang Yun's faction. "Tien Shinhan, you," Krillin said hesitantly. "Krillin, I understand your thoughts. Joining the Martial Alliance does not mean betraying our master. The Martial Alliance is similar to a large organization and does not care whether someone has a master as long as they do not harm the interests of the Alliance. Moreover, joining the Martial Alliance will provide excellent training and various resources. There are even experts to guide us, and the powerful individuals there are beyond your imagination. However, the Martial Alliance does not train you for free. You need to complete some tasks for the Alliance regularly. But this also has its benefits, as you can earn money and even points, which are the most important." Tien Shinhan's words left Krillin a bit puzzled. Why would the Martial Alliance do this? You mean, why would the Martial Alliance spend such a great cost, right? The leader Jiang Yun once told me that it is all for the rise of Earth. For the rise of Earthlings. As Tien Shinhan spoke, he couldn't help but recall what Jiang Yun had said to him that day. He had asked the same question, and, after hearing Jiang Yun's answer, felt a deep respect. Jiang Yun once told him, when one is poor, they can only take care of themselves. When one is successful, they can help the world. Now that he has the ability, why shouldn't he do it? Krillin was also moved, filled with longing. What kind of force is this? Master Roshi this. Krillin looked a bit embarrassed at Master Roshi. Master Roshi was straightforward, waving his hand and saying, "Krillin, you have already set off on your journey. The future is for you to grasp. Just remember to think of your old master occasionally." Krillin was overjoyed, with tears in his eyes as he bid farewell to Master Roshi. Yamcha also expressed a desire to go with Tien Shinhan. Seeing this, Tien Shinhan happily patted Krillin on the shoulder and said, "Krillin, you won't be disappointed. There are many lovely girls in the Martial Alliance." Upon hearing this, Master Roshi secretly perked up his ears, thinking, is it really that good? Master Roshi even later disguised himself as a dragon to join the Martial Alliance. But he was discovered by Tien Shinhan because the perception of aura was knowledge taught by the Alliance. Of course, that is a story for later. Soon, Shinhan set off with Krillin and Yamcha, and along the way, Shinhan told Krillin about Goku staying behind to train with the god. The god? Goku is really strong. Remembering the Goku who once trained under Master Roshi with him, Krillin's heart was filled with pride. He felt no jealousy, but rather pride. At the same time, he was filled with infinite passion. According to Shinhan, training in the Martial Alliance might not be any less than Goku's. Thus, the group set off towards the Martial Alliance with beautiful aspirations. Before long, they arrived at the Martial Alliance. Since Shinhan had been given access previously, he smoothly led Krillin and the others to the core area of the Martial Alliance. The outermost area is not considered the core of the Martial Alliance. Jiang Yun valued Shinhan's talent and specially granted him 3 core invitation privileges. Now, Shinhan gave these 3 privileges to Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. For Kaiatsu, Shinhan naturally wanted him to achieve greater success, so he brought him along as well. Upon entering the core area of the Martial Alliance, Krillin and the others were immediately shocked by the technologically advanced hall, as if they had stepped into a future world. Shinhan secretly smiled, recalling how he was once in the same state. Now it was finally his turn to appreciate others in this manner. Don't be surprised, I was once like this too, and there are even more amazing things you haven't seen yet. Shinhan said with full anticipation. Here we have gravity training rooms that assist in training, where practicing yields twice the result with half the effort, but you have to start with lower levels first. Not only that, there's a magical thing that seems to be called a virtual network, where we can practice combat experience. Even if we die, we don't have to worry too much. As for the principal, I'm not quite sure. Shinhan told Krillin and the others. In fact, he also didn't know many things. He was just sharing what Jiang Yun had told him. But even so, it still amazed Krillin. As they walked and talked, Shinhan introduced what he knew to Krillin, skipping over things he didn't know. This way, I'll take you to see what combat skills are all about. Shinhan recalled the scene he had seen before, where the 2 fighters had given him a strong shock, and it was clear that he still remembered it vividly. Krillin and the others followed Shinhan to the virtual combat viewing room, which was called the combat space. It was specifically designed to showcase spectacular battles to enhance the combat skills of the Martial Alliance's disciples. Similarly, this time, the hall was still filled with crowds. They entered hall number 2, and there were 9 other similar halls. The lively scene dazzled Krillin and the others. Most of the people here were below the gold rank, because those who became gold would have separate rooms for viewing, where the display screens were similar to semi-artificial intelligence beings, separated from the main artificial intelligence. Such main artificial intelligences can split into countless copies, primarily to benefit those at the gold level. This is also to inspire the cultivation enthusiasm of others. Once they reach the golden level, they can have a separate room, and their battles can be showcased. There are also benefits for those at the golden level, including points and monetary rewards. The so-called points are used for consumption within the Martial Alliance. For example, if you want to use the Advanced Gravity Training Room, you can apply with points. The separate training rooms can also be accessed without using points. You can use the public training room, which is no longer called a training room, but a training square. It is generally open on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, with maintenance on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and closed on Sundays. The training square is very large, enough to accommodate many people for training. However, the downside is that there are many people, but fortunately, in the Dragon Ball world, there is no such thing as going mad from training. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Jiang Yun to establish such a public training room. Most people still use points to rent separate gravity training rooms, usually in groups. After all, it can achieve training effects, and the points used are shared among a few people. Overall, it's quite good. In fact, with the strength of the Martial Alliance, more training rooms could be built. However, Jiang Yun insisted on this decision because he understands the importance of competition. Only in this way can everyone be motivated. No one wants to fall behind, so they can only earn points frantically. They work for they work hard for their own cultivation. As for the remaining money, it is used for scientific research and building spaceships, and some is used to reward powerful martial artists and encourage diligent practitioners. This way, it won't end up like before, where strong fighters like Goku worried about money. It was because the Sun family lacked money that Gohan ended up as Yamcha Rice, although that was only part of the reason. Therefore, Jiang Yun directly solved this problem. In any case, he is making a profit. Distributing points is just a string of numbers, which has no impact on him. Everyone benefits, making it a win-win situation. Krillin looked at the people watching the battles and felt that they were all quite formidable. Although they did not exude any external pressure, Their every move was not simple. This is a matter of course. Those who can join the martial alliance are certainly individuals with good talent. Although these people's talent may not compare to his, their strength has surpassed his due to long-term cultivation. Watching the battle on the screen, Clint felt as if he had been elevated. He had never realized that combat could be like this. The exquisite combat techniques immersed him deeply, making it hard for him to extricate himself. And others felt the same way. In fact, this is not surprising, as with the fivefold time flow of the virtual universe, coupled with everyone's enthusiasm for ranked matches, they have no idea how many battles they have experienced over the years. Naturally, their combat skills have advanced by leaps and bounds, much like in Honor of Kings. Although it is the same person, the performance is entirely different among various individuals. Additionally, now that there are no restrictions like in Honor of Kings, various techniques are emerging endlessly. It's not uncommon for one to take on 5 or even dozens of opponents. In reality, each rank represents a different world, with no existence of dragging someone up. If luck is on your side and you rise, you can easily be knocked down later. Referring to the team battle mode, Jiang Yun added this template, considering that in the universe, it's not just about one-on-one combat, which is why he included this module. However, due to teammates being too unreliable, everyone now mostly invites familiar people to tackle the team battle mode together, as the rewards for team battles are genuinely good. Nevertheless, participation is still relatively low, as the penalties for failure are quite severe. With so many factors affecting team fights, everyone is more enthusiastic about solo queue mode. Suddenly, everyone cheered, as if they had seen an idol. Awesome! We finally reached Akalob. I came here just for him. The surrounding area erupted with enthusiastic cheers, which puzzled Tianjin Fan and the others, wondering who was so popular. Tianjin Fan grabbed someone and asked, "Brother, who is Akalob? Why is he so sought after?" This person glanced at Tianjin Rice and realized he had never seen it before, likely a new member. Those who can join the core of the Martial Alliance are all talented individuals. With the intention of befriending him, he prepared to explain things to this rookie. Ahem. Speaking of Aki Luo Bei, he is a legend. Even among the gold ranks, he is an expert. As soon as he finished speaking, Aki Luobei's opponent was directly taken out by Aki Luobei's quick draw slash, and the person on the opposite side vanished from the arena with a wry smile. Many people couldn't understand that move, but it didn't hinder their admiration for Aki Luobei. Aki Luobei has embarked on a path completely different from theirs. This road, it's called the Blade Path. The person continued to explain to Tianjin Fan, and Clint and the others perked up their ears to listen carefully. Akalob, who specializes in using a blade, only needs to make one cut against many opponents. That's right, just one cut. His blade is as fast as the wind and possesses special techniques that those beneath his level can't even comprehend. His fighting style is renowned for its speed, and his blade is highly sought after by practitioners of blade techniques. The leader once publicly stated that Akalob has walked his own path. It is precisely because Akalob's blade path is so strong that everyone gave him the nickname Blade King. Every being with a title is a powerful one. A longing flashed in his eyes, clearly envious of those who have their own titles. Tianjin Fan and the others also showed a glimmer of aspiration, murmuring, "One day, I too will have my own title." Coincidentally, this person happened to hear Tianjin Fan's murmurs and said bluntly, "It's good that you have this idea, but there are many people with this thought, thousands of them, and only a handful have actually earned titles. Moreover, you are just a black iron 1 star. The ranking levels range from 1 star to 10 stars, after which you can be promoted. I am currently a bronze 8 star, which is above average among most people." A hint of pride flashed in his voice, clearly satisfied with his rank. However, there was still some longing for higher ranks in his eyes. Tianjin Fan and the others didn't say anything, but instead thanked him. "Thank you for clearing our doubts. May I ask your name?" "I am Lada. I have a friend who is also a master in silver, so don't worry. You can come to me if you need anything in the future." Coincidentally, this person is Lada, who initially entered the Martial Alliance with Satan. Tianjin Fan and the others were a bit surprised, not expecting him to know a powerful figure in silver, which made them regard him with a bit more respect. Speaking of Akalob, when he was brought back to the Martial Alliance, he thought he would start a life of luxury. However, not only did he not win easily, but he was also subjected to various training and tasks under Jiangyun's pressure, as many things required money and points. After tasting the delicious food under the Martial Alliance a few times, Akalob was completely conquered. But unfortunately, he usually eats a lot, and Jiangyun said he couldn't let him eat and drink for free. What happened to the promised, luxurious life? As a result, there was nothing he could do. Who told the food of the Martial Alliance to be so delicious? So he could only be forced to complete many things he didn't like under the temptation of food. However, over time, under Jiang Yun's influence, Akalob slightly changed his view on martial arts and began to like it, but he still prefers practicing the blade, unlike others who focus on body refinement. Mainly, the stronger the cultivation, the better the treatment, making it more convenient for his lazy path. When Jiang Yun was selecting members for the Blazing Flame team, Akalob's cultivation had already reached the standard early on. But go to such a dangerous place in the universe. Is it as stable as Earth? So Akalob decisively chose to stay on Earth. After Jiang Yun left, without anyone to supervise him, he relaxed even more. Previously, he had over 2,000 combat power, but now it had only reached over 3,000, which was completely unworthy of his talent. Nonetheless, his strength still ranked among the top in the Martial Alliance, with no more than 5 people capable of defeating him. Because over 3,000 combat power was just his normal state, when Jiang Yun and Akalob casually boasted about being able to cut the sun, moon, and stars with a blade, combined with some sayings about sword techniques he learned from novels in his past life. Akalob seemed to have embarked on a strange path, often muttering, "I have a blade that can cut the sun, moon, and stars. All plants, bamboo, and stones could be my blade." This made Jiang Yun secretly think, wouldn't this lead Akalob down an irreversible path? But who cares? It can only be better than before. As long as this fat guy puts in the effort, he won't end up being a mere bystander like in the original story, and he might even become a wealthy owner of divine beings. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I visited Master Karen. How about I go and get some divine beings? Jiang Yun thought mischievously, and for a moment fell into deep contemplation. Chu, who is talking about me? It can't be that silly Wukong, or that mysterious guy Jiang Yun. Master Karen rubbed his nose and said, just like that, a year passed. Now, after years of accumulation, Jiang Yun's combat power had already surpassed 1 million, reaching a level of 1,020,000. After years of training on the Adrat star, combined with training in a high-gravity chamber and the time flow assistance of the virtual universe, reaching this level was not surprising. Even Jiang Yun felt it was a bit slow. However, Jiang Yun could also feel that his body was slowly being cleansed by vital energy, and his talent was becoming better and better. The improvement in combat power would be even more rapid in the future. As for Bu Chun and others, many had also reached over 10,000 in combat power, and Bu Chun's surface combat power had already surpassed 100,000. The members of the Blazing Flame team had also made significant progress. A notice was sent out to select some elite teams, around 1,000 people. After all, sheltered flowers must ultimately experience the baptism of war. Jiang Yun's gaze was profound. The current Earth was too peaceful. To quickly develop the universe was undoubtedly a good opportunity. And Earth was too small. The goal of Earth was the stars and the sea. Yes, the woman turned and left. She was the secretary assigned to him by Bu Chun, which had given Jiang Yun a bit of a headache before. However, Bu Chun said it was better to have someone around for certain matters. So he agreed, and ended up with this woman, who turned out to be the former Violet from the Red Ribbon Army. Jiang Yun didn't know why she came to be his secretary, but he didn't ask too much. After all, the Red Ribbon Army was left with only Dr. Jero, who was somewhere still struggling to survive. Even if he knew, Jiang Yun didn't plan to interrupt his development because it was both dangerous and an opportunity. Jiang Yun was confident that the treatment in the Martial Alliance was much better than in the previous Red Ribbon Army, and Violet naturally had no reason to betray him. Furthermore, he had the strength to keep her in check, and if he didn't even have that level of tolerance, how could he talk about achieving the highest position? Soon, Jiang Yun's order was conveyed through Bu Chun to select new elites for development in the universe, which was seen as an honor by the Martial Alliance members. They could accompany Master Jiang Yun to expand territories, which was a great honor. In just one day, over 1,000 people were selected. This batch was much stronger than the previous Blazing Flame team. However, this was only limited to the past. Now the standards for entering the Blazing Flame team had increased significantly, but these people were still the elite of the Martial Alliance. Not want to take too many people away, mainly because Jiang Yun didn't want his base to be stolen. As for this time, Akalob decisively stayed on Earth. Jiang Yun didn't say much. Akalob staying behind was equivalent to having an insurance policy. In case of unexpected situations, he could delay for a moment, making it convenient for him to use instant transmission to return for support. This time, Tianjin Fan was aware of the Wu Alliance's actions and was very envious that these people could experience the splendor of the universe. Tianjin Fan, is this true? Are they really going to the universe? Clint asked with a mix of doubt and surprise, as his worldview had always been limited to Earth. But suddenly one day, someone told him if he wanted to go play in the universe, which had long been easily accessible. The powerful sense of disparity left him in disbelief. It's true. Master Jiang Yun had already found a way to travel to the universe, and had even developed his own influence there. Tianjin Fan clenches fists, yearning to also go to the universe and witness the power of the myriad races in the starry sky. Next time, I will be chosen too. You all keep working hard. Tianjin Fan's voice was filled with confidence, encouraging Krillin and the others to strive harder. Yeah, definitely. Krillin was also filled with excitement, still as vibrant as ever. Unlike the way he felt after being beaten by the later Saiyans, his martial heart remained steadfast, and he did not give up on his martial arts training. After training in the Martial Alliance for more than a year, the changes in their strength made them feel as if they had lived through different eras, realizing they could possess such powerful abilities. Through the Martial Alliance's teachings on the perception of energy, they could accurately feel that their combat power had surpassed that of the former Demon King Piccolo, and it was even much more than that. Now, Tianjin Fan, combat power 1124. Krillin, combat power 987. Yamcha, combat power 862. Jiaozi, combat power 623. What astonishing progress. However, this was only in relation to their original life trajectories. This level of progress was nothing compared to the Martial Alliance. During the year they had joined, most of the time was spent supplementing their knowledge of energy cultivation within the Martial Alliance, which Jiang Yun had organized. They even established a separate room for collection. But later, with the emergence of artificial intelligence, Jiang Yun transferred this to the AI database for everyone to access. There were also some skills to learn, and Jiang Yun encouraged everyone to upload their created skills. After evaluation, they could earn corresponding points, leading to a flurry of various martial arts techniques. It wasn't until later that Jiang Yun intervened and advised everyone to focus on themselves that they finally paused. This has also led to a variety of combat styles among the members of the Martial Alliance, with all sorts of skills emerging one after another. Jiang Yun set off with everyone, and he did not use instant transmission, while it was manageable to take a few people over such a long distance. Bringing so many could completely exhaust him, because Jiang Yun had not yet reached the combat power of the late-stage Ryukong. Therefore, the power of instant transmission naturally fell a little short. The group set off in great numbers, this time with even more complete equipment and a larger number of people. Tianjin Han, Krillin, and others were also filled with infinite expectations as they returned to train hard. Far away in the temple, the celestial god had been paying close attention to the changes on Earth this year. In his view, Earth had undergone earth-shaking changes in this year. And the reason for all this was that mysterious young man. A mysterious mist seems to envelop this young man, making it hard for others to see clearly. However, what the divine knows is that this young man is good for the Earth. For a moment, one can only sigh at his extraordinary talent, a rare find in a millennium. But then, one thinks of Ryukong. Under the guidance of himself and Bobo, Ryukong has made tremendous progress. However, he sees the changes on Earth and knows that even if the second generation of demons becomes a force, it won't cause too much impact, because that young man will not allow the offspring of Demon King Piccolo to destroy the Earth. But the divine knows that Ryukong is destined for a fateful showdown with Piccolo, and based on the current developments, Ryukong is likely not a match for the second generation of demons. At this moment, a certain object appeared in the hand of the celestial deity, which turned out to be the vital energy technique released by Jiang Yun. After observing it for some time, the deity discovered that this technique indeed has significant benefits for the human body. Exercising according to the methods outlined in it can quickly strengthen the body, making it much easier to enter the martial arts path. Moreover, the deity realized that the emergence of this technique directly simplified the requirements for people to start practicing martial arts. Although he had researched it, he had not discovered the underlying principles at all. If Jiang Yun were to hear the deity's thoughts, he would be quite upset. The technique he painstakingly created is not so easily comprehended. Understanding its principles fundamentally requires one to feel the existence of vital energy and to have a deep understanding of it. Additionally, one needs to have sufficient ideas. For instance, while the Northern Realm King can also sense the presence of vital energy, he has only created a vital energy bomb. He has no ideas to create a method for others to cultivate. Furthermore, the effects of the technique also require time to manifest. Jiang Yun is actually just feeling his way across the river, taking it one step at a time. As for what the future holds, only time will tell. After many days of flying, Jiang Yun and the others soon arrived at Sulong Star. Since many people were visiting for the first time, they were filled with awe at the starry sky, and there were also some virtual devices on the spaceship to keep everyone entertained. Upon reaching Sulong Star, Jiang Yun took everyone to their base on this planet, which belonged to the former Lone Wolf mercenary group, located in a very prosperous area. During the years Jiang Yun focused on his cultivation, the strength of his subordinates had slowly developed under Bu Chen's leadership. The current Blazing Flame mercenary group has expanded, recruiting many aliens and some alien scientists. These scientists hold a low status in the eyes of others, unless they possess a very high level of skill. However, in the eyes of Jiang Yun, Bu Chen, and others, these scientists are undoubtedly treasures, as they have also contributed to the gravity training rooms on Earth. Once the manufacturing is complete, they can be installed and used directly. As for their treatment, they felt rare respect under Jiang Yun's leadership, and naturally, they were willing to work hard for him. Moreover, Jiang Yun has always been very generous to his subordinates. To increase the notoriety of the Blaze Mercenary Corps, Jiang Yun even ordered several experienced fighters to be dispatched during training to specifically teach combat techniques. Just this sharing of combat techniques has greatly benefited these mercenaries, as most other mercenary organizations tend to reserve good things for their trusted members, unlike the Blaze Mercenary Corps, which shares its combat techniques with them. Countless combat techniques have been developed through life-and-death battles. They thought the Blaze Mercenary Corps had already opened their hearts to them. But no one knew that they had something called a virtual universe, where they could fight without fear of death, allowing their combat skills to grow rapidly. Thus, the Blaze Mercenary Corps began to gain a loud reputation, and even many extraterrestrial planets learned about this powerful mercenary group, leading more people to choose to join the Blaze Mercenary Corps. Not long after Jiang Yun and the others returned, Xianling Long received news and was preparing to meet Jiang Yun when he suddenly received a message. What? Namek has been found. Great! Jiang Yun was filled with joy. He had previously sent someone to look for Namek, but since Namek had not participated in outside affairs for a long time, he had not obtained the star chart coordinates of the Namekians and could only search secretly based on some information he had purchased. He didn't expect to find it today, so he immediately called Bu Chun, took a few people, and prepared to set off. After arranging everything and ensuring they connected with the previous team, the two set off for Namek. Brother Yun, what do you care about Namek? Bu Chun noticed Jiang Yun's importance on Namek and asked curiously, do you know about the dragon? Jiang Yun looked at Bu Chun and said, the dragon? Yes, but what does that have to do with Namek? Bu Chun was a bit confused. What was the connection? Seeing Bu Chen's puzzled expression, Jiang Yun explained, the dragon on Earth was created by the Namekians. But didn't you say the dragon was created by the gods? That's what I said, and it's not wrong. Do you know who the gods are? Are you saying? Bu Chen's eyes lit up, and a look of realization appeared on his face. The gods are Namekians. Yes, that's right. And there are also large Dragon Balls on Namek. Jiang Yun said with a smile to Bu Chun. This time, he came not only for the Dragon Balls, but also to learn about the martial arts of the Namekians. Only by continuously learning could he walk further on this path. The two spaceship left a white trail, a mark of their incredible speed. Soon, they saw a massive planet, and from the information relayed by their subordinates, they understood that this was Namek. After entering the planet, Jiang Yun looked around at the environment and transformed the spaceship into a capsule to store it. After sensing the aura, he led Bu Chun toward the strongest aura, which was around 30,000, quite fitting the character from the original story that resembled Piccolo. By the way, when you see the Namekians, don't react too much. They're a peace-loving race. After that, Jiang Yun fell silent, his eyes fixed ahead. Bu Chun found it a bit strange. Seeing that Jiang Yun didn't intend to explain further, he said nothing, thinking he would understand once they arrived. In fact, he didn't know that Jiang Yun was picturing the face of the Demon King Piccolo in his mind, and if Bu Chun saw it, he would probably be very surprised. The two quickly arrived at a building, and the people nearby looked at them with vigilant eyes. Clearly, they were a bit cautious about their arrival. Who are you? And what are you doing here? A Namekian questioned. What? So many Demon Kings, Piccolo? Bu Chun was extremely shocked and couldn't help but voice his thoughts. What Demon King Piccolo? We are Namekian warriors. The Namekians' expressions grew even worse as they referred to Jiang Yun and his companion as Piccolo, which sounded like an evil character. They were particularly wary of outsiders, as there were always outsiders coveting the Namekians' Dragon Balls. Don't take another step forward, outsider. One Namekian glared at Jiang Yun and his companion, as if ready to attack at the slightest movement. Bu Chun looked at Jiang Yun, signaling for guidance, and Jiang Yun shook his head, indicating that they shouldn't act impulsively for now. Bu Chen understood Jiang Yun's meaning and took a step back. Let them in, Gaona, they mean no harm. A deep, slightly hoarse voice came from inside the building. After hearing this voice, the crowd hesitated but still cleared a path, although their eyes remained somewhat cautious. Jiang Yun and Bu Chen entered the room, which was very simple. Aside from a few basic items, there was nothing else starkly different from the residences of esteemed elders. However, what intrigued them more was the Namekian Grand Elder before them. The Grand Elder was very tall, several times the height of an average Namekian, and perhaps due to his old age, his physique appeared somewhat plump. This scene was similar to what Jiang Yun knew, but perhaps because he had come a few years earlier, the Grand Elder looked a bit more spirited than before. Hello, Earthlings! The Grand Elder of Namek actively greeted. Bu Chen's face clearly showed a hint of surprise. How did he know we were Earthlings? Jiang Yun, however, maintained a normal expression, as he had known beforehand about the Grand Elder's extraordinary ability to foresee the future. You knew we were coming. Bu Chen's heart sank. The only explanation he could think of was that the previous intelligence personnel had betrayed them. Don't worry, young man. I just possess some special abilities. The Grand Elder noticed Bu Chen's tension and specifically explained. Upon hearing this, Bu Chen calmed down. He was aware that there were some bizarre abilities in the universe, and knowing their whereabouts and origins in advance was not an exaggeration. His main concern was encountering an ambush. And although they were not afraid of anything with their combat power, it was always better to be cautious. Even though nothing went wrong this time, it served as a wake-up call for him. He could never act so rashly again. Hello, Grand Elder. We come from Earth, and this time we mainly want to use the Dragon Balls on your planet. I know this request may be very presumptuous, but we can agree to one condition within acceptable limits, Jiang Yun said very respectfully, showing no hint of arrogance due to his powerful strength. You think you can use the Dragon Balls just like that? Don't get your hopes up. Nihilus spoke up from the side, as his personality was such that he had no goodwill towards outsiders. Nihilus, don't be rude. They mean no harm. The Grand Elder ordered Nihilus to step back and then looked at Jiang Yun, saying, I already know your intentions. You can use the Dragon Balls, but you must pass the trials of our tribe's warriors. Of course, Grand Elder. If we don't pass your tribe's trials, then it is indeed destined that the Dragon Balls are not for us. Jiang Yun's voice was filled with confidence as he nodded to the Grand Elder. Garna, take them to the other tribes for the challenges. After speaking, the Grand Elder closed his eyes, clearly intending to rest, and Jiang Yun and the others followed Garna out. A few minutes after Jiang Yun and the others left, Nilo asked in confusion, Grand Elder, you just agreed to their request like that? Shouldn't we understand more? Nilo, the future Namek will face a disaster. In my foresight, the Earthlings will help us. The Grand Elder did not open his eyes, and after speaking, he fell silent. I will protect our planet. We do not need to rely on others. Nyla said to the Grand Elder, but the Grand Elder showed no intention of replying. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun followed Garna to the challenge area. After Garna's explanation, Jiang Yun began his journey of challenges. With Jiang Yun's strength, he overcame one obstacle after another, and even with his wisdom, he faced no difficulties in some intellect-based challenges. Thus, Jiang Yun passed all the challenges smoothly and soon arrived in front of the Grand Elder's room. Nyla did not expect the two to pass all the tests in just half a day. He was surprised that they had some ability. All right, congratulations on passing the tests. You now qualify to use the Palunga, the Grand Elder announced, signaling Garna to take Jiang Yun and the others to use Palunga. Wait, although you passed the tests of others, I do not acknowledge your strength, so I challenge you. Nailu stepped forward, looking at Jiang Yun with fierce determination in his eyes. Huh, interesting, I accept. Saying this, Jiang Yun flew to an open area outside, and Nailu followed him out. Jiang Yun flew to a good venue, waiting for everyone to catch up. The other Namekians also wanted to see who was stronger, their planet's strongest warrior or Jiang Yun, the outsider. Everyone was extremely eager, but only Bu Chen knew that Nailu was definitely not Jiang Yun's opponent. However, he was also quite interested to see how Jiang Yun would handle it. Nailu's gaze was fixed firmly on Jiang Yun, his aura gradually rising. Garna, who do you think will win? You usually know Nyla the best. At this moment, a Namekian asked Karna. Karna shook his head and said softly, It's hard to say. I can't see through the strength of this outsider, named Jiang Yun. In the previous trials, Jiang Yun quickly passed the tests they set up. He had also seen the tests set by other tribes. But Jiang Yun passed them one by one. Even Nairu would find these tests not easy, so he couldn't be sure whether Nairu could win or not. However, the outcome would only be known after they fought. The two focused intently, and the immense aura around them even made the surrounding sand tremble. Their auras collided, sparking faint lightning in the air. In fact, this was the result of the clash of their energies. Swish! Nairu threw off his cloak and instantly charged towards Jiang Yun. As he saw Nairu attacking, Jiang Yun casually caught him and then delivered an elbow strike that sent Nairu flying. However, Nairu quickly soared into the sky, and dozens of energy blasts shot towards Jiang Yun, creating a massive cloud of dust. It wasn't over yet. Nairu charged in directly, pressing down on Jiang Yun. Boom! Boom! He smashed through several protruding rocks on the ground in succession, and with a quick move, Jiang Yun crashed into a hillside. Nairu casually condensed an energy sphere, intending to throw it at Jiang Yun. But suddenly, his eyes narrowed. An energy sphere shot out from the dust, its oval shape moving at incredible speed. The energy sphere in Nairu's hand dissipated as he slightly shifted his body to avoid this incoming energy blast. The powerful energy blast hit the lake directly, creating a massive shockwave. However, this did not affect the duel between the two. Jiang Yun instantly appeared above Nairu and kicked him away. But clearly, Nairu was not severely harmed. With a roar, he shouted "Aha!" and engaged in a back-and-forth battle with Jiang Yun. How strong they are, these two. No wonder Nairu is impressive. This outsider is also quite strong, able to fight so intensely with Nairu. By the way, his name is Jiang Yun, right? This Namekian obviously admires Jiang Yun's strength. Jiang Yun's strength is indeed impressive and qualifies him to meet Lord Purunga. However, I think Nairu is even more powerful. He is the strongest warrior of our Namek. The Namekian speaking is strongly supporting Nairu and clearly has a lot of confidence in him. Watching the fluctuations caused by their battle, many Namekians feel shocked. They have never seen Nairu unleash his full power before, and they didn't expect Jiang Yun to push him to this extent today. Kid, your strength is quite good. I, Nairu, acknowledge you, but the battle still has to continue. Nairu said to Jiang Yun, now recognizing his strength. Ha, you're not bad yourself. Jiang Yun was also very excited at this moment. The combat skills of the Namekians are worth learning in his eyes, and he has gained a lot. Let's keep going. Fight to your heart's content. Am I afraid of you? Spiral Shockwave. Nairu unleashed a powerful shockwave at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun was also enjoying the battle, instantly teleporting behind Nairu, then delivering a heavy punch to him. Cough cough. Nairu, who fell to the ground, slowly got up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. How did you appear behind me just now? Nairu was puzzled. His opponent's speed couldn't possibly be so fast that he couldn't see it. This move, it's called instant transmission, which I learned on the planet Yardrat. It allows for spatial travel, ignoring the distance in space. Jiang Yun explained to Nairu without taking the opportunity to attack. I see. An amazing skill, but it's not so easy to defeat me. Get ready to face my full strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Nairu clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his body started to bulge, and his aura became much stronger than before. The Grand Elder in the room also felt Nehru's rising energy. Nehru, didn't you notice that your opponent's aura has been very stable? This young man must have even more powerful abilities that he hasn't used yet. Although the Grand Elder's strength has diminished due to old age, his strong spirit and deep insight are indeed profound. He naturally has a clear understanding of the battle between the two. At the same time, the Grand Elder recalled the disaster he had foreseen by chance. 3 ominous presences and their evil figures. A warrior flashing with lightning and a valiant warrior engulfed in golden flames were battling against the evil one, surrounded by a large crowd of shadows, overwhelming in number. The traces of flames filled the planet Namek, and the entire planet was facing a massive crisis. However, the figures were blurred, and the Grand Elder vaguely saw a 3-eyed human. He could only discern the presence of Earthlings. Alas, I hope this young man can bring hope to Namek. The Grand Elder's tone was filled with a sense of desolation. Namek won't face any trouble in the short term. He should grow up quickly. The Grand Elder looked at Namek outside the house, and in his deep gaze, it seemed to reveal the future of Namek. With a shift in the scene, Jiang Yun looked at Nelu, whose aura had suddenly increased, and quickly raised his own aura to a level almost on par with Nelu. Nelu looked at Jiang Yun, his eyes flashing with intense fighting spirit. He directly threw a punch at Jiang Yun. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of their clash echoed in the air, with the energy collisions creating blinding light and immense wind pressure, making it impossible for those with weaker strength to approach them. Eventually, the two stopped. The final move will decide the outcome. Jiang Yun, Nella shouted. No problem. Jiang Yun responded, eager to finish it as well. Spiral shockwave. Fiery hell. Two massive energy beams shot towards each other, and after a brief stalemate, Jiang Yun's energy attack directly pushed back against Nelu's skill. Nelu's eyes widened at this moment. He was already exhausted and powerless to evade Jiang Yun's attack. Nelu quickly dodged. Some Namekians had started to warn Nelu, their faces filled with anxiety. But just as Jiang Yun's energy was about to hit Nelu, he raised both hands, directing the energy towards the sky. No one expected that Jiang Yun could control the trajectory of the energy in such an intense battle with Nelu. At this point, Nelu realized he had lost. Furthermore, seeing Jiang Yun's ease, he feared that Jiang Yun hadn't even used his full strength. Jiang Yun approached Nelu and extended his hand. Nelu was a bit taken aback, but then grasped Jiang Yun's hand. At this moment, the two big men exchanged smiles. Others also came to their side. Karna rushed to Nairu and asked anxiously, "Nairu, are you okay? You're not hurt, right?" Nairu looked at Karna and, facing his concern, responded, "Karna, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Then Nairu looked at Jiang Yun and spoke, "You are qualified to meet Purunga. Please follow me." Summoning Purunga requires the language of the Namekians, so it is generally useless for ordinary people. Your wishes will be conveyed to Purunga by me, and I hope you won't make any evil wishes, as I will not relay those to Purunga. Be mindful of that. Jiang Yun looked at Nairu, who resembled Piccolo, and said, "Of course. We don't need any evil powers to enhance our strength, so you can rest assured." Jiang Yun gave Nairu a heads up, which was also his true intention. Then, Nairu gathered the Dragon Balls that Jiang Yun and Bu Chun had previously obtained. The size of the Dragon Balls was about the size of a human head. Compared to the Dragon Balls on Earth, the Namekian Dragon Balls were like a miniature version. Nairu began speaking in a language that the two did not understand, addressing the Dragon Balls, which was evidently the Namekian language. At that moment, the sky began to change, and darkness enveloped the area above the Dragon Balls. "Come forth, Purunga." "Captain, where do you think those two went? They won't be gone for years, will they?" A girl covered her cheek with her hand, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. "I think you're just missing your sweetheart." Xian Linglong laughed while covering her mouth. "Linglong, you're annoying." Saying this, she raised her small fist and aimed to hit Xian Linglong. Although Lan Peeling usually referred to Xian Linglong as captain, she called her by her name in private. Their friendship was as close as sisters. At this moment, the two were chasing each other under the moonlight, their shadows growing longer. "Stop, don't run. Not a chance. If you have the skill, come catch me." Xian Linglong made a face at Lan Peeling and flew away. She only relaxed around those she was close to, but in front of outsiders, she remained the cold and unfeeling Black Rose. Meanwhile, far away in the temple, the god was still conflicted about whether to give the energy technique he had obtained to Goku. Although he did not understand the principles inside, he knew how beneficial it could be for the human body. If he did not let Goku learn it, he might fall behind the next generation of demons. Forget it. Just give it to him. It won't do any harm to Goku. Perhaps things won't turn out so badly in the future. The god made a decision. With a resolute expression on his face, leaning on his staff, he walked towards Goku, who was undergoing training with Bobo. After observing Goku for 2 seconds, the god said to Bobo, "Bobo, this is for you." The god extended his hand towards Bobo, holding the energy technique he had previously obtained, and instructed Bobo, in addition to the basic training, add this for Goku. Bobo took the book handed over by the god, glanced at it, flipped through a bit, and then looked up, saying, "God, is this the technique you mentioned before that can change the world?" "Yes." "Bobo, giving it to Goku is also something I have considered carefully. The world is changing, and we cannot stick to conventions anymore," the god said meaningfully. "I understand, God." Bobo grasped the god's concerns and expressed his understanding. "Once Goku finishes his training, you can start teaching him. Get familiar with it first." After speaking, the god turned his gaze to the human world, where the changes were so significant that he needed to pay attention constantly. Otherwise, he would not be able to grasp many things. At this moment on Earth, the trend of cultivation was flourishing. Overall, the social atmosphere had improved greatly, and the crime rate had dropped significantly, mainly because the current law enforcement personnel had greatly enhanced their combat abilities. This has also led some people to change careers, contributing to the current good social atmosphere. In a dimly lit secret room, voices of conversation emerged. "Bado, why have the recent offerings decreased?" The speaker was a figure dressed in a black robe, the heavy garment obscuring his form, with only his eyes revealing a brutal gaze. "My lord, it's mainly because the recent transactions have decreased." Bada's voice trembled with fear as he spoke cautiously. "Next time, the offerings must be doubled, or you know what will happen." I can give you such a status. But I can also make you a mere pawn again. The speaker suddenly appeared in front of Batu, revealing a pale face beneath the black robe. No, pale doesn't even begin to describe it. It should be called ghastly. Originally, Batu was just a small character in the wandering universe, a trivial pawn. But later he encountered this person before him, who made him powerful and turned him into the ruler of a planet. The man in the black robe looked at Batu, recalling the darkness he had seen in Batu's heart when they first met. He then used the power of darkness to enhance Batu's strength, making him his spokesperson. Batu looked at the figure before him and remembered their initial encounter. Oh, isn't this Batu? The speaker was a lizard-like alien, his expression mocking, while those around him directly kicked Batu, sending him sprawling to the ground. The lizard man is nicknamed Scar, so others call him Brother Scar. He usually bullies Batu, finding joy in picking on the weak. It's not just Batu. Other weak beings are also targets of their bullying. In reality, they are merely tiny members of the masses, as insignificant as dust. They can only seek a sense of existence by picking on others. Batu, didn't I say it's best not to appear before me? Brother Scar said, stepping on Batu's body and revealing a sinister smile. By the way, Batu, hurry up and pay this protection fee. Don't make it difficult for me. Brother Scar bent down, still stepping on Batu, and said. Batu, curled up on the ground, suddenly raised his head and angrily said to Brother Scar, Didn't I just pay a few days ago? You scoundrel. Ha ha ha. That was just a few days ago. This is for the last 2 days. Brother Scar laughed heartily, speaking to Batu with a glint of amusement in his eyes. But you said that was for a month. Batu said timidly at this moment. I say when it is. And when can you talk back? Hit him. Brother Scar's eyes showed a hint of amusement. These people could only be considered the dregs of society, finding their so-called sense of existence through Batu. The weak can only bully those even weaker than themselves to satisfy their wretched hearts and fulfill their desires for power. After they finished beating Batu and searched his pockets for money, they left. After they left, they completely failed to notice a gaze of hatred directed at them, belonging to Batu, whose eyes revealed madness and hatred. Damn it. Once I, Batu, become strong, you will definitely die a miserable death. Batu's heart roared, as invisible evil and hatred took root in his heart. Do you want the power to take revenge? Do you want to stop being bullied? As long as you sell your soul to me, you can have powerful strength. The voice was filled with temptation. Who are you? Batu suddenly turned around and asked the source of the voice. The voice did not explain, only saying, Do you agree? Batu fell silent, recalling the humiliation from Brother Scar. Not want to go on like this. Batu suddenly raised his head and said firmly, I agree, even if it means selling my soul to the devil. Even if I fall into hell forever, I don't want to live like this anymore. Ha ha ha. Only a mad soul can withstand the transformation of demonic energy. Let the evil spread. A mysterious figure appeared, and a red light emanated from his hand, shooting towards Batu. Batu's voice was filled with pain as the demonic energy transformed his body, making him stronger. A few minutes later, the sounds of pain gradually diminished, replaced by maniacal laughter. After becoming stronger, Batu knelt on one knee and said to the mysterious figure, I am willing to serve you. After being transformed by the demonic energy, Batu appeared extremely strong, no longer resembling his former weak self. His combat power had undergone a significant change as well. The original Batu had a combat power of only a few hundred, but now his combat power had reached around 28,000, making him a small expert in the universe. Although Batu did not know how strong he had become, he realized he was countless times stronger than before. The immense power brought him joy, as he could finally take control of his own fate, even if only partially. Go, foolish soul, do what you want to do, then leave this place with me. With his newfound strength, Batu found Brother Scar, the one who had always bullied him and brutally killed him and his lackeys. The seeds of evil were taking root, and the influence of demonic energy made him ruthless in killing. Even his personality and soul were altered by the demonic energy. After killing those who persecuted him, Batu followed this mysterious figure, working for him ever since, and his subordinates had also been tainted by many lost souls. But he did not regret it. His soul had long been sold to the devil. As for the afterlife, Batu did not care, nor did he care whether it existed. Coming back to his senses, Batu had to fulfill the orders of the person in front of him, because it was thanks to him that he had his current status. Master, I guarantee I will complete the task, Batu assured the person in front of him, seeing the madness in Batu's eyes. The cloaked figure knew that Batu would definitely complete this task, because once Batu showed that look, he would surely accomplish what was entrusted to him. This is also the reason why I like Badu, and it's also why Badu has been able to survive by the side of the Black Robe. They're not just Badu following the Black Robe, but the smartest one among them is only Badu. The Black Robe seemed to emit a captivating light. Ha ha ha. I know you won't let me down, Badu, so work hard. After saying that, the Black Robe instantly disappeared, and the oppressive atmosphere in the room dissipated in an instant. However, the eerie environment still sent chills down one's spine. Badu slowly exited the room and went to his usual spot. Kumin, Badu said into the pager in his hand, and a person walked into Badu's room. The transaction volume is not enough. Send someone out to assassinate. Double the previous amount. No matter what method. He. If you can't complete it, don't come back. Badu's voice was filled with strangeness, making the person feel extremely fearful, while also being afraid of what Badu said, because failing to complete Badu's orders might mean they really wouldn't come back. Yes, subordinate takes my leave. After saying that, he hurriedly left without any hesitation. It was as if there was some ferocious beast in the room. Peeling, I don't know what's going on lately, but I've had a bad premonition in my heart. Xian Linglong touched her chest, looking worried as she spoke to Lon Peeling. You just think too much. Lon Peeling came over, tapped Xian Linglong's head, and said with a somewhat helpless tone. Then she walked to the table, picked up a drink, and handed it to Xian Linglong, saying, "Drink up. Don't think too much. Rest early today." After finishing, she downed her drink in one go and turned to leave. Seeing this, Xian Linglong also took a big gulp, slamming the cup heavily on the table, staring blankly at the cup for a moment. Sigh. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Saying this, she also turned around and returned to her room to rest. What Xian Linglong didn't know was that their clan had a strong sixth sense and could intuitively predict danger. However, they were exterminated when they were still young, and they inherited very little of the knowledge. Unable to understand, she returned to her room to rest, and that night was destined to be a sleepless one. In the following days, everyone continued to carry out their tasks, as usual. I don't know what's going on lately. It feels like the death rate has been rising. Speaking of which, I also feel something strange lately. Some brothers I used to know have recently disappeared, and I thought they might have died on a mission. After all, we are mercenaries. Who doesn't he die? Since you mentioned it, I've noticed too. I heard from my neighbor's third uncle's wife's brother's cousin that many brothers from their mercenary group didn't he come back after missions and were declared dead. By the way, have you noticed that most of those who died recently were on solo missions or were weaker fighters? At this moment, someone brought up the clues he had discovered. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone stopped discussing, covering their chins and frowning in deep thought. They reflected. Now that you mention it, I recall it seems to be this way. Iron Man, it's rare for your brain to function normally for once. Haha. At this moment, a brother made a joke that caused everyone to burst into laughter. However, after the laughter subsided, everyone felt that something was amiss. Even the usually dull Tai Manzi sensed that there was a problem. So it was clear that this matter was not normal. Brothers, this situation is definitely not normal. So I will return to report to the team first, and we can drink together another day. The person who spoke immediately went back to report to the team. Not everyone would join the mercenary group. Some could register as individual mercenaries and freely team up with others. The friendships formed during missions were significant. However, some people did join the mercenary group because, after all, it's easier to find shelter under a big tree. But it was evident that the atmosphere at the banquet was not enjoyable. Everyone had something on their minds. This matter was likely very clear to everyone. Thus, they walked home in a heavy mood. One person was stumbling along the road when suddenly a shadow flashed by. Whoosh! A blade glinted, and this person had their throat slit, clearly a significant disparity. They could only collapse slowly with an unwilling look in their eyes. At that moment, a gloomy voice echoed. The 18th, a figure clad in black armor, with his face concealed, resembled a ghostly warrior. He took out a high-tech device of unknown purpose and inserted it into a person's body. In an instant, the person transformed into a desiccated corpse. And then this strange individual obliterated the corpse with a blast of energy before leaving gracefully. At this time, Lon Peeling was pacing around the group when she saw Xian Linglong approaching. Anxiously, she said to her, "Captain, recently some sisters have reported an increase in the death rate. According to the investigations by my subordinates, there have also been some casualties in other areas. Don't worry, take your time and explain it slowly," Xian Linglong said, watching Lon Peeling's anxious demeanor, urging her to calm down. Lon Peeling then recounted everything that had happened during this period to Xian Linglong. After slowly listening to Lon Peeling's account, Xian Linglong felt a sense of understanding in her heart. Her unease was indeed coming to fruition. This matter was definitely abnormal. Pass the order down and investigate this thoroughly, Saiyans.He said coldly at this moment, showcasing her decisiveness as the black rose, her gaze sweeping over everyone in the hall, the pressure permeating their hearts. Yes, in such a major issue, no one opposed her opinion. In an instant, various mercenary groups began to stir, and a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the skies of Chiolong's star. Captain, recently, people have been murdered one after another. It is evident that there are malicious individuals causing chaos. Now, several members of our Blaze team have also been attacked. At this moment, someone reported, showing a worried expression on their face. Is there anything wrong with our compatriots from Earth? The captain hurriedly asked. Not at all. The ones who came with us are all elites. Each person's experience and strength are quite impressive. The ones who have died so far are all low in combat power. At this moment, this person is especially grateful for Jiang Yun's strict training on them. Have you found out who did it? We don't know for now, but the brothers who were specifically monitoring this matter reported that it was a person dressed in black combat attire, wearing a mask, and acted swiftly. They should be an assassin. The captain fell into deep thought, wondering what purpose this group of people had. However, their rampant killings surely had some hidden agenda. Increase vigilance. The leader is probably about to return. Once the leader is back, all the monsters and spirits will be nothing to fear. The captain clearly has strong confidence in Jiang Yun. Inside the Rose Mercenary Corps. Captain, we have caught a culprit. A woman rushed in, looking travel-worn and evidently very busy recently. Then several women walked into the main hall with a black figure. However, this black figure had already lost its breath. The two women who just entered explained, we sisters concealed our combat power, and just when this person was about to commit a crime, we suddenly captured him. But after we caught him, he actually committed suicide by poisoning. Saiyans.He took a glance, and then said, it seems he is undoubtedly a death warrior. Many major powers cultivate such beings, but we don't have any major powers here. Captain, this is something from the killer. One of the women handed something over, and Saiyans.He reached out to take it. She saw that this strange object had a storage-like appearance at the back. It turned out to be the blood of the deceased. What on earth do the forces behind them want? Saiyans.He's heart grew heavier. After killing someone, they were actually collecting blood. What is the enemy's purpose? While various mercenary groups were in panic in a dark place, a dark red figure bathed in a pool of fresh blood, resembling a red demon, emanating the sound of a demon's maniacal laughter. He, soon, I will soon advance to Duke. When I become a Duke, it will be time for me, Andrew, to take revenge. Ha ha ha. Batu, keep searching for me, continue. Don't worry about this exposure. Once I advance to Duke, I will take you back to the demon realm to become a true demon clan. This person is the mysterious figure behind Batu, and he turns out to be a vampire from the demon clan. I never expected that he would be promoted to Duke so quickly. The human world is truly a wonderful place. After I return this time to take revenge, I will definitely come back. It turns out that Andrew is a vampire count who accidentally arrived in the human world after being injured by an enemy. The vampire demon clan is also considered a high-ranking demon clan in the demon realm, and the hierarchy of demon clans is divided as follows. The last bloodline, combat power below 1,000, existing as cannon fodder in the demon realm. Baron, combat power between 1,000 and 10,000, existing as small soldiers on the battlefield, with the highest base number in the demon realm. However, in the survival of the fittest demon realm, they're also a very humble existence. Viscount, combat power between 10,000 and 100,000, positioned between Baron and Count, can already serve as a squad leader in the demon realm, representing the foundational strength of the vampire demon clan, having a slight status, but not high. They are common in the powerful demon realm. Count, combat power between 100,000 and 1 million, the main force of the vampire demon clan, capable of serving as a leader, representing a rising star. And in the future, they can take on the responsibility of the vampire demon clan's prosperity, constituting the backbone of the vampire demon clan, holding a modest status in the demon realm. Marquis, combat power between 1 million and 10 million, a master of the vampire demon clan, capable of serving as a general, belonging to the ranks of experts in the demon realm, already holding an upper-class status, but not yet at the top level. Duke, combat power between 10 million and 100 million, an elder figure in the demon family, having certain authority within the family, able to command a territory, intimidating surrounding demon clans, and possessing their own domain. Their status in the demon realm is very high. Andrew had offended a duke-like figure. However, while others do not call him a duke, he is indeed a commanding presence. Due to having backing, the family deemed Andrew's value not sufficient to wage war against him, thus abandoning Andrew, Prince, combat power between 100 million and 1 billion, the pillar of the vampire demon clan, akin to an ancestor figure. However, Andrew has only heard of princes and has never seen one. His status is not high enough to meet an ancestor, and very few can match their status in the demon realm. As for higher-level beings, Andrew cannot know. Whether they exist or not is also unknown to Andrew. Perhaps the prince would know, but even if he knew, he wouldn't tell someone with a relatively low status in the family. In fact, the vampire demon clan to which Andrew belongs was considered a large family in ancient times. There are indeed higher-level existences above the prince, and this secret is known only to a few princes. As for the existence above the prince, they are called blood ancestors and blood gods. The blood ancestor is said to be the ancestor of the vampire clan, possessing extremely powerful strength, and even rumored to have once been the king of the demon realm, more powerful than the current king of the demon realm, Dapra. This information is known only to the clan leader of the vampire demon clan. However, it is also treated as a legend. As for its truth, even the clan leader cannot know and dare not spread it. Although their family holds a significant position in the demon realm, it is not at the top tier, and if this information were to leak, even Dapra would not spare their clan. The legend states that the blood ancestor is the ancestor of vampires, and all vampires are his subjects. However, the supreme existence above the vampire ancestor is the blood god. There may be many blood ancestors, but there can only be one blood god. The blood god is said to be the supreme existence, possessing an immortal body. Their vampire demon clan inherits the immortal body of the blood god, allowing for a very strong recovery ability. As long as they consume fresh blood, they can recover quickly and even go further. Andrew is in such a situation. He was injured in the demon realm and is now recovering quickly with Badu's help, even advancing further. However, Andrew is also aware that there are still many powerful beings in the human world. Therefore, he does not dare to act recklessly and instead supports Badu to help him collect blood. However, due to his impending breakthrough, the desire to advance has caused him to suppress his rationality. His actions have become increasingly reckless, and Badu does not dare to defy Andrew's orders. Knowing that after Andrew's breakthrough, he will take him away from this place, so he has gone mad. He has taken the risk of exposure to forcibly kill low-level combat members. And now, it is not far from complete exposure. In the past 2 days, various mercenary groups have noticed that the murderer has become increasingly rampant, even no longer hiding his actions, crazily killing and extracting blood. After communication among the major mercenary groups, others also learned about the situation and began to take precautions. However, this incident still caused widespread panic. Some even withdrew from the mercenary industry. But upon realizing they were still attacked after leaving, everyone understood that the mastermind must be dealt with. Otherwise, no one would have peaceful days. So the mercenary groups that usually targeted each other have rarely begun to unite, all to root out the hidden hand. Countless mercenary groups have begun to join forces, and the number of captured black-armored assassins is increasing. In a hall, many mercenary group leaders gathered together to discuss how to handle this matter. Everyone, what should we do about this? The hot-tempered leader of the giant rock mercenary group slammed the table and spoke first. Lalo, you need to stay calm. It's useless to rush now. The key is to investigate the murderer as quickly as possible. The one speaking was the leader of the Whirlwind Mercenary Group, which is the group where Kasha, from the previous vegetable competition, belongs. Looking around, almost all the leaders of the mercenary city are here. The mercenary city is a powerful mercenary location on this planet, and it is also the foundation for everyone. The strong mercenary groups are basically all here. Badu, as the planet's master, has his residence in the mercenary city. Except for the leader of the Blazing Flame mercenary group, everyone else is basically present. Seeing that neither the leader nor the deputy leader of the Blazing Flame mercenary group is present, the leader of the Giant Rock mercenary group directly vented his anger on them. I say, the murderer is the leader of the Blazing Flame mercenary group. They haven't shown up for so long. If not guilty, then what? Lalo said fiercely. I think so too. Among those present, the casualties of the Blazing Flame mercenary group are the least, so they must be suspicious. The one who spoke up this time was the leader of a second-rate mercenary group. He had previously been on good terms with the Lone Wolf mercenary group, and seeing someone confront the Blaze mercenary group, he immediately stood up to express his stance. It seemed like everyone present had opened their mouths, chattering away. The whole scene was as chaotic as a marketplace. Enough. Is everyone done talking? Xian Linglong slammed the table with authority, and the entire venue fell silent. They can't possibly be the culprits. Are you all brainless? If you have the ability to argue here, you might as well think about what to do. Xian Linglong responded with power, and those who met her gaze immediately lowered their heads. Others dared not provoke this Black Rose, primarily because they couldn't win. In fact, everyone knew it couldn't be the Blaze mercenary group's people, mainly because none of the core members had died. The deceased were all later recruits. It's just jealousy. Why should their own group suffer such heavy losses while yours isn't scathed? The representative of the Blaze mercenary group watched the crowd's performance and knew they were just blowing hot air. However, seeing Xian Linglong confidently help them counter the crowd, he couldn't help but recall some internal rumors. There were whispers that their leader had an affair with the leader of the Rose mercenary group, Black Rose, and they were said to be very close. Everyone thought it was just a rumor, but looking at this situation, there might be some truth to it. Moreover, in his view, Xian Linglong's beauty was rare and exceptional, worthy of their leader, and for a moment he revealed an ambiguous smile. However, no one paid attention to him. They were all quietly discussing the issue. At this moment, someone beside him secretly said, "Captain Carlos, we have found the traces of those black-armored dead soldiers. Right inside the Lord's mansion. The brothers have seen it with their own eyes. This person was carefully selected by him, and his cultivation is progressing very well. His stealth is definitely not an issue. He will absolutely not be detected by scanners." At this moment, someone came to report to Xian Linglong. "Big sister, we have found the murderer this time. With the help of Mo Lee's superpower, we successfully located that group of people." At this moment, knowing the location of the murderer, Carlos stood up and said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have news. My men have discovered that the murderer is in the Lord's mansion." "Impossible. How could the Lord be the murderer?" At this moment, someone who did not believe said, "The news I received also said that the murderer is at the Lord's mansion. Let's go and see for ourselves." At this moment, Xian Linglong stood up and said that the captain of the Flame Mercenary Corps, Carlos, was indeed on a different level compared to these people. However, what everyone did not expect was that, apart from Xian Linglong, none of those present could match Carlos's combat power. After all, Earthlings could hide their aura. Outwardly, his combat power was 5,000, but in reality, it reached 15,000. If everyone knew his true combat power, they would probably not have this attitude, as this world still respected the strong. After hearing Xian Linglong's words, everyone decided to investigate. They immediately set off towards the city lord's mansion. On the way, Xian Linglong's heart grew increasingly uneasy, as if something big was about to happen. Just as they reached the outside of the city lord's mansion, before they could enter, suddenly a blood-red light erupted from within, shooting straight into the sky. In an instant, a powerful aura surged out, forming a strong hurricane that swept everything around them away. The red pillar of light was dazzling and evil. It emitted a chilling aura. The evil and powerful aura pressed down on everyone's hearts. At this moment, everyone realized that the murderer must be here, and the city lord probably had a significant role in it. "Damn it! Give me back my brother's life!" Lalo shouted angrily and rushed towards the blood-red light. The others quickly followed suit. When they arrived at the location of the red pillar of light, they saw a figure standing there, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha! I, Andrew, have finally become a duke. Ah ha ha! Wait for death, Lester. I will be back soon." Andrew's frenzied voice rang out. If someone had used a combat power detector, they would have seen Andrew's combat power soaring to a staggering 12 million. Soon, someone activated their eye detector, and the values on it rapidly increased. 15,000, 16,000, 30,000. Boom. The detector could no longer withstand the wildly rising combat power values and exploded, and the others' detectors also broke down one after another. In a very short time, the detectors exploded, and everyone would not assume Andrew's combat power was only around 30,000. It was clearly much stronger, although they did not know the exact amount. It was likely above 100,000. Those who could not sense the combat power had no idea of Andrew's true strength. However, as a subordinate of Jiang Yun, Carlos deeply understood Andrew's power, a level of strength he had never felt before. Even with the league leader, he had never felt such oppression. He knew that he might not be able to return this time, but before that, he had to send a message out. He instructed a brother to go report to the league leader, telling him not to come back, and to let him know that they would fight to the death, hoping to meet him again in the next life. Carlos secretly gave the order and prepared to fight Andrew to the death. He realized that Andrew's gaze was already fixed on them. It would be difficult to escape from him, but he still made up his mind to buy time for his brothers. Flame Squad, blood for blood, fight until the end. Damn, how can this monster be so strong? Captain Lalo, should we retreat? Faced with the incredibly powerful Andrew, some began to think of retreating. Retreat? Did you not see that monster has already looked over here? How can you run? You can take a hammer and run. Running before him would only lead to being picked off one by one, and everyone as Foundation was here. If they did not take the chance to eliminate him, would they wait for him to come and kill them? Lalo was also very clear at this moment. The situation was already very clear, and this monster before them was obviously the true culprit behind it all. It's rare that you, Captain Lalo, have thought this through, said the leader of the Whirlwind Mercenary Corps. Of course, if I couldn't figure this out, what kind of captain would I be? Captain Lalo, being an old hand, spoke with the same fiery temper. Right now, the urgent task was to unite with the other captains to deal with this monster. Otherwise, there would be no hope. At this moment, the leader of a mercenary group spoke up. Everyone turned to look, and the energy within the monster began to converge. The previously dazzling red light started to shrink, and the feeling of scarlet and evil seemed to dissipate slightly. At the center of the red light was Andrew, who was no longer wrapped in a black robe. All his clothing had disappeared. Behind him were gigantic wings, enveloping his entire being, his skin dark, and only his eyes a dark red, exuding a seductive glow. He looked like the demon that Wukong encountered at the fortune tellers. But his wings were even larger, his figure more robust, and his power vastly different. The difference in aura was like that between a firefly and a bright moon. The stones and various items that had been swept up by Andrew's aura were now scattered around him. The red light that had enveloped him was now withdrawn into his body. The earlier red light was merely the aura that erupted after Andrew's breakthrough. It was what was referred to in the original text as the explosive aura. At this moment, Carlos approached Xianling Long and said to her, Captain Xianling Long, you should retreat. The strength of this monster is beyond what we can resist. We have already decided to fight to the death, hoping to buy some time. Miss Ling Long, you should leave first. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the leader. Carlos knew that if they escaped, perhaps some of them could get away. However, he couldn't abandon his brothers and sisters. The members of the Martial Alliance were his family, and no matter what, he could not leave them behind. Thinking of this, Carlos's mind involuntarily drifted back to the past. He had once been a destitute orphan, poorly clothed and starving. It was Jiang Yun who had pitted him and brought him into the Martial Alliance, allowing him to live a life free from worries about food and clothing. The brothers in the Alliance treated him very well. From then on, he regarded the Martial Alliance as his home. Therefore, he trained especially diligently and worked hard, knowing that he could only repay Jiang Yun's kindness through his efforts. Yet, before he could truly repay Jiang Yun, they encountered such a crisis. Nevertheless, he had to protect Xianling Long. After all, in everyone's eyes, she was undoubtedly the future lady of the Alliance, and only such a beauty was worthy of their leader. The leader had told them that death could be heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. In the past, he had found it somewhat difficult to understand. But now he understood. Being able to shed blood for his brothers was his honor. Carlos turned around and looked at the determined expressions of his teammates, who had clearly put life and death aside. However, he did not notice that behind him, Xianling Long's expression was strange. Her neck was flushed pink, and her face had taken on a slight rosy hue. Why do these people think I have an inappropriate relationship with Jiang Yun? Although the high priest said that I would meet my destined person, I might not even be willing. Xianling Long was filled with embarrassment and annoyance. But when she thought of Jiang Yun's handsomeness and that warm feeling, she couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. At the same time, listening to Carlos's words made her curious about Jiang Yun. What kind of person could teach such a group of heroic individuals? Surely, the one who guided him must be extraordinary as well. Meanwhile, the people present exchanged glances and most understood each other's opinions. At this moment, Andrew looked at the people in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim that it was a good day, the day he became a duke, and they were here to celebrate for him. To him, these people seemed like a bunch of little bugs. Andrew raised his hand and slowly condensed an energy orb, casually tossing it out. It didn't seem very powerful. However, the energy orb exploded right beside the crowd, creating a large crater. Olawa maniaki. Please entertain me, you humble little bugs. Ha ha ha. His laughter sounded particularly unpleasant to everyone. The expressions on the faces of the crowd were quite grim. It seemed they had severely underestimated Andrew's combat power. But after seeing so many people around him, their hearts calmed down a bit. Andrew stepped out of the place he had been, and the blood pool that had been there was completely absorbed by him. He flapped his wings and leaped up, standing atop a high roof, looking down at the crowd, he felt extremely good. He looked at the various leaders in front of him and revealed an excited smile. "How about we play a game?" he said, and one energy orb after another shot out of his hand, quickly accumulating dozens of them, quietly floating in the sky. "I'll rain down these energy orbs from the sky, and you can figure out how to dodge or survive. How about that?" Andrew smiled slightly, but this smile appeared particularly eerie to everyone. "Why should we play your game?" At this moment, an unknown alien stood up and said indignantly, "Whoosh." Oh, the scene shifted, and Andrew pointed a finger, revealing that his finger had unleashed an attack that directly killed the person. "Oh, ha, ho, ho, ho. So sorry, but this is the fate of those who do not cooperate." Andrew's laughter at that moment resembled Frisia's, like a smiling tiger, as he eliminated a person without hesitation. One member of the Blaze squad approached Carlos and whispered, "Captain, what should we do now? Extending the situation is beneficial for us. We shouldn't act rashly for now." Carlos's gaze was tightly fixed on Andrew, preventing him from making any bad moves. He couldn't expect the enemy to let them go. That was impossible. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of energy blasts fell towards their area like dumplings. "Quick, dodge. Get down. What good is lying down? Hurry and get out of the way. Activate the shield." The last sentence was said by Carlos, and they included Xian Linglong in the protection. In an instant, the sound of explosions spread everywhere. However, some people were accidentally caught in the explosion's energy and were instantly obliterated. In no time, dust and smoke rose from the ground. The surrounding buildings were directly destroyed, and several craters of various sizes appeared on the ground, clearly indicating that some energy blasts had overlapping impact points. Damn it, are they treating us as playthings? Sooner or later, I will kill this monster. I have never been treated like this. This damn monster is terrifyingly strong. As the dust gradually cleared, it was evident that a small portion of the group had been lost. Some were already injured, clutching their arms, clearly having suffered energy abrasions. Just a slight brush had rendered one arm useless. One can imagine how high Andrew's damage output was. In reality, this was merely a trivial attack from Andrew. Having just been promoted to Duke, he was clearly in a great mood and was playing games with everyone. However, the cost of the game was their lives. Andrew crossed his arms and looked at the surviving group, inspecting them closely, when his gaze fell on Carlos and the others, noticing that they were completely free of dust. He couldn't help but take an interest in them. Unexpectedly, so many people had survived. Let the game continue. More energy blasts began to swirl and emerge from his hands. "Are you ready? Weak little insects, they don't have eyes." Andrew's expression was mocking and full of amusement, showing no regard for the people present. To him, everyone here was merely toys for his amusement. He enjoyed watching their anger and helplessness, as it brought him joy and released his mind and body. In an instant, the energy blasts floating in the air began to fall one after another, crashing around the group. Andrew did not control them, but let them fall freely. As for how many people would be killed, that was left to fate. Andrew actually wanted these people to hold on a little longer, as that would allow him to play a bit more. The sound of explosions rang out again, filled with many cries of agony. "If this continues, we will all be finished. We need to think of a way. What can we do? Let us charge out and fight him. Anyway, it's death either way. Why not die with honor? Yes, a good death is better than a scar the size of a bowl. 18 years later, we'll be heroes. Big brother, why 18 years? At this moment, a younger brother spoke up and said, "You silly fool. Why are you stuttering? Because you, my big brother, will only be an adult 18 years from now. In our hometown, turning 18 is considered adulthood, and you can be called a real man, a hero." The big brother also said something, but his voice suddenly choked up. "In the next life, I will definitely not mind your stutter." The eldest brother replied, "It's okay. I'm already used to it." The honest man listened to his brother's words and couldn't help but scratch his head. During a mission, he unexpectedly saved this person, and later they swore brotherhood. What he didn't know was whether they could escape this time, but it was clear that hope was slim. Once the smoke and dust settled, we would launch an attack on him. We couldn't go on like this. We had to fight back, or else we would die without meaning. Carlos immediately began to rally his brothers. "Don't concentrate too much. Spread out. Also, Miss Linglong, find an opportunity to run out. It's very dangerous here." As soon as Carlos finished giving orders, he heard a loud bang. Damn! It turned out that someone couldn't withstand Andrew's humiliation and chose to rebel against him. However, this undoubtedly disrupted everyone's rhythm. Facing the energy blast released by this person, Andrew merely extended one wing to block it. His body didn't move at all, as if he had just been bitten by a mosquito, causing no harm whatsoever. The sudden commotion startled everyone, and under the circumstances, they all decided to take action immediately. When Xian Linglong heard what Carlos said, she didn't respond, but also had no intention of escaping. Remembering that nightmarish voice from the past, she silently vowed, "I will not run away this time. Absolutely not." In a moment of desperation, she made Carlos overlook her astonishing combat power, which had now reached 50,000. Compared to when Jiang Yun first met Xian Linglong, she had become significantly stronger, but it was clearly not enough to deal with Andrew. As the dust gradually settled, the figures of everyone became visible. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, dozens of attacks surged forward, looking spectacular. However, this level of damage was clearly insufficient for Andrew. Andrew directly used his wings to shield himself, and a few seconds later, he slowly lowered them. "Is this all you've got?" Andrew mocked disdainfully. Everyone attacked together. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, and the crowd instantly moved. Lero charged straight at Andrew, then delivered a heavy punch to Andrew's body. Andrew easily kicked Lero away, sending him crashing through several houses. One by one, others followed suit. But Andrew resolved them all with just a punch and a kick, never needing a second move against a single opponent. Fish Zero Missile, Death Beam, Super Spiral Flash, Explosion Shockwave. The remaining crowd began unleashing their powerful moves, launching blue, white, and yellow attacks towards Andrew. However, Andrew simply opened his mouth and released an attack that completely obliterated everyone's assaults. A great opportunity. Fourfold Ginger King Fist. All Out. Cutting Ray. Kamehameha. Chi Yuan Slash. Exploding Shockwave. D. Seeing Andrew in a vulnerable moment, Carlos immediately activated full power, unleashing all his trump cards in an instant. The techniques were contributed earlier by Krillin and others, with Chi Yuan Slash already developed by Krillin and recorded in the system for points exchange. Compared to Kamehameha, everyone had more faith in Chi Yuan Slash due to its low energy consumption and strong cutting ability, making it perfect for the chaotic battle. Andrew looked at the incoming attacks with disdain, just about to catch them with his hand. But then he suddenly realized that the crowd's attacks were significantly stronger than the previous weaklings, with an exceptionally intricate martial art structure. He quickly enveloped himself with his wings. Boom! Boom! The sounds of impacts rang out as the attacks continuously struck Andrew's wings. After a while, the sounds ceased, and everyone began to catch their breath, as the recent assault had not been easy for them. "I no longer have the mood to play with you." Andrew's voice was filled with anger, as his favorite wings had been injured by the attacks of these ants. His wings, being the hardest part of him and usually used for defense, were something he cherished. The fact that they were breached and harmed by these weak beings was utterly humiliating. It would be a laughing stock in the demon realm. Although Carlos and others unleashed a combat power of tens of thousands, to him, they were no different from the previous few. He swiftly appeared before Xian Linglong. However, Carlos suddenly blocked in front of Xian Linglong, only to be sent flying by Andrew's punch, creating a large crater as Carlos coughed up blood and fell silent. With Carlos out of the way, Andrew kicked Xian Linglong into the sky. Then his hand radiated dazzling light. In a flash, he lunged towards Xian Linglong. "Captain! Linglong Captain!" It seemed long, but it happened in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Andrew's attack was met with resistance. A figure appeared, holding Xian Linglong in front of everyone. A figure stood with its back to the crowd, the cloak behind it swaying in the wind, resembling a legendary hero. Xian Linglong thought she was done for. Under Andrew's powerful attack, her body felt as if it was about to fall apart, just when she believed she was about to be annihilated. The breath of death enveloped her. In that moment, she even closed her eyes, but the next moment, her body was enveloped in warmth, giving her an unprecedented sense of comfort. Her beautiful, long eyelashes fluttered up and down like windshield wipers, and in her lively eyes, the delicate face of Jiang Yun appeared. Thinking that she was still in his embrace, Xian Linglong couldn't help but blush. With a sudden movement, Jiang Yun instantly transported her to the Flame Mercenary Corps base. Then, he instantly returned to the battlefield, his powerful aura exploding forth as he felt a surge of anger. Although he didn't know why he was so angry, it might be because Xian Linglong had been hurt. Unknowingly, he had developed a slight fondness for this girl. Seeing her nearly killed only intensified the flames of fury within Jiang Yun. Who are you to dare to stop me?" Jiang Yun's appearance infuriated him. How could an ant dare to disturb him, truly impatient with life? As for the aura Jiang Yun was emitting, Andrew didn't care at all. In his eyes, no matter how strong Jiang Yun was, he was merely 1/10 of Andrew's power in his perception. This level of combat power is completely insignificant to him. However, it can still bring him some enjoyment in place of those people. Without a strong opponent, how can he showcase his extraordinary combat power? At this moment, Andrew's heart was exceptionally inflated. After gaining the combat power of a duke, he wanted someone to help him experience this immense strength. It was the leader of the Flame Mercenary Corps, whose strength was surprisingly formidable. The aura he emitted, while not as powerful as this monster, was still far beyond ours. This combat power must be around 70 or 80,000. It must be said that these extraterrestrial beings, having never encountered a high combat power existence, severely underestimated the strength of Andrew and Jiang Yun. Generally speaking, explosive combat power indeed brings an aura. However, most of the combat power lies within, and only those in the Flame Mercenary Corps who can sense the energy can truly understand the terrifying nature of the two. Yet, they were also filled with worry. Although they knew the leader had many trump cards, Andrew's strength was already more than 10 times that of Jiang Yun, which inevitably made them anxious. Ha ha ha. Did you stop my attack? You have some skill. In that case, come play with me. Andrew's face was filled with excitement. He couldn't help but want to test his strength, hoping Jiang Yun could hold on a bit longer. After all, if he died, he would have no fun left. Andrew moved, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing right in front of Jiang Yun, leaving only a small pit on the ground. Jiang Yun turned and kicked, sending Andrew flying, but Andrew was unhurt. After flipping in the air, he landed gracefully. Not bad, not bad. This is how it should be. This is fun. Andrew charged towards Jiang Yun, his face full of joy. Stop disgusting me, you despicable monster. Explosive shockwave. Jiang Yun launched an energy attack at Andrew, instantly sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground, creating a massive pit. Andrew slowly got up, his face full of anger. You insignificant creature, you have angered me. Andrew's powerful aura erupted, and his strength increased again, reaching the level of 13 million. Seeing Andrew about to unleash his full power, Jiang Yun decided not to hide his strength any longer. Jiang Divine Body, activate. In an instant, Jiang Yun's aura began to surge wildly. What? Andrew couldn't believe it. Jiang Yun's strength had instantly skyrocketed to the level of a duke. How could this be? He was just a weak marquis before. How could he suddenly reach this level? He had worked hard for hundreds of years to achieve his current strength, and it was this journey to the human world that had given him a massive breakthrough. Now, this human in front of him had reached his level in an instant. Impossible. Impossible. He must have been hiding his strength, but judging by this young man's vitality, he couldn't be over 100 years old. He was another genius. Thinking of those young geniuses in the demon world who wanted to surpass the effort of hundreds of years in just a few decades made Andrew feel increasingly unbalanced. The thought of killing Jiang Yun became even stronger. Seeing the strength that Jiang Yun displayed, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed him. Andrew's killing intent surged. Ha ha ha. What I hate most are you geniuses, die. Remembering his nemesis, who is also called a genius, Andrew's malice towards Jiang Yun continued to rise. Death Missile. A massive energy ball, a deep red color, formed in Andrew's hand, flying towards Jiang Yun with a sinister aura. Holy Light Shield. Jiang Yun summoned the Holy Light Shield. It was undoubtedly the best choice against this kind of attack. Sure enough, after a 2-second standoff, the massive energy ball was deflected by Jiang Yun, shooting off into the vacuum of space. How is this possible? My death missile was so easily countered? No, his technique has problems. In that case, let's engage in close combat. Andrew sensed something was wrong with Jiang Yun's techniques and decisively closed the distance to engage in physical combat. Andrew began to use both hands and feet, even occasionally using his wings to quickly fly high, then diving down, landing a punch that forced Jiang Yun back. However, Jiang Yun quickly closed in on Andrew, utilizing his powerful combat skills. Although Jiang Yun's strength was not on par with Andrew, he fought back fiercely. Andrew landed a punch on Jiang Yun's face, causing blood to flow from the corner of Jiang Yun's mouth. But Jiang Yun retaliated with a strike to Andrew's nose, causing blood to gush out. Wiping the blood from his nose, Andrew once again approached Jiang Yun, delivering a spinning kick. But Jiang Yun bent down to dodge, sweeping Andrew off his feet, and then using one hand to prop himself up, delivering a kick that sent Andrew flying like a meteor, crashing into a rock in the wild. Boom! A large character appeared, and Andrew was buried in the impact. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Yun was actually able to beat this monster like this. Perhaps he really could defeat Andrew. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with hope. As long as Jiang Yun defeated this monster, they could survive, and they all looked at Jiang Yun with eager eyes, pinning their hopes on him. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the hollow mountain wall, followed by a figure emerging. Andrew was no longer the suave person he used to be. He was covered in scratches. Andrew suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiang Yun, who was flying in the sky. Andrew's eyes glowed red, and everyone thought he was about to unleash a powerful move. But unexpectedly, Andrew released a swarm of bats from his hands, flying towards Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun watched as Andrew released the bats, unsure of his intentions. He must have a purpose. It couldn't just be for no reason. So it was better to be cautious. Thus, Jiang Yun quickly dodged backward, keeping his distance from the bats. However, those bats seemed to have a tracking mechanism, sweeping towards Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun frowned and frequently unleashed energy blasts from his hands, killing most of Andrew's bats. Although he didn't know what purpose Andrew's bats served, it was still better to be careful. Andrew observed Jiang Yun's actions and frowned silently, though it was unclear if he had eyebrows. Andrew then released even more bats than before, while simultaneously firing energy blasts one after another at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun assessed the incoming bats and Andrew's energy blasts. Seeing that the bats posed little threat, he decided to deal with Andrew's energy blasts first. After neutralizing the energy blasts, Andrew smirked slightly, but Jiang Yun remained vigilant of the approaching bats. However, the next moment, the bats suddenly glowed red, and one after another, they surged towards Jiang Yun like moths to a flame. Not good. Jiang Yun's eyes widened as he realized Andrew's plan. These bats were going to self-destruct. But at this point, it was too late. The bats were already charging at him. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions rang out one after another, kicking up huge clouds of dust and engulfing the entire battlefield. Leader, damn it, could Jiang Yun really be taken out just like that? No way. It can't be. If he gets taken out, then I'm done for. The crowd watching from a distance felt their hearts drop. If Jiang Yun was taken out, they probably wouldn't survive either. Some people had already sneaked away. However, most people stayed put. They couldn't leave now. They had to wait for the outcome of the battle. The members of the Blaze team calmed themselves, as they could still sense Jiang Yun's aura. Although it was a bit unstable, it was not serious. Don't panic. Our leader is fine. A few members of the Blaze team reassured the crowd. Although they didn't know why these people referred to Jiang Yun as leader, they still asked curiously, how do you know? It takes hard training to achieve this. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. The Blaze team members did not want to explain further and directed their focus back to the battlefield. Although many questions lingered in the minds of the crowd. Seeing that the few people did not want to explain, they turned their attention back to the battlefield. After all, only by surviving could they ask questions, and it would not be too late to inquire once they were safe. Andrew also knew that Jiang Yun couldn't possibly die just like that. So he threw energy blasts fiercely at Jiang Yun's previous position, not stopping until he had blasted a huge pit into the ground. As the dust slowly settled, a massive crater was revealed, but there was not a single shadow of a person inside. Ha 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 ha. That bastard is finally dead. That damn genius died. Ha ha. Andrew laughed heartily, believing that he had reduced Jiang Yun to nothing. Hey, what are you laughing at over there? At this moment, a voice came from afar. It turned out that Jiang Yun had only endured 1 or 2 explosions, and then he suddenly appeared in this place using an improved version of teleportation. Enjoying Andrew's clown-like antics, Andrew and the others looked towards the direction of the sound, and Jiang Yun was surprisingly leaning against a stone pillar. How did Jiang Yun get there from so far away? Only a few members of the Blaze team knew that Jiang Yun had used teleportation. Seeing Jiang Yun's figure, a hint of envy flashed in their eyes. This was indeed a divine skill, whether for traveling or for saving one's life. Upon seeing that Jiang Yun was completely unharmed, anger welled up in Andrew's heart. He charged directly at Jiang Yun. You forced me to do this. Blood demon disintegration. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Andrew's body as he began to burn his own life force. He knew that if he delayed any longer, he might lose. So he immediately used the secret technique of their vampire clan. Andrew's combat power reached 17 million. Boom! Andrew unleashed his full power and instantly sent Jiang Yun flying, crashing heavily against the rock face before falling down. Cough cough. Jiang Yun coughed up blood, feeling that his organs were injured and 5 of his ribs were broken. The leaders of the major mercenary groups were stunned. Andrew actually had a trump card and had instantly severely injured Jiang Yun. In an instant, everyone felt their hearts sink. Feeling his current state, Jiang Yun couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This world was indeed so real. Villains would never say a word more to you, and in the end, They would be done in by their own verbosity. Perhaps that was a privilege only the protagonist enjoyed, influenced by the protagonist's halo, allowing them to seize opportunities to turn the tide. But it was precisely because he knew how real this world was that he had always kept a trump card. Jiang Yun used the space storage technique to take out a celestial being, instantly, fully reviving. Following that, Jiang Yun clenched his fists. Jiang God Body. Thunder Mode. God of Thunder descends. Lightning began to emanate from Jiang Yun's body, blue and white arcs of electricity flickering around him. His hair was affected by the powerful energy, slightly standing up, with tiny currents flowing through it, and arcs of electricity occasionally striking the ground, creating two pits. At this moment, Jiang Yun was enveloped in lightning, looking like a thunder god, exuding an overwhelming dominance. This is Jiang Yun's trump card, transforming his ordinary Jiang divine body into the energy of thunder. When he started researching attribute energy, Jiang Yun had considered directly converting his qi into attribute qi, rather than having attributes appear in his techniques. Utilizing the simulation effects of the virtual universe, Jiang Yun, with his astonishing comprehension and the assistance of vital energy, successfully transformed the qi in his body into the power of thunder. However, since it wasn't fully perfected and he hadn't cultivated it to mastery, he could only use the Thunder God mode with the help of vital energy after entering this state. During his research, Jiang Yun developed a great interest in vital energy, and when he encountered difficulties in converting qi into attributes, he attempted to use the power of vital energy for conversion, resulting in unexpected ease. The transformation of vital energy turned out to be surprisingly simple. Vital energy is the essence of all things, naturally pervasive in everything, rivers, mountains, lightning, and even within the human body. Vital energy can be said to constitute the existence of the Dragon Ball world. His body was already filled with a massive amount of vital energy, laying the foundation for transforming into the Thunder mode. He only succeeded a year ago and had never told anyone. Now, what was contained in his body was no longer pure qi, but qi with the nature of thunder. However, since he entered this state in the Jiang Divine Body mode, his body autonomously absorbs external vital energy to sustain its operation, providing a foundation for the Thunder mode. Jiang Yun has been striving to transform the Thunder mode into a normal state, as the normal state is fundamental, and this has been his continuous effort. However, at present, his accumulation is still too little and requires time to settle. Jiang Yun successfully transformed, astonishing everyone. With Andrew's strength greatly increased, Jiang Yun's transformation slapped everyone in the face, leaving them utterly bewildered. Jiang Yun, glowing with thunder, appeared in everyone's eyes as a transformation. Everyone stared at Jiang Yun in shock. At this moment, he truly resembled a thunder god descending upon the world, the immense aura suffocating everyone. Andrew was also shocked by Jiang Yun's transformation. But what truly astonished him was the extremely dangerous aura suddenly emanating from Jiang Yun, even suppressing his own strength. Andrew's current combat power was 15 million. It's no wonder that at this moment, Jiang Yun was filled with the power of thunder. And thunder is the greatest nemesis of the demonic creatures from the demon realm. At this time, Jiang Yun's combat power reached 55 million. During the more than 10 days on Mike Star, after absorbing the essence of martial arts from the Mike people, his combat power increased to 1,100,000. The Thunder mode further multiplied his power by 5 times on the basis of the Jiang God body, giving Jiang Yun a somewhat divine appearance. His current combat power could be said to be very strong in the universe. However, facing enemies and opponents whose strength would grow wildly in the future, it was still far from enough. Jiang Yun looked coldly at Andrew, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Andrew. Andrew hurriedly counterattacked, but Jiang Yun instantly appeared behind him. Andrew struck backward, but Jiang Yun easily dodged, making Andrew's speed seem as slow as a snail in his eyes. After repeating this several times, Andrew realized that he couldn't even touch the corner of Jiang Yun's clothing, and fear began to rise in his heart. "I can't believe it! I can't believe it!" Andrew said in disbelief, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. Clearly under immense pressure, Andrew began to throw punches at Jiang Yun, but his attacks were completely chaotic. His mental state had been shattered, and, in our words, his mindset had collapsed. "I've already gone berserk, and you can still cheat. This is simply against martial ethics." A flock of grass mud horses flashed through Andrew's mind. Jiang Yun easily dodged all of them, grabbed Andrew, and slammed him hard into the ground. Then he grabbed one of Andrew's feet and swung him around like a wolf fawn club, smashing him wildly. Andrew was instantly knocked unconscious. And then Jiang Yun grabbed Andrew's foot, spun him around in the air a few times, and then hurled him heavily away, crashing him against the rocks and even smashing through several mountain peaks. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, as this monster who had previously mocked them had unexpectedly fallen to such a state. Everyone could see that Jiang Yun was toying with this person. Andrew woke up again after this, but he wished he hadn't. His body had been shattered by those hits. However, soon, the vampire bloodline began to repair his body, and in no time he was almost fully healed. Jiang Yun looked at Andrew's recovering body. While the speed was not comparable to that of the Mike people, and certainly not to Majin Buu, it did not diminish his aura, which surprised him a bit. He then thought of Andrew's appearance. Could he be the legendary vampire? Is there really a vampire race in the Dragon Ball world? In fact, Andrew was indeed a vampire, but he was generally referred to as a vampire demon, and he held a relatively high status among the demon race. Jiang Yun was temporarily unaware of these matters, but he had developed a certain interest in Andrew's background. The NGD-NGB. Jiang Yun directly used D-NGD-NGB to seal Andrew's limbs. Then he flicked his hand. A thunder sword condensed in his hand. He placed it against Andrew's neck and said with a smile, "Do you want to live, or do you want to die?" Feeling the thunder sword on his neck, Andrew did not think for a second that his neck could withstand Jiang Yun's attack. At that moment, Jiang Yun seemed to him like a true demon. The sword on his neck occasionally sparked with lightning, striking Andrew's neck. Although the damage wasn't high, it was quite uncomfortable and filled Andrew with fear. In fact, this was Jiang Yun's intention, primarily to scare Andrew into submission. Sure enough, Andrew began to plead for mercy. "Please don't kill me." Andrew had just become a duke, and he had not yet taken his revenge. Seeing that Jiang Yun had no intention of killing him immediately, he quickly started begging for mercy, hoping that Jiang Yun would spare him. Jiang Yun felt secretly pleased, but said, "Let's see how you perform. If you do well, I might let you go. Do you understand?" I understand. Andrew hurriedly replied. "First, tell me where you came from. After all, I've never heard of you before." Jiang Yun shook the thunder sword in his hand and asked Andrew. Andrew looked at the trembling sword, swallowed hard, and nervously said, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, Jiang Yun would kill him. "My name is Andrew. I am a vampire demon from the demon world." "So you really are a vampire?" Jiang Yun was a bit surprised, but he continued to listen as Andrew spoke. "I offended a powerful entity and was being hunted down, which is how I accidentally ended up in the human world. In fact, our vampire clan is also a major power. However, my status within the clan is not very high, not comparable to another, so I was directly abandoned by the clan." At this point, Andrew's eyes were filled with hatred, not only for his enemies, but also for the family that had abandoned him. "Keep talking," Jiang Yun said again. Yes. Andrew dared not resist and continued. "My enemy is named Lester from the Silver Armor clan. The Silver Armor clan is born with a layer of silver armor, has incredible defense, and their combat strength is not weak. With the existence of the silver armor, they can even challenge opponents of a higher level, making them a major power in the demon world, with a status even above our vampire clan. And Lester is the grandson of a high-ranking member of the Silver Armor clan, and his own combat strength is also above mine." Jiang Yun was a bit surprised, not expecting the demon world to be so powerful, where even a junior like Lester was stronger than Andrew. In reality, what Jiang Yun didn't know was that Andrew was referring to the past. Lester's combat strength was only around 11 million, completely inferior to the current Andrew. "Now tell me about the situation in your demon world." "Yes. The largest forces in our demon world are the Silver Armor clan, the Giant Demon clan, the Thorn clan, and the Stone Demon clan. If it weren't for our vampire clan's decline, we would likely be one of the 5 major powers. Among them, the Silver Armor clan is the weakest of the 4 major forces, and below the 4 major forces is my vampire clan. Besides that, there are various large and small factions. The one ruling our entire demon world is Lord Demon King Depura, who is said to possess immense strength, far surpassing our clan's prince." Andrew's eyes flashed with admiration. After all, their demon race revered the strong. "Since you were a demon, how did you come to the human world?" Jiang Yun asked again. "I came to the human world through the Abyss Canyon, where there is a spatial rift leading to the human world. However, the spatial turbulence inside is very chaotic, and those with insufficient strength can easily be torn to pieces by it. Back then, I was just lucky not to be shredded by the spatial turbulence." A look of relief flashed across Andrew's face. "Oh, spatial turbulence. Spatial rift? Introduce this spatial rift to me." Jiang Yun filled with curiosity upon hearing Andrew mention the spatial rift, said to him, "Of course, my lord." Andrew dared not defy Jiang Yun's words and nodded eagerly. "This spatial rift is located in the Abyss Canyon, and I was lucky to fall into this rift without being torn apart. The Abyss Canyon, also known as the Abyss Gorge, is a perilous place for our demon race. It is said to be filled with dangers, and I had no choice but to enter the Abyss Canyon when being hunted down, and I was fortunate enough to pass through this rift to the human world. I was also lucky to have avoided the attacks of the spatial turbulence." At that moment, a look of relief appeared on Andrew's face, clearly indicating that the situation at that time was very critical. "Oh, so where is this spatial rift you mentioned?" "The spatial rift is located above the white dwarf star in the twin star region." Andrew informed Jiang Yun of the location of the rift. "The twin star region? It doesn't seem too far away. With our current spaceship, we can reach it in 2 days. How about we go take a look then?" Jiang Yun thought to himself, eager to witness the spatial rift. He then said to Andrew, "I can choose not to kill you, but it depends on your performance. So far it looks good, but your existence is still a threat to others, so I must take precautions against you." As he spoke, Jiang Yun retracted the sword in his hand and pointed both hands at Andrew's heart, sending a surge of energy toward it. Immediately, Andrew felt a chill gather around his heart, sensing a profound threat. "What is this?" Andrew asked in fear, trembling all over. "This is my thunderous energy. If you don't obediently comply, it will explode in your heart, Bang. You know what to do. And don't hold any illusions. It will remain in your heart for 10 years. 10 years. Let's see how you perform. If you do well, I'll let you go. Do you understand?" After hearing Jiang Yun's words, Andrew calmed down. He thought Jiang Yun was untrustworthy and wanted to kill him, but upon hearing Jiang Yun's locked words, he realized that although he had a time bomb, it was better to be alive than dead. However, the thought of staying under Jiang Yun's control for 10 years made him feel uncomfortable. But constrained by circumstances, he had to endure the humiliation. 10 years was nothing for their long-lived vampire demon race. Moreover, he had already been in the human realm for 10 years. 10 years meant nothing to him. Jiang Yun, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Andrew was a rare experimental subject. Faced with this cold-blooded being, Jiang Yun felt no pity and wanted to throw Andrew to Dr. Brief for research. Dr. Brief would surely be thrilled with a being like Andrew. Scientists are always interested in peculiar things, especially vampires like Andrew. Jiang Yun then released Andrew. Suddenly, Andrew's combat power plummeted to just over 10 million. He weakly knelt on the ground, clearly indicating that Andrew's secret technique had reached its limit. Jiang Yun speculated that he was far inferior to himself. He could easily last half a day in this mode, and the pressure was not even significant. Jiang Yun flew with Andrew towards the others and arrived in front of Bu Chun, where he saw a figure lying beside him. It was Carlos from before. "He still has 1 breath left," Bu Chun said to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun then bent down, fed a celestial bean into Carlos's mouth, and used energy to help Carlos swallow it. After all, in his current state, Carlos couldn't do it on his own. Instantly, Carlos's injuries vanished without a trace. For Jiang Yun, using healing techniques would be too slow at this moment, and keeping a trump card was also a good idea. You never know when it might save a life. The others watched with envy, astonished that Jiang Yun possessed such a divine object, something that could save lives. However, they did not dare to have any designs on Jiang Yun, especially since he had saved everyone. Overall, despite the twists and turns of this operation, the outcome was good, though it was a pity for the previously fallen team leaders. Soon after, everyone returned, but they did not forget Batu, the chief culprit who helped Andrew. With Bu Chen's assistance, they captured Batu and angrily killed him, avenging their fallen brothers. However, they dared not have any designs on Andrew, as he had already fallen into Jiang Yun's hands. After this battle, Jiang Yun's reputation soared, and with everyone's support, he became the leader of Qiulong's star. At this time, Xianlinglong also learned of Jiang Yun's victory over Andrew. After Jiang Yun saved her and fed her a celestial being, he quickly returned to the battlefield. Xianlinglong recalled the scene when Jiang Yun saved her, remembering the warmth of being held in his arms, filled with shyness as she thought of the high priest prophecy. Murmuring, "He is the savior," thinking of what the high priest had said, the two were destined to be together. And her heart was filled with the image of Jiang Yun. After a day of fermentation, legends about Jiang Yun spread all over Qiulong's star. "Have you heard? The perverse murderer from some time ago has been found. It turns out to be Lord Batu, the planet master." "Bah, what Lord Batu? He doesn't deserve it. He actually harmed his own people. I heard Batu raised a great demon, and he killed people to feed it. but he was slain by the wise and mighty Lord Jiang-Yun. Lord Jiang-Yun will also become the new planet master. I also heard that Lord Jiang-Yun transformed into a three-headed, six-armed figure and knocked that monster down. Others also heard stories about Jiang-Yun, but they became increasingly exaggerated through retelling. Tall as 100 zhong, a thousand-handed Azura, a fierce and terrifying god. Anyway, all sorts of rumors spread. The next day, Xian Linglong visited with lawn peeling. The two sat quietly on the sofa, drinking tea, until Xian Linglong finally broke the silence. Is my fierce and terrifying thousand-handed Azura master not going to say anything? Unlike Xian Linglong's cheerful demeanor, Jiang Yun was filled with black lines on his forehead. Who spread these ridiculous rumors? A handsome young man was being portrayed as a fierce god and turned into a multi-armed monster. What he couldn't tolerate the most was that some even said he was not a man, but a woman. Can a man endure that? In an empty living room, they began to converse as if no one was around, with Xian Linglong's laughter occasionally ringing out. As they talked, Xian Linglong suddenly stopped laughing, and the atmosphere became tense. She stood up, walked to Jiang Yun's side, stared at his face silently for 2 seconds, and said, "Thank you for saving me." After saying that, she tightly hugged Jiang Yun's body, and Jiang Yun paused for 2 seconds before also embracing Xian Linglong's graceful figure. At this moment, sunlight streamed in from outside, shining on the two people, making them look as beautiful as a painting. The two were quietly embracing each other in this wonderful environment. After the warmth, their relationship improved significantly, which was noticed by both the Blaze Mercenary Group and the Rose Mercenary Group. Everyone felt that there must be some hidden relationship between the two. However, everyone also thought that the two of them were undoubtedly a perfect match, a golden boy and a jade girl. As a result, the relationship between the two mercenary groups improved a lot, and some brothers even married members of the Rose Mercenary Group. But that is a story for later. After resting for a few days, Jiang Yun thought about checking the space rift that Andrew mentioned. So he called Bu Chun and Andrew, planning to go to the White Dwarf Star in the Gemini Star region together. Once the two arrived, the three set off without bringing anyone else. On the spaceship, Jiang Yun asked Andrew, "Is it possible for others to cross the space rift you went through?" Andrew replied, "Theoretically, yes. But the chances are very slim because traversing the spatial turbulence is quite troublesome. I also arrived here without realizing it at the time. Recreating the situation back then is difficult because everyone's circumstances are different." Jiang Yun nodded and looked at the map on the spaceship, seeing that it would take another day and a half to reach their destination. After checking the time on his watch, he turned to Bu Chun and said, "Call me when we arrive. I'm going to rest for a bit." After saying that, he turned and walked towards his room. Although he intended to rest, he ended up meditating for a while. After his meditation, he finally planned to take a break. "Brother Yin, we have arrived." Bu Chun knocked on Jiang Yun's door, signaling that they had reached their destination. "I know." Jiang Yun exited his meditation, opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged, and felt his breath. As he absorbed the vital energy, he sensed that his body was becoming increasingly in tune with it. He felt that the day when he could master the thunder mode as a norm was not far off. As the spaceship slowly descended, the door gradually opened, and the three of them walked down the spaceship as Jiang Yun stored it away. Looking at the vast surroundings, Jiang Yun turned to Andrew. Andrew understood Jiang Yun's intention and immediately said, "The location of the space rift is in a basin in the northwest corner, roughly in that direction." As he spoke, Andrew pointed in a certain direction. "Let's go." Jiang Yun took the lead and flew in that direction, with Bu Chun and Andrew closely following. Soon, the three arrived in front of the space rift that Andrew mentioned. They saw a crack several meters long appear before them. It looked like a piece of cloth that had developed a tear, but a silver-gray airflow was swirling in between. Although it didn't seem harmful, the sharp aura emanating from it hit the three of them head-on, and they had no doubt about the power of the space rift before them. Andrew explained, "This space rift connects from this side to the other side. You only need to reach the marquee level to pass through, which is what you humans refer to as a combat power of 1 million. It's relatively easy to cross from this side, but coming from the other side is extremely dangerous. The spatial turbulence along this passage is almost sweeping towards the side you pass through, so coming from the other side is like going against the current. This requires extremely powerful strength." Andrew explained to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun pondered. With his current combat power, crossing over would be effortless. However, returning would be quite challenging because he couldn't guarantee he would have the same luck as Andrew back then to survive in this crisis-filled space rift. Although he couldn't enter the space rift to explore, Jiang Yun learned some good news it was quite difficult for the demon realm to come through here. So for the time being, no one would come to trouble him. This meant he could take the opportunity to develop his power. At the same time, looking at the space rift before him, Jiang Yun thought of his previous conversation with Dr. Brief, wanting him to study the construction of a space portal. However, Dr. Brief had mentioned that creating spatial objects was easy, but building a stable space transmission device was beyond his current capabilities. Jiang Yun thought about it. Indeed, the technology in the Dragon Ball world was uneven. In his previous life, sci-fi movies often featured space teleportation and various black technologies. However, those worlds were fully developed and couldn't be viewed through the lens of the Dragon Ball world. After all, in this world, the power of technology had been greatly weakened due to the dominance of individual strength. Even weapons capable of exploding stars were rare, let alone human-killing devices like the two-dimensional foil. Moreover, few people researched spatial abilities, so there were currently no spaceships capable of achieving space jumps in the universe. This undoubtedly made Jiang Yun pay more attention to the potential of technology, realizing that there was still a lot of room for development in technology. With Jiang Yun's help, it was not impossible for Earthlings to become a powerful cosmic race in martial arts and technology. The space rift before him, although currently not helpful to him, might inspire Dr. Brief to obtain spatial parameters from a rift, possibly allowing him to create a stable space device. When that time came, the development of his forces would be incredibly swift. Thinking of this, Jiang Yun developed the idea of returning to Earth. He immediately excitedly said to Buchan, "Send someone to regularly check on this space rift. We must not let anyone damage this place." Although Bu Chen did understand why Jiang Yun suddenly became excited, and this place was desolate with hardly anyone coming here, he still nodded in agreement. Jiang Yun must have his reasons. Bu Chen knew that every action he took had its significance. So Jiang Yun led the two back, but they did not use the spaceship. Instead, Jiang Yun directly used instant transmission to return to the Dragon Star. Previously, he hadn't used instant transmission because he didn't know the location of the white dwarf star that Andrew mentioned, and the entire Gemini star region was very large. There were also many white dwarf stars, and without knowing the coordinates, he could only use instant transmission to travel back and forth after visiting once. I must say, instant transmission is indeed convenient. Thus, Jiang Yun planned to make a trip back to Earth, while also bringing Andrew to Dr. Brief for research and acting as a bodyguard. However, just as Jiang Yun was about to return to Earth, Xian Linglong suddenly came to visit. Jiang Yun had no choice but to meet with her, and upon learning that Jiang Yun wanted to return to his home planet soon, Xian Linglong happily proposed to accompany him back to take a look. Looking at the young and beautiful woman before him, Jiang Yun didn't resist her. After hearing her request, he agreed. After all, whether he brought one person or a group, with his current strength, it was completely fine to travel this distance with a few people. So after making arrangements with Bu Chen, Jiang Yun took Xian Linglong and Andrew back to Earth. Andrew was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that this human had such abilities. It seemed he had used this method to dodge his attack back then. In an instant, the three appeared at the Martial Alliance base, which was Jiang Yun's room. No one knows that Jiang Yun has returned to Earth. The first thing Jiang Yun did upon returning was to find Dr. Brief. When Dr. Brief saw that Jiang Yun brought a girl to see him, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. He hadn't heard of Jiang Yun having a girlfriend over the years, and now he was bringing a woman directly to him. Jiang Yun noticed Dr. Brief's reaction and explained, "This is Xian Linglong, a friend from the universe." Dr. Brief also appeared to understand. Jiang Yun could tell that Dr. Brief definitely had no good intentions. "You understand what?" "Exactly?" At this moment, Dr. Brief looked at Andrew, who was beside Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun glanced at Andrew and then pulled Dr. Brief to a corner. "This person is named Andrew, and he comes from the demon world. You don't need to worry about who he is. Just know that he is a bad guy. The main purpose of bringing him here is for you, Doctor, to study, and by the way, to act as your bodyguard. Plus, he is a vampire," Jiang Yun said to Dr. Brief with a wink. When Jiang Yun mentioned that Andrew was a vampire, Dr. Brief also showed a bit of interest. Although he was not very skilled in biological sciences, his so-called lack of skill made him a notable expert in front of others. Jiang Yun walked over to Andrew and said to him, "Your responsibility is to protect the doctor's safety, and also to cooperate with the doctor in regularly drawing blood for his research. Just a little bit. It won't be a bother." Upon hearing that Jiang Yun wanted him to protect such an old man and also cooperate in drawing blood, Andrew was completely opposed in his heart. However, under the threat to his life, he compromised. As soon as Xian Linglong arrived on Earth, she was filled with curiosity about this unfamiliar environment. She had a good impression of the atmosphere of this planet, Its abundant vitality made her feel genuinely comfortable. Later, Jiang Yun talked to Dr. Brief about his discovery. And upon learning that Jiang Yun knew about a natural spatial rift, Dr. Brief became very interested. This was very helpful for his research on space. When he found out that Jiang Yun had the same idea, he was even more delighted, as exploring science was his greatest interest. He immediately decided to let Jiang Yun take him to this spatial rift for spatial research. The two reached an agreement. The concept of spatial teleportation was scarcely mentioned in this universe, and no one had even thought of it. When Dr. Brief learned about Jiang Yun's idea, he was astounded, suggesting that space could become a part of people's lives. This research direction was indeed promising. However, based on his current theories, he was unsure how many years it would take to research it. After learning about the existence of the spatial rift, Dr. Brief was also confident that he could create the spatial device that Jiang Yun mentioned, as long as he could collect relevant spatial data. His years of research in spatial technology would be enough to overcome this hurdle. In the following days, due to the existence of the spatial rift, Andrew was sidelined by Dr. Brief. He was now too busy with his research on Andrew, as he considered the study of space to be more important. He used Jiang Yun's instantaneous movement to travel back and forth between two locations, asking Jiang Yun to pick him up at intervals, which Jiang Yun didn't mind at all. However, he also had the members of the Martial Alliance practice instantaneous movement. Although the training was difficult, with the help of the time flow in the virtual universe, the progress was significant. Over the next 6 months, several individuals with good spatial talent successfully completed their training. It must be said that the Martial Alliance has developed to the point where various elites can be found, with many outstanding talents. Moreover, Jiang Yun occasionally returned to Qiulong Star, especially after Xian Linglong had tasted the delicious food on Earth that Jiang Yun introduced her to. She transformed into a foodie, often lingering on Earth to eat and drink, and also learned many tricks of shopping from women. This made Jiang Yun, a celebrity on Earth, feel helpless, and he had no choice but to use his mental power to subtly weaken their presence while they were shopping, even face to face. With his current level of mental power, as long as the opponent's strength wasn't too strong, he could easily make them overlook him with a deliberate display. As for the management of Earth, the Prime Minister was doing quite well, and all he had to do was to be a hands-off manager. During the past 6 months, Jiang Yun gradually relaxed his mind, spending each day eating and drinking with Xian Linglong, which made him quite happy. After this period of time, Jiang Yun discovered that his mental strength had actually increased even more. In the past days, Jiang Yun was either cultivating or practicing, and his mind was completely tense without any release. Now that he has relaxed, his tightly wound mental state has been released, and in the process of relaxation, his mental strength has been nourished and has become even stronger. On this day, Jiang Yun accompanied Xian Linglong as usual while walking on the street. Suddenly, he heard a voice. "Young, strong one, the old man invites you to the temple for a chat." Jiang Yun was a bit surprised, and Xian Linglong also sent something. Jiang Yun said to Xian Linglong, "I can't accompany you shopping today. Someone just called for me." Xian Linglong nodded obediently, indicating that he didn't need to worry about her. Jiang Yun directly used a teleportation move and arrived at the temple. "Young man, you indeed know of the temple's existence." The voice of the God of Heaven contained a hint of understanding. "I know of your existence. Do you have something to discuss with me, God of Heaven?" Jiang Yun replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly, with a slight smile. "It's nothing in particular. I simply want to have a talk with you. Bobo, take the guest to the reception hall." The God of Heaven instructed Bobo to take Jiang Yun to the reception hall, where they began to converse. "The changes in the world are so rapid that it's a bit hard for me to catch up. I see the world developing magnificently under your leadership, and I wonder if you have any interest in inheriting my position." The God of Heaven's words were astonishing. Jiang Yun was somewhat surprised by the God of Heaven's statement. In the original story, the God of Heaven wanted to pass his position to Wukong, but now he wanted to pass it to himself. However, Jiang Yun still said, "God of Heaven, I have no intention of taking your position. I want to go further on the path of martial arts." Jiang Yun continued, "I think you could easily manage for a few hundred years. Why rush to find a successor?" Hearing Jiang Yun's refusal, the God of Heaven was a bit surprised, as this was an honor he viewed as supreme. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk of separating from Majin Buu. Everyone has their own thoughts. I cannot stay on Earth forever. Perhaps the scenery of the universe is also quite nice. Jiang Yun took a sip of tea, implying that he still wanted to wander in the universe, as Earth was too small. The God of Heaven was silent for a moment. In his view, this young man's ambition was particularly great. But then he thought of this young man's achievements and couldn't help but feel that a broader world was more suited to him. Well, young people have their own destinies. The God of Heaven felt helpless. He originally planned to pass his position to this young man, but unexpectedly, the young man didn't even want it. God of Heaven, let's not talk about this for now. How about we discuss your homeland? Jiang Yun slowly said. My homeland? The God of Heaven was a bit puzzled by Jiang Yun's words. Your own homeland? Is Yunza particularly high and far? This is something only Bobo knows besides myself. Are you talking about the Yunza Bit Plateau? I haven't told anyone else about this besides Bobo. The deity was quite surprised when Jiang Yun mentioned his hometown. No, it's not the Yunza Bit Plateau, but planet Namek. Jiang Yun sat up from his sofa and looked at the deity seriously, his deep eyes seeming to have the power to see through people's hearts. Planet Namek? That name sounds so familiar, but I should have never heard of it before. The deity felt particularly close to what Jiang Yun said about planet Namek. However, he had never heard of this place, and just by the sound of the name, he knew it was an alien planet. Could it be? Planet Namek is your hometown deity, Jiang Yun told the deity. Could it be? The deity began to have a guess. That's right, deity, you are an Namekian. Your hometown once experienced a great disaster, and out of necessity, you were sent to Earth. Jiang Yun explained, then looked at the deity, who appeared a bit flustered yet somewhat surprised. After hearing Jiang Yun's words, the deity started to believe him. Just the mention of planet Namek made him feel that Jiang Yun was not lying. He felt a fondness for those few words from the bottom of his heart. I was fortunate enough to go to planet Namek and even met the elder, receiving their warm hospitality. There are many Namekians, most of whom look quite similar to you, deity. This shows that you are indeed a Namekian. Jiang Yun explained to the deity why he knew he was a Namekian. However, he would not say that he already knew the deity was a Namekian. After all, this made more sense, didn't it? Thus, what was initially a conversation initiated by the deity with Jiang Yun instantly transformed into a discussion about their hometowns. What was supposed to be a chance to mentor this young man instead led to Jiang Yun expressing gratitude towards the deity, while the deity held Jiang Yun in high regard. Because Jiang Yun helped him realize that he was not an orphan. He learned about his true hometown and that there are many others like him in the world, which filled his heart with excitement. Thank you for letting me know where my hometown is. The deity was very grateful to Jiang Yun for telling him about his hometown and had unknowingly started using honorifics. Deity, if possible, I can also take you to planet Namek. Jiang Yun said to the deity. He didn't mind extending his goodwill. This elderly man who had done so much for Earth had never returned to his hometown. Perhaps he could help him. The deity fell silent. He never expected that one day he could find his own people. He didn't know how to face his kin. Let's talk about this later. I might need to trouble you in the future. The deity said a bit sadly, then turned to Bobo and said, Bobo, see them off. Hearing this, Jiang Yun understood that the deity's thoughts were complex, so he didn't want to disturb him further and said to Bobo, sorry for the interruption. Then he followed Bobo out of the waiting room. Once outside, Jiang Yun bid farewell to Bobo and used instant transmission to return to the Martial Alliance. Thinking about what he had said to the deity, Jiang Yun also recalled his life on planet Namek and the wish he had made back then. What wish do you want me to make? I will convey it to Palunga. This is what Neru said to himself. Neru, please tell Barunja that my first wish is to learn the language of the gods. Jiang Yun expressed his wish to Neru. Although Neru found it a bit strange, he still conveyed it to Barunja. After hearing this, Barunja's eyes glowed red. This wish is very simple. After Barunja finished speaking, Jiang Yun felt a new piece of knowledge in his mind, which was the language of the gods. Although Jiang Yun didn't want to rely too much on the power of the divine dragon, he thought it was necessary to learn the language of the gods since he would have to deal with the gods in the future. And it was essential for summoning the super divine dragon. The Dragon Balls run through the entire Dragon Ball world, and sometimes the power of the Dragon Balls must be borrowed. Neru, my next wish is to find out how to connect the energy among people to form a formation that allows mutual borrowing, achieving the effect of multiple people forming a united front with combined combat power. Jiang Yun shared his thoughts with Neru. This was an idea he had considered before. As long as the energy of many people could be connected and a formation could be established, the combined strength of many could be utilized, taking advantage of the large base of the Martial Alliance. However, although this idea sounds simple, it is quite challenging to implement. The Dragon Ball world is mostly about individual combat power, and the strength of the masses is insignificant. Jiang Yun believes that the power of energy certainly has more effects. But over time, few have studied it, most only rely on their own talents, which is even more common in the universe, where many do not even know systematic training methods. Training combat power can be extremely brutal. The subtle uses of energy can heal and achieve various effects. Space and time are all related to it, and the effects of energy can definitely be more extensive. But thinking alone is not enough. That's why Jiang Yun thought of enhancing everyone's strength and broadening their imagination, gathering the strength of many to assist him. Jiang Yun still had his own motives. The martial arts library he previously established was meant to collect others' martial arts skills and ideas, creating benefits for everyone while also providing resources for his own martial arts. For this wish, to achieve the effect you mentioned, it requires everyone to have sufficient tacit understanding. And at the same time, one person must become the core of the group, with energy flowing continuously without interruption. Additionally, the formation must remain intact, and the essence must condense, merging body and energy and divinity, where pulling one hair can move the whole body. To achieve the effect of combined combat power requires. Barunja rambled on with a lot of information, leaving Neru a bit confused, but Jiang Yun understood most of it. Although what Barunja said was not very similar to various formations from his previous life, as long as he understood and adapted it, he could fully utilize it. Barunja had already resolved the key issue of energy connection, and Jiang Yun could handle the rest. Barunja's explanation was already quite comprehensive. Secretly noting everything Barunja said, Jiang Yun asked Neru his most concerned question: how can one become a god? This is a question that Jiang Yun has thought about for a long time. In the original work, one does not achieve divinity solely through combat power. Their divine positions are inherited, and they also maintain the power of Qi within their bodies. Although they can wield divine power, they are not born as deities. This includes King Yin Luo, who is also a deity under the All-King system. How one ultimately achieves divinity is what Jiang Yun contemplates, wanting to attain divinity with a mortal body. Nilu conveyed this wish to Palunja. After hearing Jiang Yun's words, Nilu also told Palunja. After a moment of silence, Palunja said, to achieve divinity, one way is through assessment, becoming a deity under the All-King system. This is the simplest path to becoming a deity. Another way is to become a self-made deity, to comprehend divine power and become a demigod, which also grants a long lifespan associated with divinity. However, this is relatively rarer, and such deities are known as power deities. Another method is to make a wish through the Super Dragon Balls, which can also lead to becoming a deity. However, this type of wish has significant limitations and is referred to as a wild god, which is not recognized and generally not allowed. Achieving divinity in this manner is prohibited by the supreme gods, and those who are discovered usually face execution. There is also a type of deity who comprehends divine power, with both soul and body becoming divine. This is known as a true god, receiving the favor of the universe and the recognition of heaven and earth. Such deities are permitted under the All-King system and hold a high status. I only know these conditions, but as for how to achieve them, I do not know. All right, your wish has been fulfilled, and I must take my leave. Palunja appeared very anxious, as if afraid Jiang Yun might ask further questions, and hurriedly vanished. Jiang Yun was also speechless. He was already aware of some of the information the dragon had shared. Although he gained some insights, he was still puzzled. However, Jiang Yun also realized that the divine system under the All-King system is strict, completely controlling the deities and even not allowing the existence of wild gods. As for the power deities, this deity has a short lifespan and poses little threat to the gods. To continue progressing, it can only turn to the gods. What Jiang Yun does not know is that issues regarding deities are generally prohibited from being spread, and very few people are aware of them. Although the divine dragon is inherited from the lineage of the dragon god Salama, its allegiance actually belongs to the Omni-King system. Otherwise, in the original work, the divine dragon would not be so fearful of Beerus. This is also the reason why Barunja is so cautious. The rules compel him to speak about matters concerning deities. However, as long as he answers Jiang Yun's questions, it is sufficient. Although not very detailed, this falls within the scope permitted by the rules. The divine dragon relies on willpower. This is a magical power related to causality. That is why the dragon can know so many things. As long as something has happened, the dragon can trace its existence through causality. As for the existence of the dragon of Namek is said to have been granted the power of the dragon god Saroma, because their ancestors once served him. This is how the power to create Dragon Balls came to be, and the Namekians are also referred to as the Dragon Clan. Jiang Yun pondered over the words of the dragon. it seems that the road ahead is long and arduous. It appears that becoming a true god is not an easy task. From what the dragon implied, it has been many years since a true god has appeared. As for becoming a deity under the Omni King, Jiang Yun does not mind much. However, higher-level gods, such as the Kaishin, are considered to have some status. The god of destruction is also regarded as a relatively respected deity in the universe. But perhaps it is because of fear of their power. However, it is unacceptable for a powerful god of destruction to be bound to life with a Kaishin, connecting one's life with another. Even a being as strong as a god of destruction will perish after the Kaishin dies. This is why Jiang Yun wishes to become a true god who roams freely in the world. As for how to become a god and comprehend divine power, Jiang Yun does not yet know. In the original work, Sun Wukong became a Super Saiyan god by harnessing the mental power among the Saiyans, briefly attaining the strength of the divine realm, which is an existence that reaches the divine realm in combat power, rather than a divine position like that of the Kai or Kaishin. However, the Kaishin is not a god specifically for combat. Their combat power is merely an addition. In Jiang Yun's mind, the divine realm is also tiered. The Kaishin is a deity responsible for creation, maintaining the balance of a universe by creating planets. The god of destruction, on the other hand, is responsible for destroying planets and annihilating those that hinder the development of the universe. The two maintain a balance, which is why their lives are interconnected, as they correspond to each other. In terms of status, they're fairly similar, but the Kaishin has no status in front of the god of destruction due to their strength being completely inferior. After all, this world still relies on strength. In Jiang Yun's conception, if one were to categorize the divine realm into levels, the realm of the Super Saiyan God would be the initial stage of the divine realm, the first level of the divine realm. In the original work, the god of destruction said that Sun Wukong could already make Beerus use 70% of his strength. This is just Beerus's wording. Goku's true power is vastly different from Beerus's. As for Goku in Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue form, Jiang Yun speculates that it has likely reached the second level of the god realm. It must be said that Whis' level is quite high. After half a year under Whis, Vegeta caught up to Goku's previous god level and later entered the second level of the god realm alongside Goku. This is the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. In the original work, the old Kaishin mentioned that transformation is a false path, and improving oneself is the true way. While this statement is not wrong, transformation is undoubtedly the true fit for Saiyans, as they can still rely on transformation to enhance their level even in the god realm. This is probably something the old Supreme Kai couldn't imagine. This road is undoubtedly the most suitable for the development of Saiyans. Even Zamasu has developed a transformation like Super Saiyan Rose, so Saiyan transformations are indeed the way to go. As for the third level of the god realm, it is the deep blue form from the original Works Power Tournament. The imperfect Ultra Instinct and the Apprentice Destroyer Topo is also at this level. Goku's perfect Ultra Instinct belongs to the fourth level of the god realm, and most of the destruction happens at this level. As for Jiren, he is undoubtedly a formidable warrior at the fourth level of the god realm, even close to the peak. Moreover, Jiren walks the pure path of Ki, cultivating his Ki to a level that astonishes even the gods. Jiren's aura has even caused astonishment in the original work. Goku is not purely a god of power either. His aura cannot be sensed. However, Goku can only not sense his aura after entering the god realm. Normally, he does have an aura. As for Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball GT, Jiang Yun believes it is similar to Super Saiyan Blue. However, the potential of a Super Saiyan can still be explored, and at full power, it is likely to be at the third level of the god realm. As for the Super Saiyan 4's limit-breaking state, Jiang Yun speculates it is between the third and fourth levels of the god realm. After all, in Dragon Ball GT, Goku and others have had more training time compared to Dragon Ball Super, and the existence of Super Saiyan 5 is estimated to be on par with the Destroyers. Furthermore, both Super Saiyan 5 and Perfect Ultra Instinct exhibit a silvery white appearance, indicating their levels are likely similar. As for Angel Whis' level, it is above the Destroyers, belonging to the fifth level of the god realm. Angels generally exist between the fifth and sixth levels of the god realm. As for the Grand Minister, Jiang Yun speculates he is at least above the eighth level of the god realm. After all, the Grand Minister has never made a move, and angels are the masters of the Destroyers, also serving them. The relationship between the Grand Minister and the Omni King is similar, and his power is likely beyond imagination. As for the Omni King, under the influence of the rules of the entire universe, he can no longer be compared simply with the god realm. Time passes quickly. Soon, a year has passed, and during this year, Tien and the others have gathered again. Tien and Krillin visited Master Roshi at Kame House. When they saw Master Roshi, he was still the same old self, secretly looking at the latest magazine. Bulma also got the news and hurried over, very excited to see Krillin and the others. But unfortunately, Goku did not come. Strangely, in this world, Bulma is not with Yamcha. Their relationship is just like friends. Perhaps Jiang Yun's presence disrupted the original development. Originally, Yamcha lived at Bulma's house, but now he is with Tien at the Martial Arts Alliance, so there's been no progress with Bulma. Why are you all here? Why didn't little son come? Bulma asked curiously, filled with longing for Goku, memories of their past days surfacing in her mind. Bulma, Goku want to train with the gods. We aren't in the same place. Krillin jumped in to explain. But if nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to see Goku in another 6 months. We miss him too. Krillin's next sentence made Bulma smile with joy, as he also missed Goku a lot, reminiscing about the days spent training under Master Potato with Goku. Really? Bulma was instantly filled with surprise. Without the emotional ties to Yamcha, Bulma undoubtedly developed more feelings for Goku. Although she hasn't fallen in love with Goku yet, who knows what will happen in the future? Alright, let's go inside and talk. The group began to walk into Kame House, and Master Roshi looked at the 4 people in front of him, realizing he could no longer see through their levels. Their training in the Martial Arts Alliance was far deeper than he had imagined. It seems these people have completely surpassed him. Master Roshi felt a pang of sadness, but was also happy for them, wondering if he could also learn something. By the way, Tien, why are you all back now? Bulma asked curiously. It's nothing much. We just haven't been back for over 2 years, and thought we'd come to see Master Potato. Tien replied seriously to Bulma, looking as if he had returned from a long journey. In fact, that was indeed the case during their time in the Martial Arts Alliance. Their training for a year yielded results far better than training for several years elsewhere. Within the Alliance, they also learned many things they previously didn't know. For example, the Alliance has specialized healing liquids that can repair internal injuries caused by training, as well as regular checkups with precision machinery to fully ensure everyone's potential and prevent issues caused by overtraining. There are even specially customized medicinal baths that can strengthen the body, combined with chi techniques, yielding significant benefits for everyone. However, the Martial Arts Alliance also incurs costs for such extensive resources, requiring members to periodically teach in various regions of the country. Currently, there are still too few martial artists nationwide, and experienced ones are even rarer. Compared to the vast number of people, the Martial Arts Alliance's members are still too few. However, initial training in martial arts is sufficient, and even a bit of casual training can qualify someone to be a teacher. But later on, regarding the cultivation of chi, it cannot be taken lightly, so members of the Martial Arts Alliance need to be dispatched to assist in teaching. Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Din have gone several times, and being teachers feels very novel to them. They never expected they would one day teach others martial arts. Witnessing the current prosperity of martial arts, they couldn't help but feel proud. At first, they felt quite awkward, but over time, they grew to enjoy this feeling and relish the experience of being teachers. The group shared their experiences from the past 2 years with Master Roshi and the others, and upon hearing about their rich experiences, Master Roshi couldn't help but feel happy for them. Now, Krillin and Yamcha have graduated. As a teacher, Master Roshi felt genuinely happy. I really envy your lives. Unlike me, I'm bored to death. I barely have a few friends to talk to. Bulma said enviously. Bulma, if you're bored, you can log into the virtual universe that our Martial Arts Alliance recently opened. Under the leader's permission, life templates have already started, Krillin said to Bulma, who felt quite amazed when he first learned about the existence of the virtual universe. Because to him, it seemed indistinguishable from reality, allowing many martial insights to return to the body with consciousness. It can even simulate training environments specifically with excellent results. For understanding levels, it is quite beneficial, although it does consume some points. The group does not lack money now, especially for those with outstanding talents. Bonuses and subsidies add up significantly, and with some tasks executed, they have more than enough to eat and drink. However, they're not people who indulge in a lavish lifestyle. And Yamcha is no longer the person who gave up martial arts in the later stages. After being influenced by the spirit of the Martial Arts Alliance, Yamcha may not end up back at his old state. In the current Martial Alliance, not only do you need to practice martial arts, but you also have to take up subjects in the humanities. Therefore, there are no illiterates in the Martial Alliance now. Even Dumpling is being forced to learn humanities knowledge. However, Dumpling's level is obviously quite frustrating. But after some time of teaching, several people's knowledge levels have significantly improved, including Dumpling, who has made considerable progress. The reason for requiring everyone in the martial alliance to study martial arts is mainly because Jiang Yun will popularize some principles within the alliance. And even certain martial techniques are recorded in writing. Knowing some knowledge can make everyone wiser. At least you don't have to worry about not understanding martial techniques recorded in writing, right? As everyone shared their experiences, the turtle hermit and others couldn't help but admire the richness of their experiences and felt a sense of longing. As for the globally oriented virtual universe lifestyle version mentioned by few, Bulma couldn't help but smile after hearing it. Of course I know about this, Bulma said with a hint of pride in her voice. I contributed to its development as well. This is a joint development by my family and the Martial Alliance. You guys wouldn't be unaware of this, right? The alliance leader of the Martial Alliance has shares in my family too. That guy quietly became my family's second largest shareholder. And now he has the audacity to trouble me, the world's smartest girl, to work for him. As Bulma spoke, her lips pouted, seemingly expressing her discontent, but in reality, she was also somewhat proud. She felt quite excited to be involved in such groundbreaking research. This was an opportunity that could make history. However, since it has just been developed, this young lady is busy testing issues and also has to help her father with something related to the space transmission device. Bulma's tone had a hint of dissatisfaction, but in her field of expertise, it was clear that she was showing off. As for the few martial enthusiasts, they had no idea that Bulma's family had such a relationship with the Martial Alliance. But, Bulma, is it really okay to call the alliance leader that? They still held great respect for Jiang Yun and Krillin. After all, the biggest key to their significant progress now was Jiang Yun. If I don't care. Bulma turned her head to the side and stopped talking. Krillin also looked a bit awkward, but knew that Bulma was just like that, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. It was all just a fade of pride. The group then began to eat and drink, having gathered together with great difficulty. They naturally wanted to have a good time. While eating, Bulma thought of Goku. If only little son were here, there is so much food. It would be enough for him. Bulma's mind floated back to Goku's smiling face and the way he ate heartily. Hearing Bulma say this, everyone burst into laughter. Krillin picked up a large bottle of juice and filled Bulma's cup while laughing. These things probably wouldn't be enough for him. He continued, I heard this martial arts tournament is being held quite grandly. It will also test the strength of our new generation in the Martial Alliance. Goku will participate this time. So don't worry. Everyone missed Goku. After Krillin finished speaking, Tianjin Han, filled with fighting spirit, said, ha ha ha, my current cultivation level will definitely surprise Goku. This time, I won't lose again. Me too. Yamcha chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. The strength of several people was now quite impressive. Tianjin Han, battle power 32-39. Krillin, battle power 31-28. Yamcha, battle power 28-92. Dumpling, battle power 25-17. This is the current strength of a few individuals who are among the top in the new generation of the Martial Alliance. In this upcoming World Martial Arts Conference, the older generation does not plan to participate, allowing only the new generation of strong fighters to compete. The new generation refers to the core members who have joined the Martial Alliance in the past 5 years. In order to enhance everyone's strength, Jiang Yun has truly put in a lot of effort. A year ago, Jiang Yun had given a gravity training room to Wukong through the Heavenly God, as he didn't want Wukong to fall too far behind everyone else. It would be ridiculous if he couldn't even beat a Dumpling. After all, Jiang Yun couldn't expect Wukong to elevate his battle power from thousands to billions in just a few months. What if his existence caused some butterfly effect? What if Wukong didn't transform into a Super Saiyan? This world had already changed drastically because of his presence. Therefore, strengthening Wukong's foundation and power compared to the original story undoubtedly increased the chances of him becoming a Super Saiyan. Similarly, to help Piccolo keep pace with Wukong, Jiang Yun secretly handed over another gravity training room to Piccolo. Although the gravity training room was not as intense as Wukong's, Piccolo's compatibility with the energy technique was surprisingly high. It seems both of them are evenly matched. For the future of Gohan, this biological father has done a lot. Even though this biological father is only 4 years older than him. That evening, everyone held a bonfire party, and time slowly passed for half a year. The poster for the new World Martial Arts Tournament spread across the country. Notice. The Ministry of Education has released a notice that this World Martial Arts Tournament will be broadcast live, using the latest photography technology and super slow motion. ensuring that the exciting moments are captured and allowing everyone to witness the prowess of higher-level martial artists. The speaker was a teacher from the Martial Alliance, but only for high school. Above middle school, members of the Martial Alliance would teach. By the time they reached university, the teaching staff decreased because everyone's martial arts foundations had been established in previous years. Unfortunately, many students who graduated a few years ago cried to return for a few more years. However, the Martial Alliance occasionally sends people to explain the application of energy. This news spread across major universities, causing quite a cheer among students. Meanwhile, in the Martial Alliance, Tianjin-Fan and others were eagerly preparing for this challenge. And not just them, even more disciples of the Martial Alliance were ready. "Let's go, Tianjin-Fan," Krillin cheerfully said to Tianjin-Fan. Moreover, Wukong is likely to come this time. You've been looking forward to it for a long time, right? Krillin nudged Tianjin-Fan with his elbow. "Yes, ever since we parted last time, I've been looking forward to meeting Wukong every moment." Tianjin-Fan clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. "I'm not like you, but I also look forward to sparring with Wukong." Although Krillin wasn't as eager as Tianjin-Fan regarding Wukong, he still wanted Wukong to see his progress. "Buckin, what do you think about this martial arts tournament?" Jiang Yun stood on the high platform, gazing at the distant scenery, suddenly speaking to Buckin. "I suppose you have your thoughts too. You seem particularly interested in that boy who defeated Demon King Piccolo." Buckin smiled as he responded, his aura completely reined in. Having reached the same realm of concealed sharpness that Jiang Yun had 2 years ago, with his battle power successfully reaching 200,000. As for Jiang Yun, although he had rarely trained lately, he had been contemplating the application of soul and energy regarding formations, achieving some small success. However, the realm of the soul was too difficult, and he temporarily gave up researching it. Instead, the combination of energy and formations yielded significant results. Now with those studies, even if beings with millions of battle power invaded Earth, Jiang Yun wouldn't need to intervene. Although it hadn't been popularized yet, and was only being experimented with among some members of the Martial Alliance, his own battle power also improved considerably during this process, deepening his understanding of energy. Facing Buckin's remarks, Jiang Yun turned to look at him, thinking of Wukong's future achievements, and couldn't help but say, "Maybe he won't take much time to surpass you." "Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to that." Although he said this, Buckin didn't believe Wukong could surpass him so quickly. Years of hard work couldn't be surpassed overnight. Despite Buckin acknowledging Wukong's exceptional talent, equal to Jiang Yun's, growing up was not an easy task. Jiang Yun noticed Buckin's expression and silently thought, "You know nothing about being overpowered." Little did he know that, to others, he was also seen as overpowered. Although future Wukong would be frighteningly powerful, Jiang Yun remained calm and undisturbed in his heart. He had found his own path, and years of experience had solidified his resolve. On a plain, a green figure appeared, gripping the poster tightly, murmuring, "The World Martial Arts Tournament? Son Wukong? Wait for me." It was Piccolo. Although only 3 years had passed, his appearance was still indistinguishable from that of a teenager. In the temple, "Wukong, are you ready? This opponent is countless times stronger than before." The heavenly god said to Wukong, noting how much stronger Demon King Piccolo had become compared to the past. However, the comforting part was that Wukong had also grown much stronger. Over the past 2 years, Wukong's training had been entirely self-directed, and after a year, Bobo had little left to teach him. "Heavenly God, I'm ready. I truly look forward to reuniting with everyone." Wukong responded loudly. "I came house. Old pervert. I heard you secretly signed up for the Martial Alliance and were caught by Tianjin-Fan. I didn't expect you at your age to still think about practicing martial arts. You're not just thinking about the ladies of the Martial Alliance, are you?" Oolong spoke in a lewd tone, rolling his eyes at Master Rashi. "Nonsense. How could I be there to see the ladies? I just want to see how my students are doing." Master Rashi was directly triggered. Although half of that was true, he didn't expect his energy signature to be recognized by Tianjin-Fan. Even though he was found out, Master Rashi still stayed in the Martial Alliance to learn more profound martial arts knowledge. Today was the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and Master Rashi and the others packed their bags, preparing to head to the tournament. "Launch, Oolong, and Bulma, are you ready?" Master Rashi announced, already dressed in a suit, and even styled his beard smoothly. At this moment, a pillow was thrown directly at Master Rashi. "Wait a minute, don't you know that girls take a long time to get ready?" A voice from the room was Bulma's. "Launch, how does this outfit look?" Bulma asked Launch. "I think it looks pretty good." Launch replied to Bulma's question, but at that moment, Bulma was not satisfied. "This one doesn't fit either. Change into another." Thus, after a delay of an hour, they finally started to take action. The group boarded a plane and rushed towards the venue, leaving a long trail of white smoke drifting in the air. Meanwhile, Krillin, Tin, and others also began to make their way to the destination, riding on the Martial Arts Alliance's private aircraft. Although slow, it had its own charm. By the time Bulma and the others arrived at the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament, it had already begun to drizzle. The fine rain fell from the sky like willow catkins in spring, dispelling the noise of the world. Bulma, wearing a fitted short skirt and holding a light-colored umbrella, had her hair neatly cut, and her fiery red lips were dazzling. The once bustling street suddenly had fewer people, as many planned to head back to avoid the rain, seemingly preparing for tomorrow's competition. Looking at the falling raindrops, Bulma felt a ripple in her heart. At that moment, a balloon floated by, accompanied by the little girl's cry. Bulma immediately looked up and saw it hanging not far above her head on a tree. Seeing the little girl's expression as if she was about to cry, Bulma crouched down, gently stroked the little girl's head, and softly comforted her. It's okay. Sister will help you pick it up." "Really?" The little girl's voice was filled with doubt and joy. Bulma stood up, tiptoed, and tried hard to reach the balloon. But no matter what, she just couldn't reach it by a little bit. Suddenly, a big hand reached over and easily took the balloon down. "Here you go, Bulma." The tall figure held a red umbrella and handed a balloon to Bulma. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Bulma's voice was filled with confusion, as she had very few acquaintances aside from the crowd. Bulma returned the balloon to the little girl. However, the figure did not answer Bulma's question, but instead said, "It's so great that Master Roshi is back." Upon hearing this, Master Roshi and the others seemed not to recognize the figure and expressed their surprise. "Grandpa?" Master Roshi and Oolong were also shocked, wondering when they had gained a new grandson. "Who are you?" Just as they were puzzled, the person began to explain, "I'm Goku. Don't you all recognize me?" Then Goku put down the umbrella, revealing a tall figure with bandages wrapped around his head. "Maybe you didn't recognize me because of the bandages. I'll take them off right now." Goku slowly removed the bandages, revealing his signature hair, and then continued, "Where are Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu? Where did they go? It's really Goku. It really is Goku." Everyone couldn't believe it, surprised that Goku had grown so tall and handsome. "It's really me, Master Roshi. I'm so happy to see you again." Goku cheerfully greeted them. "Are you really Goku?" Bulma still found it hard to believe, as the little Goku in her mind had turned into such a tall and handsome young man. Looking at Goku's handsome face, Bulma felt her heart flutter a bit. "It's me, Bulma. Why are your lips so red? Are you sick?" While speaking, Goku reached out to touch Bulma's lips. When Goku's hand touched Bulma's lips, she felt as if she could hear her own heartbeat, and then she angrily said to Goku, "What are you doing? That's lipstick." Just as she was about to say how could he still be so clueless, she saw Goku's handsome face and couldn't believe it. Is this really Goku? Launch and Oolong were also very surprised, not expecting Goku to have turned into such a tall and handsome boy. "Why do I feel like you guys have gotten shorter?" Goku scratched his head in confusion. "It's because you've grown taller, you fool," everyone said in unison. Then Master Roshi suggested they go register, and the group gradually walked away amidst the chatter and the astonished voices of the crowd. When they reached a corner, they suddenly heard, "Hi, Master Potato." The group looked in the direction of the voice and saw Tien, Krillin, and the others standing there. They quickly walked over to the group. "Have you seen Goku? You should have arrived by now." Krillin asked curiously. "Hey, who is this person? Could it be Bulma's boyfriend?" Krillin laughed, joking but with a hint of seriousness. "No way." Bulma's voice was so low that the others could barely hear it, and her face instantly turned red. "Krillin, long time no see. This voice is very familiar to Krillin. Could it be Goku? You are Goku." Krillin's tone is full of surprise. "You've grown so tall. You're still the same as ever." "Krillin." Goku laughed heartily and patted Krillin on the head. Tien and the others also marveled at Goku's transformation, while also admiring Goku's strength. In their perception, Goku's power has progressed significantly, not any less than theirs. But to know the exact extent, they would have to fight. This couldn't help but make them exclaim, "No wonder it's Ryukon." Amidst laughter, everyone walked away, planning to sign up together. Yamcha picked up Puyalu. "Long time no see, Puyalu." Yamcha greeted Puyala happily. "Young master, I missed you so much." Puyala was also very happy to see Yamcha again. He had been living with Oolong and others at Kame House for 3 years, and hadn't seen Yamcha for a long time. Just as everyone was hurrying towards the registration area, a figure quietly observed them from a beam. "Son Ryukon." The veins on his hands bulged as he recalled past hatred. This person was Piccolo. After a gust of wind blew, the figure on the beam instantly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. After Wukong and the others finished registering and had their meal, night quickly arrived. Bulma quietly looked out the window, her gaze distant, one hand propping up her face as if lost in thought. The scene of her first meeting with Wukong vividly played in her mind, and the embarrassing moments they shared while searching for Dragon Balls were still clear. Wukong's childish behavior from back then now impacted Bulma's thoughts. The various images of Wukong gradually merged into the present form, and just thinking about how Wukong had touched his lips today made Bulma feel a faint sweetness. Ah, how embarrassing. Why am I thinking about this? Bulma hurriedly lay down on the bed, covering her head with the quilt. In the next room were Wukong and the others. Wukong was resting his head, lost in thought, perhaps pondering the upcoming tournament. However, sometimes the image of Bulma would also flash in Wukong's mind, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Women are really strange creatures." The next day's weather was exceptionally clear, as if the light rain from yesterday was meant to welcome today's arrival. The World Martial Arts Tournament had truly become the world's top event. The current World Martial Arts Tournament was bustling with activity, not only with fireworks released by the organizers, but also with professional bands playing music. What caught the eye were the banners bearing the flags of various universities. This time, the event was not just for the participants, but even major universities brought people to participate. As the largest event in the world, even if they couldn't win a prize, they could still witness the world's top fighters. Therefore, this time, everyone had real skills. The tournament stage had been specially crafted by Jiang Yun with the help of scientists in the universe, utilizing top-notch metals from space that could withstand attacks with battle powers of tens of thousands. The stage also featured the latest energy shield technology from the Universal Capsule Corporation, all built under Jiang Yun's suggestions. Thanks to Jiang Yun's intervention, Earth's technological achievements had improved significantly, especially after Jiang Yun brought back many cosmic technologies. Dr. Brief managed to invent numerous creations that astonished the entire scientific community. Wukong and his group also arrived near the venue, and the scene left them quite emotional. "Krillin, there are really a lot of people at this year's tournament," Wukong exclaimed. "Yeah, there are indeed quite a few serious competitors," Krillin also remarked, then continued. "But there's no sense of oppression at all. Back then, Tianjin and I faced thousands of top fighters. That scene was really shocking." Krillin recalled an internal competition held by the Martial Alliance, where all participants had battle powers around 10,000, with thousands of Martial Alliance members watching. At that time, their battle powers were only average, and the overwhelming aura from everyone was unparalleled. But now, after 3 years of hard training, their battle powers were also at an upper-middle level among the crowd. Additionally, they had become peak silver-level existences in the virtual universe and would soon become gold-level existences, gaining a bit of popularity in the Martial Alliance. Unfortunately, Yakalob and others had already reached diamond level, but Krillin and Tianjin believed they would eventually catch up, although they had outstanding talent. The time flow in the virtual world was truly extraordinary, and their brothers in the Martial Alliance had exceptionally rich battle experience. After 3 years, they were still far from being true masters. However, as time passed, the gap between them gradually narrowed as the later stages of training became more challenging. Wukong also learned about Krillin and the others' training in the Martial Alliance over the past 3 years. He remembered Jiang Yun's presence. "Are you training with Jiang Yun? I really look forward to your progress." Wukong was aware of Jiang Yun's strength, so he was full of expectations for Krillin and the others' advancements. Krillin and the others had indeed mastered their Qi training quite well. Therefore, without fighting, Wukong couldn't perceive their specific strengths. But because of this, Wukong knew that their progress had been significant. No, it's not really that. We've only met a few times, but we have indeed received his guidance," Krillin explained. As for the Krillin and others from the original story, how could Jiang Yun have missed them? He had also given them some pointers, as these people were once his own aspirations. "Hey, son Wukong." Just as they were talking, Piccolo appeared in front of Wukong. Tianjin also recognized him instantly, and his expression became serious as he recognized who he was. He turned to Wukong, who nodded, indicating that he also recognized Piccolo. Piccolo's gaze was fixed on Wukong, and Krillin, sensing the sudden change in atmosphere, found it a bit strange. Since Krillin had never personally encountered the existence of the Demon King Piccolo, he didn't recognize his identity. However, he could tell from everyone's serious expressions that the person before them was not simple. Tianjin looked seriously at Piccolo's figure, silently thinking, "This time I won't lose." Wukong's heart was also saying, "This guy really came." The dumpling, who had been killed alongside came Sanin by the Demon King Piccolo, also recognized Piccolo's presence. Although his battle power had greatly increased now, the fear of Piccolo still made him look at Tianjin Han. Tianjin Han patted the dumpling's head, signaling him not to be afraid. Think about your current strength. Dumpling, we're not the same anymore. Tianjin Han's tone carried a hint of confidence. The dumpling's eyes sparkled, and he soon became self-assured. After exchanging glances with everyone, Piccolo left, specifically looking at Sun Wukong, as he regarded no one else. After a cold laugh, Piccolo walked away to a corner, quietly closing his eyes to rest. Once Piccolo left, the tense atmosphere among the group dissipated. Suddenly, someone patted Wukong on the shoulder. Sun Wukong. Unlike Piccolo's malice, this voice was filled with surprise. Krillin and the others turned around and saw an extremely cute girl greeting Wukong. What cute girl? Krillin exclaimed, nudging Wukong. Quick, tell me, when did you meet such a cute girl? Krillin couldn't believe that Goku had quietly gotten to know such a cute girl, and he felt a pang of jealousy. What the heck? I don't know her at all. Goku was confused. When did he meet this girl? They didn't seem to know each other. Goku, why aren't you telling the truth? I didn't expect you to hide it so well. Krillin's resentment grew stronger. The thought that he still didn't have a girlfriend, while Goku pretended not to know her, made him feel even worse. Krillin shot Goku a few resentful glances. However, Goku explained again that he really didn't know the girl in front of him. Although he was envious that such a beautiful girl knew Goku, Krillin still knew Goku wouldn't lie. But why did she know Goku? Could it be that Goku had forgotten her? When Chi-Chi heard Goku say he didn't recognize her, her eyes instantly turned red. You idiot! She shouted angrily before turning to leave, leaving a bewildered Goku behind. Indeed, this girl was Chi-Chi, the one who would become intertwined with Goku for a lifetime. But at that moment, Goku had completely forgotten who the girl in front of him was. This directly made Chi-Chi go berserk. The one who once promised to marry her when they grew up has now completely forgotten about her. After this, Chi-Chi took her anger out on the other competitors. Now, Chi-Chi is sent to school by the Bull Demon King, and her martial arts skills are on a completely different level, far from what they were in the original story. In fact, Chi-Chi is now the queen of the campus, a highly popular figure in school, and is representing a university in this competition. During the subsequent matches, every time Chi-Chi defeats a competitor, she glances at Goku and snorts coldly, leaving Goku somewhat confused. As the competition progresses, everyone advances, and the grand scale of the matches, along with the spacious venue, is several times larger than before. This time, Wukong unexpectedly encountered his former rival, King Chopper. This time, Chopper King, after years of hard training, has finally grasped the true method of martial arts cultivation, and his strength has made remarkable progress. However, his opponent is Goku. Without a doubt, he was still defeated miserably by Goku. Nevertheless, his improved move, the 8-hand fist, caught everyone's attention. Chopper King conjured up 8 condensed arms of energy and launched 8 attacks directly at Goku. For an average person, this might be a bit tricky, but how many weaklings could make it this far? In the eyes of the onlookers, Chopper King's movements were full of flaws. Achieving this level without systematic training was commendable. At that moment, Krillin also faced off against someone. The person excitedly said, Instructor Krillin, I never expected to have the chance to spar with you. It's truly an honor. Looking at the person in front of him, Krillin recalled after some effort and finally remembered who he was. He had previously taught alongside Tianjin Fan and others and had been this person's instructor for a time. The students who could come here were all quite talented, so Krillin managed to remember him. Krillin was also very excited. He never expected to be held in such high regard by others, and for a moment, he felt a bit shy, while also feeling proud to be a member of the Martial Alliance. His life now was much better than before. Although cultivation was tough, martial arts had always been something he loved. Keep it up, Krillin encouraged him, and after letting him have several exchanges, he subdued the person. The individual knew that Krillin was being generous, and he felt very grateful. After all, being able to appear in such a significant event was not in vain. Even this person S school looked at Krillin with kind eyes. At that moment, an explosion suddenly occurred on another arena, and Tianjin Fan looked over in that direction, sensing the presence of Jiaozi. At the same time, he felt an extremely familiar aura, reminiscent of the old Tao Bai Bai. What exactly happened? The situation was as follows. Not long ago, Jiaozi unexpectedly encountered his former master uncle, Tao Bai Bai. The current Tao Bai Bai was no longer the same as before. Not only had he undergone physical modifications, but he had even received gene injections, and now he exhibited some obvious animal traits. Those who didn't know would think he was an animal like Earthling. In fact, the previous Tao Bai Bai was a purebred Earthling. And the now drastically changed Tao Bai sought revenge on Sun Wukong, and when facing Jiaozi, he wanted to clear his ranks. In his eyes, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were undoubtedly traitors. At first, Jiaozi felt a bit scared facing Tao Bai, a feeling stemming from years of past experiences. Although the fear of Tao Bai prevented him from attacking, he merely kept dodging. However, with his combat power far surpassing that of Tao Bai, dodging was still easy and effortless. Tao Bai, unable to take down Jiaozi in a short time, felt a surge of irritation. He couldn't help but become more ruthless. And after Jiaozi dodged another attack from Tao Bai, he unexpectedly pulled out a miniature particle bomb from somewhere, intending to kill Jiaozi, while planning to escape amidst the chaos. This tiny particle was obtained from his former client, the Red Ribbon Army, but now only one old guy remains in the Red Ribbon Army. And that old guy is also the one who helped him with modifications. So his current strength is significantly greater than in the original story. As for the cost, he merely helped that person abduct a pair of siblings. Such a deal was a huge profit in Tao Bai's eyes. When Dumpling faced the incoming bomb, although it looked insignificant, he still sensed danger from it. He immediately used his superpower to stop the bomb in mid-air and enveloped it tightly with his energy. However, the next moment, the bomb began to emit a white light. Then came a loud bang. The tremendous sound drew Tianjin Fan's attention. Although Tao Bai's bomb was powerful, Dumpling's strength was not to be underestimated. The bomb's immense power was directly intercepted by Dumpling. Though it did not harm Dumpling, it still burst through his energy shield, causing a massive roar. "You are so despicable." Dumpling felt ashamed of Tao Bai's actions. He never expected that this traitor would not be blown up. Just as Tao Bai was accusing Dumpling, Tianjin Fan also arrived at the scene. Although Tao Bai had drastically changed in appearance, Tianjin Fan still recognized him. Krillin, Goku, and others also came along with Tianjin Fan. Upon seeing Tianjin Fan approach, Tao Bai couldn't help but mock. "So this traitor has come too. Have you joined the turtle school? You two traitors." Facing Tao Bai's accusations, Tianjin Fan showed no fear at all. During the years of training in the martial alliance, he had come to understand what a true martial artist should do. To fight against heaven is endlessly joyful. To fight against earth is endlessly joyful. And to fight against oneself is endlessly joyful. Instead of oppressing the weak and earning ill-gotten gains with one's strength. You know whose problem it is. Your actions are fundamentally wrong. Now, with the help of Master Rashi and the Martial Alliance, Tianjin Fan has long since gotten back on the right track, and he is now a righteous martial artist. Seeing that Tianjin Fan seemed to know this person, Krillin quietly asked Goku about his background. "Goku, who is this person? He seems to have a deep connection with Tianjin Fan." "This person is called Tao Bai. He was once the world's #1 assassin and tried to steal my Dragon Balls. But I killed him later, though I don't know why he came back to life. He is also Dumpling and Tianjin Fan's master uncle and the brother of Master Crane. He's a big bad guy." Simple-minded Goku couldn't come up with too many adjectives to describe Tao Bai. He was just a big bad guy. How could someone like him be worthy of being Tianjin Fan's master uncle? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Krillin's voice. Over the past few years, the group had built a deep friendship and knew Tianjin Fan's integrity. Someone like Tao Bai was unworthy of being his uncle in their eyes. At this moment, Tao Bai and Tianjin Fan Jiaozi were having a dispute, and the referee walked straight towards Tao Bai. "Using illegal weapons, you are eliminated," the referee said as he approached Tao Bai. "Ha ha, just you? Your words don't count, mine do." After saying that, he even attempted to attack the referee. However, living in the mountains, he had no idea that the world had changed. This referee was sent by the Martial Alliance, and his combat ability was certainly impressive. Attacking the referee, that's an additional crime. You will spend the rest of your life in prison. The referee quickly subdued Tao Bai, who looked at him in disbelief. Tianjin Fan was naturally aware of the referee and nodded at him, showing a hint of gratitude. Once a member of the Crane Immortal sect, he didn't intervene today, which was already a way to repay the kindness of his past education. From now on, they had no ties. The incident passed without causing much stir among the crowd. Tianjin Fan felt even more at ease. Soon, the top 8 competitors were decided. They were Wukong, Chi-Chi, Tianjin Fan, Clint, Bick, no need for aliases, Yamucha, Cardon, and Scaly. The last 2 came from the academic field and were exceptionally talented youths, having made it all the way to the top 8. Their school had garnered a lot of attention. Unfortunately, Jiaozi encountered Tianjin Fan in the subsequent match and decisively conceded. The two had been close companions and were well aware of each other's strengths. Now Tianjing Fan wanted to save his strength to surprise Wukong. So he did not stop Jiaozi from conceding. The competition was different from the original story. The draw was conducted by the organizers, and Jiaozi dared not use his superpowers to interfere with the match arrangements. Moreover, this time, the god did not plan to borrow someone else's body to personally end Bic's thoughts. In his view, the world had undergone significant changes, and he knew Bic had also changed. Although he had lost control of the situation, overall it was still good. With Jiang Yun's presence, things would surely be handled well. After so many matches, Bic had been secretly watching Wukong's matches. To him, if Sun Wukong only performed like this, he would not be his opponent at all. In fact, the two who had long been in the gravity training room had weights far exceeding those in the original story, and their combat power was on a different level. At this moment, Bic's heart was filled with excitement. He could finally take his revenge. Sun Wukong, wait for me. Bic's heart was filled with grand ambitions. And looking at Wukong's face, he couldn't help but feel the urge to kill him. But rationality calmed him down. He knew that if he acted recklessly, he would never be able to leave here intact. After years of training, he had also come to understand some of the terrifying aspects of the martial alliance. He felt a bit fortunate that his father did not go to the West capital to trouble Jiang Yun and the others. Otherwise, he might not have been born today. After the top 8 were decided, our familiar host finally took the stage to host the upcoming matches. When the blonde host appeared, he raised the microphone and enthusiastically announced the matchups. Let's give a round of applause for these 8 competitors. Now I will announce the match list. First up is our competitor's son, Wukong, against Chi-Chi. The audience must be familiar with Sun Wukong. He is the boy who defeated the Demon King Bic and saved the world back in the day. Now he has grown up, and even I was shocked when I first learned about it. I never expected our contestant son to have changed so much, now looking so handsome. The host's words shocked the audience, who couldn't believe this was the same boy from before. However, they could still see some resemblance from his familiar hairstyle. Suddenly, there was a wave of enthusiastic noise. Many people had been saved by Wukong, and Jiang Yun had previously announced Wukong's story. Many even had statues of Jiang Yun and Wukong in their homes, because the two stood up to save the whole world. Oh my, it's my idol. I can't believe he has changed so much now. I want to get his autograph. I want to have his babies. No, he is mine. The voices of the crowd revealed their admiration for Wukong. However, one person felt very unhappy, and that was Bulma. Damn those little hussies. After hearing many people wanting to have Wukong's babies, Bulma felt a surge of anger. She didn't know why, but she was very angry. Just thinking about such a handsome Wukong being with other girls made her heart feel unhappy. She remembered her wish from back then. It was precisely because she wanted a prince on a white horse that she bravely embarked on the journey to find the Dragon Balls and met Wukong. The memories of her past with Wukong still lingered in her mind. Now Wukong was exactly the prince on a white horse in her heart. Thinking of this, Bulma seemed to have made a decision. Looking at Wukong on stage, her eyes filled with tenderness. Please enjoy the exciting battle brought to us by contestant son Wukong. The host was also extremely excited, filled with anticipation for this young man. As soon as the two stepped onto the stage, Chi-Chi's gaze was fixed tightly on Wukong. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Clin whispered to Yamcha, "Yamcha, look, that's the girl who knows Wukong. I can't believe Wukong is about to become single. I'm still single. I'm really envious of this kid, Wukong. This girl feels so familiar." Yamcha also felt a sense of familiarity with Chi-Chi, as if he had seen her before. But he just couldn't recall. On stage, Chi-Chi questioned Wukong again, but Wukong still had that look of not remembering her, so she angrily began to attack him. "Huh, you're driving me crazy." Chi-Chi immediately started punching and kicking Wukong, but her attacks were easily dodged by him. Although Chi-Chi was strong, Wukong was even more extraordinary now. Seeing her normal attacks miss Wukong, Chi-Chi leaped back and gathered her hands at her waist, releasing a powerful glow. Kamehameha. Watching Chi-Chi skillfully use the Turtle Hermit's technique, Wukong was a bit shocked. "Who are you? Why can you use Grandpa Turtle's technique?" Wukong questioned Chi-Chi, the move that the Bull Demon King could never learn. Chi-Chi had quickly mastered after sensing the energy. She originally thought that after using this technique, Wukong would recognize her. However, it was unexpected that Goku was still like this. And this kind of Goku directly angered Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's energy suddenly surged, and the Kamehameha in her hands became thicker. A powerful attack was launched towards Goku, but the moment it was fired, Chi-Chi became a bit worried about Goku, fearing that he might get hurt. Although she hated Goku for forgetting her, she still didn't want to hurt him. However, she clearly underestimated Goku's strength. Goku simply extended one hand and split the incoming Kamehameha in half. with the powerful shockwave crashing against the arena behind him. However, it did not cause any damage to the heart arena. You once said that when you grew up, you would marry me as your bride. Have you really forgotten? Chi-Chi's voice at this moment was filled with a sob, as if she was about to cry. At this moment, Goku was stunned and quickly asked Krillin below the ring, Krillin, what is a bride? You idiot. A bride is someone you marry. Krillin couldn't help but scratch his head. It's when two people live together for a lifetime. Yamcha added, so that's what a bride means. I thought it was something to eat. Goku's words made everyone sigh, realizing he was such a pure person. They originally thought Goku didn't want to marry, but unexpectedly he mistook a bride for something edible. I'm the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Do you remember now? Chi-Chi finally revealed her background. It's going to be published tomorrow. Stumbling along, we finally made it here. This is my first book, and I really love Dragon Ball. I started writing this book out of passion and want to create a good ending. Thank you all for supporting Rauya. I know my writing may not be very good, but I will keep working hard. Although the pressure in life is great, and I'm very busy every day, I still insist on updating daily. Sometimes when I'm tired, I really don't want to update anymore, but I keep pushing through. Rauya's updates have been slow, and it took nearly 2 months to approach publication, and the book's performance isn't great, but I still hope for a good ending. My past passion has faded due to dismal results, and I pull out the 30 cents in my pocket, thinking about what to eat next. Haha. In any case, thank you to all the handsome guys and beautiful girls for your support. I've heard that the initial subscription is very important. Important things should be said many times. There are always regrets in life, but we can pick up those regrets in books. I hope Dragon Ball has a good ending. Looking forward to tomorrow. I am Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. You once said you would marry me as a bride. Chi-Chi revealed her background, and at this moment, Goku suddenly remembered the past scene. He indeed promised to marry Chi-Chi, but he had thought it was something delicious, not realizing that a bride meant this. What I just hear? Chi-Chi is actually Goku's fiancée. The host's voice rang out at that moment. We didn't hear wrong. That's the truth. It's so surprising. Everyone present was also very astonished. Even Krillin envied, saying, I'm so jealous of that kid Goku. Not only does he have a fiancée, but he is also popular with many girls. Even Tianjin fan has Lanchi liking him, and I'm still single. Krillin said with a heartbroken expression. Hey, Krillin, don't say that randomly. I have nothing going on with Lanchi. Tianjin fan blushed beside him, feeling embarrassed by Krillin's words. Krillin winked at Tianjin fan and said, come on, who doesn't know about you two? Lanchi used to bring you food all the time. We all know about her feelings for you. With Lanchi treating you so well and being pretty, isn't it good to marry her? Krillin said to Tianjin fan, who was still not as aware of this matter as he was, and it was unclear when Tianjin fan would come to his senses. Krillin's words made Tianjin fan feel shy, but he also remembered Lanchi's kindness towards him, and he didn't dislike her. He just didn't know how to handle matters of the heart. Now, Krillin's words had publicly announced his relationship with Lanchi. He recalled Jiang Yun's words to him, a real man has things he should and shouldn't do. The same goes for matters of the heart. If you don't cut ties when necessary, you will only suffer. If you like someone, go pursue them. Martial arts and feelings are the same. Don't wait until you lose it to regret it. We should be worthy of anyone's affection. Lingering on and not letting go is the behavior of a petty person. Holding someone in suspense will only bring pain. We are martial artists. If we like someone, we like them, and if we don't, we don't. Live as a hero, die as a ghost. Do we dare not face feelings between people? Is this still a martial artist standing tall? To be clear about one's own heart. Jiang Yun's words are still fresh in memory. This was Jiang Yun's advice to him. At that time, he understood it somewhat, and now Klin is also advising himself. Be clear about your own heart. This is what Jiang Yun once said. Martial arts not only train the body, but also the heart. What makes us strong is not our martial skills, but our hearts. When your heart is incredibly strong, you have nothing to fear. A strong person should endure loneliness, but that doesn't mean they can't face their emotions. Klin looked at Tianjin fan, who suddenly closed his eyes, not knowing what was wrong with him. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, Tianjin fan suddenly opened his eyes. You're right, Klin. Perhaps it's time for me to face my feelings. Tianjin fan's voice revealed determination, and at that moment, his martial arts heart seemed to undergo a transformation. Klin didn't know the struggles Tianjin fan had gone through internally. However, he noticed that Tianjin fan seemed different at that moment. He couldn't quite articulate how he was different, but he felt that a change had occurred. Confused, he thought he might be having an illusion, and then said to Tianjin fan, it should be this way. It's great that you can understand it. I'm really envious of you. Tianjin fan shyly smiled and scratched his head. Klin, aren't I here with you? What are you worried about? At this moment, Yamcha happily wrapped his arms around Krillin's neck. Krillin rolled his eyes at him, thinking, how can I be the same as you? All right. Let's see what Goku will do. Krillin didn't want to discuss this issue anymore, so he turned to look at the arena. Yamcha waved his hand and also looked towards the arena. He saw that Goku had already started fighting with Chi-Chi. Although it was just Chi-Chi's one-sided attack, Goku was quickly dodging. However, he occasionally exchanged a couple of blows with Chi-Chi. Have you finally remembered our previous agreement? Oomph. As for you forgetting about me before. Now, take this. With considerable skill, Chi-Chi certainly wouldn't end things as hastily as in the original story. As a genius from a prestigious school, she naturally wanted to test her abilities. Now that it was an era where everyone practiced martial arts, with her experience, she wondered if Gohan would turn into a wild Gohan in the future, but that was uncertain. Are you going to live with me? Goku found Chi-Chi's words a bit strange, and was also somewhat puzzled. What on earth is going on? Goku still felt confused about the whole bride situation, struggling to understand. Scenes from that time resurfaced in Goku's mind. It seemed he indeed promised Chi-Chi back then. If you defeat me, I will tell you everything. Seeing Goku looking so baffled, Chi-Chi was also a bit angry. She immediately told Goku that if he defeated her, she would reveal all the details. Since that's the case, I'll make my move. Goku then got into position. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Chi-Chi, extending his palm to unleash a gust of wind. In the original story, Goku released powerful wind pressure from distance, but facing Chi-Chi now, he had to get close to unleash the gust that directly blew Chi-Chi off the arena. Chi-Chi crashed against the protective barrier and struggled to stand up after a moment. No wonder I chose you as my man. Your strength is truly formidable, Chi-Chi said happily, filled with joy at being defeated by Goku. Standing back on the arena, she asked Goku, do you still want to marry me? Chi-Chi's eyes were filled with nervousness, fearing that Goku would refuse. But the next moment, Goku's answer filled her with joy. Since I promised you before, let us get married. Goku replied with a grin. This answer stunned the audience and everyone present, as if they could hear their hearts breaking, especially Bulma, whose heart shattered the most, instant tears filling her eyes. Goku, Bulma murmured. On stage, Chi-Chi suddenly hugged Goku and joyfully said, Darling, I love you. What does loving you mean? Goku asked curiously, his face filled with confusion. At that moment, Chi-Chi suddenly made an unexpected move and kissed Wukong in front of everyone. Wow! The crowd erupted in an uproar. Who would have thought that such a delightful event would occur at our world's #1 martial arts tournament? Let's congratulate our contestants, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. The supporters were also very sincere, directly sending their blessings to the two on the spot. The public generally congratulated Wukong, some even pouting their lips and mumbling that they were caught off guard. Among them, Bulma's eyes were filled with tears as she recalled their past memories, and she left the audience seats feeling heartbroken. Without Yamcha by her side, Bulma's feelings for Wukong had just solidified, only to be hit hard by this revelation. No! Bulma cried as she quickly left the audience. Oh, Bulma, what's wrong? Launch looked at Bulma, who left suddenly, and vaguely saw the tears in her eyes. She glanced at Wukong and Chi-Chi on stage, and seemed to understand something. Wukong and Chi-Chi's affair soon came to an end, and the host did not announce the start of the match right away. Instead, they left enough space for Chi-Chi and Wukong. The match took a temporary break to welcome the next one. Below the stage, Wukong also brought Chi-Chi in front of everyone. Krillin nudged Wukong and said, Wukong, you little rascal, how can you be so ungrateful? You're getting married without a word. Poor me, still a bachelor. Ha ha ha. Krillin, you'll have your chance too. Wukong smiled, patting his crab-shaped head. Chi-Chi also warmly greeted everyone. Hello, I'm Chi-Chi, Wukong's wife. I will work hard to be a good wife and create a happy home for Wukong. Everyone responded enthusiastically to Chi-Chi's words. Chi-Chi walked up to Master Roshi and said with a smile, Grandpa Roshi, long time no see. Are you still peeking at girls? Chi-Chi's words made Master Roshi blush, and he exclaimed loudly, I am not. Don't talk nonsense. Ha ha. Master Roshi is still the same, Wukong said with a smile. The others also joined in the laughter, as everyone knew about Master Roshi's hobbies. Just as everyone was enjoying the laughter and joy, Wukong suddenly noticed that Bulma was missing from the crowd. He then curiously asked everyone, have you seen where Bulma went? The laughter immediately stopped. Oh right, where did Bulma run off to? Everyone realized that they didn't know when Bulma had disappeared. At this moment, Ranchi stood up and said, oh, just now Bulma told me that she wants to go out for a stroll and will be back later. Having already understood Bulma's thoughts, Ranchi naturally knew that Bulma was feeling lost and sad at the moment, and it was likely that her return would only make her feel even more heartbroken. At this moment, Ranchi couldn't help but think of Tianjin Fan. For years, Tianjin Fan had acted like a wooden block, and their relationship had not progressed any further, which made her sigh inwardly. She wished Tianjin Fan could be as carefree as Wukong and accept her directly. But, alas, it's better not to mention it. She believed that she would succeed one day. Come on, Ranchi. She silently encouraged herself a few times and regained her confidence. At this moment, Bulma was at the edge of Papaya Island, gazing at the endless sea and the seagulls soaring in the azure sky. Countless thoughts emerged in her mind. Perhaps I should leave this place. A faint smell of the sea wafted into Bulma's nose, and the sea breeze gently lifted her bangs. Bulma gathered her hair and enjoyed this moment of peace, feeling her mood calm down in this tranquil environment. In the distance, seagulls flew across the sky, their graceful forms showcasing the pursuit of freedom. Bulma's spirit seemed to be suddenly touched. Scenes of her time with Wukong rushed back to her. No, the time we spent together is the longest. I won't give up. Bulma cupped her hand around her mouth and shouted towards the boundless sea. Bulma was determined to return. She wouldn't just concede like this. For her own happiness, Bulma returned to the competition venue, and at that moment, Tianjin Fan's match had already ended, where he faced Cardan. Young Cardan was naturally no match for the current Tianjin Fan, but he was already very happy to have made it this far. His school was also extremely excited. They had made quite a name for themselves in front of many peers. After all, although Krillin and the others were young, they were already considered seniors. After this, the country's resources would also tilt towards their school, making it a fruitful return. Everyone was very happy to see Bulma back. But Chi-Chi felt something was off when she saw Bulma. Bulma's gaze towards Wukong was too gentle, and this was a woman's intuition. Everyone treated Bulma quite well, but Chi-Chi's eyes held a hint of wariness. However, since Bulma did not reveal too much, Chi-Chi did not show too much hostility. Nevertheless, the occasional clash of glances between the two women emitted a strange spark. Bulma, you're just in time. It's Krillin and Yamcha's match now, Wukong said happily, eager to see Krillin and Yamcha's progress over the years. On the arena, the two stood quietly. Ha ha ha. Krillin, this time we have a chance to have a good match. I've mastered a new move, Yamcha excitedly said to Krillin. Yamcha, don't underestimate me. I have some really powerful moves too. This time, I'll definitely surprise Wukong. Krillin replied without backing down. That's right. Our progress has been quite significant, and this time we can definitely catch up to Wukong. Yamcha exclaimed excitedly, as catching up to Wukong had always been their goal. Now that they had reached it, they felt their years of hard training were worth it. No wonder Yamcha was so confident. As a member of the Martial Arts Alliance, how could he not have the core skills unique to the Alliance? With this, Yamcha felt he had already caught up to Wukong. Krillin, take this. Yamcha immediately assumed his stance of the Turtle School, and Krillin responded with the same pose. Over the years in the Martial Arts Alliance, although their skills had greatly improved, Krillin and Yamcha had not lost the training methods of being disciples of Master Roshi. Instead, they had walked further down this path, continuously perfecting their techniques. The Turtle School emphasizes unity in chaos, unbound by form, with movements and techniques flowing freely. And with years of training in the virtual universe, their combat experience was already top-notch. The two launched simultaneous attacks at each other. Their movements were ghostly. Bang, bang, boom, bow, bow. The sounds of intense collisions echoed. Yamcha delivered a dangerous kick, and Krillin slightly lowered his body, using his shoulder to deflect Yamcha's kick. However, Yamcha directly took advantage of Krillin's force to execute a spinning kick, borrowing Krillin's power. Seeing this, Krillin suddenly unleashed his afterimage fist. Bang! This move didn't work. Yamcha kicked Krillin directly, and Krillin flew out. Just when Yamcha felt a bit of joy, no? Something fell off. The feeling of the kick was wrong. Sure enough, Yamcha looked up and saw Krillin's figure appearing above him. Take this, Yamcha. In that brief moment, their clash was nothing short of spectacular. What is this? Krillin actually used a physical clone. At the same time, he used the afterimage technique to interfere with Yamcha's line of sight and jumped into the air, taking advantage of the moment when Yamcha kicked the physical clone to appear right above him. Goku silently marveled when he saw the figure of Krillin that had been kicked earlier slowly disappearing. This is the Chi clone. The amazing Krillin has actually invented such an unexpected move. In fact, what he doesn't know is that this move was created by Jiang Yun and is very popular among the Martial Alliance members. In the shadows, Piccolo also noticed the brilliance of Krillin's technique and, after some contemplation, found that he had no way to counter it. He could only rely on his strong power to evade. At the same level, he couldn't escape. Moreover, this person named Yamcha is also quite capable. His combat skills are very impressive, not weaker than his own. Piccolo's expression became serious, truly beginning to take the two on stage seriously. Facing Yamcha, Krillin knew he had to strike unexpectedly. After all, he was already quite accustomed to his own moves. With a single blow, he was indeed successful. Krillin's fist came crashing down. Yamcha hit the ground hard. Wow! The audience was in an uproar, as they couldn't see the speed of the two. However, with the professional cameras provided by the Martial Alliance, the speed was captured perfectly by artificial intelligence and displayed on a large screen. Even live broadcasts were happening globally. Thanks to today's technological capabilities, everyone could clearly catch the movements of the two. Their cool actions and maneuvers directly sparked cheers from the crowd. Krillin. There was even a secondary screen next to the host for commentary. The controller was in his hands, directly slowing down Krillin's actions for everyone to analyze. Thanks to Jiang Yun's emphasis on technology and his fondness for this host, Jiang Yun specifically sent someone to train him for 3 years. And now he has become a martial arts expert. Although not very strong, he was more than capable of commenting on the situation of the two. Coupled with high-tech cameras equipped with artificial intelligence, he explained Krillin's recent maneuvers in detail. Krillin looked at Yamcha, his expression not relaxed at all. After so many battles, how could he think that such an attack would take down Yamcha? Moments later, Yamcha stood up. Not bad, Krillin. You actually made me suffer a little. Yamcha said with a smile, clearly not heavily injured. Oh, everyone look. Yamcha seems to be okay. Let me see what is going on. The commentator replayed the footage on a small screen, slowing down the speed to the extreme. Look, when Krillin attacked Yamcha, even though Yamcha couldn't dodge anymore, a faint, membrane-like layer appeared on him, and several shadowy figures emerged behind him, which were actually the Chi clones previously used by Krillin. I can't believe Yamcha can also use this move. He managed to minimize the impact of Krillin's powerful strike. Wow, so intricate. The duel between the two was truly spectacular in such a short time. Let us continue to enjoy their amazing performance. The scene returned to the ring. Yamcha, you truly are impressive, coming up with a countermeasure in such a short time. You're not bad either. You almost tricked me just now. The two began to praise each other. Come on. Their bodies collided once again. Each strike was a pleasure to behold. Yamcha landed a heavy punch on Krillin's face, and Krillin immediately countered with a punch, simultaneously throwing a headbutt at the moment of impact, followed by another hand wanting to press the attack. But a white light suddenly shone in Yamcha's hand, causing Krillin to retreat abruptly. A beam of white light shot towards the sky, brushing past Krillin. Krillin instantly caught up, using fists, feet, elbows, and head, utilizing everything without a single unnecessary move, all actions aimed to outpace his opponent. The two countered each other's moves, each attack dangerous. The audience in the arena erupted in cheers once again. Their duel was far more exciting than before. Both had their own supporters, and everyone cheered for the thrilling battle. The sensation of punches landing, the extreme danger of attacks, simply captivating. Wow, Krillin and Yamcha's attacks were so sharp. The fight was not just devoid of any unnecessary actions. It was all about striving for more attacks, even using the opponent's strength to counterattack. There was not a hint of hesitation. Their body reactions were incredibly swift. I really want to fight them. Goku felt his blood boiling watching the battle on stage. This ultimate fighting skill, this lightning-fast attack, this unparalleled combat intelligence. It was simply irresistible. With Goku's insight, how could he not see that both were setting traps for each other's attacks, guiding the opponent into their own rhythm? Yet both seemed very stable. Their moves showed no signs of trembling or impatience. Goku's heart felt like it was about to tremble. His expression suddenly became serious. As he was learning the fighting techniques of the two, the fighting skills of Krillin and Yamcha were honed through countless PKs, in the ranked mode of the virtual network. There is no strongest, only stronger. This is not like the original work where few people meet their opponents only once in many years. For Krillin and the others, they have to participate in several matches within just a few days, and the flow of time in a virtual universe is much faster than in reality. Therefore, their battle experience far exceeds 10 years. Each of them is striving to win, and their combat skills are exceptionally refined. Just like in the canyon, The same hero can perform completely differently in different hands. Moreover, they are not limited by the 3 skills of the canyon. This leads to even more sophisticated tactics, making it extremely difficult to rank up. They have fought numerous times, far exceeding the hundreds of years of an average person. Others may not have opponents, but they have no shortage of challengers in the virtual universe. Their strong battle experience is built up through countless battles, something that Goku cannot compare to during his training in the temple. Goku quietly watches the duel between the two. Look at my new energy ball, Krillin. This move has been improved by me, so be careful. Yamcha says to Krillin, ready to showcase his new technique today. Bring it on. I have my own secret move too. Multi-energy slash. Yamcha instantly fires dozens of energy balls at Krillin, but Krillin dodges them all. Don't think I'll fall for that. I don't want to be caught in your encirclement. After saying that, Krillin flies directly to the other side of the arena. Sure enough, the energy balls that Krillin dodged hover quietly around him, with only a few exploding. Go! New energy ball! With Yamcha's command, the energy balls rush toward Krillin. However, Krillin's energy slash is already prepared, with 5 energy slashes manifesting in his hands. Compared to the original work, his control over energy is now much more refined and effortless. Facing the onslaught of energy balls, Krillin launches his energy slashes, which slice through Yamcha's energy balls, causing them to explode. However, Krillin's energy slashes remain unscathed, having consumed a dozen of Yamcha's energy balls before finally exploding and taking out a few of Yamcha's as well. As expected of Krillin, such a powerful move. Yamcha is not bad either. I really look forward to battling them. Goku says excitedly. Piccolo, who is on a beam of a building, also watches the thrilling duel between the two. His face is turning green. No, his face was already green. It should be said that it's greener now. He feels grave. The attack moves of these two are not weak at all, and their strong battle experience makes it quite tricky for him. Frankly speaking, their attacks have reached around 4,000 in strength. Although their own combat power is below this value, they have gained a significant boost in battle, reaching over 3,000. And with their exceptionally high battle experience and skills, they can threaten those with a combat power of 4,000. Of course, this refers to the normal 4,000, not the abnormal ones in the Martial Alliance. People in the universe, or even those with combat power higher than 4,000, could be killed by the two if they let their guard down. Piccolo looks serious. He needs to find a way to deal with these two. Otherwise, if they help Goku, he might not be their match. Yamcha quickly fires dozens of energy balls toward Krillin again, but they are all blocked by Krillin's energy slash. The moves of the two collide, producing a tremendous roar. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions continue, and the dazzling attacks excite the emotions of the audience. Yay, 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 yay. Krillin, Krillin, Yamcha, 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 I want to have your baby. The surrounding audience shouts loudly, with some even claiming they want to have babies with Yamcha. This time, Yamcha doesn't have any scars on his face, and his looks are still very popular among many women. However, Krillin is also not bad and has a lot of supporters. With his superb combat skills, Krillin also attracts a large following, making it easier for him to find a girlfriend in the future, as many people still value ability. Yamcha has an enormous number of spirit balls, consuming much less energy than Krillin. However, in terms of individual quantity alone, when added up, it may actually result in a higher overall energy consumption than Krillin's. Observant people can almost all see this drawback. If this goes on, Yamcha might be dragged down by Krillin. However, Yamcha is continuously releasing energy blasts. Krillin vaguely senses this issue, but he doesn't dare to be careless. Although there's a slight difference in their combat power, it is not a life-and-death battle, which leads to a pitifully small gap between them. The true outcome of their battle depends on combat experience, skills, and their grasp of the situation. The unending energy blasts prevent him from closing in for an attack, as Yamcha could seize the opportunity. Therefore, Krillin is also using energy slashes to wear him down, knowing that Yamcha's consumption is greater than his own, and dragging out benefits him more. Moreover, he has a trump card that can guarantee his winning rate, so Krillin chooses to observe. He wants to see what other tricks Yamcha has up his sleeve. Tianjin fan, what do you think about their battle? At this moment, Wukong speaks to Tianjin fan. The few of them have been together for several years, so their understanding of Krillin and the others is likely deeper than his own. Their fight has entered a stalemate, and the outcome will depend on their hidden cards. Tianjin fan sees clearly and understands deeply that to stand out in the Martial Alliance, one must have a unique skill or a trump card, Otherwise, conventional battles will only lead to elimination, as you never know when the opponent will use an overwhelming technique. Wukong also nods secretly and watches quietly. Teacher Wutian, who do you think will win between the two on stage? What is your opinion on this? At this moment, Oolong asked Master Rashi, how do I look at it? Of course, I stand to watch. Am I supposed to sit down and watch? Master Rashi glared at Oolong, puffing out his beard. What are you being so fierce for? Forget it. Oolong was secretly annoyed, thinking, old man. Facing Oolong's question, Master Rashi naturally couldn't see through it. How do I know how you should look at it? These two guys have already far surpassed me. Aren't you just trying to make me look bad by asking? Although it's a bit embarrassing to be surpassed by my disciples, Master Rashi is still very pleased with their achievements and genuinely happy for them. He has also made up his mind to train hard in the martial alliance, as he heard that teaching at the campus can lead to meeting many beautiful ladies. Ha! Master Rashi was lost in thought, grinning widely with drool coming from his mouth, wearing a lewd expression. At this point, Ranchi had transformed into his blonde-haired state, and upon seeing Master Rashi's look, he knew what inappropriate thoughts were crossing his mind. Perverted old man, what are you thinking? Ranchi directly swung a slap at Master Rashi. Smack! A large palm print was left on Master Rashi's face. Master Rashi covered his face, looking aggrieved. Oof. Unexpectedly, Ranchi turned his head away. Master Rashi had no choice but to refocus his attention on the arena. Krillin, don't think this is all I can do. Look at my improved energy sphere. Yamcha said seriously to Krillin, having decided to go all out. Ha ha ha. Yamcha, I'm looking forward to it. Krillin laughed heartily, eagerly anticipating Yamcha's next move. New energy sphere. Rise up. Gradually, many energy spheres appeared in the air. Yamcha did not release the energy spheres, but they continuously formed out of thin air. Krillin, didn't he expect this, did you? My energy spheres are under my control. Part of the energy dissipates into the air, and even the explosive energy leaves remnants. As long as my energy hasn't completely dissipated, I can recondense them. With so many energy spheres, let us see how you defend against this. Energy sphere chain explosion. Yamcha shouted loudly, and countless energy spheres surged towards Krillin. What am I seeing? Yamcha has actually condensed so many energy spheres. It's like a flood of energy spheres. The supporters outside were also getting excited. So many energy spheres were truly spectacular. Ha ha ha. Bring it on. I've been ready. Facing Yamcha's ultimate move, Krillin also shouted excitedly. Krillin stretched out both hands, and instantly 10 energy blades appeared. But that is not all. Energy blade. Combine. Giant energy blade. The 10 energy blades fused together, forming a giant energy blade. As the giant energy blade fused, its momentum began to swell even more. With each fusion, the power of the energy blade increased. What? Piccolo exclaimed in surprise because he felt a deathly threat from Krillin's giant energy blade. Once the energy blade was fully fused, Krillin hurled it towards the torrent of Yamcha's energy spheres. The attacks of both were about to collide, and everyone held their breath, quietly watching what would happen next. Who would win or lose? The giant energy blade radiated a sharp glow as it shot towards the torrent of energy spheres, and the two attacks collided. Krillin's giant energy blade sliced through Yamcha's energy spheres as easily as cutting through tofu, causing a massive explosion that instantly engulfed the arena in dust. After a moment, the giant energy blade burst through the dust cloud, charging towards Yamcha. Yamcha's eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly stretched out his hands. A light blue barrier appearing, struggling to withstand the attack of the energy blade, sweat beading on his forehead. However, faced with Krillin's attack, he kept retreating, and cracks began to appear in the barrier. Oh no! Suddenly, the barrier shattered. As the energy blade was about to strike him, it suddenly flew into the sky. Yamcha collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. After a few seconds, Yamcha spoke. Krillin, congratulations, you won. Krillin, Krillin. The audience stood up, cheering for Krillin. The match was truly exciting in everyone's eyes. Congratulations to our contestant Krillin. Successfully advanced. I must say, the previous attack was really intense. Thankfully, I was far away. Otherwise, you might not see me again. The host made a rare joke, but it was easy to imagine the intensity of the two's earlier display. After the match, the two went backstage, where everyone came to congratulate Krillin. Krillin, I didn't expect you to become this strong. I really want to have a match with you, Goku said, full of anticipation, realizing that during his 3 years of training, Krillin and the others had made progress far beyond his imagination. Krillin shyly scratched his head and replied, I'm not that strong. Yamcha is also very strong. Ha ha. Yamcha is also amazing. Goku said with a smile. I'm sure Tianjin fan has also become very strong. Hearing everyone's attention focused on Krillin and Yamcha, Ranchi couldn't help but speak up, his face full of expectation. Upon hearing Ranchi mention him, Tianjin fan was momentarily stunned, recalling Krillin's words to him and Ranchi's meticulous care. His face turned red as he realized he was a bit dense about feelings, leading him to not know how to express his feelings for Ranchi. Hearing Ranchi mention Tianjin fan, Krillin was also taken aback, and Goku's eyes lit up with even more anticipation for Tianjin fan's performance. Thinking about the chance to fight against a strong opponent, Goku couldn't help but feel excited. He hurriedly ran to Tianjin fan's side, excitedly saying, Tianjin fan, you've become so much stronger. Can we have a match? Goku, you're still the same, but it's not the right time yet. Maybe we'll have a chance to fight later. Tianjin fan could tell from Goku's expression that he wanted to fight with him here. However, this was not the arena, and fighting was not allowed. There would be opportunities to compete. As long as he kept winning, he could eventually have a match with Goku. This is something I've been looking forward to for a long time. Goku, it's been 3 years since we last met, hasn't it? After the competition, we must get together. Don't worry, this time I'm treating. Klin patted his chest and said confidently, Is that true, Klin? Then I won't be polite. Goku's eyes lit up at the mention of food. Besides fighting, eating is his favorite thing. Seeing Goku like this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. After the laughter, they began discussing the upcoming match. The next match is Tianjin fans' battle, and it seems like it'll be an easy advance, Klin said, showing no concern for Tianjin fans' upcoming battle, because Tianjin fans' next opponent is Unquenchable, who, although decent, is still a newcomer and far inferior to Tianjin fan. So it's basically confirmed that they can advance. After chatting for a while, they heard the announcer's voice. Please have the contestants Tianjin fan and Unquenchable come to the stage. You all wait a minute. I'll be on stage soon. With that, he turned and walked toward the arena. Once Tianjin fan went out, everyone started talking about Goku, who then shared his experiences in the heavenly realm. When they heard that the deities in the heavenly realm looked just like Demon King Piccolo, everyone was a bit surprised. In fact, I was also very surprised at first, and even mistook the deity for Demon King Piccolo. Goku also touched his nose and said, Just then, Tianjin fan suddenly returned. What were you discussing? Tianjin fan's sudden voice startled everyone. Looking at Tianjin fan's figure, they were a bit surprised. How did you come back so quickly? Ha, my opponent wasn't strong, so it ended quickly, Tianjin fan said happily. Then asked about the earlier discussion. What were you just talking about? Do you mind telling me? You should ask Goku. We just heard the key moment too. We want to know what happened next. Everyone said in unison. All right, then let's talk about what happened. Goku replied. That once troublesome Demon King Piccolo is actually the evil side of Lord Kami. Goku didn't keep them in suspense and went straight to the point. The former Kami, before becoming Kami, separated his evil side and successfully became Kami. However, Demon King Piccolo ran to the human world to cause chaos, trying to rule the world. But later, a martial artist named Utetu appeared, leading everyone to resist Demon King Piccolo's rule. He is my ancestor, Master Roshi's teacher. Utetu eventually succeeded in sealing Demon King Piccolo. However, he lost his life but brought peace back to the world. Although some of them had heard about Utetu from Master Roshi, they didn't know the details as Goku described, because Master Roshi also didn't know the origins of Demon King Piccolo. After listening to Wukong, I couldn't help but feel a sudden realization. At this moment, the host's voice came through. Congratulations to the Magic Second Generation contestant for winning. Next up is the semi-final battle, so let's take a short break. Coming up are the contestants' son Wukong and the Magic Second Generation. Please get ready. As soon as the host finished speaking, many people immediately cheered. Compared to Krillin and Yamcha, Wukong's popularity is much higher, even though he is already engaged. This is not only because of Wukong's handsome appearance and powerful strength, but also due to his great achievement of saving the world before. Because of Jiang Yun's presence, everyone remembered the existence of this young man. It's finally my turn. Hearing that it was about to be his turn, Wukong was exceptionally excited. But soon, a serious expression appeared on his face, because the 3 years of his training were all for today. To personally solve the problems left behind back then, on the eves, Piccolo, who heard that it was his turn to compete, suddenly opened his eyes, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. He could finally fulfill his long-held wish. and he was laughing wildly in his heart. Son Wukong, I'm coming for you. I will personally take revenge for my father. After a moment, he finally calmed down and quietly waited for the start of the match. It seemed that at some point, Piccolo's heart had lost some of its impatience, and his once steadfast desire to dominate the world was not so firm anymore. However, the only thing instilled in him by his father was to defeat Sun Wukong. This was not only for revenge, but also to prove that he was the strongest in the world. Time slowly passed. With a clang, the announcer's voice also rang out. Please, contestant Sun Wukong and contestant Demon Second Generation, come to the stage. Great, it's finally starting. Wukong couldn't wait to step onto the arena. However, Piccolo was the most impressive, instantly appearing on the stage with his arms crossed and a cold demeanor. Sun Wukong, are you ready? Piccolo said coldly to Wukong. I'm ready. Wukong did not have his usual playful smile at this moment, his face filled with seriousness. The gazes of the two collided, creating an immense pressure in the air. It seemed that both contestants were eager to begin. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more words. The match begins. The host sensed the invisible tension between the two and quickly spoke up, swiftly leaving the stage. Wukong and Piccolo stared at each other, the invisible pressure radiating from both of them as they tested each other's strength, creating an unseen aura. Boom! In an instant, their momentum surged into the sky. The pressure from both of them shot up like a rocket. The tense atmosphere made everyone in the audience feel nervous. Piccolo, today I'll show you the results of my 3 years of training. Wukong said seriously. No need for more words, son Wukong. I won't let you off easily. Piccolo snorted coldly. The two locked eyes, both sensing the seriousness in each other's gaze. Whoosh! Wukong and Piccolo's figures instantly disappeared from their original positions. So fast. Krillin sighed from below, realizing that both of their powers had surpassed his own. However, he and the others still had their true trump cards unplayed. In full force. Wukong was probably not a match for them, but this kid's potential is truly astonishing. If he comes to the Martial Alliance, his strength would likely soar in no time. Wukong and Piccolo clashed fiercely, their attacks rapidly striking each other's bodies. Bang! Bang! Piccolo withdrew, sending a dazzling energy blast straight at Wukong's face. Bang! Wukong directly knocked away the energy blast sent by Piccolo, instantly countering with an energy attack. Take this. Piccolo quickly dodged around the stage, with Wukong's attacks relentlessly pursuing him. Oomph! Son Wukong. Piccolo grunted, his eyes shifting. In an instant, Piccolo transformed into 4 copies of himself. Wukong was a bit surprised, with 4 of them. Who should he attack? The speed of both was now at a level invisible to ordinary people, and only the sounds of their collisions could be heard. However, the audience could still see the fight clearly through the high-speed camera. Only a few, like Krillin, might be able to catch the battle with their naked eyes. But for Krillin and the others, they mostly relied on sensing energy to observe their enemies. The method of visually tracking movements had long been outdated within the Martial Alliance. Because the eyes can be deceived, but energy will not lie to you. However, what kind of strategy to employ depends on your own thinking. After all, the energy clones are meant to deceive the enemy using energy. But they're still different from the main body, so striking unexpectedly is key. However, relying on this tactic for consecutive victories might be a bit wishful thinking, as the enemy is not a fool. Look, the Demon's Second Generation contestant has actually turned into 4 people. Is he a quadruplet? The announcer's words left everyone speechless. This was clearly some kind of technique. But everyone understood he was expressing his shock. After Piccolo transformed into 4, Wukong didn't know who to attack and could only randomly strike at 2 of them. 2 of his attacks accurately hit Piccolo, but the remaining 2 figures merged back into one and charged directly at Wukong, catching him off guard. But after hitting Wukong, Piccolo directly grabbed his arm and threw him into the sky. Then he vanished from the stage and instantly appeared above Wukong, bringing his hands together and smashing down heavily onto Wukong. Boom! Wukong crashed directly onto the stage. Cough, cough. Wukong struggled to stand up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. No wonder it's you, but it's still too early to defeat me. Wukong's figure flickered, leaving an afterimage in place, and he began to circle around Piccolo, creating a powerful whirlwind in the process. Piccolo's gaze followed Wukong's movements, trying to capture his figure. Suddenly, Piccolo moved. He struck towards one side, but he surprisingly passed right through that figure. Careless, Piccolo thought to himself, and then Wukong seized this opportunity to charge at Piccolo. delivering a powerful blow that lifted Piccolo off the ground. Kamehameha, a strong beam of energy shot towards Piccolo. Ah! Ah! Ryukon's attack hit Piccolo, causing him to emit cries of pain. The powerful shockwave sent Piccolo flying into the sky, gradually making his figure disappear from the audience's sight. Contestant Sun Wukong is really impressive. Our Demon's second-generation contestant was actually sent flying into the sky. Is the match going to end like this? Can the Demon's second-generation contestant survive this attack? At this moment, Piccolo had already surpassed the capture range of the high-speed camera. So one can imagine the power of Wukong's attack. It was precisely because the high-speed camera couldn't capture Piccolo's figure that no one knew how he was doing at this moment. Yay! Awesome! My husband is truly amazing. In the audience, Chi-Chi couldn't help but cheer. In her view, no one could survive such an attack. Of course, that mysterious king doesn't count. Wukong's previous attack had already reached a combat power intensity of 5,000. Tianjin Han was also a bit surprised at this moment, not expecting Wukong to reach this level. If I hadn't agreed to join the Martial Alliance back then, I probably would never be able to catch up to Wukong in my lifetime. For a moment, Tianjin Fan felt a bit self-deprecating, but then an infinite confidence surged within him. Wukong, individual strength is insignificant, with the backing of a powerful force. I already have the capital to catch up to you. I used to think that talent was the ultimate existence that transcended everything. However, I now deeply understand that there are simply too many people with outstanding talent. Tianjin Fan thought of the prodigies in the Martial Alliance, where basically all are selected as elites from 1,000 candidates, and most of them can be considered geniuses. Even I was once called a once-in-a-century talent by Master Crane. But if I were to practice alone, I would probably be no better than an ordinary member of the Martial Alliance. Yet compared to a Kairabai, he is also a prodigy within the Alliance, especially his unbeatable sword-drawing technique, which is truly breathtaking. His combat power has probably reached over 10,000. According to the leader's introduction, a Kairabai is also a small expert in the universe. However, Jiang Yun said that compared to true experts, he is still too weak. Our opponents are the stars and the sea. What a grand goal this is. With this in mind, Tianjin Fan is determined to apply to Jiang Yun for a journey into the universe for training after this incident. After all, one must experience a real life and death battle. Although there's no need to worry about life and death in the virtual universe, everyone knows they won't truly die. Therefore, the training effect is much weaker. Only by going to the universe and experiencing a real life and death battle, completely cutting off one's retreat, is it possible to unleash one's true potential. Just as Tianjin Fan was contemplating, a massive beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. Wow, look, everyone also saw the attack coming from above. Wukong's expression turned serious. Although he knew it was impossible to defeat Piccolo this way, he didn't expect that Piccolo wouldn't suffer much damage from his attack. After all, he had the guidance of the Kai and Bobo, as well as the existence of the energy technique and the gravity training room, to reach his current level. But what was Piccolo relying on? Wukong couldn't figure it out. What Wukong didn't realize was that besides the guidance from the Kai, Piccolo had everything he had. Watching the attack descend, Wukong immediately began to gather energy. Piccolo had been waiting in the sky for this attack, so Wukong didn't dare to be careless. A powerful blue energy erupted from Wukong's hands, shooting towards the sky, and the two momentum-filled attacks collided in mid-air. Boom! A huge roar echoed in everyone's ears. The host was directly stunned by the loud noise and covered his ears. Only after a moment did he say, "Our Demon 2 contestant is clearly unharmed and has launched a powerful attack from the sky. Our Son Goku contestant has also retaliated. We don't know who will win or lose. Let's wait and see." The attacks of the two were stalemated in mid-air. This made my blood boil even more. Wukong suddenly increased the output of the Kamehameha. Instantly, Wukong's attack pressed forward along with Piccolo's attack. But soon, Piccolo's attack surprisingly pushed back as well. For a moment, the two attacks exchanged blows in mid-air. Boom! An explosion sounded, as the two attacks couldn't withstand the back and forth and exploded in mid-air. Piccolo's figure reappeared from the sky, 1 foot landing first, slowly gasping for breath. Son Goku, for the past 3 years, I have never stopped thinking about getting revenge on you. This time, I will definitely win, so you might as well admit defeat early. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. Ha ha ha. I will let the demon rule the world again. Piccolo finally burst into maniacal laughter. Piccolo was also gasping for breath, and Wukong's condition was naturally not much better, also panting heavily. I will stop you. I won't let you succeed. After 3 years of training, I have become even stronger. Wukong said seriously, his expression grave. Piccolo sneered dismissively, tossing aside his cloak. The cloak fell heavily to the ground, making a loud noise, clearly not light. Piccolo stepped back and flew into the sky, continuously launching dozens of attacks at Wukong, the powerful strikes hitting Wukong's body. Boom! Boom! This clearly caught Goku off guard. Not good, Krillin thought to himself. Goku is always like this, so careless in the face of such a strong enemy. Today's Piccolo has clearly shown his true abilities, yet Goku still holds back. Krillin speculated, recalling the battles he fought in the virtual universe. As the fight progressed, opponents would never give you such easy opportunities, they would only press the attack. At this moment, the referee also began to speak. What? Goku has been hit head-on. Goku has fallen. Goku. Chi-Chi looked at Goku lying down, her eyes filled with worry. Piccolo looked at the fallen Goku, a contemptuous smile appearing on his lips. Goku, how much longer are you going to pretend? What? The audience, not understanding, was somewhat stunned by Piccolo's words. However, Tianjing and his group understood. Goku's energy was still relatively stable, showing no significant change, which meant Goku had not suffered serious harm. Ha ha ha, you found me. At this moment, Goku stood up with a smile, brushing off the dust from his clothes. I will use my true abilities now. Goku directly took off his shirt and threw it aside, slamming it heavily on the ground. Goku's shirt was actually weighted. After removing his shirt, Goku jumped a few times on the spot, clearly warming up. Great. Much easier now. Come on. I'm ready. Goku looked up at Piccolo. The energy around both of them began to rise, white light appearing around them. Evidently, this was what is referred to as charging up in Dragon Ball Z. It could significantly enhance their power levels. If there were a scouter, it would show their battle powers as follows. Goku, battle power, 5,321. Piccolo, battle power, 5,269. The gap between them was not large. Then both began to move, their speed increasing. But now, Goku was not comparable to before. A series of attacks seized Piccolo's openings, and at this moment, his attacks even carried the feeling of the techniques used by Krillin and Yamcha during their battles, striking with incredible speed. Goku really has an astonishing comprehension. Yamcha remarked with admiration. Yes, the skills we honed over the years were learned by Goku so easily. He truly lives up to his name. Krillin echoed. Looking back at the arena, Piccolo had a few drops of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that Goku's attack had not been easy on him. Goku, you actually made me bleed. Although it's just a little, it's a shame for me as a demon. Unforgivable. Anger was written all over Piccolo's face. I will destroy this venue. A massive energy began to gather in Piccolo's hands. Not good. Goku had already understood Piccolo's intentions. It seemed Piccolo was truly pushed to the edge. In a certain room, a man was wiping a knife. Suddenly, he looked up at the screen in the room, which was showing a match between Goku and Piccolo. The man slowly sheathed the knife, fastening it to himself, and then began to speak slowly. I really don't understand. Why did Jiang Yun leave that evil guy, Demon King Piccolo, alive? Shouldn't such a guy be eliminated? If others saw what he said, they would probably be too shocked to speak. At this moment, the audience still did not know that the second generation of demons was Piccolo. This is watching the match with life on the line. And the guy speaking is actually Akalob. This time, Jiang Yun knows that Bic won't have a quiet competition. So he arranged for Akalob to prevent any unexpected incidents. Sure enough, Bic started causing trouble. Notify everyone to activate the energy barrier device. Akalob picked up the intercom and began to give orders. The energy barrier device was developed under Jiang Yun's leadership to withstand around 10,000 damage, and it is still being improved. In the future, it will be applied in various aspects, but for now, only certain places can enjoy it. The competition arena, of course, has such a device designed to prevent harm to the audience. And it must be said that Jiang Yun's considerations are indeed thorough. These spectators are all subjects to Jiang Yun, so naturally, they won't be as casually slaughtered as in the original work. At this moment, the faint energy barrier rising on the arena has also attracted everyone's attention, including Piccolo and Goku, the two participants in the match. The only ones who know about the energy barrier, besides the staff, are the supporters. As for Krillin and the others, they're all martial arts enthusiasts and wouldn't pay attention to technological matters. The host explained, this is an energy barrier jointly developed by the Martial Alliance and the Universal Capsule Company, specifically designed to prevent accidents during the competition. With the host's explanation, everyone understood. They then set aside their worries. They were aware of the reputations of both the Martial Alliance and the Universal Capsule Company. It makes sense to think that with such dangerous attacks, what if one accidentally landed on their heads? With that thought, they immediately felt Jiang Yun was wise and powerful for designing such a thing, which could be considered a divine artifact for safeguarding life. Upon hearing the introduction from the supporter, everyone felt much more at ease. However, Piccolo's face turned even greener, while Goku undoubtedly felt a bit more relaxed. Piccolo's mood was heavy. He didn't know if what the Ho said was true or if it could withstand his attacks. But thinking of that mysterious person made Piccolo's mood even heavier. Besides Son Goku, he was the biggest obstacle to his world domination. Moreover, it was said that the king had already abdicated to that mysterious guy. However, the biggest obstacle right now was Son Goku in front of him. He had to avenge his father's death. He slowly began to plan for the future. Piccolo had endured so much suffering. Would he still be afraid of waiting a few more years? Once he surpasses Goku, it would be time for him to rule the world again. Ha ha ha, Piccolo, your plans have fallen through. Goku's expression at this moment was exceptionally refreshing, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was indeed worried that Piccolo would attack those ordinary people. Son Goku, even so, I won't let you go today. I must settle everything with you. And once I deal with you, it's that guy's turn. Piccolo's expression turned fierce, and he let out a mad laugh. It must be said that the current Piccolo completely lacked the calmness and wisdom of the future Piccolo, still carrying the coldness and cruelty of the demon race. Although not as extreme as the old Piccolo, he could not be considered a good person. Piccolo began to gather powerful attacks in his hands. And Goku also quietly prepared to respond. Two powerful shockwaves from Piccolo directly struck towards Goku, who kept dodging backwards. While dodging, he also counterattacked towards Piccolo, and a blue shockwave began to surge from Goku's hands, directly neutralizing Piccolo's incoming attack. It quickly disappeared, reappearing behind Piccolo. However, Piccolo was evidently already prepared, and Goku's attack did not succeed. The two then engaged in a fierce battle. Piccolo kicked Goku away, but Goku quickly caught up, landing heavy punches on Piccolo's face. Goku unleashed dazzling blue energy blasts with both hands, hurtling towards Piccolo, the attack striking Piccolo and immediately enveloping him in smoke. When the smoke cleared, Piccolo crossed his arms, blocking all of Goku's attacks without sustaining significant damage. Suddenly, Piccolo's eyes lit up, and a yellow beam shot towards Goku. Goku was taken aback and narrowly dodged this unexpected attack, which grazed his hair and directly cut it. Goku even saw his hair floating in the air. Phew, that was close. Goku secretly sighed. Piccolo's attacks were so unpredictable, and it seemed he needed to be more cautious. Watching the intense battle between Goku and Piccolo, Krillin couldn't help but ask Tian Jingfan, who do you think has the greater advantage? Tian Jingfan shook his head and then said, their strengths are similar. It's hard to determine a winner in a short time. To find out who will win, we need to look at their overall strength. But don't you already have an answer in your mind? Faced with Tian Jingfan's counter-question, Krillin rubbed his bald head and smiled. You figured it out. I'm betting on Goku. After all, Goku is a man who can create miracles. Thinking of Goku's past, Tian Jingfan couldn't help but smile. Yes. He won't let us down. I also want to spar with him. Tian Jingfan was also filled with confidence in Goku. At this moment, Piccolo was becoming increasingly furious. Seeing Goku's tenacious resistance to his attacks, he couldn't help but feel even more humiliated and angry. Son Goku, I want your death to declare my existence to the world. I want to plunge the world back into the fear of King Piccolo. I want crime to once again overshadow this nation. Piccolo threw off the headband covering his head, revealing his true form. Piccolo's frenzied appearance appeared before Tian Jingfan and the others. Oh no, King Piccolo has revealed his identity. At this moment, the audience also recognized Piccolo. This person seems familiar. Yes, I seem to have some impression, but where have I seen him? This person looks like the former demon King Piccolo. Yes, he really does look like him. The audience began to discuss in a flurry. However, Piccolo's expression grew worse and worse. Hearing others talk about him made the veins on his face bulge, and he couldn't help but roar in anger. Bastards! I am a former demon King Piccolo. Wait for the darkness to cover the world. Once I defeat Son Goku and take down that man, the world will return to my rule, and I will become your new king. Yeah. Piccolo let out an angry roar, but behind it was an evil laugh, as if he had already immersed himself in the ideals he had woven. I will stop you. Goku spoke up, his voice filled with determination. The audience present also voiced their fears, and the scene suddenly became a bit chaotic. However, some members of the martial arts league came out to maintain order, and some sensible high school teachers also spoke up. Everyone, don't forget about the godly emperor. He won't allow the Demon King Piccolo to do this. Think about the changes in these past few years. The world has changed. Yes, we must trust Master Jiangyun. Everyone need not panic. Although the host was also filled with fear towards the Demon King Piccolo, out of professional ethics and trust in Jiangyun, he also spoke to advise everyone. Imagine the energy barrier just now. The Demon King Piccolo cannot harm us. Yes, everyone must believe in Lord Jiangyun. Believe in the young man on stage. He has defeated the Demon King Piccolo before, and we believe he can do it again. At this moment, someone spoke up and said, yes, we are not afraid of him. We are not afraid of him. Although everyone was very scared, with the encouragement of the crowd, they faced the once feared Demon King Piccolo head-on. At this moment, a phone call came to the Martial Alliance. Bufan answered the phone. Most of the affairs of the Martial Alliance have now been handed over to Bufan by Jiangyun and Buchun, with only certain major matters being handled by the two of them. The two are focused on their cultivation, which is also the reason for their rapid progress. As for national affairs, the Prime Minister is handling them in an orderly manner. The Prime Minister believes that his ability to manage national affairs is superior to Jiangyun's. However, Jiangyun merely borrowed some experiences from his previous life in Shenzhou, which amazed the Prime Minister and made him repeatedly insist that Jiangyun handle the affairs. But Jiangyun hurriedly refused, stating that he only drew on some systems and developments from his past life, and his overall planning and management are certainly not as good as the Prime Minister's. Moreover, he still needs to cultivate and urgently respond to the cosmic crisis. So he declined. This couldn't help but make him feel deeply moved. Cultivating such strength, and yet having such an outstanding talent in managing the kingdom. He was simply a favored child of heaven. Bufan answered the call, and it turned out someone was reporting that the great Demon King Piccolo had appeared at the competition site, causing some commotion among the audience. Bufan knew a little about the great Demon King Piccolo, and after thinking for a moment, he said, to prevent the viewing crowd from being in danger, arrange for people to leave in an orderly manner and ensure no one gets hurt. A voice on the other end responded, yes. Immediately, those in charge of the world's martial arts conference began to arrange for the evacuation of the people, and everyone present felt a sense of relief. Although they had mustered the courage to face the great Demon King Piccolo, they were still somewhat afraid. Tianjing Fan and others stayed behind, as did several representatives from universities, because they understood the power of the barriers constructed by Jiangyun. Well-known universities were aware of this technology since they had sent people to participate and were well aware of its strength. For those who were once highly educated, they were sensitive to data. Although they couldn't fully comprehend the situation yet, it was ultimately a form of energy, and they understood the data strength of energy barriers. But they were still somewhat fearful, as it concerned their lives, and this was the first time such a thing had appeared. However, the young men on stage were fighting. Did they not even have the courage to stand here and watch? Thus, they decided to stay. If the teachers didn't leave, the students naturally wouldn't either. However, aside from the audience, a few university personnel left for safety reasons. Bufan also received reports from the members of the Martial Alliance and immediately said, universities that have the courage to stay will receive a 50 increase in resources. Yes. After that person finished speaking, Bu Chun hung up the phone. Cultivation is not child's play. If one lacks the courage and intent to stay and watch, how could they achieve high accomplishments? Those who experienced the baptism of battle energy would develop in ways completely different from others in the future. Not to say absolutely, but their spirit and energy would definitely be different. Bufan understood this principle well, having also gone through harsh trials himself. The universe is even more brutal, and he had occasionally witnessed extraordinary things in the past. His brother merely wanted him to see a little, as those with weak strength couldn't even protect a planet. However, personal philosophies differ, and Bufan wouldn't say much. But he preferred people with a fighting spirit. Clin and others saw that quite a few people had actually stayed behind, and even a few ordinary audience members hadn't left, seemingly putting their lives on the line. What Clin didn't know was that these people had once suffered at the hands of the great Demon King Piccolo. Those who survived wanted to see Goku defeat the great Demon King Piccolo once more and bring peace to the world. Goku, seeing that most of the spectators had left, felt relieved. Now he could fight with all his might. The great Demon King Piccolo also saw that those people had started to leave, but did not stop them. thinking that it was his reputation that had scared them away. Ha ha ha, Son Goku, have you prepared for your death now that the troublesome ones have left? Piccolo looked at Son Goku with a scornful smile. No matter what, I'll one-t let you have your wish. At this moment, Goku's expression was serious and cold, indicating that he was fully focused. Our second-generation demon contestant turned out to be the former Great Demon King Piccolo, who now bore a hateful expression towards contestant Son Goku. Was he seeking revenge on Son Goku? The commentator was still reporting. Clint couldn't help but cover his face, not expecting the commentator to still be broadcasting. Didn't he know that this would anger the Great Demon King Piccolo? It must be said that this commentator was indeed very dedicated under such circumstances. Shouldn't he hide to avoid attracting Piccolo's attention? In an instant, the figures of the two vanished from the arena, and for a moment, everyone couldn't catch their movements. It was only through sensing their energy that they realized the two were engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. The powerful collision directly scattered the clouds around them, leaving no obstacles in their vicinity. Piccolo knocked Goku from the air, and he was about to fall onto the arena. Goku unexpectedly used his foot to unleash a Kamehameha wave, propelling himself upwards with the wave's recoil. Piccolo didn't expect Goku to have such a move, and was directly struck by Goku's iron fist on the chin, heavily crashing towards the arena. However, just as Piccolo was about to crash onto the arena, he unleashed a powerful shockwave with his eyes, which struck Goku and made him cry out in pain. Subsequently, both of them fell heavily onto the arena. However, it was clear that Goku was slightly more injured than Piccolo at this point. Moments later, both struggled to stand up. Son Goku, why are you breathing like that? Can't you hold on? Piccolo taunted Goku, but clearly, facing Piccolo's mockery, Goku retorted disdainfully. Don't talk big. Your breathing is erratic too, and your punches aren't as strong as before. He. Just wait and see. Piccolo began to gather energy, and powerful energy formed a strong wind. Seeing this move, the host seemed unable to suppress his commentary spirit. Everyone look. It seems that the Great Demon King Piccolo is gathering massive energy. Is he preparing to unleash a big move? Bulma rushed to the commentator's side, shouting with her mouth wide open. What are you doing broadcasting at a time like this? Bulma was quite worried about Goku's safety, and after speaking, she looked towards Goku on the arena, her eyes revealing concern. At this moment, Chi-Chi and others also couldn't contain their worry. Chi-Chi's eyes were even filled with tears. Goku, little son, Chi-Chi and Bulma cried out in anguish. Tears were welling up in her eyes at that moment. As for Bulma's deep concern for Goku, Chi-Chi had almost forgotten to think about it. Her whole heart was now focused on Goku. Everyone was still worried about Goku, but at this moment, Goku took advantage of the fact that Piccolo hadn't regained his composure and flew straight into the sky. Piccolo had just lifted his head, seemingly still immersed in the shock from earlier, when he saw a blue energy wave coming towards him. The already shattered arena was instantly struck with a large pit. Piccolo was now lying quietly in the pit, his mouth wide open, as if he had lost consciousness from Goku's blow. Upon seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel joy. Even Chi-Chi and Bulma, who usually didn't get along, embraced each other in excitement, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Goku also showed a happy smile. Hey, referee, start the countdown. Hearing Goku's words, the referee finally snapped out of his daze and began the countdown. Everyone thought the matter would end like this. However, Tianjin Fan and Krillin felt something was off. It seemed that things shouldn't end this way. But after sensing Piccolo's aura, they found it very weak, suggesting that nothing was wrong. Just then, while everyone was relaxing, an attack suddenly shot out from the pit, piercing through Goku's right shoulder. Goku. Everyone was caught off guard by this sudden situation. Who could have imagined that the seemingly defeated Piccolo could still launch an attack? If Jianyan were here, he would definitely say, to avoid being Son's babysitter, he's really going all out. As long as he took down Son Goku, he wouldn't have to play the babysitter anymore. At this moment, Goku was clutching his wound and screaming in agony, the deep hole having pierced through his body. Did you expect this? I just intentionally lowered my aura, and it actually worked. Piccolo laughed artidi. He had just opened his mouth to catch Goku off guard, not realizing that Goku didn't understand the importance of a follow-up attack. You're dead for sure. Son Goku, Piccolo exclaimed excitedly, stepping directly on Goku's wound, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Goku, no, my Goku. Kiki cried out in despair, as if she were the one hurt. Bulma was also in shock, unable to stop the tears from flowing, and she suddenly slumped to the ground. Krillin wanted to rush over to save Goku. Tianjin fan quickly pulled Krillin back, saying this is his fight. But Krillin hesitated. Trust him. Tianjin fan's tone was filled with determination, causing Krillin to hesitate for a moment, thinking about his sins of beans, secretly preparing to unleash the Jiangwang fist. If Goku was in life-threatening danger, he would rush in to pull him out. In fact, Tianjin fan had the same thought. He couldn't truly let Goku be in that situation. Master Roshi and Chi-Chi were extremely worried, because in their hearts, if Goku fell, then there would be no one to stop King Piccolo. At this moment, while Goku was temporarily unable to move, King Piccolo directly broke one of Goku's legs. The intense pain nearly causing Goku to faint, but his strong willpower allowed him to endure. Piccolo's large foot was trampling on Goku, who was filled with immense satisfaction as he finally avenged his father. Chi-Chi wanted to rush up, but was held back by Krillin. Believe in Goku. Just as Krillin spoke, Piccolo shot into the sky, gathering energy in his hands. Although Piccolo was nearing exhaustion, Goku was no different. If Piccolo's attack hit Goku, the outcome would be dire, and Goku might even lose his life. He could fall directly at Piccolo's hands. A powerful aura rushed towards them, which to Bulma and Chi-Chi felt like an extremely terrifying attack, even bringing a wave of intense heat. The strong wind whipped Bulma's hair into disarray from afar, but she didn't bother to fix her messy hair. She was anxiously watching Goku. What she was thinking was, if Goku died, she would never want to live alone. It's easy to imagine how deep Bulma's love for Goku was at that moment. Piccolo's powerful attack created a large pit in the ground, but evidently, the power of Piccolo's attack was much weaker than before. Even the damage he caused was clearly less than before. But Goku's condition was even worse. He could hardly move. Piccolo was now laughing victoriously. As the dust slowly cleared, he seemed not to notice that Goku's figure was absent from the pit he had just created. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air came, and Goku, in his current state, couldn't even conceal his form. Just barely avoiding Piccolo's attack had brought him to the brink of exhaustion, and now he gathered his last bit of strength to strike at Piccolo. Reminiscent of 3 years ago. At this moment, Wukong was left with only one hand capable of movement. Wukong was nearing his limit. And how could Piccolo be in any better condition? Facing Wukong's attack, which was infused with his will, Piccolo tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Wukong's fist heavily struck Piccolo's face. Blood filled the air as Piccolo's figure crashed heavily into the ground, leaving a